Are you ready to switch mobile providers? Spectrum Mobile is a better way to mobile, delivering the fastest overall speeds and the most reliable mobile service coast to coast. And now we're bringing you 5G with faster speeds for an even better mobile experience. And of course, we have the latest 5G phones. Speed, reliability, value. Spectrum Mobile, a better way to mobile. Now with 5G. Visit spectrum.com/mobile for details and to find a store near you.
Okay, you know how it feels when you've saved enough for that long-awaited home edition? Now imagine an addition on that addition. That's the feeling with Capital One, where a new savings account earns an interest rate 5 times the national average. That's right, 5 times, as represented by 5 times more singers. This is banking reimagined. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Rate comparison based on FDIC national rate. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
KLIN weather brought to you by John Henry's Plumbing, Heating, and Air.
Another cloudy and mild morning with our temperatures in the 40s to low 50s. Those clouds are going to hang around much of the day. A few spotty showers possible during the afternoon. Highs in the upper 50s. The southeast wind at 10 to 20 miles per hour. A better chance of rain will be tonight, along with a few storms, some of which could be on the strong to severe side. Our lows in the 50s. Watch Channel 8 Eyewitness News for our exclusive 10-day forecast. I'm Storm Alert Team Meteorologist Liz Whaley.
Cloudy, 49 degrees. The 2020 edition of Jack Mitchell's Walk of Shame underway. I think he's approaching milepost point 2. We'll check in with Jack next. And Barbara Bartles with the Lincoln Community Foundation on LNK Today with Jack and Friends.
KLIN Time Saver Traffic, driven by Woodhouse Auto Family.
On the downhill side of our drive time traffic, no new accidents or major delays. Most traffic moving well. A few volume slowdowns, and we do have several construction projects. We want to keep in mind South Street 56 to 66 westbound lane closure for water main work. South 33rd, Ada Randolph, daytime closures for tree removal and tree trimming. And Old Cheney Road 88th to 93rd, water valve repair with lane closures. If you come across anything that gets in your way, call the traffic hotline 402-479-1414. That's another check of your time saver traffic.
Live from the Broadcast House studios at 44th and O. Morning radio for the entire capital city. This is LNK Today with Jack and Friends on the voice of Lincoln, 1400 KLIN.
Welcome in to my basement. It's the Walk of Shame, and it is underway. To those of you on KLIN listening over the radio, yes, I am live on location in my basement. Mark and Kellen are in the KLIN studios. Caleb is joining remotely, and you'll hear us on the radio for the next hour. You'll also hear us on the radio from 5 to 6 Road to Recovery. In the meantime, if you'd like to follow along on video, you go to KLIN.com, and we'll be streaming video throughout the day. And we're raising funds for Lincoln Community Foundation COVID relief. I'm going to slow this speed down right away, just a little bit here. Woo! All right, got to breathe. That's good. That's going to be harder than I anticipated, the talking on the radio. So anyway, we are going to get to Barbara Bartle here in a second with Lincoln Community Foundation. Love to have your donations. Go to KLIN.com, and you can do that. And we're going to hear a little bit about what's happening. Guys, made an executive decision. As people who are watching online, by the way, you can go to KLIN.com or go to the Facebook Live right now. Looks like we've got about 45 people watching online right now. You can see the KLIN studios. You can see Caleb. You'll see all our guests today. You can also see my daughter, Nora, who is helping out. Her camera, she's got a little whiteboard that is going to record. There she is. She's waving right now. She's got a whiteboard where she will record the money raised. We're going to get hourly updates from Lincoln Community Foundation and calories burned, miles walked, steps taken. And by the way, we made an executive decision, guys, to count everything that happened since I woke up this morning. Just FYI, that's like a walk from upstairs to my basement and then out of my car into the studio. So that's okay, right? We're all okay with that, right?
Yeah, we'll give you that one.
Okay, so right now, 1,842 steps, 0.9 miles, 989 calories.
Oh, we're coming up on the first mile already.
Yeah. Thanks to the early morning work of getting out of bed and walking from my car to the studio. So, did I cover everything, guys? Am I forget? My brain's already. This is harder. Walking and chewing gum is harder than it seems. It's gonna be interesting today. Mark, am I forgetting anything? Caleb, am I forgetting anything?
No, I
think
think the thump, the steady pace is what we're picking up, and I don't think it's your heart rate.
Yeah, can't hear that. Hopefully, it's not too loud because that's gonna be going on for a while today.
No,
I got it.
It's fine.
I tried to start the segment at a 3.5, and I can do that, but talking constantly during a 3.5 is not. So we're gonna go down to a 3 during the interview, I think, and see how that goes. All right, so there you go. I think I got all the information out there. When you review this through the day, our guests today include Governor Pete Ricketts, Mayor Larry and Gaylor Baird, Larry the Cable Guy, Brennan Stye, Greg Sharp, Jared Crick, former Husker, a couple of musical guests. We're going to have Tiago Ray from Red 94.5 do a live DJ set. Gary and Nelson will join us. Jen and Joe will join us. John Bishop and Josh Peterson will join us here in a bit. So we got a lot of things coming up. I don't want to talk a whole lot anymore, so it's time to bring a guest on. How does that sound? Oh, there Nora is updating the board right now. So let's welcome in, joining us right now from the Lincoln Community Foundation, Barbara Bartle. Barbara, how you doing this morning?
Good morning, Jack. Well, I am so proud of you. Wow. Walking and talking, chewing gum. It's going to be a great day for you. So thank you so much for walking this walk of shame.
Absolutely, and really excited. You know, I think there are a lot of people, Barb, that say, okay, I want to help. I can help to some degree in whatever amount with people who are affected by COVID, but it's like so widespread. It's such a big thing, and that's why I picked this fund to be the beneficiary of this walk. Explain what just kind of generally what the fund is and how it works to start.
Sure. Well, in March, the City of Lincoln, businesses, and philanthropy partners came together because we could see from up the coast that this was going to be a very serious issue for our community as well. And generous people stepped up, and we launched the Lincoln COVID-19 Response Fund so that others could help as well. And I have to tell you, we are just so thankful. I mean, this community has a wonderful human spirit, as we all know, and we have raised $1,071,000 in contributions so far. So thank you, because you are going to add to this number, and we've been able to impact 51 nonprofit organizations and provided grants of $729,000 in the community. So thank you, Jack, for bringing this and keeping this in front of our community.
And tell us a little bit, because the impacts of the virus are widespread and manifest themselves in a lot of different ways. How do you go about identifying which agencies, which nonprofits are dealing with issues related to that, and then kind of the process of getting the money out to them?
Sure. Well, at the time that we launched, a committee was named that was going to make the decisions on the grants. And I have to tell you, those are really hard decisions because there's so much need. And nonprofits can go online to lcf.org and have instructions on how to apply. We wanted it to be easy because we know how busy they are. And so some of the areas that have been impacted and applied for these have been around supplies and support for people, city mission, community action. There's hunger and food insecurity, food bank, Center for People in Need, Catholic Social Services, and then critical health issues, Clinic with a Heart and Tabitha, child care, think about Educare Malone Center, youth services, and then a big one that we probably will continue on will be mental health and domestic issues as we move, this is lasting longer in our community. So it's really impacting a wide variety of organizations.
And I imagine that this is something, we don't know what the next weeks and months are going to be looking like. And so there may be people say, okay, well, you're building up a good fund here. But on the other hand, this is something that is going to have reverberations in the community for a long time. So to have this fund stocked well is really going to contribute to the future health of our community.
It's really, again, I want to thank you for keeping this in front of our community. the committee has been meeting every week to make decisions, and but we know that we've done so well in raising these funds, but we know we can't stop now. We have to keep going. So keep walking.
I absolutely will. And how quick, the people will give, if they give money today, what will happen to that? How quickly are you able to get this money out to these agencies in this process, and how can they get it working in the community?
Right. Well, we look at the applications that come in every week, and we have them out by the following Wednesday. So, we're trying to move this through. 100% of the donations received go to the nonprofits. So, we are just trying to move this because we know that the issues are so critical.
I know later in the show we'll have Scott Young joining us. I'm hoping we can get some of the other nonprofits on throughout the day when we do this. What have you heard back from them about what life is like now as a nonprofit, and how has this impacted them?
Well, the notes that have come back have been remarkable. We've had some of those online when you look at the frequently asked questions, and the nonprofits are just so grateful. Scott has done such a great job. I know he will today too, to really keep the community informed about that basic need of food and the increasing demand in this community for food. And as you said, this is going to keep moving forward, and the need is not going to stop right away. So it's our word from the nonprofits have been just very grateful for all the community is doing to help support them, because they are on the front lines helping our most vulnerable in the community.
Yeah, and as you said at the outset, when I was thinking about this initially, and talking to you and talking to some others about the breadth of issues that come up, there's some that are obvious, right? You think of health issues. You just think of people going through financial duress, and I know you already listed a few of those things. But what kind of a breadth has been impacted, not only in terms of the issues that have come up in the community, but how we've been able to filter some resources to nonprofits to deal with that wide breadth?
Right. Well, one of them that people might not have thought about right at the beginning was the child care. And so many of our child care centers that take children on subsidy, when the parents were unemployed, the children then were not coming to the centers. And so centers without the subsidy were not able to stay open. And then when we had essential workers that were needed and were on subsidy, we had fewer child care centers open. So that was one of the areas. And then, of course, there was an executive order from the state that really helped with that situation. But the immediate situation was concerning. And then we have the family Educare, for instance. While the doors are not open at Educare right now, they are really working hard to make sure the families have the supplies and needs that they need so badly right now. So they are continuing to serve their families, even though it's not the children in the schools right now.
And then one last thing I want to ask Barb, because I know I wanted to have some focus on this right now. I do realize Give to Lincoln Day is also coming up this month. We've worked together on that for a number of years. Just talk a little bit about that coming up, and will that be different this year? What will that look like this year?
Well, again, it's the COVID response fund is just this incredible campaign that we never imagined that we would have to launch in this community, and it allows individuals to depend on those that know the needs the most. Right. This committee is doing tremendous work. The Give to Lincoln Day will allow the donors to select the nonprofits that they care about and want to make sure that they are covered as well. I mean, our nonprofits, just the operations of our nonprofits have been so impacted because fundraisers have been canceled this spring. And when we think about arts and culture, they may not be on the front line of basic needs, but we know what they do for our spirit in this community and how important they are. So it's really, COVID is helping are most vulnerable on the front lines. Then our nonprofits, the donors can go in and direct where they want their donations to go, to the Health and Human Services, to the arts, to education. And so both of them are just critical right now because of the importance of our nonprofits and all the work they do throughout the year.
Absolutely. I would encourage everyone. I think there have been times, Barbara, where I've said, man, I wish I could do more to help. I don't know exactly what to do. And you kind of try and do it in the community or in relationships that you've got, but you wish you could do more generally, but it's just so hard to do it. This is a great way for people who are feeling that way to do just that. So thank you for everything you've done on this fund, and hopefully you can have a very big day for it today.
Good luck to you, Jack. And again, thanks so much for taking on this walk for us today. We really appreciate it.
All right. Thanks, Barbara. I appreciate it. We'll talk again soon. All right. There you go.
All right. Good. Barbara
Barno from the Lincoln Community Foundation. Woo! All right. I got to go under 3 if I'm doing an interview, guys. I'm good to say a few words at 3.5, but if I'm talking more than 30 seconds, we're going to have to go under 3 at this point. As you can see watching online, we got the update board on the bottom left from my daughter Nora. Got the KLIN Studios on the top left, Caleb Henry at home with the dog Ella on the bottom right. Join us all day on that. All right, we're going to grab a break and get to check of sports next. For those of you on the video, I'm going to answer some of your questions now, so stay on here. You're listening to Lincoln's News and Talk, 1400 KLIN.
Some people listen.
Stop going out in public places.
They're smart.
People are listening.
Some people don't.
I don't know what they're not understanding.
While you're at home, listen on your smart speaker.
It makes you smart.
Alexa, open KLIN.
Working from home means you need a truly reliable connection. So we'll provide the boss level internet. Settle for more with Allo, the faster, more reliable internet experience. Put it to work for you at allofiber.com.
Okay, hey everybody, on the video. I muted the KLIN Studios, so you're not listening to our commercials here right now, or listening to Caleb's Sportscast, because there's no sports really at this point. But we will have some. Hi, Caleb, can you hear me? I don't know who can hear me right now.
Yeah, I can hear you. So actually, this is where we're going to have the feed for the Sportscast. So the Sportscast is going to be on here too in a minute.
All right, we'll just take the commercials. We'll take the commercials down, so we will hear Caleb. Caleb, you can give everybody on the video Sportscast. For those who don't know, Caleb is our sports director and at home with his dog, Ella, right now. Keep the comments coming. Caleb is also helping me out because he is going to man my social media today. He'll probably be answering some comments on here that I don't already. What do we have in the comments so far here, Caleb?
Folks wanted to remind you, don't forget 3 beers later. They want to know if you're sweating already.
A little.
Look out for coyotes.
Okay.
Or coyotes, depending on who you talk to. Ben says he sees you hitting that slow down button.
Yeah, I definitely was. There. It's my daughter on the stream there. She is getting the updates ready right now. We are at, let's see here, 1.6 miles. Well, 25 more to go. Just under 25 to go at this point. Coming up, we will have John Bishop and Josh Peterson joining us live, be on the radio and be on the video. At this point, a little bit later in the show, Brendan Stye, Jared Crick, Governor Pete Ricketts, Mayor Leary and Gayla Baird. And Caleb, I know you got to do sports here in a second, don't you?
Just under a minute, yeah.
Okay, and is the best people to go find it? Where's the best people to find the donation link?
KLIN.com. I've actually tweeted it out from both of your accounts. It is also on your Facebook page, or if they just go to KLIN.com, there's a Walk of Shame banner right at the top. They click on that. It's got a story. There is a button right there. It takes you right to the donation page. It's also got another link for you to watch.
Okay. It sounds good. And I think I may have to take my daughter out of the stream here so Bishop can fit in at some point, because I think we can only get 6 in. So we'll just remember that. Bishop has problems getting in.
And I think we've got sports happening right now. If we could unmute the studio.
I will do that. Just a moment here. Somebody unmute that, folks.
Sunday forecast. I'm Storm Alert Team Meteorologist, Liz Whaley.
from the Forsyth Insurance Sports Desk, this is KLIN Sports, powered by HuskerMax.com.
8:28 in Lincoln. Former Husker Prince Amukamara is the latest to sign with the Raiders. He joins Malik Collins, Richie Incognito, and DeMornay Pearson L in Las Vegas. A number of schools across the country and in the western United States in particular are at risk of not having sports for the fall semester. California State University system, which includes San Diego State, Fresno State, and San Jose State of the Mountain West, 23 total schools in that system, will be online only through the fall semester. For Pac-12 schools, meanwhile, Los Angeles County, which includes UCLA and USC, looking at 3 more months of a stay-at-home order. That extension would take those schools into the start of fall sports. NCAA President Mark Emmert said Tuesday the NCAA won't mandate or oversee a uniform return to college sports. Emmert said the decision for starting won't rest with the conferences either, but with local and state health officials. And due to the financial stress caused by COVID-19, the MAC cutting postseason tournaments to save money. The conference is eliminating postseason tournaments for 8 sports, amending the format for the remaining 9. Arizona Governor Doug Ducey has opened the door for professional sports to return to his state. Ducey said Tuesday that pro sports can resume without fans this Saturday. That's welcome news for every major sport trying to return. Testing and safety, not finances, the center of the discussion for Major League Baseball players Tuesday. In the multi-hour meeting with the MLB, contact tracing and response procedures to positive tests were a major concern. The discussions could go on for multiple weeks. And health and safety, the main talking point of a call with NBA Commissioner Adam Silver and Board of Governors as well Tuesday. Reports indicate the goal is getting team officials and players comfortable with the idea that a positive test would not again shutter play. Silver said told those on the call that if a positive test would shut them down, then they probably shouldn't even go down this path. I'm Caleb Henry. That is your KLIN Sports.
All right, thank you very much, Caleb. Coming up after Check News, we're going to bring in Josh Peterson, John Bishop, my friends, and sister station hosts of Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620. So John usually joins us during this time period.
Bill O'Reilly here, and I'm warming up. Stand by for the O'Reilly Update Morning Edition. But first,
sorry, I couldn't see any of the signals there. He was.
No, you're okay. We got to the break. We've got Bill O'Reilly on the air.
All right, I think I got to get my daughter out of the stream here because I think we can only have 6 in, and John's probably trying to get in and can't right now. So, all right, kick guest. All right, now John should be able to get in. Hi, Josh. You're muted. You're muted.
Hey.
Jeez. You would think after broadcasting at home for like 3 months, you would know to unmute yourself.
I didn't mute myself. Somebody else muted me.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, jeez.
I didn't. I don't know. We got like 8 administrators here, so anyone could have at this point.
I forgive you, Kenny.
Kenny probably did it. He's got a secret agenda to silence Josh Peterson.
Bad.
Hey, we got 74 people watching right now.
Let's
awesome. Go. That's good. All right. We are at 1.8 miles. We're like a 13th of the way done with this.
Did you put something on so you don't chafe throughout the day?
Underwear.
Oh, that's going to be brutal.
It's some high quality underwear. It's like Under Armour. It's nice and tight and snug. No, I used to have that. What's it? That glide stuff. What's it called?
That's what I use when I run.
When I run, yeah, maybe I should have done that. Well, I can apply when I take a break. And by the way, somebody in the KLIN studio, unmute the KLIN studio. Somebody.
The point is that you're not old at 57. If you keep yourself in good shape, mentally,
not yet. I just meant
you.
Thank you. Thank you. When we come back, and so I can hear the intro for Josh and John, which I don't know if John's showing up at this point. He's taking it to the last minute here.
Yeah, that sounds like John.
Let's see. Dakota says, hold on. Let's pull up some comments, shall we, here? That's true. I'm trying to. Well, I've got everybody helping me here with the whole thing. So let's see. What else do we have? Okay. You guys see that? Or am I just the only? Nebraska beat writer's character on The Office. That's a good one. That's a good one. We might have to delve into that a little bit later, Josh.
Oh, yeah. I'd be down for that.
That's fascinating. Greg wants to know what about Jack's other 15 Twitter accounts those people may want to donate to. We're just doing the main two. The Royals one has been inactive for a while, so I don't think people are following that. I think we got most people covered. I mean, Caleb has a password to all of them right now, so that's what's important.
Did you ever create a Nebrasketball Twitter account?
No, that's kind of what my main one is like. It's the main thing my main one is used for.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I now have the power to create one, right?
Yeah, I guess you could create some. I'm starting to run out of color schemes of that little picture of me though that I use.
Yeah, you need to become like a fan of a team in yellow so you can make a really bright yellow one. Just super obnoxious.
That'd be good. I'll become a big Georgia Tech fan or something.
There you go. Murder Hornets.
The Murder Hornets. All right, still not. Oh, Nora's going to change my background. Any requests?
What options does she have?
I mean, we have about 50 pictures from all over Lincoln.
Oh, okay. I got nothing. I don't live there anymore.
Great. Just pick anything, Nora. You choose. Josh was not very helpful. Whichever you want. You can switch. Just keep switching them up. That's good. What are we picking? Oh, Antelope Creek.
Jack, what's the YouTube account that this is on? What do I search?
Caleb, you know?
KLIN?
You go to KLIN. Go to KLIN.com. Under the banner, there's a direct link to it.
Okay.
I also just tagged you in a tweet that you can just. It should give you direct access to that KLIN link.
Yep, cool.
All right, Bishop isn't coming.
Well, apparently you're a liar then on Twitter anyway.
I am. Good thing we added Josh to the lineup, or I'd be alone for the first major segment.
I'm happy to not let you down.
Jason says, "How much for a Hawkeye background?" I don't know how much is that. How much is that worth? Yeah, somebody in the comments can answer all our questions. I keep forgetting 77 people are watching us. Got to not divulge any private information here. We have a picture of the North Bottoms for a background. So, like, if there's anybody, I'm trying to figure out how we can get people who want to send me backgrounds. So I've got to get them on this computer. My daughter has a wireless mouse that she's using on it, looking at it on a TV. But there's a way we can. If anybody has ingenious ideas for how to do that, let me know. All right, what are we doing now, Nora? You can just keep going. It's fine. You don't have to change them every 30 seconds. Just press cancel. All right, I will see if we can get one, Ben, of the North Bottoms. I don't think we have one. We got Antelope Valley, we got a lot of Devaney Center, we got a lot of Memorial Stadium, the Capitol, Holmes Lake, some old school pictures, some Haymarket pictures. Got one, 2 minutes. Thank you, Mark. Somebody sent me one of the KFC sign. Someone's got a car crashing into a Valentino's. So we have a good variety. But if you've got more, post them on that Facebook thread that we have going, and we'll see if we can get those on here.
Caleb, you tweet really well in the voice of Jack. That was
you need to tell me what you're tweeting now. I'm
That was a very good tweet.
What did you say?
So I said on the KLIN one, now joined by Josh Tweederson and John Bishop, both on blah, blah, blah. And then I quote tweeted it with the LNK one saying, or just Josh because John Bishop disappeared this morning like Creighton for the second weekend of the NCAA tournament.
Creighton's dumb.
John thinks he's supposed to be getting a phone call.
Oh my gosh. Was someone... Wow, Josh, that is... I mean, I can't even. It's so predictable. I can't even. I mean, I don't even know what to say. Will someone send him the link?
I'll send it to him.
For the love.
Okay.
A phone call. Do you know how? Does he? Josh, he's been video conferencing with you for weeks, hasn't he?
Yeah, for over a month now.
He knows it doesn't involve a phone, right?
He just tweeted at you. He said you never sent me a link, so I DM'd it to him.
KLIN weather. You by John Henry's Plumbing, Heating, and Air.
Mainly cloudy today. A few spotty showers this afternoon. Highs in the upper 50s to low 60s. Southeast winds at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Better chance for rain tonight. Storms are possible into Thursday morning. Some of these storms may be on the strong to severe side. That rain will end Thursday morning. Then it's going to get warmer with highs in the 70s. Watch Channel 8 Eyewitness News for our exclusive 10-day forecast. I'm Storm Alert Team Meteorologist Liz Whaley.
We are over a half hour into the Walk of Shame, at home Walk of Shame 2020. I am not tired at all. Look at that. How about I move this thing up a little bit? 3-4, 3-5, 3-6. How high will I go? I don't know. Whatever I want. Glad to have you with us on LNK today with Jack and Friends live from the at-home Walk of Shame. Glad to have all of you who are joining us on the video stream right now. YouTube, Facebook. I'm going to have to cut this intro off. I'm running out of breath. So, welcome into the show from our sister station, 1620 The Zone, and Sportsmanlike Conduct. John Bishop, Josh Peterson, both on the radio and on the video. John, Josh, welcome to my basement.
Hello.
Thanks for sending me the link, buddy. Appreciate it. It was a good job.
Caleb said that you wanted us to call you. Do you understand how video conferencing works?
No one sent me any information about how this was going to work. I've been sitting in front of my computer for the last half hour.
Haven't you basically been doing this for 2 months in these uncertain times?
Again, it helps to have a link.
What a Cubs fan.
Yeah, that's right. World champions. World champions.
People forget that.
People do forget that. So, John, you did one of these with me. We did one of these to help. Was it Leukemia Lymphoma Society? Is that right?
Gosh, there was that one. Yeah, there were a few. I mean, yeah, we did that one, and we met up there at Pinnacle Bank Arena. Basically, I can't tell. Where are you walking right now? That
this is Nora. This is the which location in Lincoln is this? Antelope Valley.
Well, just look around. Ask somebody. Ask somebody on the street that you're passing by.
Yeah. Hey, look. All right. Hey, there's the liquor store. Hey,
what was the first walk? The first walk was east to west, right?
Yeah, it was Lincoln North Star, and that was with Dave. This whole thing started with Dave, the co-host that came after John, and I were talking, and I just flippantly guaranteed, like some people do on the radio, that winter was basically over. And he said, put your money where your mouth is. And I said, all right, I'll walk across the city. Not really expecting that to be a thing. You know, I just shoot my mouth off like that.
Doesn't sound like you.
Yeah, not really. And a couple of weeks later, I was wrong, technically, allegedly. And so I walked what I considered to be across the city at that time, which was Lincoln Southwest, or Lincoln North Star to Lincoln Southwest. That was like 12 miles. And so a later year, and I can't even remember what we raised money for that first year. A later year, Bishop joined us, Dave and me, and we went from Holmes Lake to Oak Lake, right?
Yeah, that's right. We did. We started at Holmes Lake. I remember that was early in the morning, and ended up at Oak Lake. Very good. Yeah,
and that was when
you walked everywhere. Now
that's
you haven't
right.
really done. You haven't done you haven't been to Northeast Lincoln, have you? Have you gone through Havelock?
Oh yeah, that was one time people complained. I don't think I've ever been to Havelock, and people in Northeast Lincoln think that's some kind of a disrespect. They're like Indiana Hoosiersing that. It's just, I don't know. It's hard. And so then the future routes have just kind of weaved all around the city. You always kind of want to hit the landmarks. And so I've done some various things, but always tried to end. Like I've ended at Blue Blood Brewery once, ended at Pinnacle Bank Arena once, as you mentioned, ended at Lincoln Southwest once. And let's see. And then we ended at Celebrate Lincoln at the Rail Yard once. So this year it's obviously different, but we're good. Now, do you guys think hold on, I gotta take a breath. Whew, all right. Do you guys think I'm gonna be able to get this thing done by 6 o'clock? That's 26.2 miles.
So you got what, 9 hours left, and how far in are you right now?
So I've gone 2.4 miles so far.
Yeah, I think you can do that, John. The thing that I'm worried about for him, and you weren't in here yet, he didn't do anything to prevent chafing. He's wearing like compression shorts, but I am very concerned as somebody who runs a lot and walks a lot that he's going to get a couple hours in and he's going to start hurting. And then by the time that it's 6 o'clock tonight, he's really going to be hurting, and that shower is going to be absolutely miserable.
If you can do this, and I don't know if you can, but if you can do this without being too graphic, Josh, where are the chafing problem areas?
The man region.
Yeah, it'd be the inner thighs.
Yeah, your inner thighs are going to really hurt.
Sometimes is the back an issue too?
Yeah,
the backside.
Yeah.
I guess you can say that.
You're gonna hurt. You're gonna hurt a lot tonight. I'm really concerned.
Well, now, but have you had these problems in the past?
Well, I can't remember. I used to run longer distances, and I used the stuff all the time. But we threw this thing together so much that I didn't prepare like little details like that. So I may have some of that up in my closet. Not sure what's called Sports Glide. Is that what it's called?
Yeah.
I got to make sure I turn off the camera when I apply.
I was going to say, if you're going to do that live on the air, make sure.
No, don't turn off the camera. I mean, listen, this is if you're looking for donations, that might be the way to do it.
Yeah,
really
that's exactly right. I don't know.
Jack, I've not heard because you didn't. Again, you didn't send me a link. We have breaking sports news in this segment.
Yeah, I don't think we talked about this.
Yes, we do.
Can you play your Sports Flash?
Sports Flash.
Gosh, I wish I could. I don't have the ability here.
Okay.
Have Nora sing it because I know it's her favorite song.
Yeah, she likes the Sports Flash.
Yes, Noah Vedral has picked a school.
Okay.
Would you like to know which school?
If it's Iowa, the walk is done.
You're kind of close. It is a
Iowa
Nebraska
State?
opponent. It is a Nebraska opponent.
Minnesota?
Rutgers.
Rutgers?
Rutgers.
Rutgers?
Rutgers. He has picked Rutgers.
Really?
Yes. Now the funny thing is, and I've been very quickly doing some research. I think there's at least 7 other quarterbacks on that roster. There might be 8 other quarterbacks. So he could be the 8th or the 9th. Now they don't have an updated official roster on the website, but the one I could find that was sort of updated, he's going to have some competition. But yes, Noah Vedral could be playing Nebraska on October 24th.
I don't want to overstate this, but if you asked me to rank every team in Division I college football in terms of likelihood Noah Vedral would transfer there, Rutgers may literally be last on that whole thing.
Even behind Iowa?
Yeah, because Iowa. Look, you can see why. Some of it's a decent program right now. They win some games, people say, but Rutgers in conference with a big quarterback, a glut already. That's odd. I wonder what's going on there.
Well, part of it is their new offensive coordinator, Sean Gleason, runs a system that's pretty close. There's some similarities between what he has done and what Vedral is used to. Obviously, Vedral has been nothing but under a Scott Frost offense his entire career. So he was actually at Oklahoma State last year, and now he is at Rutgers this year. So that's probably the reason. I mean, it's obviously some offensive familiarity, but
that
could make
offensive
the October
system.
24th game interesting.
Didn't they play like 4 quarterbacks against Nebraska? All of them got injured or subbed out. Do you remember that? Remember that game? The rain and Piscataway, everything went right for the entire game.
Oh, that was the Riley year, right? Is that what you're talking about?
No, last year.
That was Maryland.
Yeah, you're thinking Maryland.
Jeez. All right, the oxygen is already an issue.
No, you know what? Hey, Rutgers, Maryland, they all look the same.
It's true.
They're the extra Big Ten teams that nobody likes or cares about. No worries.
Exactly.
I'm not going to fault you for that one.
They should combine their teams. They really should. And then we add Notre Dame too.
It's like the smaller classes in Nebraska football.
Yeah,
or whatever.
consolidated.
It's Rut Maryland.
Rutgers, Maryland.
Rutgers knows all about
Maryland.
Caleb, could they do a?
Or they
could they
could,
do a,
or they could just change the name to Freeman. You know, just do that. Whatever.
They could be the Rutland Scarlet Terrapins.
That would be
That's
awesome.
not bad. That's not bad.
That's
I
good.
like that.
Guys, I'm starting to worry. I'm concerned about this baseball negotiation. I don't know, because I think, Caleb, I think your sports, you said it still could be weeks before they even get on the same page with the union.
Yeah, there's a lot that they have to figure out, not just safety-wise, but when you dive into the money part of it, which I'm sure a lot of Americans want to hear millionaires talk about where the money split's going to be before they can get their sports back.
Josh and John, and the people that you guys talk to, I know you have like Mike Farron on your show and stuff, but do you have any hope that they're going to be able to get through these issues between owners and players to get something going here?
Well, I saw today that they're now proposing. They've got the plan for how to deal with the virus. Yesterday, it was pretty much all about the money. At least the initial conversations. You know, they've got, if they want to stick to the timeline that the owners have given, they've got this week and next week pretty much to iron things out. I'm going to be patient. I'm going to see where we are 1 week from like yesterday or maybe next Monday, see where they're at. Just because I do think that if both sides feel like there's a time crunch and they've got to get something done, this week could sound very pessimistic. This week could sound very, oh man, this isn't happening. But then when they realize, you know, how close they are on not having a season at all, things might change. So I'm gonna give it this week just to see, you know, kind of where we are when we get to next week.
Yeah, I think I agree, and I almost wonder too, John. And we talked about this a little bit yesterday, Jack, because there was a few stories on this. I wonder how much of this week and maybe even into next could be posturing. You know, it seems like a lot of the reports that have come out so far are from like the owner side of things. And then, you know, we saw the Sean Doolittle stuff on Monday, and you wonder if now maybe we'll hear from more players in the coming days. And I don't know. I have to imagine that they're going to get a deal done. I guess I would be surprised if there was no baseball season and the reason why was because of money. Like of all of the reasons to not have a sport this year, I understand why it could happen, but the PR hit that everyone involved would take for that, I just can't imagine that would be something that they would all sign up for.
That's a really good point.
And it's actually, I mean, if you really want to get technical, it's almost not about money, but it's about the salary cap. The players have, the union has said that a 50-50 split is essentially a salary cap, which was the root of the issue back in '94 when we lost the World Series. And they have been adamant, the union has, that we're not going to have a salary cap of any kind. So, it's almost about the language and the structure of where the money comes from, not so much the split of the money. Because there's a possibility, Jeff Passan of ESPN wrote about it yesterday, there's actually a possibility that a 50-50 split would give the players more money than the agreement that they came to back in March at the outset of the pandemic that said, we're going to pay you a prorated salary. So if you play half the games, we'll pay you half a salary. A 50-50 split, theoretically, could give them actually a little bit more money. So I think it's more about the optics of a salary cap than it is anything else.
We'll see. Man, I hope it happens, though. I don't know, for some reason, guys, I'm most focused on that one more than anything, just because I felt like it's got the possibility of being the most immediate, and it happens every day. It feels like the best fit for what's happening right now, sports-wise.
Yeah, it would. I mean, it would definitely be. It'd be like, just turning on the faucet, and suddenly it's like, you're right. Baseball is an everyday event, and so you would have something going on every single day. Upwards of 15 games a day. And we talked about it with Mike Farron last week. He joined us on Friday, and one of the things that I've been wondering about, we have like the depressing and serious conversations surrounding sports returning, but one of the fun ones for me is, what's the national television schedule going to be like? And he agreed that he thinks we could see more games than ever on national TV. And you wonder if that would mean, a bunch of day games, a bunch of night games, ESPN, Fox Sports 1, Big Fox, ESPN 2, Turner, MLB Network. Like they have a lot of national television partners. And so I hope that if it does return, when it does return, that it ends up really being a benefit just to sports fans and say, we're going to do some different stuff, and here are 4 games a day that you can watch on national television.
Well, and in truth, too, it's a guinea pig, right? Because, not that having the NBA back wouldn't be good, too, but I think if we're looking ahead to September, October, and maybe that, blessed matchup between Noah Vedral and his former head coach, if we want to see that happen, I think baseball has to have something going by that point, because even though the sports aren't exactly the same, there's more people involved than there is in a basketball game. And so you've got to have that. You got to have that that canary in the coal mine to kind of see, where you're going. And I guarantee you, football is going to be watching very closely. NFL is going to be watching closely. College football is going to be watching very closely as far as how does baseball work. So, to me, as much as I want to just have baseball back, period, I think it's also going to, set a benchmark for what to do and how to proceed and how to make things happen.
Yeah.
All right, guys, I got to take a break. You guys can hang on for a little bit longer if you want to. We're going to take you off the radio. We can go on the video stream and extend our conversation for a few more minutes, if you don't mind. To the radio audience, going to grab a break, wrap up the show after this. If you want to watch us, we are on YouTube and Facebook Live. You can find the links at klin.com. Make a donation to that COVID-19 relief fund. Help people affected in Lincoln. You're listening to KLIN.
Yesterday.
So is this the paid version of StreamYard?
Yes, it is. I just went and got a paid version.
Yeah, man, it looks good.
Yeah, how is it different than yours?
You can add the graphics and you can take the StreamYard logo off, but you've got your graphics up there. So, how else does it function differently? Anything else?
I don't know. We should put a banner on maybe with our upcoming guests. You guys can do that. Hey, my head's cut off this way. Nobody wants to see that. Nobody. Yeah.
Oh, here's the story.
Hey, look, it's the liquor store, whatever that liquor store is up there.
Oh yeah,
looks
is
nice.
it? Yeah, is that Mom's
Street?
Is that Mom's?
Mom's, yeah.
Mom's, right? Yeah, I know. Yeah, I remember that one because after the 93 Orange Bowl, they had a sign that was up for almost an entire year that said Big East officials suck. That liquor store. That's true. That's true. Hey, Caleb, will you tell them just to wrap the show there? I quit the show. They can do it in a minute. It's just
Hey, Misty's.
There we go. There's Havelock.
There we go. Nora,
finally.
Nora put Havelock up. So there we go.
So you got your green screen. Yeah, you can still do the green screen on the unpaid site, but that's pretty good.
Yeah.
How far? What's the distance? How far does the sheet have to be behind you there?
So here's the weird thing, and it's hard for people to tell this. The sheet is covering up almost more than half of my treadmill. So
it's that close.
Yeah, there I'm touching it. So so that makes it a little bit more when the pace goes up a little bit more.
Yeah, you got to be up front.
It makes it a little bit more challenging. So you guys probably can hear it. I hit the front.
Oh,
that's me hitting the front of the treadmill, which I do a little bit. But yeah, I'm walking on half a treadmill basically.
Couldn't you get like some clothespins or something and roll it up at the bottom so it's not touching? So it's not.
It is. It's not touching, but it's not. I did that. It's not touching the bottom. It's rolled up. It's like a foot off the ground, but even my calves are hitting it.
It looks good though. I mean, it's a nice little touch. I'm glad you did that.
Yeah, people sent in pictures from around the city to use, and my daughter has a wireless mouse for this computer, so she comes in every once in a while, and she's got the screen on the TV up here, and so she'll just change it. So if people have requests.
Hey, now, I was going to say if you have requests, but is that how you're going to try to get donations? Say, hey, if you donate $50, and I'll walk in front of your picture for so many minutes.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
I can do that. I just got to figure out how to. The issue is, I got to get the picture on this computer. So,
she can't do that.
Well, she could. She's got to use the mouse to open an email attachment or something to get it. It probably could be done Hey, we got hours. We can probably figure it out.
I was going to say, you got until 6 o'clock. You got plenty of time.
If I gave someone control of my computer, they could probably do it. But she's learning a lot about video production and about how things work. Now, she did ask she said to me, when the governor and the mayor are on, she wanted to know if she could be on the screen. And I said, well, how about you prepare one question for each of them? You think you want to do that?
Good idea.
She says, yeah, but she doesn't know. She says, yeah, but she hasn't come up with them yet.
That's a good idea, though. I like that.
She's gonna get that. For those who are just joining us, coming up. You give me that sheet, Nora. I'll look at my schedule here. So we are going to have, and we're going to have pretty soon, in about 15 minutes here, our old colleague John, Kevin Thomas.
Yep.
Now working for the State Patrol. We're going to get Maestro Ed is going to join me from Baltimore.
Oh
And
my
Barbara
God! This has to be killing Ed because he can't hug anybody.
I know he's going to get killed, but that dude loves hugging people.
Yes, he
so
does.
yeah, he's not going to be able. So he's going to join me live. I'm hoping he'll play piano for us, maybe coming up. After that, we got Brendan Stye. I told Stye, we'll see if he does it. I was like, share the link with the entire pipeline because we could get all of you to join us, or some of you. I don't know if they said yes. I don't know if they got that done or not, but at least he will be here. Caleb, you got Jared Crick for us, right?
Yeah. So Crick's coming on. When I've talked with him in the past, he's actually brought on like Levante David and Ndamukong Suh, but he has not texted me back since like 3 yesterday. So I have no idea, one, if he has anyone, but two, hopefully he's awake this morning to talk to us in an hour and a half.
He's supposed to be on at 10:45, 10:30. If he's not, we'll bring, whoever wants to come in. We'll bring somebody else in and talk. We can be flexible on this. Now, is he officially retired? He was with the Broncos for a while, wasn't he?
Yeah.
I think he is retired.
Yeah, he's had injuries, so he officially retired. But yeah, he was with the Texans and then the Broncos. He's played with some pretty good defensive teams.
Yeah, that's what I want to ask him, because he's been on teams with Clowney, Watt, Von Miller, right? Like, I'd be interested in seeing who he would say, who he thinks the best individual defense, and with Suh, obviously.
Yeah, obviously he played with Suh then at Nebraska.
Yeah, and I always remember that Baylor game that he had after Suh left. It just no one could block him.
It's funny you bring that up. That game randomly showed up on Twitter over the weekend. Like, I saw some account. It was like, remember Jared Crick's 5-sack game. And so I ended up watching the highlights, and it was like, my God, they just got after the quarterback so much in that game.
Yeah, that was crazy. Let's see. Somebody put up that comment from Gene, either Gene or Jeannie.
That's a funny comment.
Yeah. So can somebody put that up? One of my many producers. There we go. Can you share a video from hour one of the walks? I suppose you can just scroll back and check it and take a screenshot.
Yeah, I was going to say, somebody should take screenshots once an hour and just to see what you
How I change?
Yeah, your face, the sweat, all of that stuff.
You might, I was gonna say you might be walking a little bit slower if the changing thing starts.
I just realized you saw me take a drink. I realized I've been an hour and I hadn't taken a drink yet. I did hydrate pretty heavily, but I was like, crap, I'm really thirsty and I'm talking the whole time. I'm realizing there are going to be some different challenges this year that I did not totally anticipate, because I'm going to be talking way more than I ever did when I did this, and that's a different deal. So anyway, Crick's coming up. Who knows? You may have guests. I'm hoping Caleb maybe will join me then. Heck, if you guys want to pop in, you're bored later, want to pop in and do it too, you're welcome to do that. Gonna have a bunch of, do you guys see I'm gonna do a bunch of the radio shows around town. We'll have Jenna and Joe from B1073. We're gonna have Nelson and Gary from Froggy 98. We're gonna have Sweet 98 Vibe Girls up in Omaha, who I know and I've worked with a lot. Nikki and Chi and Laura, who I don't know yet. We're going to have Tiago Ray. He's the DJ at the Husker basketball games. He's on Red 94.5. I said I want a live pump-up DJ mix. And he said he would do it. So I don't know what it's going to look like, what it's going to sound like. But he may jack me up so much, I'll put this on like 7 and just hammer a mile out or so.
There you go.
That'll be in the afternoon.
What's your walking pace right now? What is it, 2.5?
I'm at 3.3.
Oh, 3.3.
I'm at 3.3. Jeez, what do you think?
Yeah,
3.3,
I'm just
dog.
saying, you might want to pace yourself. That's all I'm saying. Pace yourself.
Then I'm going to turn it up. Now that you said that, 3.5.
Oh, this is going to be good. I'm just going to pop in periodically throughout the day and say, you know what? 7.5 is not that fast. You know,
Geez,
and
my
just
heart
see
rate.
see how much
My
you're
heart rate's
going.
130. My heart rate's 130. I've gone 3.5 miles, 23 left, 7,455 steps, 1,557 calories.
Does the treadmill not keep track of those things?
Well, it does, but I think there's a chance if I get off for more than 30 seconds, we'll lose it. And so we're going to go with the Fitbit. And then my daughter has a computer readout in the other room with the Fitbit stats that she's putting on a whiteboard, which if I get rid of the studio here, I'll kick them out, and then she can join us again. If I figure out how to do it.
I was going to say, do you guys, maybe have a link up there. Have the link up there to donate.
Yeah. Hey, Kenny, will you kick the studio out of the room? Just kick him out of the room. Yeah, and if somebody, maybe on the scroll, or somebody get the link up to to donate? That's a great idea.
It'll be a very busy screen, but hey, it's no different than watching CNBC, I suppose.
Yeah, if we need to take it down, you guys do that artistic stuff. You guys can all figure that out. So we can kick KLIN out.
You know how to do that. It's easy. Piece of cake.
I can't. The mouse thing isn't working very good. This is why I have a team of producers here to help me. I guess Kenny's the only one who can do it right now. Let's see here. Wow. Joshua Betts says, Josh Peterson, you look terrible.
Yeah, screw you, Triple B.
Wow. He benefits from so much free marketing from you, too.
Yeah.
And from everyone, really.
Yeah, so much for me retweeting you for your shirt deals in the future, Josh.
Is there anyone who gets more free marketing from the local media?
No, he might be number one.
I'm surprised Caleb isn't wearing one of his shirts. He's got some.
I could go grab I could go grab my Remember Sports shirt right now.
Let's see. Is there anyone?
I'm going to do some prep for the show today.
So here's the beginning where people are starting to say, well, that's probably it for me.
Bye.
Bye.
I'll have back to you later. Good luck,
Sure.
John.
Sure you will. We'll have that beer sometime. Sounds good.
Bye.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, now there she can get back. We still haven't figured out how to kick out the KLIN studio. All right, Nora, you want to put the update up there? All right, sounds good. All right, what are you doing on your show today, Bishop?
Oh, we're actually pretty busy today. We're going to talk to Todd Furman, our guy from Fox Sports 1, our gambling guy. We're going to have Ryan McGee on from ESPN because NASCAR, America's Sport, is starting this weekend. Looks good.
Can people see that or not? Does it look okay? I've got a small screen, so.
Yeah, I mean, you could probably shoot it a little bit closer.
Yeah, she's learning.
Yeah, it's
How to
fine.
do these things. All
It's
right.
not bad. It's not bad.
There you go. Bishop's advising you, Nora. Hey, there we got. There we got the scroll. All right, so Nora's going to record.
Who's controlling the scroll?
That's Kenny right now.
Oh, Kenny's doing okay. Because I was going to say, if you could do that same thing with the graphic. No, that looks good. That's pretty good.
He could update that there too. Yeah. So we're good. Anyway, what are you going to talk to a gambling guy about?
Well, I mean, if we're playing football this year with no crowd, how much is that going to affect point spreads? You know, because you got a lot of interesting non-conference games that you may not be playing in front of people.
I'm going to be honest. I've thought a lot about sports ramifications on this. That is one I had not thought of at all. If I'm being honest.
But obviously we'll talk about other things in gambling, and then Bruce Rasmussen of Creighton's going to come on, and we'll.
Oh yay! Yay!
That's right. You better get ready for that.
What are you going to talk to him about?
Well, I mean, scheduling other sports. His idea for basketball. He's been talking about, maybe in order to get basketball going, to have like Big East and Big Ten work together because they share the same footprint. So, yeah, there's a lot of different things. So
I feel like
got a busy show today.
I feel like my computer is getting bumped more than it was at the beginning. I'm trying to figure out why. Yeah, it is. All right. Hold on.
Still working.
See if I can fix this. Man, if I screw something up here, this is such. You should see this setup. It's like a.
Yeah, can Nora shoot the setup?
Yes, she can.
Yeah,
Nora, give people a look behind the scenes.
This took us like 3 hours to set up.
Can we get her on the ISO cam here?
Yeah, she's bringing it. She's got a tablet. Hey, turn that down. I don't.
Let's see it.
Here, make it. Somebody make that bigger.
Hit the ISO button. If you click on Nora's,
I got it.
You got it. Okay. All right. So
there's that, and then our 500 power outlets.
Oh.
And barbells. You gonna lift weights later?
Yeah, that might be a challenge. Show them the setup here.
Oh yeah. We have that.
All the
Can I show them
routers. Yep.
behind the green screen? Oh, this.
Yes.
And then our green screen setup, which is crazy.
Are you showing it?
Yes.
Yeah, here we go.
Oh my God, that thing is close.
All right, thank you, Nora.
You look like a shower curtain.
Yeah, pretty much. All right, good.
Used to that. Awesome. Well, it looks good.
Thank you. Thanks
and
for.
There's the finished product right there. All right. Well, we'll check in with you later and.
Yeah, feel free to if you have something you want to say, feel free to jump in and comment. You're welcome to do that.
If any more Nebraska quarterbacks transfer, I'll come in and break it for you.
All right, so yeah, please do. That might
Adrian
be worrisome.
Martinez is transferring to Wisconsin.
Oh.
Yeah, oh my gosh. Hey Nora, I need your
No, he
help.
is
My
not
mouse isn't
transferring
working.
to Wisconsin.
Where did my daughter go? My mouse isn't working. I have a huge picture in front. Will you close that? Close. My mouse isn't working right. Close. Close that one too. Okay. Hey, we finally got rid of the KLIN studios. Yay.
All right. Take care. Be safe. We'll talk to you later.
See you later. I appreciate it.
Yep. You bet.
All right, so there we go. Sarah says this is the best walk of shame yet. Thank you. I appreciate it. Dan Sayer is quoting song lyrics. Well, you can say, by the way, I use my walk, I'm a woman's man, no time to talk.
Jack, have we reached 4 miles yet?
Nora, what's the update is 3.8 miles.
Oh, coming up.
That's the latest. 3.8. My computer's very slow. Super. That's good. And I think we may have a fundraising update too.
$445.
443? What time did that email come in?
9.
That was at 9.
Yeah, that's the newest one.
Okay, 443. All right, not where I want it to be. Not where I want it to be. I mean, you guys can't make me do this and then go back and say, hey, we raised $1,800, right? I think we got well over 5 digits last time I did this. I think so. Now, I appreciate nobody coming in. Is that on pace? No, I don't think that's on pace, Dakota. I know there have been a lot of people, Caleb, and you know this from my social media too, is that why am I not doing it outside? And the short answer is there's a lot of things I did when I did it outside that would have been really hard right now. Taking photos with people, going to businesses, those sorts of things. So I'm not able to do that. That's been a problem. And then the other thing is that it's raining outside right now. There we go. I had to mute my daughter. That was the echo. And I thought this would be cool just because we could bring content in the whole time. We could live stream the video the whole time. There she is. And that might give a different opportunity for people to kind of be a part of it the entire time and interact the whole time long as well.
Yeah. So
anyway.
if you were outside, yes, you could have a phone with you. You could have someone going along with one of those, but that doesn't quite do the same as what the technology is in a controlled environment with you being at home in your basement and having that green screen. And you've got guests lined up throughout the entirety of the day.
Right.
And that's not that, other than someone happening to show up on your walk, that's not something you would have been able to do out and about. And this makes sense for this year, the same way when we had Munch Madness, a lot of people were disappointed that it was classic and there were places you couldn't go to anymore, but it worked out really well. And I think that's what you're doing here today as well.
I do a lot of things that disappoint people. I think we learned that very easily here. Let's bring here, Caleb. I'll let you out for a little bit if you want to, and we'll bring Kenny in, or excuse me, Kevin in. Sorry, this is very hard. Everyone I know has the same first letter starting their name. It's very difficult. Where in the heck are you?
I'm just outside my office, actually. I figured rather than sit in the office, I'd join you on a little walk. So I'm adjacent to Highway 2 down by the State Patrol headquarters.
Nice. We actually walked in that area 2 years ago, didn't we?
Yeah, you walked right by our headquarters here and then went up to 27th Street, and then we got lost just south of Highway 2 on 27th Street, if you'll remember. It's a great time.
That's right. People might not know this story. Is 2 years ago we had a route completely planned out and kind of timed pretty closely, because the way we've done is you have to show up at businesses and stuff at certain times. You give them an idea of when it's going to happen. As I slow down a little bit here while I talk. And I'm trying to remember, Kevin, we were on the Highway 2 trail next to Highway 2. Oh, and I know what it was. We went by that old Shopco and Arby's there, and we were going to go over that bridge that goes over 27th Street.
Yeah, there's those. Yeah, there's two bridges, and we were only supposed to go over one, but we went over both. So
Right.
we ended up west of 27th Street, and John Bishop, of all people, was just terribly mad because we were supposed to meet him. Remember, he was giving you that MAGA hat?
That's right.
And we showed up late?
That's right. Yeah, I do remember that. He was, and then I
I'm
had
sure you still wear that all the time.
It was not mine. It was his. He owns it, or I think one of his sons owned it. So yeah, I think so. So yeah, that was something, and we lost. I mean, we were going through that neighborhood in southwest Lincoln. There, we probably lost 45 minutes doing that.
Oh, probably. But it was a nice leisurely walk.
Yeah, we had.
We did have a pretty big crowd with us right there.
Yeah, we did.
Wasn't Josh and Schaefer? They were both there, and then you had a couple kids walk with us for a little while, and their mom.
Yep, there were some kids.
Yeah, they made you do flossing over there. That's when flossing was the big thing.
Because we did it as to raise money for Morning Hope, and it was a couple of kids who had lost their father a year before, and so yeah, I tried to floss for them when flossing was the thing. Kids aren't doing that as much anymore. Is it raining out there right now? What's going on with the weather?
Nah. No.
Not really?
No, it's just a little windy. It's not raining. Is it hard to hear me? Because I am right by Highway 2 now.
A little bit. It's not too bad. I mean, it's pretty good for the situation.
I'm nearing the marathon route.
So for people who don't know, Kevin and I worked together at KLIN. You started, 2007, just a little bit after I did? 2007, just a little bit after I did.
Yeah, like 5 or 6 months after you did. Yep.
Right. And you did a variety of things in the newsroom, and you produced for the afternoon show for Kobe Mack. Did the afternoon show for a while when he was gone. And then we ended up doing our show together for a period of time. And then you moved on to the State Patrol. Now you're with the State Patrol.
Yep.
And wearing suits to work, apparently.
Yep. Well, we've got a funeral today, so ordinarily I don't wear a suit every day, but we do have a funeral today that I'm going to in Omaha.
So go ahead.
Well, it's kind of interesting. I know you guys have been covering all the the COVID stuff and social distancing and everything, the funeral today is for a lieutenant who passed away from cancer back in March. And so we postponed, and his family wanted to postpone to try to make sure that we could have as many people there as possible.
I didn't even think of that.
So, because if we had the funeral then, you couldn't have more than 10 people. And so now we're kind of to the point where some of that is relaxed. The churches are able to open with appropriate social distancing and things like that. So we can have more people there, but it's still not what would have been.
It's got to be. Sorry, guys. It's got to be one of the first funerals in the state. One of the first few, at least.
Well, I think people have been having, because I know of people who have had funerals where it's just been immediate family, and I can't imagine how difficult that was for the family to not be surrounded by loved ones. I mean, even at a reception or something afterwards, you couldn't have people. And so thankfully we're able to do a little bit more of that today. So it's just, I think that's one of the things that probably was not as publicized as could have been, or not as noticed. Maybe that's the best way to put it, because of all the things that everyone was dealing with, then you have people suffering loss too, and they don't feel like they can mourn in the way they want to.
Oh, I can't even imagine. Even the ability, when that happens, for people who have been through it, you usually kind of group together, and family and friends come together and they spend a huge amount of time together. You'd feel like you probably shouldn't do that with that kind of a group, and then you can't even have a proper funeral. I just can't imagine how terrible that is.
So still with a trooper funeral, we would have hundreds and hundreds of people there. And unfortunately, I've been a part of a few of them over the last few years. And Lieutenant Lovelace, whose funeral is today, universally loved throughout the agency. And he used to be a part of the training academy. So I think it's something like a quarter to a third of all the troopers working today trained under him when he was in Grand Island. So everybody knows him. And so we're not going to be able to have as many people as we would like to or want to be there. So we're doing the live stream and stuff like that to make it a little more accessible. But it's probably not going to be the same as it would have otherwise. But at least we're able to do something right now.
Yeah. What's it been like for the State Patrol? I've read a lot of stories about people speeding 150 miles an hour, a lot more than they usually do. But I'm sure there's a lot more changes than that for them.
Yeah, it's been interesting for the troopers across the state. They're real go-getters. The vast majority of troopers, when they go to work, they want to work, right? And it's a little different right now because there's not as much traffic. They can't go out into the communities and do a lot of the going to the schools and stuff like that, which they love to do. They can't. There's less interaction with the public than they're used to, for sure. Like one little thing, troopers so often, some of them, bring their own lunch, but a lot of them go out to eat at restaurants just to be around people, right? They go and whether it's at a fast food or a local mom and pop restaurant, they go and they just hang out. And that's part of what they call community policing. They just are visible in the community. They're part of it. They interact with people. And for 2 months now, they haven't been able to do that. So that's one of the adjustments they've had to make. I'm sure there will be more adjustments, but as things start to open back up, hopefully they'll be able to do a little bit more of that.
Yeah, I'm sure. Man, can you imagine? I bet you've been thinking a whole lot about what radio has been like the last few weeks.
No, I definitely have. I think you guys have done a great job. I've been listening constantly. When I left, I never stopped being a KLIN fan. I've always listened, and I just think you guys have, as a team, you've done a great job. I love the 5 o'clock show being back. That's awesome. I could think of another name for it, if I'm being honest, besides Road to Recovery. It might stand with some letters like DTL, but that's just me. So, but you guys have done a great job. and I think we talked about this about a week or so ago, just briefly. I feel like you guys are in like severe weather mode 24 hours a day for 2 straight months.
Yeah.
It's just constant. And especially right there at the beginning where no one knew what was going on, it was such a big information gathering mode that you're doing that at the same time that you're disseminating that information. It just must have been the adrenaline rush of a lifetime. But at the same time, it's super, super serious. So, I don't know, balancing that, I think you guys have done a really good job.
Yeah, it's weird. I think you might have said this in a text to me, but it was like, boy, there are certain times you kind of know everyone's listening, and severe weather is one of those. And this is kind of the same thing, but for an extended period of time. And so, yeah, you're right. It was a weird mix of, like you said, excitement about that, but then sort of lack of, just being unsure and worrying and wondering what the future was going to be like for a variety of reasons. So, yeah, you're definitely right. It's a weird combination of feelings in those first few weeks.
Well, and what people don't realize, and I'm not saying this to make it sound like you guys are exceptional beyond what other people are doing, because so many people have had to sacrifice so much lately and have had to adjust so much. But an old broadcasting professor told me, I shouldn't call him old, he's still teaching, but he told me a story one time of his first severe weather coverage, and like there's a tornado warning. So he goes.
Oh, we're losing him a little bit. He might have lost his 4G.
Dashing out of the house, and his wife, who's a new wife at that. Yeah.
Sorry, you broke up a little bit there, Kevin. And then we got you again, and then tell me that again.
Okay. So I guess what I think probably people don't think about is that when there's a severe weather situation, you guys, I mean, you leave your family at home and go to the radio station, right? You go to work. And so it's a tough thing for the families. And at the same time, now, if we use that analogy for the COVID stuff, I mean, there's some personal level of uncertainty, right? About what's going on at home, how much you can be at home, how much you can do all this other stuff at normal functions. At the same time, you're in this constant state of breaking news coverage. So it's got to be a very interesting world right now.
Yeah. I don't know. You think baseball's going to come back?
Man, I hope so. I'm wondering if I get a refund on my MLB TV.
You should.
I hope. I haven't looked yet, but I hope I do.
You should. I'm hoping.
I'm missing it.
MLB TV is such the way that they regionalize and black people out. I'm hoping if baseball comes back, that the TV thing will be rectified, because everybody's going to want to watch games, and they're going to have a really hard time blocking out, people from Iowa from watching, 5 different teams in the Twins and the Cubs and the White Sox and the Brewers. That'll be hard.
Yeah. I'm worried about college football, to be honest, with, all the trickles of information, like the Pac-12 saying what they did yesterday. I don't know. The summer sports, I think we'll get some summer sports, right? I think we will, but I wonder if the mass gatherings of 90,000, I wonder what college football is going to look like in the fall. I really, really hope we have it, and NFL too, but more college here in Nebraska. I really, really hope so. I don't know. And that's another thing, is like, how much does that affect budgets, not just of the university? I know you've been talking with Jeff Mull all the time about the economic development dollars and all the tourism dollars and all sorts of stuff that comes in with for the city of Lincoln. The impacts of that are going to be massive if we're not able to do that as normal. So I imagine that even if we get back to some sports, right, there's still going to be an impact felt long before or long past when we feel normal again, when we're able to go to stuff. I think there may be a little bit of lag in catching up. That'd just be my guess, but
absolutely. Hey, before I let you go, and by the way, we got Ed Polachek and Barbara Zock coming up next. Ed's going to
that'd
be
be
from
great.
Baltimore, so maybe you'll get to say hi to him here if they come on here pretty soon. But you've done a great job raising money for Team Jack over the years, and we're trying to raise money here today for the COVID-19 fund. Look at the scroll at the bottom. You can see mylcf.org/walk of shame. Make a donation there via credit card, really easily. Whatever you want. If you can do it right now, it's a great way to help. And Kevin, I know you're familiar with this fund a little bit and what it's doing, but especially in your job, kind of the impacts that things like this have around the community. Law enforcement gets to see that firsthand. So I'd just kind of like to hear your thoughts on a fund like this and what the impact it has.
The thing that strikes me, and I heard you interview Barbara a little earlier this morning. It's the wide range of organizations that can benefit from something like this. Yes, you can give directly, and I'm not discouraging giving directly to your favorite nonprofit or anything like that, but an organization like this is able to maximize those dollars, I feel like, a little bit more when it goes through a fund like the Community Foundation. So I'd just encourage people to give, be generous, whether that's today or on Give to Lincoln Day coming up here in a couple weeks. This is a time where we may not be sure how best our dollars can be used. So if you find a fund like this or an organization like the one you're raising money for today through the foundation, I think that has the opportunity to maximize the dollars to a greater degree than maybe we would otherwise. If you personally tried to benefit 10 different organizations, that same amount of money may go farther through the foundation. So that's my 2 cents on it. So I'd encourage people to donate, be generous today, and help out. If you feel inclined to help out, this is a great way to do it. And I think you're doing an awesome job, Jack. I know you've got, like 22 more miles to go?
You want an update? Let's see.
Please.
I just got the little fireworks on my phone because I hit 10,000 steps for the day. So that's exciting.
Isn't that like the best feeling when you hit that before 10 in the morning?
At 9:30, I got 10,000 steps. Let's see. I have gone 4.7 miles, so I'm about to hit 5 miles. 1,875 calories so far. So got about 21 miles to go.
What time did you?
A quarter of the way done.
When did you start walking?
I started right at the beginning of. My conversation with Barb. So I was about 8:10.
Oh, so you've only been walking for not even an hour and a half yet.
Yeah, is that a good pace? Well, you know what?
And I feel like
this one thing though. There's this one thing I had. I didn't reset the steps when I got on the treadmill, so I got credit. I got credit for walking from my bed to the bathroom to my car, and then my car down to my office, into the KLIN studios to my car, and then down here. That's got to be like a
so
max.
I'm gonna ask you a critical question here. As an experienced treadmill runner, how are you measuring the miles? Are you going by what the treadmill tells you, or by what your watch tells you?
I'm going by my watch because there's a chance the treadmill will turn off at some point if I take a break of more than 30 seconds, and everything will reset.
Oh, your treadmill, it'll shut off at some point.
Yeah,
like I've run some long distances on treadmills. The longest I've ever been able to go on a treadmill without it shutting off and saying, "What are you doing?" is 100 minutes.
Okay, well I'm at 83 now. So
it'll shut off on you at some point. Well, I mean, but then you do math in your head. It's elementary math, man. You can figure that out.
Is this the watch is accurate? Is it not?
No. Because if you measure just by you can get shorted by like a mile if you go by the watch.
You're ruining my entire event. It's time to bring in the next guest because you're ruining my event.
That's why I'm asking.
You just put a huge question mark on my entire event.
Hi, Kevin.
It's Barbara. She's the
intentionally, and that was intentionally the last thing I said. Hey guys,
Barb Lincoln Symphony Orchestra, live from Germany, right, Barb?
You got it.
And Ed Polachek, I presume in Baltimore, the maestro. Hey, Ed, how you doing?
Hey, it's great. You remind me of me, Jack. Just walking, and never getting anywhere.
That's exactly right. You guys want to say hi to Kevin before? Hi to Kevin before he goes back to work?
Kevin, you're talking about your treadmill definitely stopping at some point and saying, "Are you still there?"
Yes.
My Netflix does that to me.
Yep.
I've never been on a treadmill long enough for it.
Oh yeah, no, mine does too. I think. Well, I think people have figured that out about Netflix lately, right? I mean, I know that it has done that forever, but I think people have experienced it for the first time over the last couple months. Like saying, "Are you still awake? What's happening?" Great to see you guys. I know you're off in different places, so be safe. We've enjoyed looking at seeing the stuff that I know Ed did a couple months back, and Richard's been doing on the LSO Facebook page. So thanks for doing that. That's been awesome.
We had the best time. That was fabulous, Kevin. We really, and it was absolutely a very much a last minute impromptu thing, and we just had a great time doing it.
All right, thanks, Kevin.
Very,
I
very
appreciate
cool.
it.
Yeah, we enjoyed it definitely as a family.
Thanks,
Bye, guys. Have good luck, Jack.
Yep, we'll talk. Come visit me later if there's no one here, please. That's what I'm worried about, guys. Like, we got all these guests here at the beginning, and then I'm worried everybody's going to go away, and I'm just going to be walking alone. This is great. I have people to talk to now. This will be great for the full day. And I'm so glad to see you guys right now. It's been a long time.
It's been too long, Jack. It really has. I cannot tell you, because the last time I was in Lincoln was when we were to do our benefit and our Pops concert middle of March. And
Right.
I actually haven't been anywhere since then. Since I've been back.
Oh my gosh, yeah. Because Barb, didn't you have an interview like the day before it got called off? Or what happened in those days?
Well, I think that between the time I saw you for the interview and 24 hours later, the other shoe dropped and a state of emergency was declared.
Yep.
And we all looked at each other and said, it's not the morally right thing to do, to bring a group of people who are potentially in a high risk group together, even for the great cause of having a fun gala for LSO.
Yep.
And so I think we then, probably 8 hours after I saw you, 12 hours after I saw you, we decided to cancel the in-person gala.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I think
it's
that
crazy.
at that same time, I think we announced that we were canceling the gala, and we had a concert the next night. And I think I got home that day and had about 7 different emails from churches and performing arts organizations through the region that same exact, like everyone within the same hour and a half had the same conversation, and everybody canceled for that weekend.
Yep.
And that was it.
So Ed, I mean, this is because the industry you guys are in is legitimately one of the last ones. It's one of the last things like that, and football games feel like they're the last thing to come back. That's your world, though, Ed. What are you thinking now? What are things like for you right now?
Well, I'll tell you, it actually has been, personally for me, it's been a bit of a hump for me to get over. I made it no secret that by the end of this season, I was going to retire from Peabody, where I've taught for, well, it will have been 43 years on the faculty there. So I wanted to spend, and I am going to be spending more time out in Lincoln ultimately, and a little more guest conducting, and so it opens up my life. What happened, of course, was the moment I got returned from Lincoln on the 15th of March, the edict came down from Hopkins, because Peabody is part of Johns Hopkins University. The edict came down that everything has to go remote, everything has to be online, et cetera, et cetera. Now, that's fine. I mean, all of the applied teachers had to do it. All the classroom teachers had to do it. I'm about the only one, I think, on the faculty who would not be able to conduct ensembles online. It's just not possible to do that. So I've been doing nothing, and of course being paid for it, but I don't like it because I had 4 concerts left at Peabody and 3 left in Lincoln, and I just didn't get to do them. And it was like running right into a brick wall, I have to tell you. And I'm still a bit stunned from it, but with the help of Barbara and my Anton, they're pulling me out of my slumps, and we're starting to talk about how this is going to proceed, because it's a big thing for, you mentioned sports, basically, it's spectator things, sports and
I wouldn't say spectator. I wouldn't say spectator so much as things that require community.
Community, yeah.
People to be together in one place to enjoy it.
Right.
So we can't, it's how do you do that? How do you keep people aware that you're alive and well and wanting to do the things that you can't do at the moment, but you will be at some point, and staying in touch with your family. That's the hard thing.
There are some things that lend themselves so well to doing by yourself. And enjoying an orchestra made up of 80 people is not one of them. And so we're just right now thinking about what can our role be during a time when it's not reasonable to gather 1,000 people together at once. And how can we use our art form, which we know to provide healing and comfort and catharsis and all of those human things that we need now more than ever, until we're ready. And boy, is it going to be a celebration when we are all able to be back together to hear this glorious music again.
Yeah, how much, Barbara, do you think about alternative plans for the future, how things look different, or do you just kind of get content in waiting and saying, hey, we got to get, we're going to have a year and then things are going to be normal? How do you even grapple with that thing when that is all of your life right now?
I have been having these therapy sessions with my colleagues across the country who are all having the exact same conversations. And I think the conversations are ranging from everything to what is the best way we can right now offer support and care to people who don't have access to live music through all the ways that the internet makes possible. And so there are lots of orchestras who are just throwing their full weight behind that. Luckily, we are blessed in this world to have some great orchestras who've been producing online content for years. And, the Met has been showing a free opera every night you can stream. The Berlin Phil, they have a digital concert hall that's been free and available to the public. So you can go online and look up a piece of music that you've been dying to hear and see a really excellently produced video of the Berlin Phil playing. The Detroit Symphony is another one that has been doing live streamed concerts. So that's one thing that people are doing. And then secondly, people are just talking about just pushing back the dates of the beginning of their season, just to wait a little bit longer, or to do some, I don't know if you, there are a couple of orchestras. The Berlin Phil just did a concert on stage in the concert hall, and they changed the whole repertoire of the concert so that it was just very small pieces requiring few musicians, and they all sat very far apart. They all wore masks, and then they didn't have anyone in the audience, and they live streamed it. So there are all sorts of ways that people are creatively thinking about this, and luckily communities of artists are the right people to be thinking about how to.
Whoops. I took Barbara out of the stream. My mouse is not moving. Okay, there we go. Sorry, Barbara. I took you out for a second.
I got a note that I had been sent to the backstage area.
There you go. You know what that's like. That's not the first time that's happened with you, right? Hey, just on that same thought, Ed, one of the things, and Barbara too, one of the things I have screened, and I know seen, and some of the things I know, Barbara, you were talking about were just previously recorded things. But I've seen various groups, whether it be vocalist, instrumental groups, do these things online where they're synced up. Oh yeah, put that on, Nora. Where they're online or synced up and they play and they got screens of everybody. Ed, as someone who directs music for a living, how difficult would something like that be to put together remotely?
It's virtually impossible. No pun intended. It's virtually impossible to do it that way because of the lag time. Whenever you're dealing with internet, Ethernet, there's going to be just the slightest degree of lag. and it's different depending on people's strengths of iPads, computers, cell phones, etc. So to match it up is almost impossible. But Anton and I were talking yesterday, and he's got a new app called the Acapella app. And
Yes.
the way it does is one of us lays down a track, plays for however long, and then sends it to the other person, and the other person plays along with it. That way you have the best chance of getting some kind of ensemble close together. And with Anton and I think it's going to be an easier mix to be able to do it that way because we've performed so much together. So I'm very excited about this. I started experimenting with it yesterday and had a great time with Anton. I'm very excited about this. So this is that part is going to be fun.
It's probably not reasonable for us to do that with an 80-person orchestra. I know that there are groups who've pulled together big. It makes it seem like everybody was on a Zoom call together and just like happened to be able to play Ravel's Bolero. The truth is, I'm
going to do that later. I got a group of friends. We're doing it, Barb.
The truth is, it just takes so much production and so much work behind the scenes. And so there are groups that have been able to make that work, and we are going to let them be the representatives for that kind of social media, posting. We have a lot of musicians who are from their homes giving solo performances. Kevin mentioned Richard Fountain, our principal pianist. I think he's done like 7 or 8 performances from his home studio, and he just sets up a camera and he puts it online and says, I think he's calling it a series of music in a time of need, and anyone who wants to can just watch it. Some of our players have been doing some recording together, just like sitting in a driveway across from each other, and did a little recording and put it on. So if you go to the Symphony's Facebook page, we're sharing all of that stuff. But don't imagine that you're going to see 80 musicians crammed into a screen. It takes an incredible amount of production.
Ed, you're a hugger. You like to be close to people. Are you just dying from the lack of personal contact right now that you love to have?
Totally devastated. I got to tell you, COVID-19 has truly cramped my style.
My son.
What I do now is, any tree, any fire hydrant, anything I can get my arms around. That's what I hug.
My little son puts his arms around the back of the phone, and he says, "Hug."
Oh,
I love it.
So, Barb, you're in Germany. How are you doing? How are you doing? How's everyone doing? And what's happening there?
I'll tell you the timeline because it's a little insane. So we had a gala on March 13 that we canceled. And then I spent the next week in intensive conversations with my board and my staff talking about what to do about the remainder of the season. And it's one thing to say, okay, we need to cancel the remaining 3 concerts in our season. And it's another thing to actually get the word out to your patrons, let everybody know, make sure that you respectfully treat your musicians, all that stuff. So we spent this intensive week doing all that. On Friday the 20th, I pressed send on the email that went out, a press release canceling the rest of our season, and an email to all of our ticket buyers. I did that at about noon, and I got on the phone with United, and I said, my husband was meant to fly to Germany in early April, and I was meant to fly in mid-April. We're having a baby in May, so I'm 8 months pregnant right now. We need to get there right now before the borders close. And they put me on a flight for the following Thursday, I think. And I was like, okay, I have almost a week. I can pack, I can get ready. I can think about all the stuff I need to have a baby in a foreign country and, be there for a few months. And then Saturday morning, I woke up to find that they were canceling all transcontinental flights beginning Wednesday. So Saturday morning, I called back, and at noon on Saturday, I was booked for a 6 a.m. flight on Sunday. And so we panic through everything we thought we would need into a couple suitcases, and we got on a flight on Sunday. And it was terrifying. I mean, it's one thing to pack for yourself. It's a whole different thing to pack for a toddler and a family, and then a new baby and a new life, and knowing that you'll, like for me, for instance, I need a whole different set of clothes once I'm no longer pregnant. So just trying to remember everything that I would need. I packed it into a bag and we got on the plane. We wore masks the whole time, try to get a 2-year-old to not put everything in a plane on his mouth in the first place, but to try to just keep him from touching things. And then we got to Germany and we did a very, very strict 2-week quarantine. We did not leave our house at all for any reason. And since then, we basically haven't left the house. We've been, there's a park a block away that has just this big, big, big open meadow. And so we've gone for some walks. The playgrounds are, of course, closed. And my husband goes out for groceries about every 2 weeks, but otherwise we've just been here in our apartment. So in some ways, it doesn't matter where we are. We're dealing with this like the rest of the world is dealing with it. But in some ways, it's a great place to be. This is where my firstborn was born. And so we're really excited that we'll be here for little brother to arrive any day now, actually.
Well, for preliminary, congratulations. We'll congratulate again soon. Let me ask you this, Barb. From what you're talking to people from the United States all the time, what's different right now there and here? I know you're inside, but as best as you can tell, what's different about the two countries?
Well, first of all, Germany is run by a scientist, and so there seems to be less political
discussion about any of that stuff.
Yeah, none of it is. There's no like tinge of political discussion. It's simply about the science and the numbers. And of course, people are getting very antsy here, just like they are in the U.S., I know, to get the economy restarted. But I would say as a whole, people here are very respectful of the rules. And I mean, and right now, it is a requirement that if you are on public transit or in a shop, you're required to have a mask on your face. And you will get shamed by your fellow shoppers if you step too close to them or if you don't have a mask on. And they have, I don't know if they're doing this in the US, but they have stickers on the floor. In Germany, it's 1.5 meters apart saying, please wait here, please wait here. And then most people are outside. They chalk those in. There's an outdoor market that's every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday, a few blocks from our house. And they chalk that in onto the sidewalk at the market.
Yeah, well, it's down in paint here right now. And and on this, it's all laid down in decals throughout all the stores. And in fact, in Maryland, and I think it is in many states, but in Maryland, it is against the law to enter any retail store without a mask.
Yeah.
I wear masks and gloves. I do both. And I have gallons of 99% isopropyl alcohol. I have unbelievable billions of gallons of hand sanitizer. I become OCD about the whole thing. But I also very politely, as best as politely as I can, shame people into social distancing. I have no qualms about it at all by saying back up. It's social distancing time.
One of our orchestra members posted a picture of herself going to the grocery store, and she wears big headphones. And somebody was like, "What does that protect you from?" And she was like, "It just makes people less likely to talk to you." And so they're more likely just with that small cue to back up and to not.
I know some people at the grocery store in Lincoln, they'll wear the face mask and they'll keep their sunglasses on. And I'm like, wow, are you just trying to look more sinister at this point? What's happening? But I don't know, maybe.
I think the problem is that when you have something on your face, you automatically mess with your face. And that's just like one more reminder not to not to touch your face.
Touch your face, exactly.
It's stressing me out. Hey, Ed, let me ask you this. Everybody seems to have something that they've kind of picked up doing that they've always wanted to do with the time that they've had or whatever. Like I replaced, you can't see it, but I replaced this drop ceiling in my basement. I didn't do it very well, but got projects. What are you doing that you might not have been doing otherwise?
I was actually very afraid that you were going to ask me this question.
I know the answer.
Yeah, since I've been back from Lincoln, I have touched the piano literally once. But I can tell you that I have caught up on all 486 episodes of Law and Order.
Oh my gosh, I expected such a more impressive answer from you, Ed. What?
It's a beautiful answer from
my
a man
gosh.
from a man who is the most like overworker of anyone I know.
Oh my gosh, I
Just
thought you were gonna
imagining
say-
Ed in front of his TV. It's
I
great.
thought you were going to say you like composed an entire symphony that you had written or something. No, you watched Law and Order? Jeez.
Jack, I'm decomposing at this point, so I cannot. I'm just. I've become a couch potato. I'm beginning now to get out of it. Last Saturday, for example, would have been my final concert at Peabody, and it was a big celebration. Of course, none of that happened, but I'm now officially retired from the Peabody Conservatory. And of course, the week before that was our closing season finale. And I have to say, there was a real feeling in myself, a real feeling of loss. I felt
Of course.
very sad. It's very hard to describe this, and I'm trying to kind of bump myself out of it. I should be doing what you're doing, Jack.
Walking on a treadmill in my basement?
Well, yeah, I'll join you because I've been very sedentary, and it's beginning to change because I'm getting the bug now to go out in the garden and
Yeah, it's nice out.
Lift and plant and all that kind of stuff, and it gets me active. And I have to tell you, back east, it's been very cold. We've had snow just a week ago. Last weekend. It's crazy.
Jack, I will tell you that my son is doing all the work that Ed is not right now.
Good.
He has
Someone needs to.
He has conducted. He has stood in front of that television and conducted every performance in the Berlin Phil's last 2 seasons. And do you know, he stands there and he says, "Uncle Ed."
Aww.
And he loves music and he loves conducting. And I think it's just because he loves Ed so much. It's very sweet. But I think Ed, you shouldn't be embarrassed. I'd love the idea of Ed in a, Jack, you and I only see Ed when he is just on business and he works about 22 hours a day and catches a little cat nap and then gets back up and does it again. I just love the idea of the relaxed couch potato, as you call yourself.
I still think 400 episodes of Law and Order is a little excessive, to be honest.
Well, yeah, but I've done this twice before in my life because I just love Law and Order. But our listening audience, of course, can't see me. But those of you who have a screen can see that I just haven't shaved in a long time. It's the first time you'll probably have seen me without a tie, no coat. It's a new Ed. It's a new Ed.
We love this Ed.
Hey guys, Kenny, if you can hear me, will you bring Nora up? Will you bring my daughter up? She is my assistant today, and hopefully we can get an outline, put it in a way we can see her. So Nora, I wanted to introduce you guys to Nora. I think Barb's met her before, but Ed, she is an aspiring viola player, and she got her. She was going through the University and LPS Strings project, and that ended up getting canceled, and so she hasn't been doing that, but she's been doing now Skype lessons on viola. In fact, her teacher is going to play violin for us a little bit later today, and so I thought, where's she at? Is she? There she is. Nora, do you want to say hi to Ed and Barb from the symphony?
Hi, Nora.
Hi.
I was just telling them about viola and how you like playing it and miss it.
Mm-hmm.
Viola players are some of the coolest players.
Nora, how old are you?
9.
9, and you're playing viola already? That's very impressive. That's really very impressive. And don't stop. Keep going. Keep going. You'll love it forever. It's fantastic.
Is viola, what viola players, are they like the undercard to the violin? I mean, no offense, Nora, but what's the deal with viola players, Ed?
Well, the thing about viola players, they're kind of. I look at the viola players like the altos in a chorus. They're like the earth mothers, the earth people of. They're the most grounded people. They get sandwiched in between all the fiddles on one side, and then all those huge cellos and basses on the other side. And the poor violas. That's why their instruments had to be larger. They had to fend off the rest of the string players, so they'd have a larger instrument to hit them with. But the violas they're some of the most gorgeous sounding inner voice in the entire orchestra. Just beautiful. It's spectacular. It's a wonderful sound. It's got a depth like no other string instrument and a range, and I just love the sound. So Nora, you can't stop playing your viola. Okay.
How have your online lessons been going? She's been learning from a teacher online. How's that been going, Nora?
It's good. It's kind of hard sometimes because the times when you really need to fix something on your hand, you can't. So you just have to be told what to do and fix it. And you can't go over assignments with your teacher. So that's the hardest part, I'd say.
And you ever fix anyone's hand in the symphony?
Say what? Say that again.
Only with his words.
I was going to say, you ever fix anyone's hand in the symphony? Huh? No, only with his words, right?
That's right. That's right. That's absolutely
With
right.
varying degrees of kindness and patience, depending on the situation.
Wow! I didn't know we had a PR department in here on this interview. Amazing. All right. Well, Barb, Ed, I appreciate you guys. It was so fun to talk to you again.
Thanks for having us.
I don't know when you guys. Well, shoot. Now that we know how to do this, there's no reason we can't do this on the radio fairly regularly too. Though this is one of those things we can do now.
Well, I need to get my own treadmill if we're going to do that. Because
Yeah,
you're doing the double duty of walking and talking at the
That's
same
all right.
time.
You're going to be busy enough the next few weeks. By the way, what time is it right now where you are?
5 p.m.
Okay, so that's great. You can join us early in the morning. It'll be just afternoon for you.
Exactly.
That'll be fantastic.
Jack,
That'll be
before
great.
we go, I have two questions for you. Okay. I want to describe to the listening audience what I'm looking at on my screen on my iPad. And folks, you have to see this man, Jack Mitchell, dressed up in a red t-shirt with the phrase "Go Big Red" on it in white, and wearing this hat, a red and white hat, with chicken thighs coming out of it that makes him look
arms.
They make you look like a male Brunhilde. I'm waiting for you to come out with the Ride of the Valkyries aria with the big breastplates on you. You know. Now, I think that for the very least, Jack, if you're going to wear that T-shirt, that what you could have done was gotten some red spray paint and covered over the R.
That's true. Here, this is. Hold on, this is confusing because I'm reverse here.
Do the other hand.
Wait.
Other
Oh, yeah,
hand.
thanks, Barb.
There
you go.
There you go.
How do weathermen and women do this? It's so hard. There we go.
There you go. There you go.
There
Go
we
big
go.
Ed.
Thank you.
Take a
I had to
screenshot
look
of that,
down.
Ed.
Yeah, there you go. Get it. We've got about 100 people watching right now on Facebook and YouTube, and hopefully they'll be donating to the. We're doing this for the Lincoln Community Foundation, guys. COVID fund, which they're helping. Hey, Nora, will you give me some water? Hey, will you give me some water? Thanks. You're a gem. Okay, she's gonna get the update for our money. We'll have an update for fundraising. The link to donate is down there. And yeah, guys, this fund is helping all kinds of different nonprofits in Lincoln, from childcare, food, economic issues, health issues, all over the place. There's a ton of them. We're going to hear more about it today. So you guys being a part of it today helped us hopefully raise some money for that. Hopefully we can make a big difference with it.
We hope so. We want to raise money for one of the best causes around for our community. That's the most important thing. That's what we're here
Absolutely.
for.
All right, I will let you get back to law and order and readying for the baby. And we will do it again soon, all right?
All right. Thank you.
There you go. Absolutely. So there you go. Barbara Zock, Ed Polachek, Lincoln Symphony Orchestra. We missed them. I see on some of the comments, Jeannie said, we all miss live theater and musical performance. There's no doubt about that. And then I got some other people saying they're watching NCIS instead of Law and Order. And so that's a lot of fun as well. So I do thank them. I think we're going to have Brendan Stye joining us here. I saw him there for a second, and then he went away. So I hope he's coming back. Because I didn't want to talk to Brendan. Here's my daughter. She wants to talk to me. You need to tell me something here. I have to mute my mic for a minute. Okay. Thank you for the new picture of the baseball. Hey, my mouse. Thank you. All right, thank you for we got to communicate some things here offline here, and we are at this point. Somebody else trying to get me outside. I'm staying inside. I'm inside. No, I'm not. I'm gonna have people on when I'm not gonna do outside today. I just don't. There's not a great way to do that right now, and we've got this situation now. So anyway, we've got Brendan Stye coming up. I think he was here and he left, so hopefully he'll be coming back. Caleb, I just brought you in here again. Welcome. How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm glad I clicked in since Brendan is pulling a bish right now, trying to be a little bit late. We did send him the link, right?
Yeah, he was in. I saw him in our little control room there.
We do have confirmed Jared Crick at the bottom of the hour. So
Jared Crick is going to join us, and you're going to hang out with us as well with Brendan and Jared, so maybe I don't have to talk quite as much.
I'm here all day.
Yes. Very good. Very good. And Nora said we are working on getting an update on the fundraising end of it, and maybe we'll pull up her board here. Just a mileage update here. We are at 6.5 miles, 14,042 steps, 2,261 calories. So I may need to get down and just have a little stack and maybe use the facilities when we get Brendan on. I might do that just real briefly. What else is happening in the world? Is it raining out there yet? Anything? Any news?
It's not raining here up in the area of 44th and O. I took Ella while you were talking all the way to Germany, which I thought that's cool. That's one of the nice things about technology. I took Ella out for a little walk so she could run around because she didn't get to during the morning show. But she was really excited to run around. It's a chilly-ish kind of wind, and it feels like it's going to rain, but it's not raining here yet.
Okay, good. And I don't know, there was the potential for some severe weather tonight. We may need to grab Rusty Dawkins somewhere along the way, and maybe Dean Wysocki as well, and maybe have them update us. Shoot, we can just do a little bit of show here right now.
Just do the entirety of what the weather is going to be just from right here.
Yeah, absolutely. I hope Brendan's not trying to text me because I dropped my phone and I have no one to get it. Well, I guess I can just hold on.
No, while you're doing that, trying to find him. Let me pull up because we've got a number of guests throughout the day. Obviously, Brendan Stye coming up, Jared Crick, Gina and Joe are friends over at B. They're going to be coming up in the next hour. Rod Fowler is scheduled to be on. A number of folks. You've got different pods. You've got the 3 Beers Later pod, the 24/7 pod. Mayor Leary and Gaylor Baird this afternoon. Tiago Ray from Red 94.5. Jack, you said Tiago's going to be doing some live mixing, correct?
So I asked Tiago to definitely do like a live mix. He's a DJ. He's the guy who you'll see at the Husker games, and he does the mixing, the turntables. And so I was like, man, that'll be in the afternoon. I'll need a little extra juice then. How about you just do a mix for me, like live, and people can put it on and they can work out too. So yeah, that's coming up a little bit later. What time is he coming on? Do you have the times?
Yeah, he's on this afternoon. Let me scroll down to where he is. 2:30. So I think when he's on, which by the way, that is the perfect dentist time. If you can ever go to a dentist, 2:30 is the time to go to it, because that's when you're 2:30. But when he gets on, I'm going to grab the dumbbells. I might work out in the living room as well while he's doing the mix.
Yes. Speaking of grabbing the dumbbells, someone who's done that a time or two. What up, Beast Guy?
What is on your head? What are you doing?
Dude, look at this. Look at that.
I love it, man. Husker Power, man. I love it.
This is the official. Yeah, listen. Yeah, this is an old school, circa 1970s, I think. Wear to the football game hat, and this has kind of been the symbol of the Walk of Shame over the years. And so,
how's your walk been going so far, Jack?
So here's the update, Brendan. I am at 6.7 miles. I started at 8:10, 2,309 calories, 14,300 steps. So that's where I am.
That's impressive, man.
I'm feeling
so
all
then,
right.
What would that put you to finish? You would finish at what, like 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, something like that?
Jeez, I was hoping to finish before 6. I'm going to do 26.2, so I'm 1/4 of the way down. A little under 1/4, 2 hours. So, yeah, I'm hoping to finish. We're going to have our radio show, the Road to Recovery is on from 5 to 6 tonight. I'm hoping to finish live on that show on the radio tonight.
So, yeah, I'm curious as to how do you recover from something like that? I mean, I know you've been training every day for this, right?
Look, Brandon, this is really something you've never went through. Your body wouldn't understand.
Right.
I could tell you, but I just don't think you'll be able to understand the rigors of what my body is going through right now. It'll just be empty words to you.
This is true. This is something that I don't think I would venture down in the near future. I did do it a few years back. I went out to Vegas and did the rock and roll half.
I
walked half, and I was dead.
Wait,
I was absolutely
you walked
dead.
it? You just walked it?
I walked it. Right. I walked it, and I was, I mean, Jen and I did it. We trained for it for like a month and a half. We were pacing at, I think, right around like, what was it? 12-minute mile, something like that. That was pretty good, and it was crazy. It was actually, the setting where the Mirage, that whole horrific incident happened across the way. There's a concert area there. Rock and Roll Marathon, they put on a huge concert just before the marathon starts. And so Macklemore was there, and, you're drinking before you go and run this thing. And it was cold out. And I mean, there was thousands of people. So it was a lot of fun, but something that I'll never do again, for sure.
That's good. How are you been doing, man? We haven't seen you. Got the beard grown out a little bit.
I know, man. Oh yeah, yeah. Actually,
what's
shaved
new?
I was looking like a chipmunk about a week and a half ago.
My
it's been like the new normal for a lot of people, right? Working from home, it's been difficult, but just I think we've been trying. You hear me?
You went out there for a second. You went out for a second there. Let's hopefully we can keep you there.
Yeah, so
go ahead.
The Rona normal, if you will. We've been as a staff, everybody's been home, working from home for the last 8 weeks. It's been an adjustment, to say the least, like everybody on this planet has been having to go through. But you try to make a little bit positive out of a negative, and I think we've been doing a really good job with our athletic department in keeping connected with our donors, keeping connected with our student athletes, and trying to create a virtual space that is, productive. And it's interesting because the silver lining with a lot of this is I think it's having us take a look at what we do in our day-to-day, whether it's our personal lives, whether it's our professional lives, and really being a lot more creative and efficient with our time, and making sure that we're accountable each and every day, and trying to stay positive throughout this whole thing. So it's been, the first couple of weeks were really like the twilight zone. Is this really happening? Is this real? Now it's like, okay, this could happen for, an extended period of time. So like you're seeing on the news and reading about it, I think a lot of businesses are turning towards, if you can work at home and you're efficient from working at home, then stay at home. And so, not to say that that's what we're going to do at the athletic department. We certainly are all looking forward to an upcoming volleyball season and football season, and it's a fluid situation. That's the tough thing about it.
Yeah, that's the $1 million question. I know you don't have the answer, but what is this process like of figuring out what this fall is going to be like when it comes to athletics, and what do you know about that process?
It's a day-to-day conversation that is happening throughout the day, not only in our department, but departments all across college football. ADs from every conference, Power 5, they're discussing it. And again, it's something that's happening day to day. There is a website out there called D1 Ticker. If anybody's interested, you can get on that and really see what's happening as far as news on a hourly basis, what's going on. But again, there's no definitive answers right now. And I think the biggest problem is because I think a lot of people, what they're going to base their decisions on is going to be what local governments, what states are imposing as far as regulations and what is acceptable to move forward. And I think the bottom line is, until campuses are cleared and opened across the board, and essentially having a parallel universe with all universities, can that happen? I mean, look at what Rutgers is going through. Are they going to be the same story that Nebraska is going through? Absolutely not. They're a different demographic, and they're going through a whole different set of circumstances. Their normal there is beyond Twilight Zone. I mean, you drive around Lincoln, you guys know this. I mean, you drive anywhere in Lincoln, it's like, business as usual, but you start to, peel back that onion a little bit. Businesses are closed. Restaurants are just beginning to open. Some restaurants have said, we're going to wait. We're going to see. So I think that the environment in college athletics right now is first and foremost making sure that the safety of the student athletes is, that's the one thing that they're concerned about. And number two, whether this has the impact that this is going to have globally is just economically is incredible. But locally, those are the decisions. I mean, there's so many layers and so many domino effects that can happen here. And when you really kind of look into what we do as an athletic department in tickets and dealing with our season ticket holders, our suite holders, our donors, that is a whole nother conversation that we're having. We're trying to put together as best we can contingencies for what perhaps could be a delayed season, a season that's pushed back, canceled games, even a canceled season. And so, I mean, that we're trying to be positive, and I'm always a glass is half full. You know that about me, Jack. But the reality of it is we don't know. That's the crazy thing.
Heck of a time to take a job as a fundraiser for a major campaign, huh, Brandon?
It's been interesting. About 6 weeks ago, I got on with John Johnson, and we talked about the Go Big project. That has not stopped. We're going forward with that. We're in the process of putting together a good game plan as far as what the insides of the facility will be, and so working with contract management company, architectural design, engineers, and going through all sorts of different ideas, concept, design, all that stuff is happening, and we're looking forward to breaking ground unofficially here before too long, and then moving right ahead with the project. Now, life's going to get back to normal as we know it, but we certainly have to be conscious, and we have to be very, very sensitive to the situation as far as the economics go, and that, to be blunt, is about our donors and where they are, as far as their businesses go, and that's the most important thing. the human element behind this, guys, is probably what has, I think, changed the landscape of a lot of things. People are much more aware and sensitive to personal situations, whether that's at home or professionally, and people with big companies. Certain companies have done well in this situation. Other companies have closed their doors. Right, exactly. Like Zoom or whatever. What are we on? Yardbird?
This is StreamYard.
StreamYard. There you go. Yeah. So whatever. I've been zoomed out for the last 8 weeks.
You don't want any more Zoom meetings. Look, sorry to ask you for another one, Brandon, but this will be fun. This will be fun at least. Let me ask you this, Brandon, because I was going to ask you the question: can you imagine going through this time, like at home as an athlete? If you got pulled out of your spring practice, and then we're at home and trying to deal with that, and then I realized you've got an athlete in your house that's doing that right now.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, he's in the other room with his coach right now on a Zoom call. Again, I think the silver lining with that, obviously the negative is it is what it is. They're not in OTAs. They were Bryce got 3 practices in before spring break. And some teams didn't get any practices in. Nebraska got 3 practices in. But again, it's where I feel the most just very, very sorry for are the kids that have the spring sports, the canceled sports. Obviously, some of the youth sports, kids that are relying on club throughout the summer to be exposed to college recruiters, and then just the whole dynamics behind prepping and getting ready for a season. Like right now, Bryce, like a lot of colleges, they're having 2 to 3 meetings a week, especially with football. I know I talked with Rhonda Revelle yesterday. They've ramped up a little bit of their interaction with their student athletes moving forward, but it was scaled back a lot because of the time that they're in as it is compared to other sports. But it's for the student athlete. The silver lining is this: I think it's created a sense of accountability. They have to man their own ship. And it was like, I talked to somebody the other day about it. It's like being a professional athlete. When you leave the roost, if you will, as a college athlete, and you have a chance to go and play at the next level as a professional athlete, your body's your business. Everything that you do, you're responsible for. You're accountable. And so your time management, everything that you learned as a student athlete through the progress of going through college and being in a team setting, out of season, in season, you have to transfer into being a professional athlete and take care of it on your own. So now these kids, these young student athletes, they're having to hold themselves accountable. Make sure that they're getting up and handling their schoolwork, getting up just like anybody else that has to work from home. You should be getting up and doing the things that you do normally in a work day, finding your workspace, setting goals for yourself throughout the day, having any sort of challenges throughout the day, meeting those challenges, and really setting the bar a little bit higher, because otherwise you get into this, this apathetic state of mind. And, that not only does that have a detriment on your overall development, but also mentally, it's not good for you. So these kids are going through a huge transition. I'm watching my son do it right now. My high school daughter is going through it. She had her club volleyball canceled.
Oh yeah.
All of her summer basketball.
Would have been a huge summer.
Club. Yeah, huge. Mm-hmm. So thankfully for Brianna, she committed and accepted a scholarship to Central Missouri last year. But there's so many athletes out there that were kind of waiting for this summer to set that up.
You guys,
Brendan,
go ahead.
Hey,
Jack,
I want to jump in here. Brendan, how much was this for you? When I was in college, we always talked about depending on the level of play you were at, and it can be the different levels, whether it's a Power 5 or a mid-major, or the different divisions between 1, 2, and 3 NAIA. You can like or love your sport. Doesn't matter how much you like or love your sport. When you get to the highest levels of competition, you have to live your sport. How much was that for you guys, obviously in the 90s, but now how difficult is it to live that sport when you don't have the access to all the things that you're used to?
Oh, I'll just give you an example of what Scott and his staff is going through right now. They have roughly about, I would say, a third of the team that is here, the core of the team that is here. One way or another, they couldn't get home. They didn't want to go home. They day. Their parents let them stay home. When you're dealing with that and then trying to figure out a way for them to effectively work out, it's difficult. And so finding a place to work out, like there were places here that were open that would allow 10 or less, right? So you have the ability to go work out. And like for Bryce, I mean, that's the most important thing as an athlete is the training, right? And when you're training, you want to be with your boys. You want to be with the girls. You want to be around a team environment. Even wrestlers that is individualized, even golfers. I mean, everybody likes to be in a team environment. You're learning, you're watching, you're experiencing and going through all the blood, sweat, and tears together. So when an athlete like, let's say with Scott, the other 2/3 of the team that is home and stuck at home because of one reason or another, the parents won't let them come here. There might be an environment where they don't have a place to work out. The nutrition isn't what it would be when you're here. The learning capacity as far as technology and being able to learn that way. Not everybody can learn watching. Some people have to be writing it down. Some people have to be actually doing it. That sets you back. And that's, for the concern for Scott is the development of a lot of the younger guys and then building on the development of the older guys and having them together in those OTAs, those organized team settings, if you will. It really puts you behind the 8 ball. But again, you have to keep in mind, everybody's going through that. And so, again, I think the mental part is huge throughout this whole deal. Student athletes, they have to be able to overcome the adversity mentally, and then make sure that they're on task every single day. Hey, Jack, I didn't know you were allowed to go to the bathroom, dude. What's going on?
Okay, Mr. Walk to Half Marathon.
No,
yes,
I thought isn't that what those adult diapers are for, man?
No,
I never went to the bathroom when I was playing. Of course, when I was with the Steelers, I had yellow pants, man, so it didn't matter.
Yeah, that's true. I guarantee we probably asked you that question before if you've actually done that. Okay, so Brendan, apart from
you still there?
Okay. Yeah, I'm still here. You got me? All right. Hey,
gotcha.
hey, Brendan, apart from the Nebraska stuff, let's just talk about football in general. Like, what are you thinking? I mean, the NFL went forward with their schedule release. We don't know what's going to happen with college. There's a potential of playing without any fans, maybe, or moving it to spring. As someone who's played, what are you thinking about all this?
Well, it was interesting. I listened to an interview with Joe Buck and some of the major announcers, and they were talking about integrating, fan experience, like the noise behind the game for the players. And I can't even imagine living in that kind of world. But when I was at Nebraska, we did train with that. We trained with that in Memorial Stadium. No fans in the stadium, but we had crowd noise. And so that there was an element of that, and I think. That's being looked at, but from a broadcaster standpoint, they're trying to, think of creative ways to keep that sense of the energy in the air. For a student athlete, I think well, let's just say this: the chances of us for football season to happen. You have to be able to train, and some people believe at least 4 weeks, some people believe 6 weeks. So if you circle a date with that, that's July 1st. And if we haven't had a decision by July 1st, you can expect things to change, whether it gets pushed back, whether we start late. If we have a season starting in February, these are all things that you have to have a plan for and contingencies for. But moving right along, I mean, if you look at the NFL, you can't sit back and just say, well, we're going to give up. And because obviously if it does go through, you got to be ready for it. But at the same time, you as an organization, as a university, as a player, you have to expect the worst, right? But keep training and keep planning for the seasons to go off as planned.
How big is it for these people not to have access to their facilities for a professional or a college player?
Well, it's huge. Again, you left the conversation for a little bit. Some of these players don't have that ability to go to a gym in their certain neck of the woods, wherever they're from. They don't have the ability to be around the proper nutrition, the proper motivation. And for one reason or another, the circumstances are different. But it's definitely it's a difficult situation to get over. But again, there's a silver lining with this. I think there's some kids, some student athletes that will benefit from this, and certainly make them appreciate it a lot more.
So, Brendan, I texted you the other night because I was we were nothing to do, and NBC Sports decides to show the old games, the Florida State Orange Bowl and the Miami Orange Bowl. And I told my son, I was like, all right, you need to sit down and watch this whole Miami game with me. You are not going to. So I watched the second half by myself of the Florida State game, and that was painful. And I didn't even want to do that, but I did it anyway. But then we watched that Miami game, and I'm showing my son, I'm pausing the TV, and I'm like, that's The Rock right there. And I'm telling him about Warren Sapp, and he's missed it, but he's, 15-year-old. He thinks this is awesome. And I was like, watch, I'll text number 66 right now and tell him we're watching it. So I dropped your name with my son. Man, that was – I hadn't watched that game for a while. I know we had talked about it, but your battles with Sapp that we saw and those trap plays, it's just crazy.
Yeah, it's, for years, you get busy, concentrating on what you're doing in professional athletics. And for years, I never watched the game all the way through. The one thing that stands out to me in that game was the amount of times we turned the ball over. I didn't remember that. And I went back and watched this, and I think we turned the ball over 4 times. So with that, and then obviously the speed at which Miami's defense presented the challenge for us, it was obvious they're much more talented on defense than we were on offense. But the biggest factor in that whole game was our ability to wear them out, and you could just see it happen on TV. And it was, when I was playing the game went by so fast. Having to switch over to left guard and go against Warren Sapp, that was a challenge in and of itself, and seeing his speed and dealing with that. And I knew, you saw it on film leading up to that game. I mean, he was just destroying people every single week in the regular season conference that he was in. And, but we knew there was a couple things that we'd be able to do. We'd be able to take Warren's speed and some of those other guys' speed and use it against them. And the trap play was certainly one of those. Both times we scored on that trap, I don't believe Warren Sapp was even blocked. And if he was, he tripped over somebody cutting him on the backside. Oh, maybe that was me. But the final touchdown, if you look at that play, it was well designed. It took Warren up the field, got me on the middle linebacker, Ray Lewis, and really the backside. Because Joel pulled to trap, he didn't even have to hit Warren because he was, 15 yards up the field with his speed. Aaron blocks back, so you've got 2 people blocking right now. Our tight end, Matt Shaw, cuts off. I can't remember who it was. Maybe the free safety. And then Abdul Muhammad. So you literally had 4 people blocking anybody on that play. Zach on the backside, cut off. He landed on the ground, didn't hit anybody. And again, you've got Joel pulling. He doesn't have to block Warren. And before you know it, Corey's in the end zone. Not a single soul touches him, and he trips over his own 2 feet, just it was such a well-designed play. It was, of course, Coach Osborne's ability to, just have the great strategy that he always had and utilizing what we had and trying to, turn the tables and use whatever strength that the defense or offense had and use it against them. So
then afterwards, after it was over, if you watch the video, Corey Schlesinger and Rob Zadiska exchanged the most awkward double high five you'll ever. It's like the greatest sports. It's the greatest sports moment of my life, and it's celebrated by these 2 guys going. It was something.
It was classic, man.
We are bringing in there. You can see there, JC on here. Somebody who's probably watching the game you were talking about. Welcome to the conversation, Jared Crick. Jared, how you doing, man?
Jared.
Jared, can you hear us?
How we doing?
Good. Thanks for coming in. Welcome to the Walk of Shame. Caleb Henry, Brendan Stein, Mark Vail from KLIN, just hanging out. Well, we got offense and defense now. Now we can really have a conversation, Brendan.
Absolutely. Jared, how you doing, man?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you. Good
Jared,
to see you, my friend.
Tell us where you're at, what you're up to these days. Tell us where you're at, what you're up to these days. Hey, Jared, tell us where you're at and what you're up to these days. I don't think he hears me. Do you guys hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, you can hear me. Jared, you got me? All right, I don't think he hears me right now. All right, well, nonetheless, Netboy Brendan can talk about how he could have blocked Jared Crick easily had they gone head-to-head. Which the Jaras just, it didn't match up there, did they?
Well, no, it didn't, but I was fortunate enough to get to watch him play. And one thing that I really admired about Jared's game was he was very consistent, very cerebral with his, his preparation, knew his opponents, and certainly knew that they were trying to isolate him at a lot of times. But, Jared played on a very, very strong and stout defensive front, and I think he benefited from, a lot of attention that went to Sue. But And I think, unfairly, I think people kind of credited his success because of that. But Jared, he backed it up, and certainly had a bright career in the NFL and did his own thing at Nebraska. And Jared's an interesting defensive tackle because, when I was playing, usually the guys that were taller, I had a lot of success with because, you could get underneath and the game's about leverage. But a guy like Jared, he's just got that tendon strength, that kind of that Nebraska farmer strength that you could just see. Very, very difficult to move. Even though his center of gravity was higher, he was able to, take on double teams, and that was huge at his position.
Hey, Jared, can you hear us now?
So, Brendan, it seems like Jared's able to only hear you.
Okay, that's odd.
So if you would like to talk to Jared, I guess here you go.
So, find out what Jared's up to these days.
Jared, can you hear me, buddy?
Yep, I can hear you.
Yeah, so you and I, for some reason, the audio is not coming across to you from them, but you and I can talk. So what are you up to these days, my friend?
I'm back in Cozad, in my hometown. We moved from Denver probably about 7 months ago. Nothing was in Denver for us after I was done with the Broncos. So moved back to the hometown to kind of recharge our batteries, kind of pick our next move and go from there. So it's been good. We just had a little boy not too long ago. So both his grandparents are in Cozad. All his cousins are in the area, aunts and uncles, everybody's here. So it's been good to have that family time. Like I said, get back, kind of see my old high school friends, be around the hometown, and it's like I said, it's been great. And I always told myself I'd never move back to a small town, but here we are.
Yeah. Well, so tell us a little bit about, obviously the experience you had in the NFL, maybe some of your most memorable moments, some of the things you were able to accomplish, some of your goals, and maybe where you were at the end of your career and why you ended up hanging them up.
Well, I had back surgery in 2017, and that pretty much knocked me out of the league. I tried to make a comeback. It just wasn't happening. I had to have, most of my discs taken out. Had some problems with it, even after my contract was up with the Broncos that I had to deal with. And like I said, I tried to work out for some teams. It just wasn't there anymore. The explosiveness, the strength, just the stability. I just didn't feel like I could play anymore. So I had no problem. Ever since I got into football, I kind of told myself, God will kind of tell me when I'm done. I kind of have that hard-headed mentality where, I'm going to play till I'm 50. Nothing's going to, I'm not going to quit football. Something's going to have to be, it's going to have to be a for sure sign, that, when to tell me to get out. And that was it for me. So going into the league, it was kind of, it was really rough. I had a really good career up until my senior year at Nebraska. I got hurt like in the second game of the year and had a nagging injury all the way until, my pec completely tore off my arm essentially. And that was it for me at Nebraska. So, I came back from my senior year, wanted to, be a solidified first round pick, be a, one of those, guy like a Sue, a Prince, someone that can, carry on that high round legacy like Levante did. Just so going into the league, was kind of behind the eight ball, wasn't completely healthy yet. So my whole rookie year kind of took that time to get my pec right, get, adjust to the NFL. And I felt, my first couple years in Houston, it was a good learning curve. I played behind JJ, Antonio Smith, 2 Pro Bowlers at the time. And then my 3rd year in the league, I won the starting job, played opposite side of JJ, played with some really good talent, and then went to Denver and played 2 years there, like I said, alongside DeMarcus Ware, guys like Von Miller. So I played with a lot of good talent in my time, not only in college but in the NFL. And that's kind of a double-edged sword because anything I would do good, they gave JJ Watt credit for. Or if I did something good, it's DeMarcus Ware, it's Ndamukong Suh. I never really got credit for, what I did. But like I said, at the same time, I got to play with a lot of Hall of Fame talent. So, like I said, it was fun to play with those guys. But like I said, it has its downfalls as well. You don't get the credit you deserve when you play with guys of that nature.
And I assume that was kind of your driving, your nature, that the flame that kept you going. I experienced a lot of that myself, and it was interesting because I came into the league where there were a lot of guys that had been around for about 8 or 9 years that were Pro Bowlers. And that whole game, as far as being a popularity contest. My motivation, kind of like yours, was just to prove the skeptics wrong and make everybody else around me better. I'm curious as to your time in Houston. What were some of the highlights that you can remember from that time? I remember watching you and just watching your play and actually watching you on the sideline, knowing that you had just a great play and they were focusing on JJ Watt. But some of the great things that you accomplished as a team, maybe personally.
As a team, I remember our rookie year we made the playoffs. And I remember we were 12-4 regular season, I think. So, and that's a big deal in the NFL. Like I said, there are not a lot of teams, get that 10-win mark. So that was a big. And I just remember my rookie year thinking, we were done with practice, and all of us rookies were out, doing extra work as we usually do. I think at the time, like I said, we were like 10-2 or something like that, which was great for the league. And I'm just sitting there thinking, like, this is going to be my career. Like, this is awesome. I'm going to be on a good team my whole career. I'm always going to be, playoff contention. Might be in a Super Bowl, might win one. Well, I jinxed myself because next year we went 2-14 and, the sky was falling. Personally, the playoff games were cool. The team, we did some good things. We won the AFC South a couple times, never got past the second round of playoffs. We always played the Patriots, it felt like. But I didn't get a lot of sacks. Like I said, I had to compete with guys like JJ. I always had to cover DeMarcus Ware, cover Von Miller. So I was more of a cover man in the NFL than I was like the number one pass rusher. So I always had to cover. So I never got a lot of sacks, but the sacks I did get were pretty quality. I mean, I got Drew Brees, Tom Brady, all guys like Phillip Rivers, like Hall of Fame guys. So instead of quantity, I got quality, which I mean, like I said, quantity gets you the big bucks, but at least quality. I can, tell my kids, my grandkids, like, hey, this guy that's in the Hall of Fame that, jerseys retired throughout the league, your granddad sacked him one time. So that's pretty cool.
That's awesome. So I can only imagine, I talked to different people around the country about their situation with the whole pandemic and COVID-19. What's life like in Cozad? Is it the Twilight Zone or what's going on out there?
It's been weird, man. The cases here in Dawson County, I think, are higher than what they are in Omaha right now. So our little county of Nebraska, some kind of way, this stuff found our hometown, started out a world away, and now it's in, Cozad, America, which is bizarre. And, we had a kid actually pass away. He was a couple years younger than me. So it really hit home. Like, once he, some people have been sick, got through it, powered through, no big deal. But this kid passed away, which really, it hits home. And it's been kind of scary. A lot of people here have the mindset where, we need to be careful, but we still got to get to work. We're a farm community. We got to provide for not only our families, but, for America, essentially. So people are being as safe as they can. But I know all of our parks are still shut down. They don't really want people gathering still, but it's kind of like how it is everywhere. Like, you still got to get to the grocery store. You still got to get your essentials. So you take that risk every day. And so I'm curious for more information to come out on it. You kind of hear both sides of the spectrum. It's not that bad. It is very bad. I'm just ready for, the data to come out saying, is it safe to finally go about your life, or do we need to, actually, chill out like everybody's, for the most part been doing.
Right. Speaking to your athletic side and the training that you've gone through and some of the experiences that you've had, how do you think that this is impacting some of the professional athletes right now, especially in the NFL? Not being together, not being able to do OTAs. What are your thoughts on that?
I know they won't say it, but deep down they're loving this. They don't have to be at OTAs right now.
I was thinking the same thing, man.
I mean, that's
like old school, Jared. Dude, Jared, I remember when I came in the league, Jermani Dawson, who had been in the league for like 8 years, I said, so how often do you come back in the offseason? He goes, man, I come back from minicamp. That's it. I was like, what? You guys don't practice together? So that's completely changed. Now, I hear you, man. I know some of those guys are like, yeah, this sucks, but yeah, it's kind of great.
I mean, there's nothing better than, just kind of staying at home. And, guys are working out still. Obviously, they're professionals.
Oh, yeah.
They're not, getting fat, and some might be, but they won't be in the, in the league very long. So,
right.
But deep down, nobody really likes OTAs. When training camp comes around, that's when it's time to make some money. So obviously, guys are going to come back ready to go, try to get on the team, try to solidify their spot. But right now, nobody likes OTAs. Nobody wants to go in and have meetings and do the lifting and stuff like that. That's kind of one thing. I've never been on a team where kind of the vets came in and just kind of, I'll see you come minicamp, I'll see you for those 3 days, and even then I'll fake an injury and shut it down for that time. Then once training camp rolls around, we'll start playing ball. But it's been tough as far as like, I know your OTAs, you're working out and stuff, but you're still installing offense, especially when the rookies get in. I think that's who's going to impact the most is the rookies. They have like, I think 2-3 weeks more than what the vets have. They got to come in 3 weeks early, something like that. So not having that's going to be tough for them. They're going to be behind in learning the playbook. And really that's the biggest thing making a team is knowing what to do. I mean, I've seen plenty of guys who had more talent than the other guys, but had no idea what they were doing. So even though they were better football players, better athletes, they got cut, during the final cuts, and the kids that knew what they were doing, they're the ones that made the team. So not having that time to learn the playbook and get to know the vets, that's who's going to hurt the worst, I think.
I hope, can Jared hear any of us? Anyone? Caleb, Jared, anyone hear me?
I don't think Jared can hear us.
He can't hear any of us, and Brendan left. I don't know where.
I lost Sty, so the moderator's gone.
Hold on. I'm doing sign language to Jared Crick, and we will get Sty back. Hopefully.
I guess if I can read the chat if anybody wants to throw something on.
Yeah, let's put up a chat. Somebody put up a screen. Kenny, if you can do this, ask him about the Baylor game. Tell us. Just say, what do you remember about that Baylor game? Right. Put that there. And Kenny, hold on. He'll put it up there.
Hey, Jared.
Game where Jared. Nope. Nobody. There's Brendan. There's Brendan. Thank God, Brendan.
Sorry,
Brendan, you're on Wi-Fi. It's like you're the football interpreter to Jared. This is the weirdest thing ever, and you're doing my job for me.
Right. All right, buddy. So where do I leave off with him? Yeah.
I wanted you. Will you ask him? Will you ask him?
You got it.
I think the rookies are going to be the ones that are, the most affected, just because they're not going to have the time to learn the playbook, have those one-on-ones with the coaching staff, and get to know the vets, get to know their teammates. I think I was just saying, I think the rookies are going to be, hurt by this more than the vets. Like I said, the vets, especially guys who have been in the league, been professional for long enough. They're, like I said, they're working out right now. They know what they got to do.
Right.
But I was asked about the Baylor game.
Yes.
So what I remember about that most vividly was we were coming off, I think, 2 losses. I think it was Texas Tech and Iowa State, and that was not too far after the heartbreak in Virginia Tech. So the team was just down in the dumps to begin with. I think we had like 10 turnovers the game before against Iowa State. It was starting to get cold in Lincoln. Just everybody was just shut down mentally. So we go to Baylor, Waco, and Waco, Texas. After a couple weeks and cold Lincoln, after coming off a couple losses, Waco, Texas is like Miami, Florida to us. So, and I have a ton of family down in the Dallas, kind of Houston area. So I had about 30-some family members come to that game. That was the first time all my cousins, aunts, and uncles were able to come see me, play, aside from a couple who come to see high school games. So I knew going in I was going to have all my family there. I wanted to prove myself, and just everything that game kind of just fell into place. I remember I had a dream, I think it was the Wednesday, the week of, and we were playing a high school team, and Sue and I, Pierre Allen, Barry Turner, were just racking up all sorts of stats, and it was just one of them dreams where you don't know if it's foretelling or not. But turns out, like I said, I got a couple sacks early, and from then on I just built that confidence to where the guy I was going against, I knew I was just going to tear up all game, because they were double teaming Sue, and they were trying to cut block the entire game as slide protection. Nothing was working for them. So I just went out and just did what I, was coached to do and what my ability let me. And I remember, that game, I thought I had a broken rib and I thought I had a punctured lung, because I got cracked back on, I think it was a wild reverse or something, and one of their tight ends or somebody came up and just blindsided the mess out of me. And I couldn't breathe. Like I said, I thought my rib was like sticking through my lung. So I'm thinking, great, I got to go. I'm having a great game, probably the game of my life right now. And I'm going to have to go to the hospital and have emergency surgery in Waco, Texas. And this was like third quarter, something like that. It's like, I have to leave my family. I have to, I'm having such a great day. But it turns out it's just, bruised lung, if anything. I was just trying to get back out there and find the guy who laid me out, trying to get him back, and ended up getting another sack. And we ended up winning the game, I think, by 10. So it wasn't a blowout by any means, but it was pretty cool. I mean, later on, once we were in the locker room, Coach Carl Pelini came up and told me that I had broke the sack record, tied the school record for TFLs. That was the first time I've ever had, Coach Carl tell me he was proud of me. He's a tough coach. He's going to give you a tough love, but that was the first time he told me he was proud of me. Probably one of the last too. He didn't want to get too sentimental, but that was a cool moment.
Hey, Carl was a great coach. I know Jack posted a question. Who was the toughest offensive lineman that you went against in the NFL?
In the NFL, it was a tie between Marshall Yanda for the Ravens. I think he just retired. Outstanding career. And then a dude named Kelechi Osemele. And I actually played against Kelechi because he went to Iowa State, but he played tackle. So whenever I'd line up in the 5 technique or the 4 technique, I would go against him. But once he got to the Ravens, he actually switched to guard. So when I was with the Texans, we played the Ravens every year. So whether it be in the playoffs or, fighting for that number 1 spot in the AFC, especially early on in my career. So those guys going against Baltimore was a war every single time. And those two guys, like Yanda, you wouldn't expect it because, he can't be but 6'1", and he looks 270. He's got skinny arms, but, man, he can come off the ball. So he kind of throws you off guard right off the bat. So you go against Yanda, then, they'll flip formations or whatever, and then you'll go against Kelechi. And he's 6'6", long arms, probably 340, and he's just a mauler. I remember when I was playing with Denver, we had to go to Oakland because he signed with Oakland that year. And it rained the night before. None of us had good cleats. And you know how Oakland is. I mean, their field just kind of trash to begin with, especially when it's baseball season. They got the dirt out there and everything. So we were sliding everywhere, and this dude just mauling us. And so in the NFL, those were the 2 top guys, and rightfully so. I mean, I think they both got All-Pro multiple times. So there's no shame in saying that, those guys used to beat up on me quite a bit. But I got them back a couple times as well. So that was a lot of fun. That was football at its truest.
Brendan, did we lose you again?
Are you there?
Yeah. You hear us, Brendan?
You there, bud?
Now he doesn't hear you, I don't think. Now you can't hear Brendan.
I don't know what's going on with this.
This is crazy. So you hear Jared, but we don't.
I don't
know what.
I can't hear Jared now either.
Okay. All right. Can he hear any of us? Let's try that one. All right. Try again. Yeah.
Jared, can you hear me, bud?
Yeah, I can hear you and Caleb now.
Okay.
I can't hear Jack yet.
Oh, Jared, if you can hear me, I'll ask you this, and if Brendan can hear me too, we're actually running a poll right now on Twitter. Since you guys are a couple of Husker greats playing on opposite sides of the ball, who would win a one-on-one between Jared and Brendan?
Oh man!
Right now, 52% of the vote says Brendan Stye.
Oh,
it would be a battle for sure. I mean, if we're talking run, I think he's got me hands down because I was 270 at the time, and Brendan was just a road grader. So I think in the pass rush, I mean, I can't remember Brendan much in the pass rush because you guys didn't really pass a ton. So.
Oh, we don't have. He's. What's going on? Is he muted?
Early on.
There. Got you.
Yeah, my mic is muted. Hold on one second. Yeah. You
You're
got
good.
it.
Yeah, there we go.
You got me?
All right.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I would say definitely early on, pass rush, I'd give to Jared. I learned more about pass rushing and pass protection in my first mini camp at Pittsburgh. And, because we ran the ball so much in Nebraska. But I think, with the fact that Tommy went down with the blood clot, we had Brooke come in, and, he was much more of a passer than Tommy was. And so it allowed us, as an offensive line to showcase what we could do in pass protection. But, I was, and when I went to Pittsburgh, they were obviously geared towards the run as well. It was a good fit, but I had to learn on the run as far as pass protection.
Hey, I got a question to ask Jared this. I know we talked about the Baylor game, but what's the game, kind of the ultimate game he remembers and thinks about fondly from his career? Somebody ask him that.
I'm sorry.
Just ask Jared. Go ahead, Caleb.
I got this. Hey, Jared, so Jack wants to know, this is the weirdest technology thing that we're like relaying interview questions right now.
So weird.
But Jack wants to know, other than obviously the Baylor game, are what other games stand out to you? Impact, whether it was you had a good game or the game was just weird. What are some of the other games that jump out to you when you think back to playing for Nebraska?
I remember a good game was the Texas game, 09, when we should have won. I know everybody talks about that Sue's breakout game, but I think he stole at least a sack and a half from me. Because I remember I was on the pile for a couple of them. And old 94, wasn't in the stat sheet for him. So that was a fun game, not only just because, I was next to Sue and he just blew up, but everybody across the board played great. I mean, I forget what Texas was averaging in that game, but, they had Cole McCoy, just a loaded offense. And I think we held them to 13 or something like that. So that was a lot of fun. Oklahoma 09 was fun. I know everybody talks about, Bradford wasn't playing and this and that. Well, they still had DeMarco Murray. Landry Jones still ended up playing in the league for a long time. They had league guys across the board. Trent Williams, I had to go against most of the game. So he's a brute. And I think we held them to 3 or something like that. And like I said, everybody talks about Bradford, but like I said, Landry Jones came in and broke plenty of Oklahoma school records after Bradford went down. So we still had to beat the system, and we ended up doing that. Junior year, I'm trying to think, A&M was probably the most bizarre game I've ever been a part of. It's just one of them things where you can't really talk about it too much because you don't want to get in trouble from the referees at the time. Because you talk bad about the refs, then you start getting stuff from the Big 12. It was weird.
How many penalties we have? 18 penalties, I think it was.
It
was unbelievable. It was incredible. I was there. I was on the sideline for that game, and I'll never forget. I wanted to run out on the field and punch those guys in the face. It was terrible, man.
You wouldn't think that something, sketchy like that would, happen in organized football, especially at the Division I level. But just kind of how that game was going, like I said, being on the field, seeing how the penalties were, so lopsided. And it just kind of seemed like something's off. Like I said, the late hit penalty, Courtney Osborne, I think, he should have had a sack. And I think it was 3rd and 10, and we would have been on the field. Offense would have had a chance with good field position. To drive in, and essentially if we got a touchdown, I think we win the game. It's just so many bizarre calls, so many ghost call. I don't know. It was like
Tell him this is getting me worked up. This is driving me
say
nuts.
that there's an agenda, but it was just too weird for there not to be.
This is getting Jack worked up here. I think it's benefiting him on the treadmill.
It is.
I got a question for you. Jared. Now, certainly you've been keeping track with Nebraska football, and I'm curious as to the development under Scott Frost and his coaching staff with the defensive line and the front seven. Tell us a little bit about what you've been seeing, what to look forward to, those kind of things.
I think they got, I think obviously Scott's the right guy to be in there. He's going to bring back that tough mentality.
Enough of that.
And people don't realize, like, I understand people want results now, but kind of how far the program got set back in the previous coaching staff. Like I said, when I was with the Broncos, we had Jano, Banderas was with us for a little bit. And Jano would come back and tell me, like, look, dude, these kids aren't lifting. Like, they're not doing what we used to do. And I'd sit there and be like, no, it's Division I football. Of course they're lifting. Of course they're doing what they need. Like, I'm telling you, brother. So then I'd talk to another guy who's in the NFL, and they'd say the same thing. Like, look, Crick, it's weird, man. Like, something's just they're not being held accountable. They're not doing this. They're not doing – so they would sit there and say that, they weren't doing squats, for example. Well, if you're not doing squats for 3 years, how you expected to come in and, have that lower body strength, that explosion. So I completely understand why we got thrown off so bad. If you're not being expected to lift hard, if you're not being held accountable in those respects, of course, everything's going to go to crap like it has. So obviously I think Frost is the right guy. I said to begin, it was probably going to be a 3-year rebuild, if not 4. Just being in football as long as I have, seen kind of what happens when you kind of lax off for just a little bit. 2-14 in the NFL happens when you go 14-2 and you take the offseason a little bit for granted. Things can turn bad real quick, and unfortunately, it doesn't happen the other way around. You don't go from bad to good like that. So, as long as they're working hard, doing the right things, I like what they're getting as far as offensive lineman, defensive lineman, as far as their stature. They're all tall guys, all got length, they all have frames to build on. And I think, you would know better than me as far as offensive line play, but if you have guys coming in who are athletic, who you can mold them how you want them once they get their foot in the door, once they get to town. Instead of coming in, having to build them or tear them down, lose weight, and then the rebuild into good way. I think having these kids come in a little bit on the light side, but having that frame, having that, that worth ethic. I think that's just going to be I talked to Wada, a ton when I was with, the Texans. I asked him, why is Wisconsin so good? Why do they just keep cranking out offensive line? It's like the old Nebraska. And he's like, that's exactly what it is. They're bringing in guys who work hard for mainly, Wisconsin, the Midwest, big farm kids who already have that, that base, that core strength and frames to build on, and they just build them up the way they want them. And like I said, they turn out, first rounders almost every year, it seems like. So
right.
I think that's obviously the plan. That's what really any football team's plan should be. But, for some reason we got away from that. And
right.
So I kind of like how they're not exactly going after stars. Obviously stars are sexy, but I came from Cozad America. I was maybe a 2-3 star, if that, maybe the 50th ranked defensive end in the entire country at the time. And I came in and turned myself into an All-American just because I had that I had that care. And I think Frost is finding those guys that, those diamonds in the rough, if you will. So it might be another year or two before we start seeing, the results we want, but I think we're on the right track.
Hey, Caleb, will you thank him? I want to respect his time. Will you guys thank him for me? I can't talk to him. It's driving me nuts.
Yeah.
Thank him for me because we got a lot of people watching and raising money down there. And so will you guys say that to him for me?
Yeah. Hey, Jared,
Absolutely.
Thank you so much for your time. I know we've actually lined up a bunch of guests, and I know I told you it'd only be about 15 minutes, but you stuck around for a little bit longer than that. All the audio quality issues there, but a bunch of people have jumped on the chat, said great guest. They one of them actually in particular says they're really happy that you're so true to your Cozad roots. You can't even say Lexington when talking about So thank you so much for your time. We're going to jump into some other guests. A bunch of people have been watching, donating to the Lincoln Community Foundation's Lincoln COVID-19 Fund. Again, it's great to hear everything's going well there in Cozad, and hoping even with that surgery that you're going to get back to full strength, at least for dad duties.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta. My little boy's coming for me, so I gotta stay in fighting shape.
Hey, Jared, it's good seeing you. Great talking with you. You take care of yourself, and I hope to see you soon down at the university.
Yeah, absolutely. Great to see you, brother.
All right, you take care now.
All right, thanks, guys.
All right, there you go, Jared Crick. Okay, Brendan, that was the weirdest thing. Did he leave too? Oh my gosh, I didn't even get to talk to him about it.
Yeah,
he left immediately. That was the weirdest thing.
He left three times during the talk too.
Now he is coming back again. I hope he comes back for a second here. Bring him back in.
I'm here.
Okay, you're good.
Yeah.
You're good. We thought you left. Okay, thank you, number one, for doing my job.
Absolutely.
You do it.
No problem.
That was awesome for me because I didn't have to talk, and I get to hear two NFL guys talk back and forth. That was
there you go.
Freaking fantastic, Brendan. So thank
cool.
you. You also get a sub in for me at work next time I feel like taking a vacation. I hope you know that. You're on the list now.
Absolutely. Hey, man, I appreciate you guys, all the hard work you guys are doing, and certainly, I want to make sure that you guys know we're thinking about everybody out there that is putting their neck on the line and keeping people safe, and just all my thoughts and prayers go out to the people that are suffering through this. Obviously physically, but emotionally as well. Keep the positive mental attitude going, and hopefully we'll get through this sooner than later.
And this, my
before you go, Brendan, the one-on-one vote, you're up to 63%. So,
well, I think I kind of talked my way into it a little bit, but yeah, Jared. I'm telling you, Jared was a great pass rusher. He really was. He used his hands well. He understood the complexities of it, and he was coached well. And he talked a little bit about one of the most important things when it comes to a college football player, and that's the development. And that has a lot to do with the people that you're around, your teammates, as well as the coaching, the strength and conditioning. And that's where Scott wants to get these guys back to. And I think that they're doing a hell of a job and progressing towards that.
Well, now we can end this the same way that my daughter ends her Zooms with her third grade class when she says, "I miss seeing you in person."
Yeah. Hopefully I get to see you guys in person sooner than later, man. You guys take care, okay?
That would be great. Hey, have a good one, Brandon. Appreciate your time today. Thank you.
Yeah, you bet. Right. Good luck with the walk, man. Later.
All right. Yeah, we will. All right. The update on the walk. Let's get an update, shall we? Let's see. Nora. Oh, Nora. There you go. Nora has been added to the stream. Nora, do you want to go take us through the update in case people can't read it with the whiteboard? We're going to get Nora live. And I'm not going to talk because I'll echo. So take it away, Nora.
Okay, so far we have $695 raised. We'll get an update pretty soon. We have 17,997 steps, 8.36 miles, and 2,711 calories burned.
Okay, that's like, how many pieces of pizza is that, Nora? Have you figured that out?
Let me do it.
That's good. And what was the dollar amount? We haven't gotten a new update,
no, we
have we?
have not.
Okay, so we probably will in minutes from the Lincoln Community Foundation. Hey, please donate down there at my.lcf.org/walk of shame, or it's also at klin.com. You can find the link. Any donation would be huge. Helps a variety of organizations in the community dealing with the impact, as you all know, which is huge, of COVID. If you can give anything, you've been looking for a place to give something, this would be a great way to do it. We're going to hear more. We're going to hear from Scott Young in just a little bit. From the food bank, man, are they stretched thin right now. And they're one of the organizations who are benefiting a lot from this. So that is the update. And, I'm at my watch, I'm at 9.5 miles. Caleb,
Jack,
so
did you ask for the calories burned to be translated into pizzas?
I think, is she doing the math right now?
I wanted to, what is that equation, though?
I don't know.
The correct answer is 9.512280701775.
So 9.5 pizzas.
Or pieces. Is it pieces or pizzas?
Pizzas.
Oh,
wait, that can't be right.
Wait, no. No, one slice is, yeah. You've had 9.51228070175 pieces of pizza.
How did you? Can you? Hey, the school at home has been working for you, Nora. How did you do that
I
equation?
did that on your computer. I just
What did you do?
Well, I went, how many pizzas is 2.7 or 2,711 calories? That said 285 calories, which was not helpful. So then I went to calculator, and then I went 2,711 divided by 285, and then there you go.
Okay, good job. I appreciate it. Hey, why don't you? Is Mom on a Zoom right now,
Yes.
Nora? Shoot. All right.
But she might do an interview with you at 4:45 or 4:30.
Oh, I'm trying to book an interview with my wife in the same house as me.
With another person who I can't remember who their name is.
That would be Brian Seck, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah, or maybe they'll come on the radio show with me. We'll see. We are going to do Road to Recovery in just a matter of minutes here, guys. We're going to have Jen and Joe from V1073 Morning Show join us. Caleb, we're going to bring in some of our morning colleagues at Broadcast House and some of our radio colleagues from around the state, actually, throughout the course of the show. Tell people some of the other guests coming on, will you, if you have it in front of you?
Yeah, so obviously a big thanks again to Brennan Stye and Jared Crick for coming on for the last about 40 minutes. Brennan Stye, obviously, a little bit before that. But Gina and Joe coming on. Rod Fowler is going to be coming on. We're going to have some music. Is it going to be violin with Heather Peterson?
Yeah, I believe she's going to play violin, yes.
All right, yeah. So, and then we're going to have Scott Young, Lincoln Food Bank. Governor Ricketts is going to be coming on, 24/7 pod, 3 Beers Live pod, Lincoln Mayor Lyrian Gaylor Baird. We're also going to have the folks from Sweet 98, which I'm excited for because I haven't listened to them yet. So this is going to be a way for me to learn about a number of our co-workers from other spots.
Yeah, well, there are two of them. I worked with Nikki and Lincoln. People used to hear on Prog 98, and she was in Lincoln for a long time across the street. So we're well known, and they've got 3 women basically leading up the programming on that station, and it's really cool. So we'll talk to them.
Yeah, that's awesome. Also going to have in the 2 o'clock hour, Dave Miller, and then Tiago Ray is going to play some live music. Gary and Nelson currently on Froggy, and they're going to be in at 3. Bill Shammert. We're also going to have more music from Brett Wellstead. Craig Sharp is going to come on at 4. Obviously, he starts to get close to that time frame where he's got to get onto Sports Nightly, and then we'll have our regular Road to Recovery from 5 to 6 ahead of that Sports Nightly. It's a full day here, Jack, for you, not just walking, but hopefully you doing a little bit more talking to folks if all the technical stuff works out rather than having guests interview guests.
That was, I freaked out for a moment, and then all of a sudden I realized, wait a second, if you can only hear anybody, Brendan is great because that way, Brendan's got the best questions for him anyway, and they can go back and forth on the football stuff. So that was perfect.
Yeah, that's 2 Husker greats from 2 different eras of Nebraska football. You know what Brennan Stye did in the early 90s, and we know what Jared Crick did on the tail end of the Big 12 era for Nebraska football, and obviously had to bring up that Texas game, which I think there was a rule. I think there's a rule. I don't know if it's in effect now or if they've talked about it, but if the clock runs out and they look at it to try to see if there's time to put left, it has to be at least 3 seconds.
Yes.
So that would have been a Nebraska Conference Championship in 2009.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, let's bring it, since he hasn't gotten to be on camera yet, why don't we bring Kenny in and say hi, since he's doing some work from him. Come on, Kenny, bring yourself in. There's Kenny back at the Broadcast House studios. He's helping out. I'm just bossing him around when I can't reach my screen. Sorry if I sound bossy, Kenny.
No, you're fine. I'm trying to figure out this or make sure everything works good. And I don't know. What do you think so far? Is everything, except for the Brendan and Jared?
That was weird. If anybody has a theory on that, I would love to hear it from anyone in radio. How he can hear one of us but not others, I have no idea.
Yeah, I got nothing on that.
it was crazy. Yeah, but it's going very well, going very smooth. And Kenny has given me a lot of help. He's at his desk at our studios at 44th and O. So I don't know, but yeah, maybe I'm interrupting everyone doing their work over there. We only have a very skeleton crew in there right now, so hopefully, how's everything going to the home front, Kenny?
What, I'm sorry, what's that?
I said, how's everything going back at the KLIN studios and broadcast house?
Oh yeah, it's kind of empty in there right now. I think Kellen's around here somewhere, and
yeah, where's Kellen? I haven't made fun of Kellen for a while. It's been a while.
He hopped in here for a second, but I don't know.
Yeah, he didn't. Then he went away. I saw him and he went away. When I wanted to make a joke about him when Kirk said something about Farm Boy, but he wasn't there for me to make the joke, unfortunately.
Yeah.
All right. Well, cool. I just want to say thank you, Kenny, and everybody. Say thanks to Kenny because his work on this in the background wouldn't be able to do it. He's worked with me a long time on kind of making this happen, and so I really appreciate it. Thank you, Kenny.
All right. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Bring in Joe, and let's take Nora out, and Caleb, you can hang with us if you want, or if you need to go, you can too. It's up to you.
I think I'm.
Oh, he's leaving. All right.
I'm gone.
All right. You left quickly.
No, I was just saying I'm going to grab some lunch while I can before I have to come carry more of your interviews.
Yeah, you let's make sure Joe can hear me real quickly when he gets in. And Jenna, there he is.
I hear you.
Joe Star. You hear me loud and clear, Joe?
I do.
All right, Caleb, he tagged you out. See you later.
It's a tag team thing. How are you? It looks like you're doing pretty well.
I am good. The update to the second is 9.9 miles. So you're going to be with me when I hit 10 miles. And then we are at 21,317 steps, 3,106 calories. And we're lagging the fundraising. We're still waiting for the latest update. We're getting close to 1,000, but we're lagging. So hopefully we have a big afternoon on that. But otherwise, things are going well. I'm sweating. Everybody asks me if I'm sweating. A little. It's kind of cool down here.
It looks like a nice day. It looks like it's a nice day. The sun is
beautiful.
Out.
Yeah, it's very nice. There's a little bit of a parade going on back here. I don't know if you can even see it.
I can. Yeah, that's good. It's you're doing some good work, so we appreciate you. And I know that it's a little bit different with this coronavirus, but hey, congratulations to you for stepping up and doing it on the treadmill and virtually and everything. It's awesome.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Tell me about. It's funny because Joe and I work in the same building every morning, rooms next to each other. We talk in the hall quite frequently, but things have just been different. Some of us have been there at times, others haven't. Give us the update from you and Jenna, what the last few months have been like for you, how you've been doing your show, and how the world has kind of changed for you guys.
The thing has changed a little bit because I am in the studio and Jenna is at home. She's on Zoom, so she stays home and broadcasts from her basement, and then we hook up via Zoom and we do it that way. And yeah, things have changed quite a bit. So we're just trying to do what we can do to make sure that the show goes live every day and that we have our guests on Zoom and with this whole situation just being different, it's something new to get used to, but it's fun. We're having a good time with it.
What's it been like for you guys? We're a news talk station, obviously, and so a lot of what we're doing has to do with this because it so directly impacts everyone's lives. But how have you kind of found the balance in what to talk about for the last few weeks and months?
It's I think at the outset there was a lot of talk of coronavirus and COVID-19 and things that that people needed to be aware of and whatnot, but we try to find things that are going to keep people entertained, and certainly we got to keep them updated on what's happening around the city and the state. And we do, we have the KLIN news department helping us with that, and Kellen gives us updates every day, so we get all of that, and then we try to find fun stuff to talk about to make people's lives a little bit more. Try to give them some happy stuff in the mornings. I see Jenna is on now with me.
Yeah, hi Jenna, how are you? Thanks for coming on. How you doing?
Awesome, thank you. I got a little snagged up trying to get in, but how are you doing? How's it going so far?
I'm good. I was just telling Joe, I just hit 10 miles right now. So it's been 3 hours, 10 miles. So now I had a little extra at the beginning from like the walking I did previously, like a half mile. We're counting that because I said so. But other than that, doing good. Yeah, 10 miles and 21,000 steps. And we're getting close to $1,000 in fundraising. I'm hoping that bumps up here pretty significantly in the afternoon. But I was just gonna ask Joe, like trying to find for you guys, because it's obviously a little different show than what I do. How do you find the balance when you talk about what life is now and then just kind of escapism? And how do you figure out how to balance that?
You know, it's the news is so negative and so tragic. So we have just tried to find positive things, an uplifting spin on all of this crazy time for everybody. And what's going on in Joe's and my life is totally relatable to our listening audience. Parents at home schooling kids. We try and find things that will entertain the kids. On the internet, shows that are coming up. There's been a lot of virtual concerts. I mean, we just try and provide them with a lot of information so they have something other than school and other than worrying about a pandemic and other than worrying about the coronavirus, because you got to continue to live your life in some form in all of this craziness.
I just wanted to pop in here and see.
Oh, Kellen.
It's Kellen. Hi,
Why are you infringing on their time? They only get 15 minutes. They want their own time.
All I came in to say, Jack, was, Joe's also a runner. Maybe we should all three of us get into this race that we're going to talk about. See who's going to win that one.
I feel like I should be moving.
Joe would even beat me. So I also wanted to start a bet who has the better show in the morning, since I actually contribute to the show.
Oh no, don't go there.
I don't know. We never hear each other's show. That's the problem.
I know.
Although we do often wear the same shirts. That's happened
So
several times.
people don't know this, but Joe and I have this weird thing where like 3 times we've worn the exact same or nearly the same shirt that the other one had on the same day at work. And it's almost uncanny, Joe, the frequency with which we'll do that. And I have no explanation for it.
Yeah, I don't either. And it's not like it's planned, but you feel like a dope when you show up at work and we're both wearing the same thing. And one day we had 3 people, or 4 people all had the same shirt on. It was like, how did that happen? But it's kind of fun. Just the fun stuff that goes on around here.
I'm
So-
trying to find the pictures. Keep talking. I'm trying to find
I will.
because I know I took pictures at least once or twice.
Yeah. There have been a few times, and we've taken some pictures of it. So let me ask you this, and because one of the things that I always end up doing, and I don't know, this is just because I'm kind of, you have this point you look forward to in the future when there's some level of normalization, and we talk about when might sports come back and when might certain things. But one of the things that both in our worlds we deal with more than anything are gatherings for concerts and fine arts and those sorts of things, Joe. And it's like, that's got to be other than football games, that's got to be the very last thing to kind of come back. And I don't know how you do that in any other way. I think about that a lot. I'm just curious if you guys do.
Well, I think about like the sports and the concerts and that sort of thing. And in particular sports, I mean, they're talking about bringing some of these sports back without audiences and without crowds. And I get that. But, there's a lot of sports where, for instance, football, if you bring football back, those guys are face to face every single play. Baseball's, you're pretty close contact. I know that they have the Korean Baseball League up and running, and ESPN's running those guys and doing some live, and Major League Baseball is talking about it. But it's got to be hard, and then you have to factor in, will people go back out and attend these events when it's opened up? I mean, how soon will people feel comfortable gathering in crowds? And concerts and sporting events especially. So it's just a strange new world right now.
There's no way, Jenna, really to modify it the way that we're modifying some other things for the most part, unless you just let fewer people in, I guess.
Yeah, it's exactly. I mean, I'm looking forward to, I want to go to concerts. I want to eat in restaurants. I want to go to the Lead Center, and I want to feel safe doing it. And I want to be able to see my grandkids, who I only get to see on Zoom right now, which I guess is better than nothing. And other family members, but it's just such a bizarre time for everybody.
I think I think one
have
of the
to-
hardest things that you were just saying about wanting to hug your grandkids and stuff. I think that's the strangest thing for me is I have my immediate family. My kids are at home. My wife works from home. I'm at home a great deal of the time, but my mother, I see my mother on FaceTime. I haven't visited my mom for months. My father-in-law, and then nieces and nephews and friends, and you can't hug, you can't shake hands. It's just, we have this separation. This is just that's a very difficult thing to deal with.
Yeah, it's hard. Okay, I have to change the topic. I found the picture.
All right,
wait.
Can you make her big, Kenny? Make her full screen if you can still hear me, Kenny.
There, you can see it.
Oh, there
it's
you
totally crooked. There you go.
That was
a totally cheesy pose by both of you, but the shirt, I will attest, was the same. And that was like the third or fourth time it happened.
Yeah,
it was. That was a shirt I got for Christmas from, I believe, my wife. So I don't know about you, if you picked yours out on your own, Joe, or not.
No, my wife gave me that same exact shirt for Christmas this year. And
Oh
so
my gosh.
that was actually the first
That's
day
hysterical.
that I wore it. And Jenna says, "You've got Jack's shirt on."
Oh my gosh, thank you. That's hilarious.
Of course, me, Felicia Fashion, caught it first.
So what have you guys have found kind of the most, it's weird how some of the entertainment things have taken off in a different way now. Like first it was Tiger King, right? Everybody was talking about Tiger King on Netflix and people screaming Ozark and all sorts of things. And then, these specials where there would be people doing music and zooming into Disney sing-alongs. What are kind of the things in the entertainment world that have really become the biggest characteristic ones of our new norm, or whatever you would call it?
If I was to answer that, the biggest thing, and Jen and I were just talking about this, it's all these things that people are coming up with that they're doing virtually. You see so many bands that have each member of the band on Zoom in a different place, but yet they're able to coordinate and play. The Doobie Brothers have done it. Lots of different bands have done it. Lots of different artists have had other people playing in their own home, but they synchronize it and make it great. And putting those up on social media, not to mention the virtual concerts and the virtual sing-alongs and things like that. So I think, people are becoming very
creative.
Creative and ingenuity is really, I think, flowing right now with different ways for people to not only entertain themselves, but others as well. So,
Well, through all of this, they've been forced to go the next level. How can we keep an audience? How can we keep people coming back to our website or our Facebook page? What are we going to do? Because, things are just super different. We are good friends of the Lead Center, and they started last month Lead Live Online, where you can watch great entertainment on their website, on their Facebook page. They're getting huge audiences every Friday night, but that's just one way that they can keep people engaged at the Lead Center, which I think is awesome. And a lot of other organizations are doing the same thing.
Yeah. And, if I could just plug something that we're doing, I mean, we know that the class of 2020 is getting kind of shortchanged this year. So we're doing our own virtual graduation. We're asking people to send us the information, and we're going to recognize the class of 2020. We'll have dignitaries from around the city and state giving us words of wisdom for the kids and for the class. And we're going to have some highlights from, national celebrities that on our show. So we're going to do our own graduation to kind of give them some love, because they're not going to be able to do their. So
yeah,
I can't imagine. We all remember the end of our senior year. Like this was a highlight, right? And it's just at home.
Yeah. So if you got any listeners that got graduates, let me continue our shameless plug. Email us graduate@b1073.com. We just need your graduate's name, the high school they are graduating from, and what their future plans are. 3 very, very quick things. graduate@b1073.com. So we're going to dedicate all 3 hours on Friday, May 22nd to the graduating high school class of 2020.
That's so cool. Very cool. I'm glad you guys are doing that. So let me end with this, because I know you guys got to run here in a minute or two. I know you guys have done stuff with Lincoln Community Foundation before for Give to Lincoln Day. And we're supporting the COVID-19 fund that's going through Lincoln Community Foundation. This basically puts money in the coffers of a bunch of nonprofits that are helping people specifically with the impacts of COVID-19. And this is hopefully going to stock it up because this is going to be a long time. Jenna, you can, since I'm almost out of breath, maybe you can just make the pitch for me here for LCF and the COVID fund, because I know you're very familiar with what they do.
Yeah, exactly. You can go to any of our station's websites, whether it's klin.com, b1073.com, and there is a link there to the COVID-19 fund. It's help LNK. And then you just click on that link. You can go in and make a donation to the COVID-19 fund, like Jack said, to help there are so many organizations involved here in the Lincoln community. It could be something with families, with food. The list goes on and on and on. So give what you can to help that organization. And also while you're there, you have a chance to link to purchase business cards to many, many, many local businesses that are right here in our community. So you can go out and eat at these establishments and help support them as well.
Yeah.
Did I miss anything, Joe?
No. Yeah. Go ahead, Joe.
No, I don't think so. Just the fact that if you're on that Help LNK page and you're a business and you don't see your business, which would be easy to find, it's alphabetical. You can add your business by scrolling to the bottom of the page, and then you'll be on there as well. So
yeah.
And so there you go. We're only at $745, as people can see on the screen, right? That's good. I appreciate the donations. But man, let's go. I'll ramp this thing up in the afternoon, hopefully. If you're thinking about donating, and if it's just one of those times, like Jenna said, where you're like, I wish I could help, but I don't know how to most efficiently help. A lot of times people feel that way about giving. Like you want to help, but you really want the money to count. This is one way where it will count. It will be used in ways where it's needed, and it may be used in different ways. And so, guys, I think that's why this is a really good opportunity for people.
Yeah.
Well, you're doing good work. Keep up the good work, and way to go, Jack. Good job.
Yeah, you
Thank
are.
you.
We're proud of you.
I got a call coming in.
You should have waited one more week.
Yeah, one more week would be good. Hey, real quick before you leave, I know Joe's got a call coming in. Jenna, hang on for a second. Kenny, will you bring our next guest in, because Jenna knows him, and she may want to say hi to him. There you go, Jenna. Meet Rod Fowler.
Hello, Jenna.
My friend Rod Fowler. How are you?
I'm doing great.
How's your quarantine going?
You know, I was already kind of a homebody anyway, so now, I mean, yeah. I've watched more movies in the last 3 weeks than I have in my entire life.
Oh my gosh. Oh, well, good to see you. My time is up. I'll let you visit with Jack.
Thank you, Jenna.
I'll follow. Hey, Jack, you're doing good work.
I appreciate you
Bye,
giving me
Rod.
some time today.
Bye-bye.
Hope to see
There
you
you
soon.
go.
Bye-bye.
All right, there's Rod. That's Jenna from B1073, and we go from radio to TV. Rod Fowler from KLKS Channel 8 Eyewitness News joins us. Rod, my man, it's been a while. How you doing?
I'm doing great. This is really cool. I've never tried this StreamYard before. You know, everything is zoom, zoom, zoom.
Yeah, this allows us to stream it to Facebook Live and YouTube, so people can share the links to those, or they can just go to klin.com and find it. And I have learned so much about TV production, Rod, in the last week. I feel like I could just step right in to your newscast, and I could just put the producer headset on and go for it. You think so?
We would love to have you, believe me. You come over whenever you want.
That's good. That's good. So what's it like? What's it been like for you guys? How have things changed? How have you changed how you're operating, and how's everybody doing over there at the TV station?
So far, so good. So we're very thankful. No one has shown any symptoms or, has been tested positive or anything like that. So, number one, we're thankful for that. Number two, we report it every day. It's sad to see, these cases and people lose their lives. But number three, on a personal level, it has made our job difficult. We have most of our reporters, as you've seen on the network, reporting remotely from their apartments, from home. That makes the communication process just a little bit more difficult. That's why I put it down there as number three. There's more important things in life than that. But, just at the station, sure. So that adds a few technical obstacles. Megan, my wonderful, smart, beautiful co-anchor who is ready to have a baby. She's been anchoring from home now for, about 3 weeks. That's worked pretty well. You adjust, you make it work, and that's exactly what we've done. But I'm so excited for her and her husband. She is getting close, I think, to having that beautiful baby.
How is she doing?
She's great. The other night, I think she was on the air, and this is going to happen. She's doing the news, and she gets a kick. She's actually reading. Yeah, you get that little kick, and you're kind of like, other news. It's it's kind of like like a hiccup or something, while you're trying to talk. But I think it's darling. I think that's. Of course, I'm a man, and I'm sitting here saying that, but she's the one getting kicked in the ribs.
Right. Well, it's interesting, Rod. If she's at home doing it now, shoot, she can just keep going a few days after the baby comes, right? That's the plan, isn't it?
Why not just broadcast live from the delivery room, right?
People want to see it, yeah. That's good.
What mile are you on?
I am on. Let's see. Let me check my Fitbit. Hold on. Should we bring? Let's see. Oh no, she's out. I was getting. My daughter's been giving updates. You want to sign back in so you can give us a full update here? Wait, hey, close out of this first, please. I'm talking to my daughter, Rod. My 9-year-old Nora, who's my assistant and my secretary tonight. She's been figuring out how many pieces of pizza I can eat per calories burned, and so she's been doing some complex math. But she is also tracking the information. She's got my metrics for my Fitbit in the other room, and so she's going to get on her tablet, and she will give us an update here in a matter of minutes. What I found, Rod, and maybe you can relate to this, it's harder, even though I'm not walking fast, like my treadmill's on 3 miles an hour right now. And, I'm not in great shape. I'm not in terrible shape. I'm somewhere in the middle. But after you talk for a while, it gets a little hard. The walking is fine. The talking constantly is not as good. So I have to find talkative interview guests. That's really the biggest key here.
Well, that's the thing, because, your lungs, you're breathing in, you're breathing out a little bit harder than you normally would. And then trying to talk and use a controlled, amount of exhale while you're talking. Sure, I can understand.
Yeah. All right, Kenny,
you want very talkative interviews, right?
Yes, I do. Kenny, let's bring Nora in. She is ready from my living room with an update. We need to get her some headphones so she can't hear me so much. But Nora, take it away.
Okay, so this hasn't been very updated, but we have $745, probably 10 miles.
Yep, we're at 11.0 right now.
Okay, wow. I haven't updated this in like an hour. We're at probably 20,000 steps.
Yeah, we're at 23.
Then we have 2,916 calories burned, which is 9 pieces of pizza.
There we go.
You're going to be hungry when this is over.
Oh, man. I just hammered some kind of an energy bar or something. Mainly the water. The water is sustaining me. Thank you, Nora. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Nora. Nice job.
So, Rod, what are you doing? Are you binge watching Netflix? Are you learning a new skill? Did you start knitting? What's going on with you?
Well, I live on a acreage, so there's always something to stay busy. I mean, to be perfectly honest with you, a lot of weekends I'm scooping manure, doing things like that, taking care of animals, mowing the lawn. So I've been outside a lot. And yeah, I've been watching a lot of, fortunately, the satellite provider that I have has been providing some free weekends of HBO, Cinemax, Showtime, all that kind of stuff. So I record a bunch of movies and then watch them down the road. And nice. So that's been, my latest one was Adrift. Have you seen that one?
I haven't. I haven't. Who's in that one? Tell me about that one. I'm sure I know what it is.
I know somebody's probably watching on Facebook. Going, come on, Rob,
somebody say in the comments. They'll tell me in the comments. I'm sure we got almost 100 people watching. Say that again.
She was in Divergent series, and she played the oldest daughter of Cooney in The Descendants.
Who's the oldest daughter? Who played the oldest daughter of who in The Descendants?
Oh Pony.
Okay, Nora's a Descendants expert. Okay, oh yeah, you can't hear him. Who played the oldest daughter in Descendants? The oldest daughter of who?
She was in the Divergent series.
She was in the Divergent series?
But anyway,
that's all right. Never mind. Go. You could go update the board. I guess.
I still at my fingertips, but heaven forbid I look it up. But she and her boyfriend start to sail across the ocean, and they get into a hurricane. And yeah. And so they're adrift for 40 days or something like that. So, just been watching a lot of different movies. Have you seen the one with Will Ferrell where this author's voice is in his head all the time?
Is it like a serious one?
Yes.
Or is it a comedy?
Exactly.
Okay,
No,
I haven't. I know what you're talking about. I had heard that. I heard he really translated better than you might think to a serious actor.
Yeah, and it's our senior producer. He's big into movies at Channel 8, so I always run things by him, and he totally agreed. It's weird, but yet good. But so anyway, I've been watching a lot of movies, doing different things like that. I go to work, I come home. I go to work, I come home. I've probably been to 5 stores in the last 2 months. I was very impressed, though, on Saturday, was it? I went to Russ's at Coddington and West A. And the time I had my mask on. The time I was in there, I'd say 90% of people were wearing their masks. I was very impressed. I was
That is good. It's normally the weirdest. The ones I see that I don't understand, Rod, and like I was out at the hardware store a couple times in the last week doing projects around home. It's the couples you see where one has one and one doesn't, and I'm always wondering what's going on there exactly. Like, do you only have one? Do you disagree? Is one of you not feeling? I've never asked anyone, but I'm always wondering.
So there's 2 things down at the chat. Does that mean somebody answered our question?
2 things down at the chat. I don't know. Let's see. No, I don't see any. I don't know. Yeah, if you can. See if you can get something. I don't know. I'm learning how to do this too.
I don't know.
Did you get it? All right, that's all right. That's all right. Let me ask you, you can look for that. Let me ask you this, Rod. You're used to putting these stories together, telling these news stories. This one is, and you've usually got numbers and data for something that's easy to tell the story of, right? There's a fire and there was this amount of dollars of loss, or, there was a car accident and injured this many people. This one, my struggle in talking about this is it's so hard to grasp which number and which metric is important and to explain the story to people that way. Have you, I don't know, have you guys handled that? And what are your thoughts on that?
You're that's a very good point, and you're right. I mean, there's so many numbers coming out. The positivity rate, nursing homes, why haven't they released information on that? While other states like Iowa has, the number of what we try to do is keep it relatively simple. I think it's important. We find it important to say that 40,000 tests have been done, 8,000 have come back positive, whatever the number may be.
Right.
In other words, the vast majority of people who are being tested come back negative. You try and keep it relatively simple. One thing we started doing yesterday is actually showing here in Lancaster County how many positive cases have come in from week to week. Now, granted, we also try and say in there, with more testing being done, the odds of having more positive results are going to go up. Right. But it can get, you're right, it can get kind of complicated.
People get frustrated, because they think, then there isn't necessarily a metric. I'm sure you've heard this. There isn't necessarily a number that's out there for recoveries. A lot of people say they want that information, right? And you just don't have it.
Right, exactly.
But we can only try and fill in the spots by saying, look, we know, the death rates are not high, but we don't know the recovery number, and that's hard.
That's true. And from the very beginning, I made sure in every day, at least in one newscast, that we were reporting that 20%, only 20, or I guess everything in my brain is mush, but 20% of the cases are going to turn positive at that time. Remember that? That 80% were going to be fine. And so we tried to put it in perspective, as I'm sure you did too. I mean, you call, I always say, I know it's not the best grammar, I calls it like I sees it. And I try to just report the numbers that are given to us, and you hope the numbers are adequate, correct, reliable, and you do some double checking. There was, and you get numbers from the governor, and then the CDC, Johns Hopkins. There's another couple maps that we go by. They're all different. And I think that's why CNN, Fox, MSNBC, if you look on theirs, they just have, 45,000 plus, 8,000 plus, because everybody has different numbers that they're using, and the count is different at different times. So all you can do is get ballpark figures on those kind of things. But I know exactly what you're talking about, the recovery rate, all that kind of stuff. And I wish we had more numbers that were given to us on that kind of stuff.
Yeah, which has got to make it hard for decision makers too. You've got all of that, and there's this constant debate to stay locked down or lock down more and open up. And you've got, it feels like you've got, all these guidelines that are all over the place, and you don't know what anybody's using to some degree. And so that actually makes it hard to tell a story too about this.
Well, and you're right, and I'm an independent. I try and look at both. I put myself in other people's shoes all the time, and my personal feelings. A decent journalist does that, and so I look at both sides of it, the criticism that's coming from both sides, and the different things that both groups are saying, and so here you have X amount of states that are opening up that haven't even reached what the White House has recommended before opening up, and. I understand the business side of it, the economy side of it. People are itching. We're losing trillions of dollars. You got to get back going at some point. When is it too early? I don't know. And that's why we have to go with our experts, the scientists. And I know Dr. Fauci has received a lot of criticism. And I mean, who do you believe? Who do you believe when we're going through these times, other than the scientists, the experts, that you hope have no political agenda, that are looking for our best interests? You hope you can trust them and believe them, and you report it, and you hope there's no other agenda behind it. But what can you do, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Rod, I'm gonna let you go. I know you got stuff going on today. It was good to talk to you. I support other local media across the board. I think you do a great job here in Lincoln on Channel 8. Give Megan our best wishes as well here. Hopefully some exciting news in the coming days, and have a good one, all right?
Well, I hope we do have some good news to report here very soon. I hope we get over this. And two questions for you. Well, one's a comment, one's a question. If people want to give, because you're giving to a great cause here, how do they do it?
So there's a scroll on the bottom of the screen. That has the website right there, my.lcf.org/walk of shame. If you want to try and just think of it later, you can now. Just go to klin.com, click on the Walk of Shame banner. We've got a link there to the Lincoln Community Foundation Fund for the COVID-19 relief, which will go to nonprofits across the city that are helping people with the impact of COVID-19. So that's a great way to find it.
That is super, and I commend you. I know a lot of your listeners know it, but you have a big heart. There's no doubt about that. And for you to do this kind of stuff, and I know you're having fun, and why not? If you're going to do something for a cause,
cool.
Have fun.
This is cool.
Exactly.
I'm talking to people. This is the best way to exercise. I'm just talking to people all over town.
Just like when you give out those $100 at Christmas time. You know what? That is so cool, and that makes so many people's day. And when you surprise them and you give them $100, and is it going to change their total life? No. Is it going to change their life that day? And are they going to think differently in the future? You darn right they are. And so I love your ideas. I love that you do this kind of stuff. And so anytime I can be be just a little part of it like this. I'm honored. So thank you for having me.
You've been great. You've been great helping me out with it, and this was no exception, Rod. Hey, have a good one, and we'll talk to you again soon. All right.
All right. What do we have? 12 more miles?
We are now at 11.6 miles, and coming up, we've got some musical guests and more. So tune in if you're bored today. Okay, Rod?
All right. Have a good one, my friend.
All right, there we go. We'll say goodbye to Rod. I'm going to take, just guys, I know we're going to have a little violin music. I'm going to take a 1 minute break. Yeah, we'll get to Heather's. I've got to take a 1 minute break. You know what I mean? And we will be back here. And Kenny, just put up that we're taking like a 1 minute break, and we'll be back. All right. Okay. All right, we are back. Thank you for being patient with me. I had to take a very tiny break here. Let's bring up our next guest. There. Say hello. Hold on, Heather. Let me get my earphones in. Can you hear me okay?
I do. Can you hear me?
Great. We hear you great. Heather Peterson. So, Heather, we're going to need some music from you, but I met you, I think the first time was at the Ferris wheel event. I'm going to start my treadmill here while I talk. The Ferris wheel event we did for United Way last year, and you were kind enough to ride with me and make a donation then, and I got to know a little bit about you then. Our paths crossed again this year through the Help LNK website, where people were talking about their local businesses and how they were kind of doing things differently. And Heather sent a note and said, hey, would you mind putting on the website that I am doing strings lessons for violin and viola, and we're doing them via Skype. And I happen to be in a situation where, and you know what, we can even bring Nora in. She's my assistant today, and so we'll bring her into the picture as well, if she can turn off her sound enough for it not to mess it up, or maybe we can mute her. And I said, well, she just lost her strings lessons. It would be great if we could. It would be great if we could do this. And so Heather and I kind of struck up a relationship, and we came in and learned about this process. And you've been teaching strings via Skype now. How's that been going?
There are some challenges, but in other ways, it's easier than I thought it would be. Most of us kept all of our students, or most of our students, and I was thrilled to also pick up Nora as a new student in my studio. She's a fantastic kid. But yeah, it's been a learning curve, because not only do I have to teach online, but I also have to learn how to do business online, and trying to accommodate everybody and all the different needs that are out there.
Yeah, absolutely. Tell us just a little bit about yourself, what you do. You're obviously a musician and you like to be a teacher, but tell us how that got started and the other things that you do.
Well, I've been teaching violin and viola in the Lincoln area since the year 2000, and I play with the Lincoln Civic Orchestra. It's a volunteer symphonic orchestra, and there's a lot of LPS teachers in there as well. We come from all different walks of life, and it's just a great camaraderie between all of us. I also have played for the Pinewood Bowl Pit, the Pit Orchestra, and I've done that for several years. And they've become like family. So I teach and I play and volunteer on the side and garden and sew and all kinds of stuff. So
very cool.
And I'm married with kids.
What? Say that again.
And I'm married with kids.
And you're married with kids, so you're staying busy. How long? When did you start playing? I assume you started on violin. When did you start?
When I was Nora's age, I was 9, and I started in Minnesota because that's where I hail from. And it's just been a journey. I played it for a while in college. I actually gave it up for 4 years, and I came back to it. And
really,
teaching fell into my lap, and it's become my passion and my calling. And I have 55 students, but for 2 years I had 65, and I had to scale back because I was working too much. But it's been my calling, and I love it. So I'd rather teach it than play it. So
that's interesting. And I'm sure the hard thing with strings, and Nora actually said this when we were talking to Maestro Ed Polacek and Barbara Zouk from the Symphony Orchestra, is that a big part of it is positioning people's hands like physically correctly, right? I've never played it, but I assume that's a big part of it, and that's probably a real challenge.
If the hands are in position correctly, they play better. They're more in tune. Their fingers can hit their marks easier. There's more dexterity. So the physical side of things, also getting inside the brain and figuring out how each kid is wired, and adult, I teach adults too, and just making sure that they understand. And sometimes it just takes a different path of explaining before somebody really understands before we move on to the next concept. So it's a lot of different factors that goes into teaching and learning how to run a business.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Heather, a couple of reasons I was excited to have you on, but one of them is you're an example, I think, of what a lot of kind of small businesses have done in trying to adapt and be something different. And there's a portion of that that's difficult and growing pains, and then there's a portion of that where there's some ingenuity and kind of some excitement, saying, wow, here's a thing I didn't know I could do before. And so it's not all good or all bad, but that's kind of the reality that a ton of our businesses are going through right now.
Absolutely. So I see it across the board. So.
Yeah. So, and then the other reason I want to have you on is I thought it might be nice to get a little bit of music, if you don't mind, a little bit of walking music here. Do you mind giving us a little something?
Sure. Well, I figured fiddling is probably more fun to listen to and more motivating while you're walking on a treadmill. So I'll play some fiddle tunes for you. So.
All right, take it away.
All right.
Nice. What was that?
That's called Cotton Picker's Rag.
Okay. It went the exact same pace, beats per minute, as my 2.7 speed on my treadmill, just so you know.
Rock on.
Very good. You got one more you can do for us?
Yeah, I'll do one more. Do you want a send-off song?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Or I can do a duet with my son.
Either way, whatever you think, I'll let you choose. I'm down with either. You can come on if you'd like him to. That'd be great.
Hey Lars, you want to play? Okay, he's coming on out.
All right, sounds good. So what's he play?
He plays violin and percussion.
Okay.
And sings, and you know.
All right, good. Yeah. Mother-son duet. That's great. I like this. All right, what are we gonna hear?
This is called If You Love Me, Never Leave. It's a gypsy song.
All right, sounds good. Great job, Heather and Lars. Thank you so much for joining us. Hey, Nora, what'd you think? Can you hear me, Nora? You're muted, I think. Nora, what
Now
did you
I can.
think?
Yes,
What did you
I
think?
should go to another room. That was really, really good.
Awesome.
Great. Heather, thank you so much for doing this for us. Thanks for providing a little music and a little joy, and for showing us an example of being adaptable during this time.
And here is your send-off song while you hang up with me.
All right. All right. Thank you. Hey, we'll talk to you soon, Heather. Have a good one, all right?
You too. Bye-bye.
All right, there you go. There's Heather Peterson playing some violin for us, and small business person here who's done a good job being adaptable. And with that, we say hello to a man who needs no introduction, Mr. Scott Young from the Lincoln Food Bank. Scott, did you ever dream this is what radio would look like years ago?
No, Jack. This would be a new twist. But you are rocking this walk of shame. And if there's such a thing as being proud to be involved with a walk of shame, I'm proud to be involved with your walk of shame. And who should we be more ashamed of than you? Nice
There's no
prediction
doubt
on that deal, John. Jack missed just a little bit. Just a little bit.
I was off on it. Well, I'm really glad you can come on with me. Always enjoy talking to you. And we are raising money for this LCF COVID-19 fund. But let's just start, before we get into that, let's just talk about the food bank right now. Talk about what's changed for you guys. I'm sure the demand has changed, what you've had to do differently, and how you've been able to keep up.
Yeah, Jack, we've had a total disruption of what we normally do at the Food Bank of Lincoln. You know, we serve 16 counties in southeast Nebraska, and back in early March, We had some meetings about planning for the pandemic, and even when we were meeting about it, we really had no sense that it was going to be what this has turned out to be. But Lynn Sampson, who's one of my young colleagues, said we need to think about our work differently in those meetings, and we've thought about it a lot differently. So we divided into 3 teams, a work-at-home team. I would be in that group because of my vulnerable age, Jack, that old. And then we've got a green team and an orange team. They're working on alternative weeks, and we're staging mobile pantry distributions. That's our primary tool right now. And those are where we hand out pre-packed bags of food, produce, shelf-stable product, meat and dairy and produce when we have it. The National Guard joined the fray in April 20th, as a matter of fact, was the first day they were able to join us, and have enabled us to do up to 18 mobile pantry distributions this week alone. We also are serving our biggest agencies. We're focused on our biggest agencies and asking our smaller agencies to refer folks to the larger agencies so that we can be well focused on our work. That would be Catholic Social Services, Center for People in Need, Gathering Place. I'm going to leave somebody out here, Mission Service Center, Salvation Army, and I'll apologize to whoever I'm forgetting. We would have had Matt Talbot Kitchen on that list, but they volunteers provide most of the food to the Matt Talbot effort. But we're trying to expand back our service as we've had the National Guard join us, because it's freed up our staff to resume more normal activity. But it is, as you've seen and you've talked about every day for weeks, a total disruption of everything that we know to be normal.
How different does that distribution look than your regular operations? And then how much more just literal food do you give out and need than you normally do?
Normally, Jack, we have a client choice operations at the mobile pantry distributions, where we'll lay out product on tables and people go through the lines and make their own selections, which is the most efficient way of doing this. The pre-packed bags are no contact, low contact is the idea. Our priorities as we entered into the pandemic were getting food to people, staff safety, volunteer safety, and an eye on the future of the food bank. We asked our volunteers, many of whom are senior citizens, back in early March. We asked them to kind of hold off on coming in for the time being. And now the question is, what's the time being? But right now we're just using staff and National Guard to get all these distributions done. And it's a lot of wear and tear, but I think it's given our staff and some National Guard volunteers a great chance to really shine brightly. We generally, at a mobile pantry distribution now, are giving out between 35 and 40 pounds of food per household. And at times we've gone up to 50 pounds, depending on how much product we had. That probably is twice as much product as we would normally give out on a normal distribution. We believe our need is going to go up 25 to 35% in southeast Nebraska, Jack. So the food bank and all the agencies we serve and the social service agencies are really going to be up against it in the next 6 months. This walk of shame, which is raising money for the COVID-19 fund, is a terrific boost for all of us who are in this business. And we appreciate you taking that on during this little 26-mile trek of yours, this little walk in the park.
Scott, how is the need, the people you're serving right now, how is that group changing, expanding? How does it look different now than it might have a few months ago?
Well, what we're seeing, and this is the sad part, we're seeing a lot of new faces, and people are saying, they're saying, I've never done this before. What do I need to do? We have 3 full-time SNAP outreach workers, food stamp outreach workers who are getting calls and saying, I hate to have to do this. But my family really needs food. So we're seeing a lot of regular faces. There's a group of people in southeast Nebraska and across America who really need a lot of food assistance a lot of the time. So there's that group, and now you have new people tumbling into that group. All of us know of businesses who have had to lay people off or shorten people's hours. Over 100,000 unemployment claims for the state of Nebraska in just like the past 7 weeks. Last year, there were 42,000 unemployment claims. So need is really going to spike here for the nonprofit community in Lincoln. And, all of this is going to impact all of us. So we're seeing a lot of new need, a lot of people that haven't needed us before. Hopefully it will be temporary, but we also expect some months worth of need from people who are new into the system, and they're going to get used to coming to these mobile pantries, and it's not a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's interesting to hear you say that, because I know, this fund, people have probably read in the news and heard on the radio that this fund has had some success with fundraising, and it's got some money in it. But the thing that's going to be interesting is you kind of view, when you remember this pandemic and the way the news went, Scott, you remember this peak of intensity at the beginning in March and the beginning of April, just in terms of seeing the scenes in New York and worrying about hospital capacity. And hopefully we are past that. But with it kind of seeming like that's over, you get in your head that maybe that's going to be the case for a lot of things, where it seems like, and you alluded to this, not just what you do, but what a lot of these organizations do, it's going to continue and maybe increase in the coming months.
Yeah, there's a real concern about the fall. I mean, everybody's talking about what's going to happen if there's a second surge in the fall, and I think most health professionals expect that to happen. Jack, I think a lot about the responsibilities of Steve Joel and the school board right now in terms of making decisions. In the University of Nebraska and Wesleyan, how do you plan on what's going to happen September 1st right now? Because generally the answer to all the questions beats the heck out of me. Right. That none of us know what's going to happen or how this is going to look. Medical professionals will not be surprised if there's a new wave of this in the fall. And so you and I shouldn't be surprised either. And we're talking at the food bank about how do we plan for that? Do we resume normal activity only to go back to what we're doing now in September or October? So there's a lot of unknown information. And I read a great quote about the NBA canceling suspending its season, Jack. When that happened, that really got my attention. And then the NCAA tournament got canceled. And the Golden State Warriors general manager talked about their decision making, and he said, we're trying to figure out the least worst decisions we can make. Yeah. And that's what a lot of companies are doing. That's what a lot of institutions, like our educational institutions, it's what a lot of our nonprofits are doing right now. What's the least worst thing we can do? We're not faced with a dozen great choices. We're faced with a dozen hard choices, and all of us are in that boat.
So, Scott, let me ask you this. If you've got people who are considering donating, tell people what the process is like on your end when there are nonprofits of various sizes able to get some help from a fund like this. What does that look like, and how much does it help?
It's helped a great deal. The Food Bank of Lincoln has received some of these funds that we've put to use immediately. The people can go online to the Lincoln Community Foundation, I believe. United Way, I'm sure, has a link. People can go to the individual nonprofits if they care to. A lot of nonprofits, just like a lot of businesses, are really going to struggle. I would not put the food bank in that group. We're going good right now, and we're going strong. Our larger concern is the extended need that we're going to see here, Jack. But people can go to the Lincoln Community Foundation, go to the KLIN website, I'm betting, and find out how to make a donation. They've got a simple process that nonprofits are applying to the fund for, and the reporting is simple. The application process is simple. Us nonprofit people really appreciate that. It's an emergency fund that enables dollars to be spread around where there are emergency needs, and it's a great way for the community to respond to the pandemic.
Yeah, it is, and just the kind of the flexibility of the plan. And I don't know that people know, and I'm not going to be able to talk to enough of the people involved with it, but you probably can speak to this, just the breadth of different services that not only this funds, but that are affected. I mean, we think a lot about food banks, and that's good, There's a lot of pictures of the lines on the news in different cities. But when I got to talking to people, talking to my wife, and talking to Barb Bartle, I didn't even think of some of the areas that were impacted.
No, there's, it's homelessness, it's domestic violence. There's been a lot of conversation about that. It's, the Child Guidance Center and Sexual Abuse, the Child Advocacy Center, I should say. It's the after school programs that have had to cease. It's the YMCA. I mean, these aren't all under the umbrella of the COVID-19 response, but the nonprofit community has really been jolted, and there's been a tremor in the community right now because of the pandemic, and all of these great service organizations that mean so much to the community of Lincoln are all having to refigure and reboot and try and do it in an atmosphere where their resources might be shrinking. So these things are really important. The nonprofit community and all the business community. I mean, we're a small business community is what the nonprofit community is. And these entities provide great service to thousands of Lincoln people on a regular basis. And some of that service may be disrupted completely by the pandemic, or at least set back for some number of months. And then we have to think as a community about what's going to happen in September and what's going to happen in January. Are we going to be able to do these mobile pantries in January and February in Nebraska? Then I'll challenge you to do some weather predicting, Jack. But all of this is going to change and morph. It's going to continue to evolve, hopefully for the better, but it's not going to be without a lot of difficult decision making.
So I'll leave you with this question, which I've asked a lot of people, I feel like, during interviews over the last several weeks. What's that thing that you can't do now or can't do normally right now that you think about the most, and you kind of imagine what that moment will be like the most, and it gives you some level of hope, but you think about it a lot?
I think it would be, for me, in the long term for the food bank, it would be the need coming back down, and that has to do with economic recovery, which in my view, Jack, is several months away. And a year from now, how is this going to look to all of us in retrospect? Or are we still going to be struggling? And I think either of those things is possible, or there's a spectrum of that, and somewhere in between is where we're going to be. But I look forward to a time when people's jobs are restored, their incomes are restored. As we return, we have to think about what are we paying people who now we are considering really important because they're doing what we need them to do. We should not forget the importance of hourly wage workers when we all return to whatever the next normal is. If we just go whistling past the graveyard and act like none of this really happened, or we don't learn anything from it, we'll have made a real mistake. So I'm hopeful about how we might emerge from this and how we might emerge differently. But that's a complicated question. It's simple for me, but it's much more complicated to answer than it is to ask.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Scott, I'm sure you've heard the song "Video Killed the Radio Star." I hope that isn't going to come true with all of this, but it's quite something to be talking to somebody I used to listen to on the radio, now on video, and somebody who's a leader in this community, and a great job of kind of explaining what's happening and why we're doing this today. So, Scott, thanks so much for your time, and can't wait to see you sometime.
Jack, you are a real beauty. Thanks for doing this today, and good luck. And I'd hate to see your feet at 5 o'clock.
They already do not feel good. They are going to be nasty. Maybe one of those new places that are doing pedicures again would like to see me tomorrow. What do you think?
There you go. That's it. Open for pedicure business.
All right. Thank you, Scott. Have a good one. There you go. There is Scott Young from the Lincoln Food Bank. Okay. Got a lot of messages. My Aunt Jane said hi to me from Oregon. I hope she's still watching. A lot of you are sending me messages here, and I'm trying to get them when I can. Oh, good. Caleb and Kellen right here. Jump in, guys. I needed someone to, before I believe we have the governor next here in 15 minutes, but this is a great time for Caleb and Kellen to jump in and say hi.
I'm just here to help you burn 15 minutes.
Yeah, same here.
Thank you. How are you guys doing? I'm getting so many texts. I'm feeling fine. I'm just frustration with not being able to manage communications right now would probably be worse than than the physical
Hey,
thing.
all you need to know is that as you talked with Jared Crick and Brendan Stye, I put out a great garbage officiating tweet. It got
Saw
a lot
that,
of
I
love.
laughed.
People were very happy for that.
I wanted to say it so bad during, and I couldn't.
You
Like,
wouldn't have heard you.
Jared Crick was talking about literal garbage officiating, and all I wanted to do was yell garbage officiating, and I was just yelling into a void, Caleb. It killed me.
Well,
That
see,
was
that's
like
the thing.
good
You could,
therapy.
yeah, you could have actually yelled that because it wouldn't have interrupted him at all.
I know I am getting okay. I'm going to have to record a promo here while we're talking because this is the only opportunity that I'm going to get. So
I would just hold on before you do your promo. I just want to show you something. Here.
hold on,
I'm flipping my camera around.
just a second. My daughter is changing my green screen right now. Let her pick a new. What do you guys want to see?
Oh, do you have you've already been inside Memorial Stadium, right?
We've been inside Memorial Stadium. Yeah.
Is there
Any-
anything
we-
PBA?
Is there a PBA Pinnacle Bank Arena one? There should be. All right, we're getting that for you here. Look at it. Oh, that's a good one. We haven't done that one yet. Just bring it down a little bit. Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty good. All right. She's changing it, Caleb. You have to tell me if this suits your needs. How's
Oh,
that?
there we go.
All right.
Looks a
That's
lot
gorgeous.
nicer.
I
on
missed that
picture than
place.
it-
I
it
missed
looks
that
a
place
lot
too.
nicer and it looks a lot nicer in that place than it does right now outside.
Oh, is it pretty? Is it raining out there yet?
It was
It's pretty
drizzling when I
misty.
left.
Yeah.
Okay,
Now,
so
I just
Kellen, you
wanna-
wanted to show me something.
Yeah, I just want to see if you're hungry yet because this little Havikin raised beef, little roast here.
Ooh.
See if you were hungry at all today. Sorry, I don't
that's
have a
nice.
glass of milk for you ready though yet, Caleb. But yeah, little old.
What is it? What kind of cut is that? I didn't hear you.
It's a rump roast.
Oh, okay. What's the best way to prepare that?
I just usually put it in a crock pot and let it go.
Crock pot? Yeah, that's what
I just and you know here's the thing: when you have homegrown beef, like case in point here, you don't even have to hardly season it. Not even a bouillon cube. You just put it in, and a can of I do put a can of like mushrooms in that, and it's perfect. Put it in before you go to work. Come home, cooking lessons with.
You don't
Colin.
even, wait. You don't even put salt and pepper in there. You don't even put salt and pepper in there.
I will put salt. I will put pepper on it. I don't typically put salt on it. Don't need to.
Crazy. That's crazy.
Hey Jack, on the in the tweets, Allison says she donated because you were bad at pitch. Good luck.
Oh, so when I was in my self-isolation, and Nora was doing this with me too, but we played a lot of online pitch when I had to sit in my room like 24 hours a day. And so I found this Trickster, this online site where you can play 10-point pitch, which I love playing, and I hadn't played for years. And so I got on there, and I just went on Twitter, and I was like, anybody want to play? And Allison follows me. I've never met her in person. I've talked to her on Twitter a lot. And so she was in the group that we played with. I think she played against me, and the guy and I that I played with just got absolutely murdered in it. It was bad. So she felt bad, and we got a donation. And I also want to mention real quick, Heather, who played violin, she did a $100 donation as well. And so we're getting a few, and I think we'll get enough. If we have, maybe
We just got
into
an
it.
update came through.
Are we over 1,000 yet?
We're at 920.
Come on, people! I am killing myself for this.
What are you at for steps and miles?
Let's see. Nora, you can write this down on the board. 28,000. You have an update? Oh, let's just bring Nora in here. Can anybody do that? I have a hard time bringing this in. All right, there's Nora. Unmute her, and she will give us an update here in just a minute. All right. Oh, we lost her. We lost her like we lost Brendan Stye, too.
Did you see on Twitter? We didn't get to this on the show. Did you see some random person was tweeting about you, Jack? I think you even quoted the tweet about how you were complaining and setting a 60-degree guarantee, and then
Yes.
and I just thought that was hilarious.
Yes, I did.
You are
I
ruining
did see
people's
that.
lives that have no.
I'm
clue.
ruining people's lives and raising small amounts of money, evidently. Nora, do you have an update for us in there?
Yes. So, okay. So we got $920. Then we have 27,814 steps. 3,871 calories and 12.93 miles.
Yes. That's fine. And actually, my watch now says that was just a couple of minutes ago. I'm at 13.3. So that's good.
Yes, your computer is slow in updating.
You may have to slow down if you want to finish for the road to recovery.
Hey, no problem. I'm down at 2.7. I'll knock it down another 0.2. I'm not scared. I'll make this a comfortable stroll when I talk to the governor. That's the thing. These interviews that I've had to talk a lot, that's tough. That was why I was glad Brendan came in and saved me for an hour, basically. That was very good.
I'm hoping, though, that you actually, you're going for the 26.2, the marathon distance. I'm hoping you actually get that 5-10 minutes into Road to Recovery. I hope you hit that and then just say, all right, now we're going gravy. It's bonus. We're walking all the way to the end of the show.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll do that if we need to. Hey, I have to do a liner or a promotion for our radio show. I'm trying to line up some guests right now. What if we did a 5:10 with 5:10? No, or not. That's fine. Oh, you ask. All right, sorry. It's hard. The communications is the hardest thing about this. Like trying to talk to people and text people and do all these sorts of things. All right, before the governor comes on, should we record a liner here? What should we promote about Road to Recovery tonight?
You figured out somebody that's going to join us?
Well, I tried to. I don't have it yet. That's what I'm kind of busy here. Whoops. I'm kind of busy here, Kellen. I booked several guests, so I don't know. But I guess we can just promote. Well, let's try this here. It's Jack Mitchell. Join us this evening on Road to Recovery. We will finish up the Walk of Shame Live, 26 miles. We'll tell you about the fundraising effort, plus the news of the day. See you tonight, KLIN. Is that good enough or not?
A true professional.
I was just about to say, people are probably in awe of that right there. You don't need any help with these interviews. You just literally did that, doing, walking and chewing gum and trying to text. I mean, this is brilliant.
Wow. I normally don't hear that sort of thing. Nora, I told Nora if she wanted to appear in the governor and the mayor's interview. Those were the two that she requested. Nora, the governor's coming on next. You still want to ask him a question?
Yes.
Have you thought of what it is?
Does anybody have the idea?
Oh my gosh, this is not how this industry works. You create your own ideas on the fly. You do interviews while you're on the treadmill, person after person. You switch subjects. You're not built for this.
Nora, is your dad kind of annoying sometimes?
Just a little bit. Just a little bit.
Wow.
Nora, okay, since we've got a few minutes before we get to the governor, I know you're going to be thinking about a question for him. What's your best story about your dad?
Oh, no.
Okay.
Probably can't even think of one.
So the first one, well, this is the most funniest. Whenever my dad is doing a project, like replacing the ceiling tiles, we are upstairs with the door shut. In our basement, we can hear our dad screaming because things won't work. He comes out and he has complete sawdust over him. And by the time we come down, our whole basement is just covered in sawdust. And there had probably been an hour of screaming.
Now, Nora, so a couple weeks ago, he told us kind of about this. I want to get your perspective. Did he blame you guys for losing a toilet seat?
No, we did not do anything. He was the one who bought the toilet seat, and he was the one who brought it up. It's not our fault that you have to go to Target and get another toilet seat.
Well, that's not what he told us. He said that he thought that you guys stole it and hid the toilet seat from him. So
yeah,
we had no idea where it was.
It didn't come with it.
You spend $40 on a new toilet seat if we already had it.
Okay. Hey, can you get me some more water? I'm losing control right now.
Oh, okay.
I'm out.
Jack, you're so needy, just like you are at work.
What other things can I do to serve you?
You may need to exit the conversation so we have room for the governor soon. Wow.
That was good.
This is live. This is what live TV is like, huh? I guess. Hey, who do we have coming up, guys? I got my sheet. Here's another thing. Like, I've got my sheet here with the schedule that I printed out, and it's sitting down here, and I can't read it from where I'm standing. And like, I don't want to pick up a piece of paper when I'm talking to people. So will you guys give me a look ahead?
I printed paper, by the way.
Did you steal my schedule, Nora?
No, Mom has it.
Ooh. All right, Jack. So coming up at 12:30, you've got Governor Pete Ricketts, and then this is just one after the other here. We actually don't have an opening until 2:45. So we're going to be rolling here for the next couple hours straight. We've got the 24/7 pod, 3 Beers Live, Mayor
3 years later. 3 years later. By the way, it's called 3 Beers Later.
No. They're going to be live. It's going to be 3 Beers Live.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Yeah, we're changing it up just for you. 3 Beers Later, they're going to get about a half an hour. Lincoln Mayor Leary and Gaylor Baird, the folks from Sweet 98. We're going to get Dave Miller, Tiago Ray, and then we've got an open there, but I don't know how long Tiago is going to mix music for you. That could fill that a little bit. Gary and Nelson are immediately following that from Froggy 98. That takes us all the way into the 3 o'clock hour.
Okay, that's good. And then we have some openings there. Is it a color coded schedule? No, it is not a color. I didn't color code. It's all. I don't have a color printer here. I finally ditched the inkjet printer and just got a straight. I heard that the straight laser black and white printers are a better bet, and they're not screwing up constantly. So far, it's been a good choice. I'd recommend that.
Of all of the work transactions that we've done back and forth, you've never used anything in color.
Well, you should see my sport. Did you put any ice in it? She said no. That's my punishment.
Ooh.
Oh God! It's like lukewarm water.
That's how she's going to keep you. Yeah, she's going to keep you hydrated now because you have to finish that before you can be rewarded with ice cold water.
Jeez. Nora, that was mean. But the temperature of the water in my house is a big deal because my wife is for some reason not an ice water drinker. And she that's the type of water she likes. And Caleb, I think we've talked about this before. I hope we don't end up getting a divorce over it, but it is like it's one of the why anyone prefers no ice to ice, I will never understand.
Is this one of those that's supposed to be one of the dating questions? Is that it?
Should
Whether
be.
or not you have to have ice?
Yeah, it should be. Hey, it looks like Nora, you're gonna have to get out of the stream here. We're gonna take you out of the stream because it looks like the governor has just entered the green room here. Okay, we'll let you in here in just a second if you maybe want to ask a question. All right, there we go. So when the governor gets to his video, we will have him join us. And look, and before it even comes up, I'm sure we'll get to where's the hard hitting? We ask plenty of hard-hitting questions and do these interviews regarding policy and those sorts of things on the show. I'll tell you right now, that's not necessarily what this interview is going to be about because I'm trying to bring a lot of people together on this and hopefully make a big difference. So there he is.
How you doing?
As I walk virtually in front of the Pinnacle Bank Arena, not too far from where you would be. Governor, how you doing today?
I'm doing pretty good, Jack. How you doing today?
I'm good. Update is that I am at 13.8 miles, 29,590 steps, and 4,070 calories.
And how long does it take you to get there?
Yeah, I started at 8:10. So we're just over 4 hours so far.
All right.
So, all the real marathoners out there are probably kind of shrugging their shoulders like, not that impressive, but it's fine. Feet are getting a little sore, getting a little hungry. Other than that, good. We had a lot of good interviews, and thank you for giving us a few minutes today.
My pleasure. And just remember, all those real marathoners, they aren't there with you raising money.
Yeah, that's exactly right. That's a good point. By the way, you're a biker, right? Do I remember that? What's your preferred exercise routine?
So usually I get up about 5:15 or so and get on my Peloton or go outside, depending on the weather, and knock out about 20 miles before I start the day.
The Peloton. Wait, do you have can people see your name in the rankings on the Peloton? Do they ride? And they're like, the governor's below me right now in the rankings.
Well, It's not like I broadcast and advertise. Oh, look, this is Governor Ricketts.
You have a username.
I do have a group of about 10 friends that are on there, so we see each other.
I think that would be a good idea. Is just have a statewide race the governor, private race there. That might be a good. See, I'm going to be the new normal. It's virtual events like this, and that's essentially what you could do now is take on a race with the state. Governor, I wanted to ask you. As you know, we're raising money for the Lincoln Community Foundation's Lincoln COVID-19 Fund. This goes out to nonprofits around the city that are dealing with a lot of the issues that have come up. From your perspective, how much have the nonprofits, not only in the city but the state, been important over the course of the last few weeks and will be in the coming months?
Yeah, absolutely. Especially if you think about our food banks. A lot of people have been hit really hard with regard to the economic side of this, as well as the healthcare side. So being able to help with families meeting their food needs, that's going to be a big thing. So obviously our food banks have been tremendously important. And then a lot of the nonprofits are trying to figure out ways to be able to serve their customers using virtual means like you're doing here. Think about telehealth and mental health services. And I think that's going to be especially important as we go throughout the summer. Look, to slow down the spread of the virus, we've all had to isolate, but we're social creatures. And so that isolation brings other problems along with it. And whether it's mental health care or looking at domestic abuse and things like that, these are all things that our nonprofits are going to be dealing with for months down the road.
I'm curious. I know we've talked a lot when we've talked in the past about the policy side of this, but just on the business and the life side of this, and you'll still be you'll be governor in a year. How different is the business world going to look like? How different is the ag world going to look like? Even in a post-vaccine world, and in some ways it'll be different. For the worse, we'll be recovering. Maybe in some ways it'll be different for the better. Have you even had a chance to think about that yet?
No, I really haven't thought about a post-vaccine world. We've been pretty much focusing on the pre-vaccine world now because we're probably going to be living with this for at least the rest of this year, I'm guessing, and doing some sort of social distancing. And so figuring out what is that going to look like from a public health standpoint, from a business standpoint, where does the economy go? How does business come back? We're going to be doing things differently. Maybe you'll be able to do movie theaters, but everybody's going to be spaced every other seat and with a mask on or something like that. Business is going to have to adjust to the new environment and figure out how to serve their customers in a way that makes their customers feel safe about using their services.
I'm curious. I mean, there's a lot of jobs, obviously, a lot of things that you're doing as a governor pre-COVID-19 every single day, and now this has become such a huge part of what you do. Where does that other stuff go, or how does that fit in during this time?
Well, the good news is we got a great team here at the state of Nebraska that continues to work on taking care of the people we're already supposed to be taking care of, making sure we're pushing forward on the business we need to continue to push forward on. So most of my time goes into fighting the coronavirus, but we do try to pick up some of the other things, whether it's judicial appointments or I just appointed a woman to the Game and Parks Board. So we try to pick up some of that other stuff, but again, it's mostly because we got a great team here at the state that is making sure the day-to-day stuff is being taken care of.
I'm curious, what have you kind of heard? There's been some changes in the DHMs in the state over the last few days. I'm sure you get tons of feedback all over the board on things, but because I get it too, but just more curious what you've heard from around the state and what's happened and how that's gone over the last few days.
I think as we've released some of these DHMs, for example, things on restaurants and so forth, people have been very cautious about jumping in. And I think that's a good thing. People should be comfortable with whatever they're doing, but people should also be, taking it a step at a time, just like we're doing at the state as we loosen up these restrictions. We're not doing it all at once. We're taking it a step at a time to make sure that we can preserve the healthcare system. And I think people should be taking the same sort of approach. Let's take this a step at a time so that we don't allow the virus a chance to spread and, get in the way of, good health and also endanger the healthcare system.
Yeah. How long are you able to do? I know we've got something that goes till the end of May right now, and heard a little bit about some of those things now. Is there some frustration in just not being able to do real long-term planning at this point? Like I think ahead to the fall And, I'm wondering all of these things, things that maybe aren't that important, like, is there going to be football? Kids who have kids who are going to university, are they going to go to the university? How hard is it not, from a governmental perspective and a policy perspective, not to do any real long-term planning in some sense?
Well, I suppose the good news is that we set our 2-year budget already. So the budget is kind of taken care of now. It's can use some updating, but at least the good news is we've got a budget in place. And we came into this pandemic with a very strong financial position. So kind of some of that planning is done. But there are certainly things that we've got to deal with regard to the stuff we were talking about before. Remember the days when we were fighting about property taxes? Weren't those the good old days?
Jeez,
That was good.
I haven't asked you about property taxes for like 4 months, Governor.
I wish we were fighting about property taxes. So, being able to plan for that, we've got our incentive package is still expiring at the end of the year. We've got to deal with that. And there's other things we got to deal with. So from a legislative standpoint, a lot of stuff's up in the air with regard to that makes it difficult to know some of this really important business of what we're going to do to be able to get this done before the end of the year.
Governor, I'm curious because you're on these calls with all the governors around the country. I've talked to you about them before. How different are all of the individual states? I mean, I know the answer to that is very different. New York compared to Nebraska. But how is Nebraska's situation unique right now? And when you hear from these other governors and what they're doing and what they're going through, how does that kind of impact how you think about what we should do here?
Yeah, certainly one of the things we try to do is trade best practices among the different governors. So that's been really helpful to be able to bounce ideas off of everybody. Here in Nebraska, we didn't have the direct connections to China or to Europe, so we were relatively less impacted, or there was less virus in Nebraska compared to a state like New York, which did have those direct contacts. And we put our restrictions in place about the same time they did. So, for example, Fremont Public Schools decided because of the person, our first case had been a basketball game there, they decided to go straight into spring break starting March 9th. The New York City schools didn't close down, I think, till March 15th. So, again, concurrently or even sometimes a little bit ahead. So I think we took restrictions that helped us really put the hammer down on the spread of the virus here in the state. And now we are looking at starting to loosen some of these restrictions, but we're going to be dealing with this throughout the course of the summer. And it's, we're lucky that we're not as densely populated as a place like New York. So it's a little bit easier for us versus maybe some of these other states that have different issues that they're going to be having to deal with. But, every state is different. We're obviously dealing with our food processing industry, a lot of the meat processing, where it's an industry that's very difficult to socially distance. A lot of people working in very close quarters. The communities are different from the standpoint of English is not the first language for a lot of the communities. Believe it or not, Jack, they're not necessarily watching my press conferences every day.
Yeah, I know. I do, unfortunately.
Really, Jack? You're watching every day? Really?
I got to have something to talk about in the afternoon. I got to figure out what I'm going to say, think about what you said. So most days, yes, I am. I appreciate the social distancing. You're very careful about that.
All right, good. Well, anyway, you see, we have some of our unique problems that maybe other states don't that we just got to manage. So some stuff is applicable, but like I talk with the other states like Iowa a lot with regard to how they're handling food processing plants versus what we're doing here. So again, that we can kind of share best practices.
All right. Last but not least, I know you got to go. Will you bring Nora up, Kenny? I want to bring my 9-year-old daughter up because she wanted to be on when the governor was on and when the mayor was on. We got all these people, and she requested the governor and the mayor. Nora, did you want to say hi and anything else to the governor?
Hi, and I just had a question. Is there any part of this that you're enjoying?
Okay, thank you, Nora. That's a great question. Is there any part of this I'm enjoying? Actually, I will say, because we're doing social distancing and I'm not going out on the road to mix with people, I actually get to spend more nights at my house in Omaha with my family, and all my college kids are home from college because they can't be in school right now. So I suppose if there's one thing I'm enjoying, it's the fact that I get to see my college-age kids more often than I would have otherwise because they'd all be off at school. So there is something I'm enjoying there.
Yeah, there's some silver linings. We've talked about that. There's no doubt. And as Nora will tell you, we've had more dinners around our table than we've had for forever, even in the last few weeks. So that's a benefit, Governor.
Yep. So Nora, are you enjoying that?
Are you enjoying meals around the table?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Okay.
Good.
That's good. That's good. Because when Dad does the cooking, it's very good sometimes. Governor, I know you're busy. I really thank you for joining in this. Let's make some hay today, getting some donations and even some awareness of this fund. I think it's going to be important in Lincoln going forward. I know hopefully we'll get the curve going down, but the needs will continue, and hopefully we can really be prepared for it with this.
Yep, absolutely. Well, hey, thanks for what you're doing, Jack. It's really important to help support these nonprofits because, as you know, they can't do their regular jobs either as far as getting out and doing events or raising money. So they're cash strapped as well as all the businesses who are being impacted too. So thanks for what you're doing.
Absolutely. Governor, thank you. We'll talk. I'm not going to watch your briefing today. Sorry. Maybe tomorrow.
See, I told you. I knew it.
Next time. There it is. Governor Pete Ricketts. We'll say goodbye to him on the stream. And there we go. All right. Woo. All right. So why don't we say hello? Hey, Nora, you're going to have to exit because this next crew we're bringing in has multiple people. So you exit for a little bit. We got to make room for BC. There is the Mikes. Mike Schaefer, Michael Bruntz from, let's see if I say it right, Husker247.org. Very exciting to have them with us today. And the 24/7 podcast, one of my favorite things to listen to, especially while mowing. And so it's good to have my mowing buddies here. Hi, guys. How you doing?
Doing well. Not bad. I'm enjoying the background.
Do you like that? Nora picked that. If you guys have any requests, she can come down here. We've got shops from all over the city right now, but I particularly miss this place. So, and I feel like I don't know when I'll go there again.
It looks windy there today.
Yeah, it does. It's windy, obviously, coming out of kind of the southwest there. So nice and warm, some good sun. I think that's accurate. How you guys doing?
I was going to let Mark answer, but normally, if you're a real listener of the podcast, you know you get long periods of silence from Michael Bruntz.
Yeah, I know that. I'm very familiar.
So I'll go ahead and answer. I'm doing well. Was excited to get the opportunity to jump on with you for this. I walked with you a couple years ago. Disappointed you're not wearing your Pat Fitzgerald very underrated Northwestern jersey right now.
It's up in the closet.
Maybe there's a costume change later in the day, from what I understand.
That's true. That could be very well. Have you guys ever had to wait directly on the governor to start a podcast or anything like that, or was that a first for you?
That is new.
Yeah, that was a first.
That's good. I could have just brought you in. You guys could have just transitioned in there with him, and he could have. But he apparently had somewhere to go. Hey, Nora, these guys. Let's do a new background. What should we do? What's your guys' favorite spot in Lincoln?
Holmes Lake.
Holmes Lake. We have some Holmes Lake, don't we? We have Holmes Lake. You know what people at Holmes Lake love? Those hammocks that tie between the trees. I wish I loved anything as much as I mean, there's hammocks like that thing all over. I don't know if people just go there and sleep. I don't know what it is. I don't get what it is.
BC is a big hammock guy.
Is BC a big hammock guy? I kind of pegged him as that.
He's got a setup on the back porch that he was raving about a couple of weeks ago. So he might be part of the Holmes Lake hammock crew.
He could. You look like a cat. It looks like. You guys know the one I'm talking about? They've got these ones that you like zip up basically, and it looks claustrophobic to me.
It's like the little pods from the Matrix.
Yeah, I don't know. They're really popular, very popular at Holmes Lake. So you guys run out of stories to talk about yet, or are you still good to talk and write about?
You know, believe it or not, Nebraska fans retain the ability to panic on every potential news item. So it has remained busy on both the message boards and with our podcast, with the stories. Noah Vedral now and the revenge game on October 24th. That's a new one today. We're just quieting down from Husker legacy, Lester Johnson's son picking Iowa. That fire raged for a good 2 weeks.
Oh man, were the bulletin boards just lit up at that point?
Yeah, I think there was a lot of people that were disappointed, which understandable. You got a legacy. It's the first of Lester's sons to have been offered by Nebraska, and then they don't end up getting him anyways. And then to make matters worse, it's Iowa. and this is weeks after Nebraska didn't get Avante Dickerson. So, I mean, in fairness, there's reason for people to be disappointed and upset. But as you well know, I mean, there's never a lack of content or reaction in Nebraska football.
Yeah, there's no doubt. It's hard. You know, I felt two ways about that story a little bit. There's a huge part of me that's just like, man, I don't know what's going on with family, why they went there, what the kid wants, what the kid says, any of that. So that probably takes precedence. But then there's also this part of me that, for me, and critique me all you want, but if my son said, hey, I got a scholarship offer to Nebraska and Iowa to play basketball, I would strongly discourage him. Now, that may not be reasonable parenting at this point, and so I have those things that bring some tension together, and so they probably equal out to me being reasonable about this, but perhaps that's why some people are really unreasonable.
I would pay a lot of money to have you be a Fran McCaffrey parent if your son had a basketball scholarship to Iowa. I feel like that would be peak Nebraska basketball Twitter right there.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. What that would be if 4 years from now, if things go really well for him and somehow he ends up at Iowa, we couldn't have imagined this pandemic. Can you imagine that world? What does that do to me?
Well, so what I really want to know is if you find yourself in a situation where you and Brian Ferentz are in the same room and you can talk to him about the Brian Ferentz fiction that you've written and that you've had a lot of success with in your time. I know you're a big fan of his, and especially the explosive, exciting offensive style that he brings to the table. And I really, to be honest, McCaffrey,
my gosh,
what I want to see.
That's hilarious. So,
what would your family reunions be like if you had a son that was playing for Iowa? Like, it would just be like,
oh my gosh. And then what even happens then? And then, by then, 4 years, that's probably when Nebraska's finally starting to get good again, I would assume. And then what do I do? Oh my gosh, this nightmare scenario we've set up. I feel for Clester Johnson right now. I do.
Would you wear a Iowa shirt?
Oh no, you would do it.
I could maybe use this shirt. I could just sew it. One of the seamstresses out there could make it right here, and it kind of Hawkeye. The rest of Hawkeye's on this side. That's Never Neukid.
You'd have an old school Herbie in the overalls with a Hawkeye for a head.
Yeah, that'd be good. That'd be nice. All right, guys, let me ask you, because I know you're both baseball fans. I've missed a little. No, you know what? I haven't missed the last few seasons of baseball. Talking and watching Mike Schaefer tweet about baseball, and be sort of depressed about it when his team is doing well. So there are all those things in the pandemic that you sort of aren't here that you appreciate. That's kind of one of them for me. That said, as I get that dig out of the way, what do you think? It seems to me like we are a ways away from the owners and the players making any progress on this plan. You guys probably are following a little more closely than I have. What do you think about that?
Yeah, it seems far away. I mean, there's some leaking going on of every plan, and then it seems like there's a little bit of excitement, and then there's the walk back from that very quickly. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I still think it's going to happen. I think it's probably going to be pretty painful to try to get there because it seems like baseball, more than any other sport, they can't ever reach consensus with ownership and the players.
Yeah. It definitely seems like they're a ways apart, but I don't know. I always feel like in these negotiation things, it always starts out super contentious in the public eye, and then by the end of it, they end up figuring something out, and they're playing each other, they're playing the sides of it, they're using the media. I mean, I feel like we've got plenty of examples of this. I'm still relatively hopeful that they get the kind of the start right around the 4th of July that they've been talking about, because that's been, at least from what I have heard, has been sort of the target period for a while. And so I feel like both sides have kind of looked at that. It's just going to be a matter of can they find enough concessions with each other to make this happen. But I mean, I think compared to the NBA and the NHL, Major League Baseball has the best chance of coming back. I don't expect you're going to see last year's basketball season or the hockey season if there was anybody actually watching it. Maybe Bruns, are you a hockey guy? I forget.
Is the season still going on right now? I've shifted to Korean and Taiwanese baseball. I don't really know.
That's another thing I don't miss is everybody talking about how good the hockey playoffs are. That's fine. Enjoy them. Don't tell me how good they are. I'm sure they're fine. I don't think they're fine.
Yeah, but you're a Stanford Capitals fan.
Are these people getting a commission from the NHL to talk about how great the product is all the time? Every year, it's like clockwork. Oh, and wait till there's a Game 7. It's on steroids then.
I can never find it. Like everybody's always tweeting about how great the hockey game is, and I can never actually find the broadcast.
Yeah, it's hard. I agree. Sorry, I'm getting text. The communication is really hard. Hey, Kenny, go ahead. I will handle it. I can't do what you're asking me to do right now. Sorry. I see the messages and I can't do it right now. And I can handle it from here. So do what you need to do. Sound good? You hear me? All right. And maybe one of the other guys can too. So anyway, but let's get back to the baseball thing, guys. Because you said this, one of you two did. The 4th of July, if that happens, can you imagine if they time it with the actual literal 4th of July, which I think is on a Saturday this year? It's on a weekend. It's like on a good day. And 4th of July happens with day baseball to start the whole thing off for the first time. Granted, no crowds, not a ton of ambiance, but that's like giving me goosebumps to think about.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the motivation behind it from the owner's perspective, and certainly from Rob Manfred's perspective. But they'd have an opportunity to really sort of own the sports landscape for a month or two, and you'd have people that wouldn't otherwise tune in, just like you're seeing with the KBO and other things of that nature. That would be a really enjoyable 4th of July experience if they could make that happen. But if it does, I anticipate that you're going to get a lot of people tuning in just for something to watch. I'd be curious about what it means for the actual quality of the games and what they do in terms of strategy. If you have pitchers basically only throwing 4 or 5 innings because their arms aren't going to be stretched out, if you have the shuffling of rosters, then you can get into the whole thing. There's not going to be a minor league baseball season. You have hundreds and hundreds of players that aren't going to have anything to do because they're not all going to be able to be at the facilities that they have for extended spring training. So do they have like players that they shuffle in and out of daily lineups that they just have an extra 26 man all the time? So there's a lot of strategy things that I'm really curious about if it actually comes back.
Full-time DH.
About
NL's
time.
going to finally get a play with a full-time DH.
Nobody pays $18 for a Coors Banquet beer to watch their pitcher hit in the 3rd inning with 2 runners on. Nobody pays.
Right.
That's not true. I hear a lot of people all the time tell me that they're a position player. They should have to hit, and they want to pay that $18 for a beer to watch John Lester flail at curveballs.
But they love the double switch, bro. Everybody loves the double switch. That means the pitcher can be hitting anywhere in the lineup. He can be the cleanup guy. Right.
It's really difficult to manage that, and those National League managers earn their paychecks with those double switches.
Do you guys think I've been watching the Korean and the Taiwanese baseball. If they do, whether it's baseball now, or even football or basketball later, are we going to get used to that? No fans in that? How much is it going to hurt the whole process, or are we just going to be so happy to see it that it won't matter?
It'll be if there's no fans. I think the football would be the toughest. Like that one, I think would take an adjustment. Although it would be kind of like watching Maction in November. There's no fans in those games, but maybe you pipe in some crowd noise, do something like that. Maybe you turn down the mics. I don't know, but I'm always of the opinion that some football is better than no football, no matter how that looks. So give me that. Give me that Mountain West special at 11 o'clock at night with no fans. I don't care.
Yeah, that's the thing. Now, speaking of that, all of the schools that sound like they're not going to have, they already announced in the West Coast they're not going to have classes runs in the fall, were all of the schools that I'm watching and you're watching after midnight on Saturday nights. I just happened to notice the San Diego States of the world, the San Jose States of the world. And now, it's weird because we got this sort of, some groups of universities have been very aggressive, including Nebraska, saying, we're planning on having classes in the fall. With Purdue is the same way. And then you now have this group in the West Coast that's saying, we're already deciding that we're not. And that whole thing's going to make this college football thing a whole lot more complicated, I would think.
Well, there's no singular voice that has control over that stuff. So you've got so many different people involved in that decision beyond, even conference commissioners. You have governors, university presidents. It's going to be a nightmare when they get back to, if they do try to nail down a start date, what that looks like. And on a personal level, I was a little concerned when I saw the CSU stuff, because as you mentioned, that does hit a little bit of the Mountain West, which I do love the Mountain West football, as you well know. Yes. So yeah, I don't know. It will be interesting, because it seems like to me that it's all kind of setting up to where it makes a lot more sense to play an expanded conference season in some ways, and just get rid of the non-conference stuff. Like if the Big Ten is going to have its say over the Big Ten schools, the easiest way to me to do that would be to maybe play, another conference game and not play as long of a season. It's something like that, like a 10-game season, where you don't have to worry about what Florida Atlantic's doing or what Fresno State's doing. Maybe that makes it a little bit easier, but it is going to be, fraught with headaches, I think, when it actually does come time to decide whether they're going to, come back and when it's actually going to happen.
Would you two be okay if there's a college football season and there's no bowl season? Like they just play the 9 games or the 10 games and there's no playoff, there's no champion. It's just they play the games. Like if that's the only thing that happens, would you be? And I'm seeing Jack shake his head. I think he's already out on this whole idea.
Well, Bishop and I were talking about these the other day, and I take it over nothing, but I feel like adjustments. And yes, I'm not walking for a second. I'm letting the blood come back to my legs. I think college football will be most impacted in the way I enjoy it by changes to the sport, if that makes sense. For baseball, for instance, when I'm hearing about Major League Baseball coming back with the shortened season and the bigger playoffs and the different divisions, that's fine with me. Like, I don't care at all. But that seems to really impact the way I take in college football a whole lot more for some reason. So it's better than nothing, but I don't know. Like, I'm not super excited about it, for me at least.
If I don't get the Cheez-Its Bowl, then what was all this for?
Exactly. I want the Thursday in late December where I'm at work and I realize it's 10:30 a.m. and there's a football game on for no good reason, and it excites me.
If I'm not getting the Bahamas Bowl, then why did we bother? Like, what am I going to do? What am I going to do at 1:00 on a Wednesday when there should be football?
I just think that scenario really exists where you might just have a regular season. And then we have this weird year where there's no real champion crowned, right? Because you're not going to be able to determine some of that, and the way that the season would play into the fear of when that second wave could potentially hit and everything else. There's a part of me that doesn't think you're even going to get conference play, because you're going to have some teams in the conference that just aren't going to be able to play, and then you have a regional schedule, and so you can have teams that only play 7 games. You can have teams that play 9 games. I think what is going to happen potentially is the NCAA is just going to leave it up to programs to figure it out in sort of this weird unsanctioned season, which again, better than nothing, but would feel really hollow, I think, for a lot of people. Like if Nebraska wins 6 games and then there's no bowl payoff, Nebraska fans should be really upset by that.
How many teams are going to claim national championships this year? That's the question.
Well,
that's interesting.
They've got a coaching staff that has done that before, so they're well positioned for that.
Hey, let's bring in. This will be fun. Look, it's like that time when Sesame Street and Mr. Rogers were together and it was weird, or like one of those weird sitcom crossover episodes.
Dibs on Sesame Street.
Dibs on, or what was the other one? Mad About You and let's see, who did that? And King of Queens, something like that. Yeah,
really?
I don't know. Okay, I've got the wrong demographic in here with me right now, evidently. Hello, 3 Beers Later podcast. How are you guys doing?
Yo, Jack Mitchell podcast.
That's not really a thing anymore, but yeah. What's up? Good to talk to you. So we were just debating this, and you guys can jump in. And 24/7, you're welcome to stay. If you got to get out, you can get out. But we were debating this: which of the sports, if they come back differently, will impact your enjoyment of it most? So for me, I was saying, like when they're saying baseball, they're going to change the divisions, they're going to put the DH everywhere, change the playoffs. Like, I don't care. That will barely. It's probably because I cheer for a crappy team, Connor. But like, actually, I don't care at all. But college football, Schaefer just asked, if there's no postseason and it's just like 6 games, how much does that move the needle for you? For me, that's a much bigger deal. What do you got, Connor? What do you think on that?
Totally. Yeah. No, I think the college football thing would be like even with the California thing, if all those teams are out or whatever, and it changed. Like I saw yesterday that they had like Alabama is already in talks with TCU to play a different game at that time or whatever. That would be crazy. I don't know if it would be for the worst though. It's hard to tell. Like, I think there's a chance that it could be really fun, and it's just a weird, like, almost throwaway season, and just like a whole bunch of weird stuff happens. So I'm in for whatever changes that they make. Really, I don't really, whatever happens, I'm here for it.
With anything, Mark? What do you think?
Yeah, that's basically where I sit too. At this point, any sports that we can get are going to be good sports, and especially for college football. I don't know if I haven't fully embraced the Big Ten or what it is, but if we can swap out Missouri for Rutgers, I'm in on that. I think we could have a lot of fun finding some regional matchups that I'm here for sure.
What about places where there won't be a crowd in the stands? Like, I've kind of got used to watching Korean baseball and the Taiwanese baseball. How much? I mean, can you do football? Can you really do football without crowds in the stands, or do you actually have to like pump something in, or what is that going to be like? I guess go ahead.
I heard about they're doing like, well, I saw at the Korean games they have like the cardboard fans that are like sitting behind the plate. Those guys are awesome. I heard that they were throwing around like virtual fans or like holographic fans, or somebody texted into our show one day and they were like, what if we just put a whole bunch of TVs in the stands, and it's like somebody sitting in front of their computer going like this? It's gonna be so weird.
Are we gonna pay those guys to sit there for every game?
So weird. It'll be so weird and probably really dumb, but I think it'll make for a lot of fun.
So it sounds like you're advocating to get the people that Roger Goodell spent most of the first round of the NFL trying to fire up.
They're really good at it now.
Those guys are on retainer now. Put them on retainer, and they just get them in at any point, and they just sit here and go like this for 2 hours.
Gosh, if they do, by the second round, I'm screaming at Roger Goodell. I'm like, don't act like they're live. They can't see you. We know it. You know it. They know it. The charade's over. It's a good idea to have them in the background. Don't act like you're interacting with them. I know that the draft went well, but I can't get that out of my mind.
He's sitting there like, yeah, boo me. And he's got all this suit on, and it was so weird.
It was so terrible. All right, so let's go around the horn. Something new that you've learned, a skill you've acquired, something you didn't think you would do, a project that you thought you were never going to do. What is it? Somebody volunteer. What's the thing the last month's been kind of the silver lining you've been able to do that?
For Bruns, it's just been doing more lawn work, right?
Yeah, a lot of yard work. We've been painting the inside of the house. A lot of Bob Vila time. So that's basically been the last 2 months. Is a little work, a little painting, little work out in the yard.
Nice. Are you like going to be is there going to be one of those neighborhood spots that obviously is the pride of the neighborhood, make the neighbors feel a little jealous, maybe?
No, we're not. We're not aiming for that. We're just aiming for adequate, and we're fighting the fight with the yard right now, trying to get that under control. We're trying to wrap our arms around the problem. There's a lot going on there, so it's been a battle, but we're slowly but surely winning. We've been avoiding gas lines when digging.
Smart.
I called 811 a couple times, not just for pitching changes, but also to actually get things marked. So that was important.
People forget to do that. Yeah, that's a good point. A nice,
You're gonna want to call.
lawn and garden tip. I feel bad because I end up doing all these projects too around home, and I know we're supposed to be staying at home more, but I feel like I have to do these because I never will, and I think I'm kind of pushing myself. But they result in like an average of 4 to 6 trips per day to the hardware store, and so like I'm.
Are you walking right now?
Oh, excuse me, Connor. I've gone 15.5 miles. I was going to go have a snack for a second here and just continue to talk to you. And let the blood
getting stuff delivered to you. I was watching for a little bit earlier. Somebody was bringing me like cups of stuff.
So my daughter was doing that, but she'll also disappear for like 2 hours on end, and there's no one else here like to really help me at this point. And so. Yeah, it's a little difficult right now, but
isn't that what you want from your kids though, to just disappear for a while? Like, isn't that as a parent? Don't you root for the time when they disappear and they're not always?
Yes. Until today, until you guys, I have hit. Okay, so I hit 15.5 miles right now, which I'm way ahead of pace, by the way. Anyway, I mean, I can afford. Listen, we have a live radio show from 5 to 6, and if I'm done already, it's ruined. So this is really for the good of everything right now. But I hit 15.5 miles, and I'll tell you what, I'm starting to feel it a little bit. It is right in the areas above the knees, not here or here so much, but more in here is where it really hurts right now.
Show me one more time. One more time where that was?
Not. Let's see. I can't hit the green screen. Not here or here so much, but more right around here is where it's sore.
What's your speed? 2.7?
I was at, right when I stopped there, I was at 2.5. I've been up as high as earlier, I don't know if you guys saw this or heard this, but we had Jared Crick and Brendan Stye on. and for some reason, Jared Crick could only hear Brendan Stye, but couldn't hear me or Caleb or anyone else. And so I had to have Brendan, like a translator, give all my questions to Jared Crick. It was amazing, and he did that. And then he was talking about that Texas A&M game that when Bo Pelini was coaching, and he said that was one of the most memorable games that he ever had. And he started talking about that late hit on Stephen Osborne, and it was such a garbage officiating call. I fired the treadmill up to like 6.5 for 45 seconds. Like the adrenaline was flowing. I'm not even kidding.
What do we need to do to get it kicked? Like we need to talk about Nebraska ball and groin kicks and stuff like that. Like we need to fire it up.
No.
Before you guys got on here, Jack's son is going to play for Fran McCaffrey at Iowa.
Yeah. We were floating that situation. If my son had a remarkably successful high school career, and like Clester Johnson, the dad had to be involved in a difficult decision. And what if that happened? It almost broke my brain. I didn't know how to handle that hypo. I still don't know how I would handle it.
And when we discussed what would happen if he met Brian Ferentz on the visit, what that would mean to him.
Oh my gosh, I don't like this. I don't like this scenario at all or whatsoever. You know what the funny thing is, guys? I can't. It's hard. Like there's been a decent amount of basketball news and Nebraska basketball news, and obviously heartbreaking not getting commits as usually happens, and people transferring out that you had gotten emotionally attached for. We've been through it every year. We're veterans at this point, but I have a hard time. I don't know, and there's not even I don't know if there's doubt that the college basketball season is going to happen, but I still just have a hard time jumping into that news right now until I know there are going to be games. I don't know if you and that's hard for you guys because you guys are all in sports media, so you don't want people to say that, obviously. But that's one of the things that I've really sort of noticed.
The only thing that I've actually enjoyed talking about for the last 2 months is the Michael Jordan stuff. Like the basically you come back on Monday, we do like a half-hour, post game show during one of our segments to talk about the MJ doc. I'm like, this is all that there is. Like, this is all that's happening right now. It's hard to get into all that stuff. I'm with you.
Yeah, so you're talking about stuff, but you gotta. I mean, I know in radio you always do that a little bit, but you're finding yourself even more that way right now.
Oh yeah, I mean, I like to say that the months and months of doing sports radio in June and July, and in some cases August has prepared me for this moment. But it's still worse than ever. So maybe I'll make July easier this year, and who knows what's going to be happening in July. But maybe that's the positive we can take out of this. But yeah, it's brutal. Do
you think they're still going to have watch list season in July? I know that's a big month for everybody.
I hope so.
You can't stop watch list season.
I was wondering, hey, when are the game times, the kick times going to start coming out? Isn't that true?
Yeah, kick time season is in May usually. I think. I love kick time season.
Hard to follow Twitter people. You get the 17 people in a row posting what time Nebraska is going to be kicking off with, whether it's Central Michigan or Purdue or whatever. People love
that. That was my favorite Monday afternoon tradition. I sat down with lunch and I tried to time it every week during the fall. I sat down with lunch right around, and I eat an early lunch, 10:45, and I'm like, all right, in 3, 2, 1, and then it was like, Nebraska, Michigan State is an 11 a.m. kick, and 87 tweets in a row. And
but then when they say the Nebraska Minnesota game is flexed until 6 days out, the worst.
I hate it because then there's 1 week with no. You're like, what am I going to do? What am I going to do during the rest of lunch? I hated that.
For Jack's color-coded schedule. That
Yes.
he's got going. Yeah.
It is. It's very sad. I could do it. I could put the NFL schedule on it, but I don't think I want to. Because I don't want to have to delete it. Because I already look at my current calendar just on my phone, and every day I've never deleted anything off it. So every day I'm like, oh, here's what I would have been doing today. Oh, that's very sad. Very disappointing.
Who are the
I don't know.
Royals
That's
playing today?
It probably would. I know. I try and comfort myself thinking how much I would. I'm known for just being an overly suffering sports fan, so I probably should be happy. It never makes me happy, does it? Anyway.
Oh,
really?
That's what I've heard people tell me.
Oh, really? Interesting. They must have never watched the game with you.
Oh, you're the only one who has, Mike. That is, that's something. That's something.
Did you guys notice that Schaefer grew a beard on top of his beard?
Are you wearing one of those fake ZZ Top beards on your beard? Yeah, exactly.
Turn and let me see a profile because I feel like it sticks out really far.
Yeah, it's got some bounce to it. When you move around, it bounces.
And it, I try to comb it and straighten it because now it's really curling, like really, really bad. And then those kind of hurt when you comb it now. And so it's a whole process. I looked at it the other day and thought it might be time to really scale it back, get back into sort of where Happer's at now. But I also just kind of want to let it go. And there's another part of me that just feels like I should just not get a haircut either and just see where that goes. But that'd be bad.
I've obviously we've all gone through that, and I don't know how well. Here, I can stop this for a second. I have got the worst thing about the not getting a haircut is what is happening, not here or here so much, but right above the ear.
Oh yeah.
I have got some grandpa energy right here. 73-year-old dude material right here. And then it starts sticking out. It is I can't even believe that's coming from my body at this point. It's shocking. I mean, I'm a relatively young man. That's 25 years early to have something like that right there. Holy cow. It's hard.
My least favorite is whatever's happening on the back of my neck. A completely different set of hair that I guess they usually shave off. It's there right now. I don't like it.
Have either of you ever, not to get too in depth with the hair on men's bodies, but have you guys ever had a thing with a hair on your body where it is somehow out of nowhere, and it might be on your arm or on your chest or something, and it is legitimately 300 times longer than any hair that is anywhere else in the region. And you're like, how could that have even happened that way? It would
Without
be
you
like this
noticing.
long.
Yeah.
Without you noticing, you would be able to literally see it grow if it really grow that. I've had that in my life, and I've never, once the doctors get the vaccine done, that's the next thing that I want to know.
Doing the Facebook Lives after the basketball game, it devolved into a point where people were just yelling at me because I had this one white hair that would just like jut out. It was just, I don't know, for some reason it was just white, and that was all that people could look at.
Why didn't you pull it? Why wouldn't you pull it?
I kind of like it. I kind of like the white hair.
The one white hair?
Yeah, it's good.
It made him diverse.
Exactly. If you had a white hair, it would be like very, very noticeable in that forest that you got going on right there.
If it was able to break through the canopy.
Yeah. Like everything just grew around it. It is in there. You just can't see it.
Oh, you have the white hair too?
Ever since Happer said it looks like a beard on top of a beard, I keep thinking of him taking off what looks like a fake beard, and the old one is still there, like when they unmask the person and it's the same mask underneath.
Yeah. It's like a Brian Wilson vibe now.
Yeah, that's a good. Yeah, it is a Beach Boys. It's an endless summer type vibe, endless summer era.
Well, I think you were talking Brian Wilson or San Francisco Giants closer.
Other Brian Wilson.
Hold on. Look up somebody screen share. Can I screen share? Look up Brian Wilson from the Beach Boys endless summer era. He's got a beard that looks. I know the Brian Wilson you're talking about. That dude had like a rectangle thing. That's nothing like that beard. I've created players on NBA 2K for the last 2 weeks. I know facial hairstyles better than anyone. That looks like Brian Wilson of the Beach Boys. And Brian, of all the Brian Wilsons in the world.
Not the former Nebraska defensive back either.
Oh, wow. That's a deep cut. I would not have thought of him. I forgot about that guy.
I don't think he had that big of a beard.
Hey, Mark, how's your soundbar?
Thanks for asking. What that has taught me is that my TV is also inferior, and the only output coming out of it is a headphone jack. So there's no like RCA output, there's no optical output, just a headphone jack. So I don't know. It's old. It's old.
Wait, what? There's no HDMI? There's
not as an output for audio. No.
Okay, that's true. There's audio out, but it's headphone, not RCA.
Right.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, just a headphone jack coming out. So
what model of TV are we talking about here?
It's a Westinghouse. And I actually think I'm not positive. When we moved into our house, they left a TV there. And I think this is the TV that we just got free with our house.
Wow.
Yeah, which was great at the time.
I legit don't know that I've ever heard of a TV audio setup like with a headphone out jack, but not RCA jacks.
I was shocked. I've never looked at it before, but I was shocked to turn the TV around and only see that. So what this means is that there's a really audible hum coming out of the sound bar if I turn it on. So I haven't used it yet, and I've looked in. Like I've researched more about ground loops and all what could be causing this hum. I've turned everything else off in the house, trying to isolate it, and I haven't found it. So I think this means I need a new TV.
So was the backstory on this, because I kind of caught some of it, but that people thought you should have a sound bar and you didn't know the value of it? Because I don't have a sound bar, and I see them advertised on TV, and I'm like, really? I mean, is it that big a deal? Is that what happened?
Essentially, yeah. I don't understand. I feel like I appreciate TV when I watch it. I don't feel like I'm missing anything, and I was told I'm wrong about that. So thank you to the generous listeners of 3 Beers Later. They raised money to buy me a sound bar, showed up at my doorstep, and I still haven't been able to fully appreciate it. But I still don't think I get it's going to be better. I understand that. I know enough about audio to know it's going to be better. I just don't know that it's worth spending any amount of money on, because
you didn't.
Well, you're right. I didn't.
Didn't Westinghouse make like Victrolas and stuff like that? Like, it's that old of a company, isn't it?
I have no idea.
You know what is sad? Here's what's sad, Mark. You got a soundbar bought for you by crowdsourcing it, and I'm walking on a treadmill for 26 miles. We weren't up to $1,000 at the last point for COVID-19 relief here, and so. Look, I mean, that really says something about our priorities.
If I had tried to raise money for anything I actually wanted, it never would have happened. All right. And that's kind of been the joke. It's like, all right, now what I would really hate is if you remodeled my kitchen. That would suck. Don't do that for me.
What if you should donate the sound bar for COVID-19 stuff?
You know what? I'd love to.
Mark got a free sound bar. Mark bought a house and it came with a free television. Like, what is going on here? Like, why do people keep giving you stuff?
Don't question it. Don't question it.
This is welfare culture, pretty much, that is shown in Mark here. He's been enabled his whole life.
It's amazing that I still show up to work. I got to be honest with you.
You're those people that were worried about extending unemployment too long, Mark. You'll just feed off the gravy train.
Yeah, no, I'm proof of that.
Oh, crud. So I got the mayor coming up after you guys, so I'll have to let you go pretty soon.
So you went governor, 24/7 podcast,
yes.
3 Beers Later podcast, the mayor.
Yeah, that's what I want. You guys sandwiched in between. So I think we're getting all kinds of crowd. We had somebody play violin earlier today. We're gonna have a live DJ set later. I talked to people from the Lincoln Symphony Orchestra. I've talked to some of the nonprofits. So there's something for everyone, but but there's not probably anybody who's going to like it all. It's probably what we're going to learn from this thing. So it's good, but I'm glad you guys were a part of it. It's cool. I enjoy both of your podcasts. They're always good lawn mowing material. I always say, thank goodness for good lawn mowing material. I appreciate that. And hope everybody's doing good. Is Connor and Mark? You guys are still going strong with yours, right?
Oh yeah, we're recording tonight, right?
Yeah.
Right. What do we drink? What are we drinking tonight?
Oh, what are we drinking tonight? We've got some beers from Stone Hollow down in Beatrice. They're pineapple sour. They're dry hopped mango sour. And we need to come up with a third still. We'll find something local to round that out.
Sounds absolutely horrendous, but enjoy.
Hey, Jack, how many more games do you think Alex Gordon will play for the Royals?
This is like you know how they're like the high school seniors who don't have graduation and the people who don't get to have their weddings and stuff.
No.
This is what mine is. This is my burden right now. I was supposed to, Connor, and you can relate to this. I was supposed to have every night, just this moment and say, hey, 113 games left for Alex and watching it every night. And now I don't know if it's even going to happen. I don't even know if I get that goodbye. I don't know if I get.
He did an interview with somebody, I think it was the Kansas City Star, and he was like, yeah, who knows? I might play a couple more years. And I was like, what? What happened?
So the last time that Jack would see him strike out against a lefty reliever in Tampa, you can have it again.
That's surprising to me. I wouldn't have. I figured he was. I figured he was just going to enjoy quarantine life. He was just going to say, "I'm going to hang him up. I'm enjoying being with the fam. I'm tired of working out." But if that's true, that's big news. That's exciting. Maybe I'll have my summer of Alex still.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I kind of thought he was going to hang it up too, or maybe you get the end of this season and then he just walks away. But I don't know. Maybe he goes a couple more years. I have no idea. I can't get a read on him at all.
I can't either, but I haven't been out enough. But normally when he's in Lincoln, you see him everywhere. Like I've told you guys the story about how when he was back in the winters, every year, instead of going to like the facility that's named after him at the university, he'd go to the little gym that my family, well, not necessarily little, but this gym my family's a member of. And he would like run wind sprints in the gym while the kids were playing basketball or swim laps during swimming lessons. And true story, I've said this on Twitter, so sorry if you've heard it, but this is a true story. My wife was in a training class there, or in some kind of a class, and the trainer said, the first time he walked in one winter, he said, hey, I just want to buy a month-to-month membership. And the clerks had been trained that they've got to upsell you on an individual personal training plan. So Alex Gordon walks in to the gym, and he's like, I want a month-to-month plan. And they're like, yeah, would you be interested in hanging out with Matt every afternoon at 4:30? He can really get you in shape. And now it's like, no, I'm going to pass on that. That's a true story because they didn't know who he was.
That's incredible.
I hope he got the introductory package though, where they walk him through the gym and teach him how to run on a treadmill and all that.
That's all. I always wonder why they do. That's always a little. If you don't go to a gym a lot, you get the introductory tour, and then they take you into the locker room for the first time, and you're in the middle of getting a tour, and the aggressive nudity is just never anything you're ready for. I mean, aggressive nudity.
They just want to throw you in the deep end right away.
They really do. I mean, they don't. Because that's usually the first thing you do. You go right in, there's the locker room. All right, let's start here. Bang, right away. I mean, right away. I would go check out the new Nautilus machines or maybe the swimming pool, but nope. The guy sitting by the sauna right away, immediately. Who's always sitting there? What's he doing? Why doesn't he have pants on? I don't know.
And why is he always using the community hair dryer?
Right. Why are you? I mean, why? Okay, why would you not put something on while you're shaving? I never understand that. It's just insane.
I get it.
So,
I get it.
You do. It's concerning.
You just got to flaunt it.
Well, I'm really digging myself a heck of a hole for a transition interviewing the mayor in 2 minutes. But anyway, it's been great to talk to you. 24/7, 3 Beers Later podcast. Connor, Mark, Mike, and Michael. Thank you so much for your time, keeping me entertained today and usually. And we'll keep going until 6 o'clock tonight. See you guys later. Have a good rest of your day. All right.
Thanks for having us, Jack.
Thanks. Tell Fred hi.
All right, I will. See ya. There you go. They are leaving slowly. And I think I have left myself, hopefully, just a second here. Caleb, I'm going to add you to the stream because I am going to go upstairs for 1 minute here while I have it. So and there's Jason Peterson, too. We'll say hi to him before we get the mayor in. Hello. Jason is on the treadmill as well. So we'll say, Caleb keeps taking himself out. Somebody keeps taking Caleb. All right. Jason, how are you doing, man?
Hey, Jack. What's going on, man?
Jason Peterson of Generate Marketing. We've had such a crowded room the whole time we haven't been able to say hi to him. And so we wanted to thank you. My daughter just brought me some water. So I just want to say hi to you. We're going to talk to the mayor here in 1 minute because she's just getting on. But are you on the treadmill yourself?
I am. I was going to say, so I'm with you in spirit here as far as I got on about an hour ago. And I think last time we did this, I was with you for about 13 miles. So I guess the plan is to try stick that out as well this time.
All right, I'll check in with you. I'm at 16.3 miles right now.
Nice.
Just FYI. So I'm 10 miles away. I'm not going to brag, but what am I going to do? Go 40? What
I was going to say, you need to go the length of your age. So whatever that is, maybe that's the total miles you need to walk.
42. I don't know. But the thing is, then the pressure will be on next year, and you know how that works. So
Of course.
All right.
Well, you're in better shape. I think last year it was like 95 degrees and
that's true.
100% humidity. So
it was hottest day of the year. I was outside, climate controlled. Now I've lost a significant amount of weight since then. So we are ready to go. We'll check back in with you here in just a bit throughout the day, Jason. So good to see you, Caleb. Good to see you. I hope your lunch was good.
It was fantastic. I had some pizza.
Good. All right. I hope you enjoyed that. We'll talk to you here in just a little bit because right now we need to bring up our next guest. Joining us from City Hall, Mayor Leary and Gayla Baird. Hi, Mayor. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. Thank you, Jack. It's nice to see you and the horned hat on. And you're so great to adapt and do your walk this way. Thank you so much.
I appreciate it. Just an update for you and everyone else. We are at 16.4 miles, 30, Jesus, I need reading glasses, Mayor, 35,000 steps, 4,765 calories so far. And I think we're now over 4 digits raised. I'm hoping we're going to have a big late afternoon. But I think one of the big things, even aside from the money raise, is just some awareness of what's happening with this community fund, not only the fund, but the organizations as well. I know you know a lot. You've got a lot to do with this fund. You know a lot about it. For people who are just joining, kind of tell people what it is, how it works, and how it's helping right now.
Yes, thank you so much for raising money for the Lincoln COVID-19 Response Fund. It's housed at the Community Foundation and is a partnership between the Community Health Endowment, the City of Lincoln, the Foundation, the United Way. Big shout out to your wife for being a huge leader of this effort to try to make sure that we are serving the most vulnerable and folks who have been disproportionately impacted by the pandemic. because of this fund, because of the generous contributions from across our community, we are getting food to people who are hungry. We are helping job seekers connect to jobs. We are dealing with healthcare access, rent assistance, childcare, shelter, helping folks who are experiencing homeless get shelter that they need. This is about managing the crisis, managing this moment. And we are so lucky that so many generous partners have helped make this possible. And your wife, Megan, is doing an incredible job of helping to select and transfer the generosity of our community to those who need it in order to manage through this difficult time.
Mayor, tell me about having a nonprofit community that is able to go in and help with some of those needs, and hopefully and be funded to help those sorts of needs. How that impacts what the city is trying to do, what LPD is trying to do, all of the things that you've got to think about as mayor.
Yeah, well, one of the primary strategies I have at this moment is trying to make sure that we are recognizing where there are gaps, where are there greatest amounts of need in our community. How do we make sure that residents who are hit hardest by this pandemic get assistance? And of course, we've been doing that across the board, whether that's workers who've lost jobs and are seeking unemployment and need access to those resources, whether it's small businesses who've been applying for loans and assistance and continuing to keep their payroll going, or whether it's folks at the shelter. So the People's City Mission, we've been working with our nonprofit partners and the generous community that we have here to make sure that the folks who are experiencing homelessness are safely distanced from one another in their shelter. And we couldn't do that without the assistance of so many. And this fund is also shoring up organizations like the food bank, making sure, because they're not accepting donations in the traditional way. In order to be safe, they're using dollar donations to purchase food and make that available to people who need it. So as everyone is adapting, this fund is helping nonprofits change the way they operate in order to continue to deliver basic needs and services that are absolutely critical in this moment.
Mayor, I think when we think about the people who are affected by this, you have, your mind immediately goes, or at least mine immediately goes to obviously people who have lost jobs and are financially struggling right now, having a hard time getting employment, people who are having health problems, obviously, or maybe isolated right now. But as I talked to, I talked to Scott Young earlier, I talked to Barbara Bartle earlier, and I'm sure you see this as well. There's kind of those traditional things that you think of the impact, and they absolutely are impacted. But there are a lot of areas beyond that where people have struggles that might be second or third order struggles as a result of some of those things. And that's really what this fund goes to, some of those things we may not have even thought about.
Well, sure. I mean, our nonprofits that are trying to, continue to operate are having to make adaptations. Some of the funds are just helping to make sure that they can, that healthcare organizations can offer telehealth options and video conferencing services, so that they can help families in real time. And we want to thank Assurity, for instance, who donated laptop computers that are now serving families at El Centro and Voices of Hope and the Mediation Center. We're also trying to think about our seniors and those who are at risk, especially at risk for severe effects of the virus while there's no vaccine. And so trying to address the issues related to physical isolation and emotional isolation that they may be experiencing. So, we're looking at, there have been some funding that have gone to Tabitha and the Nebraska Healthcare Foundation. So this is a very holistic approach to addressing the needs that have arisen and have really, to address those who are experiencing vulnerability in new ways.
So I'm curious, Mayor, on my show, a lot of the conversation, unsurprisingly, you won't be surprised about this, is about policy regarding, the state opening up, not opening up, what should be open, what should that happen. I know that's not all you're dealing with right now, but it seems to get a lot of the discussion. It's what a lot of the briefings are about. What are the other things that are going on right now from the city's business that you're thinking of that we may not hear as much about, when there is, rightfully so, a lot of focus on kind of that policy about distancing and about opening versus closing?
Sure. Well, we're an employer too. The city of Lincoln employs a little over 2,000 residents here in Lincoln, and we've been trying to think about how we continue to deliver services. Our libraries are still allowing people to check out materials, but we're doing that in innovative ways that we've never had to do before. So as we are moving forward in the coming months, we're having to, of course, recognize how our own organization is being impacted, because we want to continue to deliver mission critical services that our residents demand and deserve. And I'll just give an example. I don't know if anyone, if everyone saw the briefing where we talked about what our water team is doing. We have people with really specialized skills that continue to make sure that water flows to our community from Ashland, where our plant is located. Our employees, some of our water team, are taking turns doing week shifts of living at the plant to make sure that they stay healthy, that they're not exposed, that their risk is much lower being exposed. And we've got campers parked outside of our plant at Ashland, and they're taking turns. The sacrifices they are making, their families are making, to make sure that we all have water to drink and to use to clean. I mean, that is absolutely a phenomenal gift that they are providing our community, and the dedication of all of our employees. Everyone's essential, and these services that are essential are being delivered by real people who are also trying to stay safe and healthy. So that's a top for me.
I'm glad you told the story about those. I had heard when you guys talked about that a while back, and I had no idea. Like, I didn't even know that was a thing.
Right.
The things you don't know sometimes. But that's another one. It's like you've got all these groups of people now, Mayor, where you keep adding to this group of people. First, you always think about the healthcare workers and first responders, and then we learn about the people who keep our food supply chain going and the meat processors. And you continue to see, and then you're like, man, I've got teenagers helping me at fast food restaurants and grocery stores all the time. I mean, I guess if there's a silver lining to it, it gives you a little bit of a different appreciation of what kind of teamwork is kind of necessary from a variety of totally different people to keep us going when we are going strong.
Exactly. I think that's what we have said before, is that the virus has taught us just how connected we all are, and that has its downside, but it also has its strength, and that is that through these connections we are going to overcome the challenges that we face, and it's going to take everyone making sacrifices and everyone innovating and everyone contributing and supporting one another, and we're continuing to extend grace and kindness as we struggle through this. But there will be another side of this, and we'll get there together.
One interesting thing about this is I've noticed we live fairly close to Holmes Park in Holmes Lake, and so we drive through that a lot. That is that's a popular place lately, and I know there have been some changes, and I'm not even saying people are not doing a good job of social distancing, but nonetheless, that's a popular place. And I know in some other cities they shut down parks. You tried not to do that. You didn't want to do that. You haven't done that. It's kind of this weird tension where you've got more people than you've ever had really appreciating these city parks that you've got. But on the other hand, you don't want them to quite appreciate them too much. And it kind of put you in an odd position there.
Well, being outdoors and having the freedom to get fresh air and to get exercise is so important for our well-being, both mentally and physically. We would not want to take that away. And as long as people can use them safely, it is our intention to keep those open. We are so fortunate to have an incredible parks and trail system. And if people use it properly, then it is safe. It is, and it's for their well-being. It's in the best interests. But if people don't feel comfortable going to a park, or if they don't want to be on our trails, even just walking around the block near their home, walking in their neighborhood, or enjoying the outdoors in their backyard, those are other options too. And it's kind of what people are comfortable with. But we have, of course, fenced playgrounds, because we can't disinfect those with the regularity that would be needed to try to provide security for folks who let their kids play on them. So as much as it breaks my heart to see that snow fencing, we know that that's really important to protecting our kids. And we ask that people honor that and recognize that as a visual reminder that we are doing our best to keep everyone safe.
Yeah, there's all these moments. That's one of them. There's all these moments that you kind of, at least for me, I think about, like, man, what is that going to be like? As a kind of just a symbolic moment of things are getting better, and seeing those orange snow fencing come off the playground. Whenever that happens, that'll be one like big. I want to be there when they do that. Right. When they put that and they hang the swings back up. Right. Well, if you want me there, I'll MC it.
Okay, that'd be great. It'd be the best ribbon cutting ever.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a different kind of ribbon cutting, isn't it?
Exactly.
Very good. Mayor, I really appreciate the time that you gave me today. I know you got a busy day, and you got your briefing coming up, which I'm going to have to miss it today. I'm usually watching it and paying attention and getting ready for the afternoon show, but I'll be busy. And the other thing we should mention, you said people can walk outside if they can just go outside, if they don't want to go to the parks, they can also set up a treadmill in the basement and line up interviews with the governor and the mayor and other people from around town and do it that way if you want to. It's another option.
My big question for you, Jack, is if you're going to change your virtual background to the Kentucky Fried Chicken on South Street at any point during your walk.
Nora, where are you? Where's my assistant? Where did she go? Here, Nora. All right, let's see if she's here. I'm bringing Nora. We have a request from the mayor. It's an official request from an elected official. You have to do it. She wants the KFC sign. Sorry, we're gonna mute her. And then, all right, will you mute her, Kenny? All right, she is going to do that, and then she also wants to ask a question.
Hi, Nora.
All right, here we go. You hear it, Nora? Okay. Good. All right, we're almost set with this. All right, good. There it is. Okay. Yeah, bring it. Yeah, we can't do it center, Bernie. That's good. Nora, do you have a question that you wanted to ask the mayor? She did say she wanted to ask the mayor. Would you take a question from her?
I would be happy to.
Okay, so my question is, have you enjoyed any part of this?
Oh, well, I've had the opportunity, because my kids are not at school in the buildings, they're home more. And when I'm home finally at night, we've had a lot more family dinners together. And that's been a really nice change, because my kids in high school were so busy with their activities that they're always coming and going. And now they're home and we're all together more often. So that's that's one of the main things that.
Yeah. It's interesting. That was the same thing the governor said, and that he was just seeing his kids more often, and we have had way more family dinners than we've ever had before, and so that's been something that was fun. All right, good. We're gonna have the KFC sign up later. I'm not sure, we didn't quite get it working, but that is okay. Mayor, I appreciate your time. I know you've got a lot to do, and we will talk to you probably again very soon. All right.
All right. Thanks so much, Jack, and take care, Nora. Take care, everybody.
All right, there you go. There's Mayor Larry Ann Gaylor Baird. Thanks to her for joining us. All right, I think I have like 2 or 3 minutes. We got 2 or 3 minutes. Caleb, you want to come up here? Because I am going to try and take a small, quick break, like 2 minutes. I don't even know who we have next. What do we have next?
You got the folks from Sweet 98.
Oh, I got the Sweet 98 girls. All right, awesome. So why don't you entertain people for 2 minutes, if you could?
Oh,
would you mind doing that somehow for 2 minutes? And I will be right back. All right.
The only way I know how to entertain people. Ella, come here. Come here. We'll see if my dog can get up here, because that is one of my true passions, is showing off. Hey, come here. Come here. People want to meet you. Get up here. Get up here. Come on. Get up here. Don't be nervous. There we go. Oh. This is Ella. If this isn't bringing in all of the money right now, this is, what are we even doing here? Ella, look here. It's like we're FaceTiming. There you go. But yeah, so at the last check, not quite over $1,000. Continue to go ahead and donate. You can go. I know Jack hasn't said it in a while. If you're watching right now, you've got a way to watch. But if you go to klin.com, that's another way that you can go find a part to donate. Oh, okay. As of 1 p.m., $1,430. Thank you, Kenny, for helping me out with the super there. So obviously that jumped up a lot from when we were at noon and not quite to 1,000. So big thank you to 3 Beers Later, the 24/7 pod. A bunch of donations must have come in at that time as well. As we were saying, Jack is going to be talking with the girls from Sweet 98 coming up. Also going to have Dave Miller for a while. We have the KFC sign up now. Finally, my dog is not very happy to be hanging out up here. She was just napping, and I woke her up, but that's okay. Also, Tiago Ray. This is probably the one I'm most excited for, is when we get Tiago from Red 94.5 on here, and he's going to be mixing some things live where I have already said, and I don't know if Jack's going to even care to have my camera on at all while he does this, but I'm going to go grab my dumbbells. That's when I'm getting my workout in. No way I am walking 26.2 miles. great of Jack to be doing this, though. He hasn't given us an update in a while. I think he was around 16 miles. Nora, do you know what your dad is at for miles? Because I knew he was close to 16 miles, and I knew this morning his calories, he'd eaten over 9.5 slices of pizza, or he burned 9.5 slices of pizza. Those are the type of analytics that I think that we need, because that's how I measure everything, is in slices of pizza, whether it's how many I've eaten or how many I've burned. Also going to have Greg Sharp coming on later today, Gary and Nelson from Froggy 98, and then, of course, the Road to Recovery from 5 to 6 o'clock tonight, when Kellen and Mark and William, the entire KLIN gang, will be on as well. Again, you can go to my.lcf.org/walk of shame to make your donations, almost up on $1,500. Jack is back, and he's going to have people that are a lot more entertaining than me for the next 15 minutes.
You're somewhat entertaining, Caleb. Don't sell yourself short.
I had to bring Ella into it.
Oh yeah, that's a cheap way to get likes, and subscribers, isn't it? Before we go to our next guest, Caleb, and there's Nikki. Hello, Nikki, and there she's gone again. Bring them in. Bring the girls in, please. Whoever's doing it. There's Laura, and there's Chi. Yay, guys! I'm going to be honest. I'm in more pain than I should be at this point at 1:47 with 5 hours to go. This is, I don't know if it's the treadmill. I don't know if it's that I'm only using the front half of the treadmill or what it is, but like the upper knee, lower thigh area is burning very bad. Nikki, you guys are all runners. You got to have some home remedies here for me.
I would say first, how are your shoes? How are your shoes?
Old. I mean, they're fine. They're sort of oldish, but there's that. Listen, that's the past. There's nothing we can do about that right now. There's nothing we can do
that you can throw on really quick.
No, I don't. Listen, who do you think I am? I don't have multiple quality pairs of running shoes that I can. Nikki, I don't know what they pay you up in Omaha, but I can't just rifle through athletic quality pairs of shoes when I get tired of one and go to another.
Sure. I think you had plenty of time to get ready for this. You could have ran down to the Lincoln Running Company and would have hooked you up. Be like, listen, I am walking a whole marathon tomorrow. So what do I got to do? She would have got you set up.
I was very busy. First of all, to all the viewers right now, and we're in the triple digits again, so that's awesome. Welcome, my coworkers that I don't actually work with, but I've got a couple of them that I know well from my Lincoln days. Nikki, right there. Am I doing the green screen right? Yeah, right. This is so hard. Right there. Right there. And then Chi right there from Sweet 98. And Chi worked in Lincoln across the street for years, and our kids played soccer together. And back in the day.
Nora talking is unbelievable to me.
Right? She was like a baby then, right?
She was brand new.
Yeah, it was hilarious. So we went, it was funny because our boys got on the same soccer team, and this was so this is she was born in 2010. So this was maybe 2011, 2012, probably in that range. Our boys played soccer together. And I knew I kind of knew you, but I didn't. And I was like, well, so what do you say to someone who works on the radio but you don't technically know, and how do you do that? And so that was awkward at the beginning, but it was great, and we watched a lot of soccer together. And now we run into each other all the time. And now finally, after all these years, as of a few months ago, we're coworkers, and that had never happened before. Yes. And so I know both of you at Sweet 98.5, and that's awesome, and I love your station. But Nikki, why don't you introduce to me, because I've never met her in person, but I've heard her before, and you guys do a great show. Introduce me to Laura.
So this is my pal Laura down here. You can call her Lars, or you can call her Laura, whatever you want. But we hang out every morning. Yep, you got it right there. Yep.
It took a while. How do weathermen do this and weather women? My gosh, it's so hard.
I'm sure that way.
Not my skill set.
Cool.
So Laura, we spend so much time together. We laugh about the most ridiculous things, as friends do, and it is just such a treat to be able to spend so much time in the studio with such a good friend. So,
Nikki, that was so nice.
Laura, that's Laura.
Yeah, I can't believe you guys were so nice to each other after spending that much time together. I was just really mean to Caleb and kicked him off the broadcast. That's how we do things in Lincoln. Jeez, that's
Nikki
terrible.
never gets mad at me ever.
I bet. Yeah, I bet.
I've had obnoxious one day, and I got a little bit testy about it.
I've had co-hosts before. I know I catch you guys. It's nice because you guys are on longer in the mornings and have been on longer for the mornings. And so when I come home for my early lunch, I tune you in, and you guys have done a great job with the show. And I know it's a weird time to do a show right now, but I just want to tell you both I really enjoy it. You guys do a good job.
Oh, thank you so much.
Thank you. It makes a big difference when you're hanging out and just having fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And then I hear that they hired Chi, and I'm like, oh my goodness, this is great because you're getting like the dream team together, and you're getting all these women together on a station. And look, I've been in radio enough that I know that is pretty rare, and there's a lot of us dudes around all the time. And so when I saw that, I thought, this is sweet. This is like the local female 92 dream team of radio putting together over at Sweet 98.5. So that's why I wanted you guys on here, because I think it's really cool. How's it been going over there?
It's been a blast
all the time.
You can raise our hands. Chief? Yes, Chief?
Just something there right here.
He's over here.
I don't know.
No, I don't know.
Like,
Chief? Yes, Chief?
Should you go first?
no, I fangirl over them, John. Like seriously, I fangirl all over them.
I'll be in the studio and I'll hear, hi. And it's Chi keep creeping around the corner.
The social distancing is cut down on that, I'm sure. Unfortunately, very sad. That's good. How Chi, when are you on? What and how's that been going?
I'm on from 3 to 7. I had to think about it for a minute. It's been a day.
It's hard.
It's been good. It's been really good. I think I'm kind of transitioning. I'm no longer playing multiple songs at the same time.
The Mission Impossible theme song.
That's just called a mashup. It's just called a mashup. The kids love it.
Apparently, it's not a big thing in Hot AC.
It's the next big thing. That's all you got to say. It's the next big thing.
You shouldn't play Celine Dion and Mission Impossible at the same time. Yes, it's frowned upon. Did that for several days in a row.
Gosh, that's hilarious. By the way, is there like new music coming out? It's weird because I'll listen. I listen to you guys. I listen to the radio, and I'll hear a song, and I'll hear like, and I don't know if you guys play it. Like I'll hear that Roxanne song, and I'm like, oh man, that reminds me of just before the pandemic. And then it's like there's this whole post-pandemic era, and then like that Lady Gaga song came out right before the pandemic, and like that the Dixie Chicks. You guys were playing that Dixie Chicks song that came out right before this whole thing. I remember I heard you guys play it, and it's like that. Hurts. And then I know I feel bad because I wanted that to get big, and I don't know that it's going to now.
Well, we wanted the album, and the album got delayed.
Got delayed. Like, are people still releasing new? Is new music coming out like for you guys?
Jonas Brothers actually have 2 songs coming out on Friday because apparently that's what you do in a pandemic. Is you just let it all go, and they're like, here you go, here you go, here you go, here you go. We know that you need some more stuff, so here you go. But yeah, it's still happening.
Albums is what we've learned.
Mm-hmm.
Do they still do that? Do they still do that in the Spotify era? Because I'm old enough to remember going to the CD store and getting this cassette tape single, ladies, for $1.99 because I couldn't afford the $10 tape.
To get a cassette tape.
Yeah, that's what I did. They were cheaper. They had 2 walls. They had one with the top 10 singles that were cassettes, and the top 10 singles that were CDs. And the CDs were $3.99 and the cassettes were $1.99. And so you could get the cassette, and on one side you'd have the single, and on the other side you'd have like some stupid instrumental version of that. I don't know why they would even do. Sometimes they put a B-side, but sometimes they give you an instrumental thing. Like, why did they do that? I have no idea.
Karaoke.
Yeah, because those who had karaoke machines, we like to do that.
I wish I had instrumentals to some songs.
I know.
Kidding. Me too.
So I could karaoke everything.
They need to bring
those daily.
They need to kind of bring those back. How have you guys balanced? So like it's weird on talk radio, of course, I'm talking about this a ton. It affects everybody, but your listeners are the same in that we've got a topic for the first time that whatever demo you're talking to is affected by this. Like there aren't many other things where that happens. It kind of happens with the weather a little bit. kind of happens with light topics like food and those sorts of things. But when that's, when you're in that world, Nikki and Laura, I'm especially wondering, how have you guys handled the balance of trying to talk about this stuff?
Gonna go, you're me to go.
Well, there's this tweet that I saw yesterday, and I think I told you about it, Nikki, like while we were doing the show, where I saw a tweet that said that someone had said that it was a bad time to talk about celebrity stuff because celebrities aren't out and about doing things. But then someone else said, just kidding, it's a great time to talk about celebrity stuff because celebrities are like going unhinged right now because they're stuck at home doing nothing. And so it's kind of been an interesting time for us doing our show because at first we're like, what do we talk about? Because like, there's so like, we want to keep it light. We kind of want to be an escape, but then celebrities just started doing the wildest stuff on live. And we're like, well, that's what we talk about. Madonna in her bathtub talking about how we're all the same.
That still terrifies me. I wish I could forget that. I wish I could do the Men in Black thing and forget that. That was bad.
What's your take, Nikki?
Yeah, I think similar to that. At the beginning, it was really hard because we didn't want to talk about it too much, but we didn't know exactly where it was going to go or what it was going to be and how much of our lives would actually be changed by it. So you tried to avoid talking about it at a little bit. From what I remember, it feels like such a different life ago that like we tried to search for every topic we could to not talk about it. And then when we came to terms with like, okay, this is our world and everything is affected. So what are we going, like what angle are we going to take with it? Like how are we going to still talk about it, but not just talk about the same word all the time? Like we know what we're all dealing with. So what's different now?
Yeah. Just kind of operating in that space.
It's been really interesting. I thought that we would really struggle with content because of it, but it's everything's the same, but it's different because of it.
Yeah.
So we're all dealing with the same thing in a different way. But the same stuff is still happening at home, or we go to work and it's just a new way of operating. And I think the challenge is figuring out how we're going to kind of stay, or just move on with it.
Yeah, I get that because, the thing that's crazy is one of the things you're looking for is radio are these shared experiences where there's people, the listeners can relate to you. And we actually have a treasure trove of relatable experiences that we've never had before to some degree with that. But on the other hand is some of them are bad. You can laugh at some of them. Then there's people dying every day too. Like I'll laugh at something that I'll think is funny and I'll be like, man, should I have done that? I don't even know. It's weird because it's become such a part of everyday life that you don't even know how to necessarily strike the right tone with it sometimes for me.
Yeah. It's so confusing and we're all processing it in real time. And I think that's the part, like we won't know for who knows how long, how we're processing it truly. So it's been an interesting thing to go in and try and be this lighthearted, okay, let's have some fun today, but we know that all of this seriousness is going on and people are sick left and right, and oh my God, are my grandparents okay? And I can't even go see my parents, but everyone is dealing with that. So to quote Madonna in a really horrible way.
Don't do it.
I mean, as loony as that was, I mean, she's right and wrong. She's right and wrong.
She was wrong to be my nightmare fuel. That's definitely true.
And unsee that. Going to see a recreation of that video by you?
Yeah, that could be a challenge. If we get up to $10,000, I won't do that at 6:30 tonight. How about that?
Hold on, you have to take an ice bath after tonight anyway.
Oh God, I need one right now. Hey, Chia, I'm curious, Chia, how much do you know? How much are you hearing about? I know they just opened up some stuff up. It happened a little earlier in Omaha too. How much are people going out to eat? Have you got a sense of that? Going to nail salons, hair salons, that kind of stuff? I haven't really been out enough to know. What have you heard?
Oh my gosh. I feel like my Instagram is now everyone's got great nails except for me. Everyone doesn't have weird eyebrows like me. Like my Instagram story, especially from Lincoln and Omaha, everyone's going out and I mean, at least doing like the haircuts and the beauty stuff. I've gone to get carry out. I'm a little nervous to go to restaurants quite yet.
Yeah.
But it's still doing carry out. And when I go in though, I mean, I was out yesterday with one of my coworkers and every restaurant we went into, they were at half capacity. So
Wow.
I think that, you know, there are a ton of people who are still, you know, who are ready to go out to eat and do the things that they do. And then there's, you know, people who are kind of similar to me who are like, I'm gonna, you know, start at the shallow end.
Yeah, like I'm gonna keep ordering carry out. I'll carry. I love how this new thing is like you're doing some real good in the city and the community by deciding not to eat in and instead order out. I love it. I'm like, it's for the city, honey. I know it's the fourth night in a row, but I've got a commitment to this economy and this city, so we've got to get some wings again or something like that. I love that's one part of it that I like. But on going there, I don't know yet. I eventually will be there, but like now it doesn't even. I don't know, it just feels like so much of everything going on there will slap you in the face. And going to a restaurant like that is like the ultimate, I don't know. It's got to be fun, I guess, to some degree. And I don't know what it'll feel like. And so that's why I'm a little hesitant for that. Not that I'm necessarily scared, but that's what it is for
like,
me.
I want to go out to eat with my friends. I want to go out
Right.
and have drinks. I want to go out and do those types of things.
That's right.
I don't really think that I'm quite there yet, but that's something that I'm excited about. I also want to travel. Like,
Yeah.
I've gone back and forth like, oh my gosh, the second all these stay-at-home orders get lifted, I'm about to be in the Caribbean. But then I think, no, you're not, because
Yeah.
you don't know.
Right. I know that's the thing. I don't want to go hang out with the same people I'm hanging out with all the time just in a restaurant. It's the people, right? Like that's the big thing. I don't know. Are you guys, Laura, are you the same way?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's I don't know. I'm nervous. You said you weren't like scared to go places, but I think I'm more on the scared side.
Yeah.
Just not even just for me, but for other people too, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
Just nervous about my safety, about everyone else's safety, and kind of taking that into consideration every single time I leave the house, no matter what it's for. Grocery store, takeout. It's always a risk.
Well, and
You know what
you
the-
have those people who, you know, say things like, well, don't live in fear. And it's not necessarily
No,
fear.
it's
but
not.
Also, if you get sick, that's a really time-consuming thing. Like, I'm not trying to get sick from anything. Like, I don't want the flu. I don't
Right.
want a cold. I don't want allergies. I don't want any of that, because it's all going to put me back. And I've got a family. I've got to work. I got all these things. So I feel like it's not necessarily fear. It's like, I don't have the time to get
Right.
sick.
Yeah, I got that. I get that. So I want to end on this because I got somebody in the bullpen special who we may have to do a little bit of a crossover for. But I want to ask you guys this: what's that one thing? And maybe you already said it. That when you're thinking about, okay, when things get to normal, this is the one thing, the moment that I most think about or I'm most excited about, and this is going to feel like better in a different way that I didn't ever imagine. What's that for you guys? Who's got one?
I have multiple. Like, I feel like everything. Like having people over at my house again.
Yeah.
Travel. Hugs.
Yeah. Yeah.
Being in the same room as Nikki and Laura.
Sitting in the same office.
Yeah, right?
It's crazy. It's crazy.
Hugs. Absolutely hugs. I cannot wait to run up to friends and just wrap my freaking arms around them and squeeze them as tight as I can. And then a very close second is karaoke night with the girls. Like, get some cocktails in our system, go have some Prosecco, get some sushi in our bellies, and go sing our faces off and have the best effing girls night that has ever been had. Like one to rival the bachelorette parties in Nashville that have all been canceled.
That's not what I thought you were going to say.
What did you think I was going to say?
I thought you were going to say wandering around a home goods store.
God, all I want to do is pick out my freaking tile, Laura.
All right. How about you, Laura? Well, which, by the way, if I ever get in on, I probably won't, but if I ever get in on Girls Night Karaoke, I do know every word to most of Salt and Peppa's collection I don't know why at all.
Perfect.
But like for whatever reason, it doesn't go over well with the crowd usually, but I can do all of What a Man for some reason. Just because it was on the radio constantly when I was in high school. So if you guys are looking for something like that, I'm available.
Do you know any Melissa Etheridge?
Shut up.
Yeah. Dude, let's put on a little I Want to Come Over Tonight. I'll rock it. Very good. I do like a little rap interlude too. That's something extra I bring to the table. But all right, you last, Laura. What's the moment you're looking for?
My joke one that kind of goes along with Nikki's wandering around a home goods store. We always joke about how I do my best thinking wandering aimlessly around the top floor of a Dick's Sporting Goods. So I'm really excited for
Not a
that. But no, my parents live out of state and my girlfriend lives out of state, and not being quarantined with them is hard, and not being able to travel to see them within the past few months has been hard too.
Yeah,
so that
I can imagine. I know a lot of people that haven't been able to see their grandkids. It's just been Zooms and that kind of stuff, and it's been a lot. And I can't imagine. Well, ladies, thank you so much. It was. I'm glad you were able to join me. This is fun. We should do it again sometime. And look, my boss just said we could totally sing Shoop together sometime. Yeah, SMB want to get with me, smooth butter, Wicked G, hit scary, whatever quickly. I hit the scene for the element, just for the element, for the smell of it. See, I can do it all. All right, gals.
Only if you bring the trumpet.
I can do like everything. It's this. No one. I'm glad I have you because no one appreciates that. You guys are the right demographic to appreciate. Like I can do just rip out CNC Music Factory things that make you go beginning to end without a problem. I seriously can.
I'm so here for this.
I was in the crib, sitting on the fireplace, drinking cold Coke on the bare skin rugs. Doorbell rings. Who could it be? Thought to myself, and then started to shrug. Got to the door. Ding dong, who is it? My girl's best friend to take me a visit. Sly ass could be tight dressed and all. She knew that I was faithful and really didn't have to go. I tried to shoot. She made the move. Now I know my girlfriend wouldn't approve. I didn't realize my girl would set me up. Yo, my girlfriend didn't trust me. No. Yeah, but she lost control. I wouldn't take the bait. I said, chill, baby, chill, baby, wait. My girl got a scene, caught us great, and the boom said, girlfriend.
It's a little different in tonality, but that was amazing.
I don't even know what you were saying.
It was everything was correct. If you need to know, they can verify it.
I had a transcription service while we were
Hold
going.
on. We're going to bring a very embarrassed guest. Nikki, you're going to appreciate this. I bet he really appreciated. Hi, D Money.
Hey, pal.
What up? What up?
Hi, Sue and Dave.
Oh my gosh, these are the worst. Are they? Oh my God, how do people wear these to the freaking mall? Hey, what's going on?
I thought you might want to see your friend Nikki before we said goodbye to them.
I've been staring at Nikki for 10 minutes. How's it going?
We are every morning. Good. I like that beard.
Hey, thanks. This is the third in a series of 4. So. I literally had time to grow out 3 beards since the beginning of the year because I don't have to be on meetings except for Zoom meetings, and all those people know me. So it's not like I'm seeing the general public. I can just look as caveman as I want all the time. As a matter of fact, it's amazing. I showered today. So
good. That's good. All right. Hey, Sweet 98.5 gals, thank you so much for joining me. And let's do it again sometime. I'll see you on karaoke night, all right?
Yeah.
Got it. Yes.
Bye.
All right. Bye. We'll see you later. There they go. And I say hello to Mr. Dave Miller, a.k.a. D Money.
How do we let this go? Leave studio. Bye.
Bye.
I guess Nikki's not leaving for the rest of it.
How do I get the hell away from Jack Mitchell? It's something I've been asking myself for years.
I'll log off. I'll log off at 6:30, and I've gone 30 miles, and Nikki's still sitting there.
How do I get off of here? Click.
I thought I ordered you the large iced tea.
Oh, this isn't tea.
What is it?
This is bourbon. This is my second of the day, by the way.
Oh my gosh! Yeah, we've all got some new habits, don't we?
Listen, day drinking is one of the most fantastic things I've discovered through this whole thing. I thought it was great in Cabo when the sun was out, but Lincoln, Nebraska on a cloudy day when you've got a Zoom meeting, that's a great time to crack open a bottle of whatever you like. Kettle One, doesn't matter.
So what are you angry at now? I mean, so what are we doing now? Is the whole thing a hoax, or are we mad about wearing masks, or what would you be yelling about today with me?
Well, that's pretty presumptuous that you would think that I'm angry.
No, it's
so
not. I've spent time with you.
No, I'm not mad about anything. The whole thing sucks for everyone. It's not, nothing's grieving me personally. I feel sorry for so many different people in so many different ways, and it starts with your own. I mean, everybody's got some pain associated with this, whether it's economic or if it's just the stay-at-home stuff. But in my family, there's been a lot of disruption, and but you don't have to drive very far to find other people's lives in complete shambles. Restaurants around us and businesses that are closed and these open-ended wait times forever, including universities. It's insane. It's really, really weird. I also have some friends overseas in England and New Zealand, and as weird as you think it is here, it's like weirder there, how is that possible? You have less people. But it is. It's just disruptive. I think the one thing that I would say that I'm the most upset about, not that I can do anything about it, but nobody has a clear path to anything, including the experts. I don't like the fact that people are propping up Fauci as the only guy who might know what's going on. But other than that, I mean, it's just wildly inconvenient, the whole thing. And on top of everything else, people are dying too. So there's that whole angle to it too.
Well, that was a ray of sunshine.
I'm sorry, but I mean, this isn't great. It's not.
No, I agree.
I think it's great you're doing what you're doing, turning what would be a day that feels like every other day that we've had for the last 6 weeks. Oh, look at you. That is just.
How do you guys do these green screens in TV? It would take me years to figure. If I want to point to you right now, let's see if I can do it the right way.
You do this.
Nope.
You point at the camera. You do this. It's like driving a motorboat.
Oh my gosh, it's so hard. I mean, I like to think of myself as a relatively, a smart enough man. I can't get that down.
It's like driving a motorboat. It's backwards. See, so I'm pointing at you now, but I'm actually pointing out the window to my right.
I know you.
Weird.
I know you. I know. You remember that SNL?
I know you. Yes. Martin Short and Harry Shearer. It's like one of the funniest damn things ever.
Oh my God. No, you're not. You're not pointing. I know you.
I'm not angry at him. I'm just pointing at him. Yeah.
Oh, crud. So what did you?
Laugh, right.
How's your? So you got the whole crew. I mean, you got family back. You got everybody together. How's having your family? Having more family dinners and stuff now? That's got to be good.
Yeah, kind of. It's weird. It's kind of like the 1600s at 4 p.m. Somebody has to go out and procure dinner, and we either hunt that down in the wild or we have enough stored in the basement that we can, bring something up and reheat it and cook the hell out of it. And no, it's fine. My daughter has become an amazing chef over the last 6 weeks. She was a good cook before, and she baked like crazy. But like every day, it's like walking into a bakery in the kitchen. So there's muffins and cookies and cake and all this kind of stuff. And just like, man, my waist can't take any more of you getting good at this. You gotta knock that off.
People get into baking. Like, I did not know baking was such a, I like cooking. I like grilling and smoking meat and stuff, but baking has never been my thing. But I remember going to the grocery store right after this all hit, and things you couldn't find were the toilet paper, the Clorox wipes, and like yeast and flour.
Yeah,
those were the things.
Yeah, those are like gold now. See, we're going back in time. If this has done one thing for us, it's made us appreciate the bare essentials like salt and flour, stuff like yeast. My daughter actually, because she couldn't get yeast from Amazon for 3 weeks, made it out of potatoes so she could make bread. And I'm just like, what are we doing? Do I have to spin my own yarn later today? What is going on?
Yeah, but I know you say that, but I'll tell you what, you're going to be amazed at this. In the last 2 weeks, I have figured out how to cut vinyl flooring in a wildly accurate and nice looking way.
Okay.
I've replaced an entire drop ceiling and cut all the pieces on my own. These are things, and I've installed a toilet. These are things that I don't have, that I would not have ever tried or been able to do. And I didn't do a good job. They're all done 75%.
No, I know.
Like
It's like any home improvement project. It's good enough. You know, the
Like if you could see up here, which you can't, thank goodness, there are a few of them that looks like something took a bite out of it because they're very flimsy and they break off easily.
Yeah,
But
well, they're not built to last like the pyramids were. I don't know if you've ever moved those in and out of your car, but I mean the shedding that those things do.
Oh my gosh.
Even in the packaging, it's unreal.
We had to get the hospital cleaning team in here afterwards after their shift to clean up all the dust off the floor. It was insane.
By the way, I'm watching Game of Thrones, so if anybody's watching any of the nudity and the reflections behind me, I'm sorry. But anyway, good for them. You know, get after it. Good for you.
And I know I did that, but it was. But I'm starting to think that
that's great that you picked up those skills. I've started to. I've decided to. You know, I'm bored, so like every once in a while, I'll just pound out one of these things. You know,
what is that? Hold on, put it closer to the camera. Is that a rhinoceros? Oh, it's a mountain. No, you did a good job on it. It wasn't that you did a bad job on it, but I didn't know what it was. It clearly is a mountain.
I care. I totally care what your opinion is. So thanks so much. Never
Great
listen.
mountain.
And no, it's weird that I've been wanting to do something for quite a while. I started sculpting something the first week of lockdown. You were talking about all the stuff that you miss and what you want to do and everything. I made the biggest mistake of my life on the first day of lockdown. Because I'm working at home and I'm like, well, I'll just treat this like an office. Everything is great. You know what? I will have my lunch in the living room because I'm free to do that, right? And I go and turn on the Travel Channel. It's some travel thing about Italy. And I'm like, oh, hell, I want to go to Italy now. I don't want to be here. And like, I can't stop pacing around this place like a rat's maze. It's killing me. I got to find something.
I know.
I walk.
I know.
I've memorized Game of Thrones in Portuguese. I made my own harp. And strung it myself. Yeah, I'm running out of shit to do. And
Oh my gosh, that's hilarious.
I need content too. I've blown through everything in Netflix and Amazon and Hulu and Showtime. I am out. I am completely out.
See, you always like weird, crappy shows that I didn't like, but I'll still ask you this anyway. I don't know. You always talked about Peaky Blinders constantly. Every time Corbellic came in, you guys would go on and on about shows that I didn't even know were things. Okay, so I'm sure there may be, of the hundreds of people watching, there may be somebody who needs a good recommendation. It could be bad, but we'll ask anyway. What's been your new favorite, sir?
Well, let's talk about the ones you should absolutely stay away from. Hey, that Last Dance is a steaming pile, huh? I've been having so much fun watching that. Oh my gosh. I want a time machine and I want to go back. It's so great.
I know.
And I forgot how many of these people oh man, like Lambier. I forgot how much I freaking hated that guy.
Yeah.
And even Rodman to some degree when he was on that team. I hated Rodman back then. And when he went to go play for the Bulls, I'm like, I'm never gonna like him. And I'm still like that. It's weird.
Right.
I love that Michael Jordan is so rich that he can throw shade at people, like even now, just like he does not care. Oh man, that guy has just got a baller attitude about who he is in the history of space and time and sports. It's really cool. I just love that whole series.
I didn't realize he made so many jokes taking aim at people's weight and height. that was something that was surprising to me a little bit, but
follow me on this one. Jerry kind of deserves it, doesn't he? yeah, he does.
Was he the original Jabba the Hutt, or did they have someone else do that? I didn't catch that. Maybe that might have been the last episode.
It's weird. He didn't have to buy every shirt in that collection, did he? Holy crap! That guy, he's right out of Central Casting, isn't he?
I know. Yeah,
unbelievable.
Yeah, absolutely. You could not typecast that role any better, and they just couldn't stand him.
Yeah, no, I'm really loving that Last Dance. It's weird because Fargo was supposed to have a new season that got pushed off because of coronavirus. There's a whole bunch of movies, like the new Bond movie got pushed off because they want it to be in theaters. They don't want it to be.
Wait, why would you push off a TV show though? This is the best time ever to release a TV show. For Fargo.
Well, I don't know. The way that I would do it if I were them is I would rerun the other 3 seasons prior to this and then, really splash with, the premiere of the 4th season on the 4th of July or something like that, like they used to do with movies. Okay. But I don't know. Content has become an issue. Content has become a real issue. I've watched Monty Python 1,000 times. I don't know how many times I could watch Holy Grail in a row. I did Holy Grail. I just did this for myself. I didn't do it for any kind of Twitter notoriety or anything like that. But I wanted to see if I could watch Monty Python and the Holy Grail 30 nights in a row, and I did it.
Oh my gosh, you're insane.
And then the next night, I watched something completely different. I don't even remember what it was, some space movie or something. And it didn't feel any different. And that's when I knew this is never going to end, is it? We're always going to be here. Always. Forever.
I'm about to just drive you crazy. The one thing I've watched more than anything in these uncertain times, you're going to hate this so much.
Shut up. Do not say uncertain times. Don't say in these unprecedented times, during these unsure times. You know what? You and your times, go stuff it. I am sick of the advertising condescending to me. Yes, we're stuck at home. Shut up.
It sounded right. Here's the thing that happened with that. They were, they wanted to get something out quickly, and that it sounded like the right way to do it, but they didn't realize everyone was going to say it so much it would get annoying
at the
same time. And so, anyway, the thing that I've watched more than anything has been, get ready, I've gone to Flavortown with diners, drive-ins, and dives.
Good for you. Good for you. How come you're not wearing the sweatbands? That was always a nice touch. When you go to visit somebody's restaurant and critique their food, wear a sweatband because you're pretty soon going to drip all over their kitchen. That's a good plan. Hey, why don't you cut down on the frosted tips and maybe you wouldn't be so sweaty?
I always want to know if I ever, and he obviously is one of my biggest goals as an interview of all time. He's up there,
Oh, if you did, I got to be in the studio that day so I could.
Yes, no, you're not invited. You're going to ruin it. You'll be invited back someday. That's not the day you'll be invited back on when I.
No, I was going to say, do you remember when we interviewed Andrew Zimmern?
Oh yeah, the weird foods guy.
The weird foods guy. And I go, hey, what's the one food that you like to eat that doesn't come from a restaurant? And his go-to was pizza rolls. And he said, nobody's ever asked me that question before. I would be great with him. Are you kidding me? I'd like to ask about Flavortown. First of all, I'd ask him, do we really need a bond issue to fix the roads in Flavortown?
Oh, here we go. When Dave will find a way to complain about the roads no matter what.
Public art in Flavortown. What is that all about?
Here we go. Here we go.
Why are there so many roundabouts in Flavortown?
I knew the anger would come at some point. You haven't been able to see all your trigger points around the city as much anymore. It's probably helped with, kind of just helped your overall health.
No, I went to go get takeout last night and I hit 92 roundabouts. So no, you're wrong. You're wrong. No, I think we need a whole lots more. Apparently, they're not going to fix the roads. We're just going to build roundabouts over the top of all the roads we have.
Dave would rather he'd rather have either a 4-way stop there where everybody has to, you, me, no, you, me for a half hour and then nobody goes, or a red light. And we all know how those things go in the city where a stoplight's there. Instead of a roundabout where there's no one there and I go, bzz, 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 and I'm on. Like that. Boom. What do you want? What's your solution?
Here's my solution. I know the mayor was on here, and I know that she's got staff listening to this to make sure that I don't tear down her administration. But if we have apps that can hook you up with a girl in Botswana, don't you think that we could time the lights around here?
I don't disagree. Yeah. You're deflecting now. You're going away. It's a very interesting tactic, but I want to know what you're replacing the roundabouts with. Are you a 4-way stop guy? If you're a 4-way stop guy, you can go to the state to the east of us because they love them there. They love them in Iowa.
if you take away the flashing yellow lights, I would be okay with going back to the four-way stops. If there's going to be left turn greens, yeah, maybe. I don't know. I don't have a lot of anger, and I got to say, I watched part of the mayor when she was on with you earlier. I watched part of Fowler too. I think our city officials, I think our state officials have done a pretty decent, unified, fair job. And you look at some of these other states, like, California said last night that they want to lock down for another 3 months. 3 months? I know LA is a cesspool. Why don't you just lock off LA and let the rest of California enjoy itself, And San Francisco too, I'm sure, to some degree. But I never thought it was going to be as big a problem here. And it's really not, other than the meatpacking plants, right? So I think that we've done a really good job in the Midwest period. Iowa's pretty good, Missouri's pretty good, Kansas, Nebraska. Then you start getting up into that Wisconsin, Illinois, Michigan territory, and I guess the further north you go, the closer you become to being Mussolini. I don't know what the hell is going on up there.
Weird. It's weird. So I guess we should probably, before we run out of time, we should talk about the moment that inspired this happening from becoming a tradition, because it did involve kind of just a flippant exchange between me and you. And I don't know how much of you remember it. My memory is foggy, but this was years ago. Do you remember how the first 60-degree guarantee even came about, or why it came about exactly? Because I try and tell the story, but I don't know that I know the details.
Yes, I do remember that. That was the guy before me.
The original 60. You did the original one with me, from North Star to Southwest.
Well, I did it, yeah, but I think the idea started before I ever got there.
No, that was the first one, North Star to Southwest. That was it.
Was it really?
You were out. You came out to North Star. I remember, because you had the GoPro on your car out at North Star at like 4 in the morning. So the answer is you don't remember. That was it. That was the first one. I don't know what to tell you. That was it.
Listen, man, it was 4 in the morning. What do you want from me? I don't remember all that.
Wow. I'm glad it was such a special moment for you. Jeez. Go ahead.
No, between Munch Madness and that, I get confused. I don't know. If that's the first one, that's pretty amazing. So how many is this in a row then?
Well, I haven't done them every year, but I went from North Star to Southwest. That was the first one. You remember that? Because I was wearing the gator head and stuff, and you were back in studio. Then we did the one where we started at Holmes Lake.
Right.
Remember that? And went to Oak Lake.
Right.
And we had that Channel 8 reporter walk the whole time with us in like heels. Lauren Fabrizi. You remember that?
Yeah.
She walked the whole time in. So we did that one. And then I did the one that was the one where my dad passed away the day afterwards. That one that ended up with Blue Blood. So that was the third time. Then the fourth time was the last one that I did. And so this would be the fifth.
Yeah, the last one that you did, I actually joined you for like 30 seconds or something like that.
Over at East Campus, right?
Yeah. And I just ran up to you. It was just hot as blazes that day too. You're like, hey, you want to walk for a while? No, I don't. I want to find air conditioning and a penguin as soon as possible.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, that was I think
the day that it rained.
Yeah, oh my gosh. One of the years I remember we were going by like down Sheridan Boulevard, and it's just coming down buckets. And like I had to envision this thing like, there'll be people driving around and honking and crowd and people taking pictures and stuff. And it's pouring buckets. There's nobody outside. I'm walking completely by myself with a poncho on, and Dave's driving by me, like taking video. And I'm like, who are we doing this for at this point?
Yeah, I remember stopping at a convenience store so you could have a bathroom break, and you come back outside, and I go, well, this is going really well.
Oh my gosh, that's hilarious. Well, you're gonna
let me ask you a couple questions before you kick me off.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, are you ahead of pace? Because you typically are.
So I went upstairs right before I talked to, I believe you or a couple ago, I don't remember. I said to my wife, I was like, I am hurting in a way I don't recall hurting doing this. I took some ibuprofen. That seemed to help, but I am at, let's see, 18.7 miles right now. Nora, did you have something? You have the board? Okay, up. Turn your thing on and we can look at the board. So 18.7 miles. I started at 8:10. So 4, 5, 6. So I'm doing 3 miles an hour at this point.
Pretty good. That's pretty good.
Which is okay, but I'm down to 2 right now. I slowed down pretty significantly. So
well, you got to spread these things out, yeah.
And it's kind of painful. So yeah. So I think I'm ahead of pace. But again, as you mentioned, the last time I did it was literally the hottest day of the entire year.
Yes, that was unreal. That and walking around in those wet socks, getting all those blisters and everything. I first of all, I don't know how you do it, but second of all, I don't know why. Why would you? By the way, I've still got some morphine left over from heart surgery. If you want to stop by later.
Yep, we'll stop by. We'll have morphine and bourbon, huh?
Oh yeah. Oh, they refilled my glass. Cool. Excellent.
All right. Hey, thank you for doing this, Dave. I appreciate it, and looking forward to talking to you more.
Absolutely. Yeah. We'll see you.
Absolutely. There you go. I don't know. Nikki found it out. You probably can.
Yeah, probably. See ya.
All right. See ya. There you go. All right. Let's go to our next guest right away here. If I can figure out my mouse. I don't know what's going on with my laptop mouse. It like half works. And so there you go. There he is.
Hey.
Live from the Red 94.5 studios.
Can you hear me
Mr.
well?
Tiago Ray. I can hear you just fine. You sound good. How you doing, man?
Awesome. I'm doing good. How are you?
I am very good. I just was telling Dave, I'm 18.8 miles in. Okay. I wanted to be done by 6 with 26, and so I'm looking pretty good for that.
Do you know how many calories so far?
Yes. 40,371.
Wow. Props to you, man.
I'm eating what I want tonight. There's no doubt about that. Earlier, I had my daughter do the math to figure out how many pieces of pizza it was. It was only like 9.5 then. I got to be up to like 22 at this point.
Oh, man. Well, as long as you support local tonight, that's all that matters.
Yep. We'll do some – what, Nora? 18 pizzas right now. She just did the math. 18 pieces of pizza I could do right now. So Tiago Ray is one of my coworkers. He works at Red 94.5. You also may know him because if you go to Nebraska basketball games, which I do all the time, you see him on the floor when we used to go to events like that, doing the DJing, and he was the in-house DJ and kind of a new concept they tried this year that I thought was really cool, and you got thrown in there, and it was probably difficult at the beginning. But why don't you just tell us? I know you've got kind of a cool story, your background in radio, and how you ended up here. Tell us a little bit about that.
Right. So I was born and raised in Colombia. I lived there till I was 16. We have some family here in the U.S. We have some family in Omaha. We have some family in Florida. So I just had the opportunity to come here. My mom was not going to let me come because, I'm her only child. And she lives in Colombia. My entire family lives there. Colombia, South America. That's what I'm talking about.
Right.
And my mom was like, "No, I'm not gonna let you go. Like you're 15 years old. You're 16. Like you're too little." I'm like, "Mom," I remember I told my mom, I was like, "Mom, I'm not asking you. I'm just letting you know."
It's like let me ask you that. What were you thinking? I mean, I was making stupid decisions like crazy when I was that age. What do you think? What's in your mind as a 15, 16-year-old wanting to go away from your family to another country?
Right. Well, I just thought it was super cool to go to another country, and just the idea of being so far away that the culture, the language, and everything is different. So I just thought it was cool. So I was like, I really want to do that. I really want to go see what's there. I just didn't think, how hard it was going to be to leave my friends and my family, and I didn't even think about that stuff till 3 months later that all that stuff started to hit when I was here. But but my main thing was I wanted to learn English, and I wanted to get a degree from a university from here. So, which is something that I've already accomplished. So.
Hey, so did you know how much English did you know when you were at that age, 15, 16? None, a little. Where were you at that point?
It was 9 years ago. I didn't know any English. I knew the basics. Hi, thank you, the bad words. But that was it. I didn't know much. So when I moved here, I finished high school in Grand Island. I went to Grand Island Senior High. So yeah, it was like I had to take like 3-4 hours of English every day. It was a pain, but
That's crazy. Yeah, how hard was that? Because and it probably helps that you got it all around you. People always say learning a different language is much better that way. But how long did it take you to feel comfortable with it?
right. It was okay. So like at first, I was pretty much forced to learn. Like if I didn't know English, I was not going to be able to survive here. So yeah, I was forced. It took me about 2 years, and I like to this day, like I'm still learning. I'm still working on my accent, which is something that I'm proud of. But like, like I make money out of speaking, on the radio, talking on the
Right.
radio. So like, I want to keep it as neutral as I can. But I would say probably 2 years till I could actually have like conversations with people and understand fully what they were saying to me. So like about 2 years.
So you graduate high school in Grand Island, and then what?
Then I went to Central Community College in Grand Island. I got a job. My first job was at Kohl's. And I worked there for like 6 months. Then I got a job at a local radio station. It was the only Spanish radio station in the area in central Nebraska. So it was a big hit because 26% of the population in Grand Island is Hispanic, and that was the only radio station. So I helped running the station. Then I went to CCC, Central Community College, for 2 years. Then I decided to move to Lincoln in 2014 to go to UNL for broadcasting. So unfortunately, like not that many credits were transferred to Lincoln. So I had to retake a lot of classes, and it was it was a waste of money, especially. But yeah, so I went to UNL, graduated with my major is broadcasting production with minors in business, sociology, and music technology.
That's cool. So you wanted to do the broadcasting thing from the beginning, really?
Oh
like
yeah.
what was this it? Was it what you're doing now? Was that it, or was it something like that, or what?
So growing up, here's the thing, like I was just blessed enough to know what I wanted to do since I was like 5. Like I remember just listening to the radio. I was exposed to radio 24/7. Like my parents would listen to that. And like nobody in my family is in, media. They're all like, they have like the fancy careers like doctors and engineers and stuff. And like, I was like, Mom, sorry, I really want to do radio.
What kind of Colombian radio were you listening to at that time?
Oh, I was listening to, I grew up listening to rock radio. So I grew up
Really?
listening to a lot of Linkin Park, Red Hot Chili Peppers. I was introduced to rock with Red Hot Chili Peppers and the Californication album, like in early 2000s. That was my
That's
stuff.
awesome.
Yep, and I remember playing GTA, Grand Theft Auto, and listening to Red Hot Chili Peppers. That was my thing when I was little. So I grew up listening to a lot of active rock, top 40, very aggressive, super fast paced radio, just like the kind we do here at Red 94.5. But it was a combination of like American music and Colombian music, like Colombian new artists. So like I was surrounded by a huge variety of genres. So I think that like nowadays I think back and I'm like, that really helped me, separate my personal preferences and what people actually want to hear. There are so many genres out there, so and I learned that when I was little, and I just realized like, hey, what I like might be not what everyone likes. So
Right.
that really helps when you do this DJing stuff.
Yeah. So you do the DJing that we talked about earlier. How did that start? How did you get into that? How do you learn that exactly?
So the DJing came from the radio. So when I was little, I started, playing with computer programs. There was one called Virtual DJ that one of my cousins installed on my computer one time, and ever since, like, since we didn't have the equipment and everything, like, I mixed with a keyboard, like a computer keyboard. So like nowadays, you put me in front of like anything, I already know what the shortcuts and. I could mix at PBA with a computer keyboard if I wanted to. So yeah, it was just like programs. I started doing a lot of imaging, the things that connect the songs on radio stations. So like, I was just radio, music, and then somehow like that was just all so well connected to DJing that I was like, I gotta throw this in. So yeah, I started DJing when I was 17. So I'm 25 now. So it's 8 years right there of DJing.
Wow. How long did that? I mean, man, I go in your studio and I never touch it. I swear I never touch it. The man, I look at it and I'm like, oh yeah, but I have no idea what I'm doing. I really want to try it sometime though. I promise I don't touch it.
Yeah, no, I mean, I know, it just looks cool. And I refuse to, like, there are new pieces of equipment right now, like little ones, like this big, that you can actually mix on. But, like, there's just something about vinyl and turntables and the looks of it and how, me as a DJ, like, I feel like it's completely different. So I just love this, and I like sticking to this is kind of like old school mixed with the latest technology. So, like, you get the best of like both worlds.
So what are you, for people who don't understand and they may see you at a basketball game or see you do your thing, this sounds like a dumb question, but like, what are you doing exactly?
Well, most of the time, because like we have so little, like, I don't even know, like sometimes they're like, hey Tiago, start playing music. I don't know for how long that's gonna go. Like, it could be 20 seconds, it could be 10 minutes. Like, I don't really know. Like, there's no way for me to prepare other than to have a crate of songs that I could pick from. So what I do basically is I'm the one in charge of not leaving any like empty spaces, like no silence at all, unless the team is playing. But other than that, like, my main duty is to make sure there are no empty spaces, no silence at all. So like, even if I have to throw like a quick music bed or play like some effect, or like they give me like a 10-minute segment to play, it depends. But like, I'm the one, like, everything that comes out of the speakers that's not a voice, it's most of the time me.
But you don't, but then like, you play a song, like they did that, I just have a playlist of songs ready to go and I'd be like, okay, here we go, we're going this song as long as we need it. You're obviously doing more than that. You're remixing them, you're changing them. Tell us what that process is like.
Right. So like the whole point of DJing is playing several songs back to back without the person that's dancing to it noticing. So like while keeping the flow, like the tempo. Exactly. Like as long as if you go from one song to another song and the person that's listening to it can still like tap or do whatever like at the same like pace, then that means the flow has been continued, and that's what DJing is. Go from one song to another without while keeping the tempo, the flow of the whole segment.
Got it.
I can go for hours, man. Like on Red, I DJ 2 hours a day. So
you're doing, like, I'm listening to you. I'm coming back, like, I eat an early lunch, and then, and I usually come back to work when we were doing kind of our normal thing, not anymore, but I would come back to work during that noon hour, and I would hear, and I turn you up, roll my windows down, turn Tiago way up, and I was like, man, does he do that whole thing live the entire time? Is that what you're doing it? You're doing it live in there, DJing on the air?
Yep, we do it completely live, so even when I mess up, like, that goes live on the air, and that's a part of the game, And, at first I used to be so nervous. I'm like, oh, I messed it up. Oh, my God. And then go home and think about it for like 3 hours. Now I just mess up and I'm like, you know what? This is just a part of the game. Like, that's what it is. It's live. So,
yeah. So can you give us a little sample, a little something? I mean, maybe a little energy for me here right now as I still got 3 hours to go on this thing.
Yeah.
Is that possible?
Actually, let me switch the camera here.
Okay.
You let me know if you can see this. Can you see it?
Yep, I see your little machine with the lights.
Turntables. All right, cool. Now,
yep, I see.
Test the audio real quick. See, can you hear? Let's see. Hear anything there? All right, cool.
Yep.
So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna wear my other pair of headphones, which is the ones that I can hear the music with, and we're gonna do like what is it, like maybe 7 minutes?
That's great. That'll be perfect. Yep,
right,
perfect.
Cool. All right. So. All right, let's start with.
I'm gonna speed up my my pace here.
Cypress Hill. Let's do it.
Are you trying to get crazy with this thing? Don't you know I'm loco?
Because you look so fine that I really wanna make you mine. I said you look so fine that I really wanna make you mine. 4, 5, 6, come on and get your kicks. Now you don't need the money when you look like that, do you, honey? Big black boots, long brown hair. She's so sweet with her get back stare. Well, I can see gonna be my girl. It's getting hot in here, so hot, so take off all your clothes. I am getting so hot, I wanna take my clothes off. It's getting hot in here, so hot, so take off all your clothes. I am getting so hot, I wanna take my down the street, ooh, way down low. No sound but the sound of his feet. Machine guns ready to go. Are you ready? Are you ready for this? Are you hanging on the edge of your seat? Out of the doorway, the bullets rip to the sound of the beat. Yeah. Another one bites the dust. Another one bites the dust. And another one gone. And another one gone. Another one bites the dust. Hey, hey. I'm gonna get you too. Another one bites the dust.
When I had you to myself, I didn't want you around. Those pretty faces always made you stand out in a crowd. But someone picked you from the bunch. One glance was all it took. Now it's much too late for me to take a second look. Oh, baby, give me one more chance. Won't you please let me back in your heart? And wouldn't be a bad thing, but I don't get no loving, and that's no
throwing it back a little bit.
From that night I kissed our dancing goodbye. Don't blame it on the sunshine. Don't blame it on the moonlight. Don't blame it on the good times. Blame it on the boogie. Don't blame it on the sunshine. Don't blame it on the moonlight. I don't blame it on the good times. Blame it on the boogie. Pressure pushing down on me, pressing down on you. No man has fall under pressure. That burns a building down, splits a family in two, puts people on streets.
Alright, stop.
Collaborate and listen. Ice pack with my brand new invention. Something grab a hold of me tightly. Will it ever stop? Yo, I don't know. Turn off the lights, and I'll go to the extreme. I rock a mic like a candle. Light up the stage, watch you jump like a
Two more, I got
candle.
two more.
Booms, I'm killing your brain like a poisonous mushroom. When I play a dope melody. Best is a felony, love it, or leave it. You better gain weight. You better hit the bullseye, the kid don't play. If there was a problem, yo, I'll solve it. Check out the hook, DJ Revolve it.
Got one more.
Let's go. I'm gonna kick it strong on the last one. Oh yeah, paint it black. Let's go. I'm gonna put this thing up at about 7. Oh, nice. All right, say it again.
Do you want me to play one more?
Kind of, but a short one.
A short one? Okay, all right.
If I'm gonna keep running, what do you got? You got something for me that'll give me one final kick?
I got some. Yeah, I do actually. So I do actually.
All right, get on your treadmills at home. We'll go outside. Whatever. Go get your yoga mat. Just get your dumbbells. Let's push it here for one more song from Tiago Ray. Whew.
All right, Jack, you let me know when to stop.
All right, give me one more good minute.
All right.
One last push. I'm putting it in 7.5, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go.
Gotta keep them separated. Gotta keep them separated. I'm living in 20 21st century, doing something mean to it.
I'm dead, man. Your music got me so pumped up. Music, man, your music got me so adrenalized.
Awesome.
That I think I started doing things that my body shouldn't. That was awesome.
Try to play a little bit for everyone, you know.
It was great.
Cool.
I've never worked out like to a live DJ. That was incredible. I was up to 7.5 on that last one, everybody.
Wow. Hey, round of applause.
Holy cow. That was awesome, Tiago.
Thank you. I
Hey.
appreciate it.
Hey, great job. Look at all somebody's. Dakota said, you do this for 2 hours live on the radio every day. I got to tune in for this. Jason says, please tell me this is being recorded. It says, yo, this is going to get me through the rest of my day. Go, Tiago. Tell people where they can hear you.
All right, so I mix live on Red 94.5 weekdays at noon and 5 p.m. And then Friday nights, I do like a whole 6-hour marathon on the radio starting at 8 p.m. That's all on Red 94.5 Lincoln. We got the app, Alexa, website, everything. And if you want to hit me up on social media, I'm Tiago Ray Radio on Twitter and Tiago Ray Radio on IG.
Find him. Listen to him. He does a great job. I'm really proud that he's part of our team. And I can't wait to get to the arena again and have you DJ in there, Tiago.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Jack.
Someday.
I forgot to ask you, what do you listen to? Because I was going to ask you this last night when I came into the studio. So like, you're in your car, you get in your car, and then you pull up your phone, you're like, okay, what do I listen to today? What is it? What's your go-to?
So I listen, I got a 15-year-old son.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a lot of, I'm really familiar with top 40 music, but I'm really good. I have a bizarrely deep.
You were singing Roxanne the other day here.
Was I? Yeah, I know Roxanne. So I'm pretty go everywhere. I like pop top 40 stuff. I go brings me back to the years 80s and 90s. Rock. I don't listen to a ton of country, but a little bit of everything. I love music, and so that's why I really think what you do is cool. It's a great mix. I loved it. Lots of good stuff. I knew all the words to Vanilla Ice too.
Say that again.
I knew all the words to Vanilla Ice too.
Oh, yeah.
Pretty much everybody does, though. Pretty much everybody does.
That's one of those songs that even the little ones know. So.
Yeah, pretty much. Hey, great job, Tiago. Thanks so much for giving us some time today. Hopefully we have a good, successful day of donations. Really enjoyed having you. Thanks for keeping me busy.
Thank you. Thank you for having me here, and keep it up. I'll be watching.
All right. Very good. Thank you, Tiago. Holy crap, you guys. I'm dying. I got that. I went in a little bit over my skis on that one. He had me going, like he had the music pumping. And, I feel like I couldn't walk to that. So, you got the adrenaline going, and I'm like, we'll just go up 5.5. Felt like I needed more than that. So I got up to 7.5. And I've already gone, 20.1 miles. That might not have been the best long-term decision. But I was in the moment, It happens. We've got some more music coming up a little bit later. Hey, real quick before we get to our next guest, which I'm excited about, just a reminder, we're doing this for a fundraiser for Lincoln's COVID-19 fund. See the website on the scroll down there. We'd love for you to make a donation there. We'll talk more about what it's doing later tonight. But essentially, it's giving out grants to Lincoln nonprofits who are helping the people most profoundly affected by COVID-19. And they're doing a ton of stuff. The demand's going up. It's going to continue to go up as I talk to these people. And if you've just been trying to think of a way to kind of do something that you don't know exactly what to do, but you want it to be efficient, you want it to get where it needs to go, and you don't know how to take care of all the needs at once, it's a great way to do it. Make a gift here. I don't know if my daughter's down here right now to give me an update on the number, but we were around $1,500. I'd love to see that more, but I hope you guys remember it here in the coming weeks and months as well. Because I do think, even though kind of the peak eventually will go down for the disease itself, the need that's a result of it, that's not going to be the same shape of a chart. So that's definitely something to think about. So anyway, it's been cool to get to interact with my coworkers. We already did B1073, Jen and Joe in the morning. We've, of course, done some of the people from Omaha, the 1620 The Zone guys, the Sweet 98.5 gals. Tiago was awesome there. It's weird though, I work with these people in the same buildings, but especially in the mornings, and we're in the same building, but we're in separate rooms doing something the whole day, and so we just have little interaction in the hall, but not a ton outside of that. And so I thought, what better time to bring on the members, or at least one member for right now, of the most popular morning show in Lincoln. It's Gary Greenwood, and his partner in crime is going to be added to the stream in just a moment here. There he is.
Hey.
The co-host of the most popular morning show in the Lincoln area, Mr. Nelson. Gentlemen, how's it going?
I feel like I should get up and
Do
squat or something.
Yeah, sitting is offensive to me right now. That's just like a taunt.
I just feel like I'm going to run out of breath real quick, but...
You guys want to know the update is...
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
You're a little quiet, but yeah.
Okay.
Always a little quiet.
20.3 miles.
What's the update?
20.3 miles, just past 20 while Tiago was DJ. Steps, 43,528. Calories, 5,863. That is a lot of pizza rolls.
Going to get to 13 miles.
Yeah, I don't know why I thought you only did a half marathon.
Dude, it's a full marathon.
Oh, excuse me.
26.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
0.1?
No, I know. That's the thing, was we don't listen to each other's show because we can't, and so we just don't
What'd
get
you
up
guys say?
here.
I'm sorry.
Well, I was just telling him I was forgiving
Did he
him
stop?
for not
Is he still
understanding.
walking?
Yeah, no, get up, Nelson. I was forgiving him because it's hard to keep track of each other because we can't listen to each other's show. So we got to do it this way, basically.
That's a lot of squats already, dude. This is more squats than I've done in 2 years.
All right, here, this is actually getting hard to watch now.
You look so, I don't know, so comfortable.
It's nice. Do you like my Pershing Center background?
I know, R.I.P.
Yeah. Well, sort of. It's still there.
Well, yeah, I know. You know,
now
I
can't. Gary's trying to talk, but we can't hear him at all. Don't you?
We could hear it. We could hear him before, but then he did something.
Wait, I thought you guys were like the technically savvy morning show group of the building.
Well, imagine what the show sounds like if we're the good ones. No, oh my God, he's so old. We of course, we're not doing you any justice. We didn't do this on our broadcast equipment. We're doing it on our phones like a couple of tools.
Yeah, you guys have millions of dollars of equipment in there, and instead I've got your Nokia here broadcasting me, like your Motorola Razr.
Oh, where'd he go? Now he's gone.
Now he's gone. He's actually out of the broadcast now.
Me. Well, you got me. Oh, I got to go back to my squats.
Hey, so let me ask you this, Nelson. These are questions I've always wanted to ask you. So we watch your show from outside of the room, and we see you do this dating game where you bring people in all the time, and like they wear blindfolds. And I get, like, I've surmised the rules just from watching it without hearing it.
Sure.
But essentially, they're blindfolded, and I guess you interview 3 candidates, and they pick one and go on a date with them. Is that how it works?
Well, we did it that one time. That was a special Valentine's Day edition. But the way Why Am I Still Single normally works is that you come in for a blind date. So when you come in, we blindfold you, and then you go on a quick radio date.
Okay,
and then,
how's that work?
We just let them awkwardly talk in darkness while we stand and stare at them.
Hold on, is that go over the air or not?
Yeah, all of it.
Oh my gosh! How awkward is it?
Yeah, it's awful. We shut up. We turn all our microphones off. We leave them on, and it's a fabulous time.
How long do you let them go?
It's about 4 minutes, sometimes 3. 3 minutes is usually like when the warning signs come up. But if they're in deep conversation, you let them go a little longer.
Yeah, I was going to say, what's the go-to topic if you've got 4 minutes, you just met someone, you're on the air on the radio? Like, is it, what's your job? I assume that's one of the top things. What else?
That's one of, where do you like to go out? People, you know what people are? They're awful at dating. Like Tinder has ruined everything because you just get it all out of the way on text message and you've got plenty of time to come up with an answer.
Right. You're on your toes at this point. Yeah. I mean, it's the live stage. The mic's on, right? One
guy goes as a tiebreaker for one of the special editions. He says, what's your favorite Disney character? And then like none of them got his one Disney character, as if there are 10 of them. So he's just like, he goes on the air. He goes, well, that didn't help me. Like, why did you ask it?
Who are you talking about?
Well, I asked Nelson just because I always see the Why Am I Still Single game, but I never hear it. So, like, I've made my own rules for it in my head about what's going on there.
Yeah.
And now Nelson's actually telling me about it, and I'm even more fascinated. I didn't know that you guys made people basically have a blind date and just turned all your mics off and let them talk, and how incredibly awkward that must be.
Yeah, it is, and it doesn't work out a lot, and a lot of times it's a little awkward in there. Did you tell me about the dude last week was on the toilet?
I haven't even gotten to the toilet yet. No.
Yeah, so last week we had a guy that was going to be on the show, and he bailed on us, right? And so we're like, what are we going to do? It's last minute. Well, then he sees what the girl looks like because we're on Zoom, and he sees her, and we can see on Facebook Live that he's watching it. So we're like, hey man, we know you want some of this. But we're going to give you 3 minutes. We're going to give you 3 minutes to accept the Zoom and get on, the cam with us. And he writes on Facebook Live, I can't. I'm on the toilet. Like, what do you mean you're on the toilet? So then he accepts it, and sure enough, he is naked in his bathroom on the toilet as he meets his girl for the first time.
Oh,
going to the bathroom, and he stayed there so long that his legs went numb.
Why didn't he just? Well, I mean, I don't want to get too into the physiology of it, but if you've gotta be done in 2 minutes, generally people can figure out how to do that, right?
Yeah, he didn't.
Barring some kind of an illness.
Right.
Yeah.
He did it on purpose. He's funny.
Oh, he's a funny guy. He was gonna shoot above you guys with the humor.
Yeah,
That's
go ahead.
Easy. That's pretty easy to do.
It's a very low bar.
Yeah. Can you hear, Jack, can I ask you? Well, I have a couple of questions, and I've wanted to ask you this for quite some time. But the first one is, can you hear Nelson in the other studio, in our studio, when he's yelling?
Absolutely. I don't know if it comes over the mics. That's always my big concern. Like, my ears are one thing, and it'll go through your pane of glass, my pane of glass, into my ears without a doubt. Very easily.
Yeah.
What I've been worried about is sometimes that it would go over our airwaves somehow. I don't know that it has, because I haven't gotten a call yet. But Gary, a resounding answer to that question is yes.
Oh, it's so
we
loud.
We can hear it. I know you're next to it.
I don't know. I just take it anymore. I don't know what to do. He just yells, and we know that it's going to be over here soon. And sometimes he'll leave and he'll go out and no lie, he'll go out and hit the trash can.
What in God's name makes you so mad in there, Nelson? You've seen me like that maybe once in my life, but I've had good reason. You do it once every 2 weeks.
It's Johanna. I think Johanna gets.
It's Gary, for one. If you ever met a guy who knows how to push every one of your buttons and then does it for fun,
no.
If you haven't, that's
Is
Gary.
It fun? Yes. Do I enjoy it all the time? Yes, I do.
Yes.
I ain't gonna lie.
Yes.
I like it's a challenge. See how mad I can make him. And then I've done this before, and I told him, and I shouldn't have. We play a game, and I'll tell Johanna, put 30 seconds on the clock. Now it's just her and I know this little game, but I'll bring him to rage. As loud as he can be, and then I got 30 seconds on the clock to try to bring him back to zero.
How do I get out of this conversation?
And he doesn't know. He doesn't know that 30 seconds are on the clock. I've done it a couple times.
I wouldn't have pegged you, Nelson. I wouldn't have pegged you as being that much of a snowflake, to be honest. I'm a little surprised.
I have a condition. Okay, I have a condition.
Self-diagnosed.
No, it's not. It's been confirmed by a psychiatrist. You son of a. You're going to make me swear on his live broadcast, and I don't know if he's on the radio or not.
Oh, man. How are you, Jack? How are your feet?
So the worst part was not my feet, but like the part right above my knees. I went up about an hour and a half ago. I took some Tylenol, and that seemed to do well. But my feet, I worry about blisters. I got good socks, but so what I do, I've done this before and I've ran. I take duct tape and I put it over the balls of my feet.
Mm-hmm.
And so I got duct tape lined on my feet, and it's starting to come off a little bit. And that's it. That's producing some weird rubbing right now. But other than that, I'm doing all right. And Tiago was on and I ran a little bit. So
you ran
so
for
now,
him. Wow.
Yeah, well, he was playing some pump up tunes. I'm not doing that with you guys, but I'm at 20.7 miles now.
What have you like? If you, I know that what's that called when the runners they have to go to the bathroom all the time? Just works its way out.
Yeah, it really knocks itself loose.
That's not happening because I've been hammering this water the whole time. So I'm worried about getting dehydrated. So
have you taken any breaks? Can you get off or no?
Two or three. At one time, I just brought Caleb up and I was like, just entertain people for 2 minutes, and I left. So I did that. And then one time I just told Kenny to put a graphic up that says, we will return in 1 minute. Because I have my family is here and they were hanging out downstairs at the beginning, but the novelty is worn off completely after what, 7 hours of this?
Yeah. Right.
So they don't come down and check on me. Like I doubt they're watching it up there. I could fall off of this thing and no one would know.
Now you look like you're a fit guy, and it looks like you use that treadmill a lot. When was the last time you were on?
Wow, there it is. Nelson.
Told you.
There it is. Welcome to your world, huh?
Now you know why I punched the trash can.
Yeah, I haven't. I don't know. Like I want to get out of the house when I walk or something like that now. So to be honest. It hasn't been a while, but I've lost I've lost like 40 pounds since last September, so that's good.
Oh yeah,
that's good.
Yeah,
I know. I've gone up and down. That's good. Hey, here's
fit,
Nora.
boy.
Nora, come say hi. Come say hi to my friends from work. Here's my assistant. She came down to check on the line. Hey, this has been dry for like 2 hours.
Don't trip. Wow. Wow. The real Jack comes out.
I mean, seriously, that's a health thing is what that is, Nelson. That's not anything but a health thing.
Don't worry. You know what? I'm having something a little healthy for me, too. Call that one.
Yeah. Ooh, that's a diesel.
Cherry vanilla. No, that's a Coca-Cola.
Oh. No, I know. It's a Coca-Cola. I call it regular Coke. Did you say cherry vanilla?
Cherry vanilla, darling.
Wow. Okay, Grandma, do you remember getting that at the soda jerk or something? What the crap? Jeez. I remember walking in for a nickel. They make a homemade cherry vanilla Coke.
Listen, it comes in cans now. Okay, so we're here. We made it.
You said he's usually drinking out of a gallon. This is no lie, a gallon of iced tea.
Yes,
he carries around a gallon of iced tea.
Like iced tea could go away from this earth tomorrow, and I wouldn't even notice it for the rest of my life.
Oh my God!
It's fine. I don't dislike it, but I would never miss it.
It would break my heart if iced tea disappeared.
Yeah, I always wondered who bought those novelty pop flavors, and now I know. It's Nelson.
It's me. I'm the one who are keeping all of the black cherry Diet Cokes alive.
Oh.
Okay.
Is orange Coke still a thing?
I don't know.
I couldn't help keep that one alive. Diet Coke with a lime.
How much time do we have with you, Jack? Because Nelson did want to make an announcement.
Hold on. Let me check. I got to look at my schedule here.
Announcement. What announcement?
I got like 5 more minutes here.
Oh, perfect.
Does that work?
Yeah,
I can't wait to hear what it is. This is a move he does where he's got some trash he's going to talk. And then he said, well, Nelson wants to say this. So go ahead.
No. I'll set you up. I'll be your setup, man. It's like I am every morning.
Tell me.
He got, like the majority of Americans, a stimulus check.
Oh, here it comes.
And he knows that. He was just thrilled to death to be on your show, Jack. He's been wanting to be on it forever.
This is going to be a heaven sent. Oh, my goodness.
He has spent all of that stimulus cash on himself. His wife has been asking for money. He will not give it. His old lady, as he calls her.
She is, yes.
Will not give her any of that money. He said that he was waiting for the right moment that really struck his heart.
Mm-hmm.
And this is it. Are you having guests that come on the show? Are you having them give?
Well, I hadn't thought that anyone would have the heart like this to do it. But Gary, I had never even considered it. But boy, I mean, I'm just all of the people who will be happy. It's really exciting.
And I heard Gary Greenwood has also promised to match whatever my donation is. So
if I get this latest
video. No. He's not getting a stimulus check because he makes too much money as an individual.
Jack,
which is big facts.
Jack,
if we're going to start getting into a guy's money on the live stream, match dollar for dollar, and I'm in.
What? Let me see. I haven't checked lately to see if it came in yet. Because I heard mine was coming in the mail.
Check. Today was the last day to sign up for direct deposit. So maybe
mine would have been delivered by check.
No.
Because, yes, it would have. I did not.
Yeah, it would have been delivered by horse-drawn carriage.
Here's why it would have been delivered by check, because he's paid income taxes in and not got a rebate for years, so they don't have his checking account on file because he's in such a high income bracket. That's
hashtag rich. Hashtag rich.
No. I mean, you got all that stimulus cash. Give it to COVID. They need it, man. COVID needs it.
Rich, match me dollar for dollar. You guys are breaking up.
This is the most
ineffective. How much you want me to match? What are you going to give?
What are you going to give back?
Well, what are you going to give?
Let's make it hurt.
It'll hurt you.
Yeah, it's going to hurt me.
You guys, I'm almost sad now. I had no idea for all these years. And like, Gary was there when I got there in 2006. Nelson, you got there. He left for a while. Nelson, you got here. We've been together for years. I had no idea the level of emotional warfare that was going on in that studio.
It's every day.
Like, I feel like knowing that was happening that close to me and not being aware of it, I almost feel bad at this point.
Well, he said because you are the star of the building. So when you get off the air, nobody can look at you. You go straight downstairs. I'm like, what's up with Jack? He goes, don't say his name real loud around here. What are you talking about? He actually said this morning on the air, Jack, and this is no lie, his feelings were hurt.
I was a little hurt.
He felt like you wanted me on this stream more than you wanted him.
I kept giving you single person pronouns. I'll do it. I'll be on. All right. I'll make sure I send a link to you and Gary. And capitalize Gary.
I did not capitalize Gary. How would that have come off if I had all of the other? I had Jenna and Joe on. I had Tiago on. I had all my guys on, and then all of a sudden, Gary's the only person not on. People would have started rumors that the two Golden Boys are feuding there at NRG Lincoln, and that would have been really problematic.
He didn't even want to give it to. I had to just just a few moments before we came on, I had to text him, say, "Man, are we doing Jack or what?" He didn't send me the link.
No, I didn't have the link. I got the link from Kenny.
Oh my gosh!
Oh, well. All this behind scene talk. Kenny's still mad at you. Is he still in there?
No, Kenny is not still mad at me.
Bring him on. Listen. We can talk to him to his face right now. He looks reluctant, but I have control.
There he is. Kenny, are you still mad at Nelson?
Why would he be mad at me?
You know why?
No, I'm not mad.
Not anymore. You over it?
Yeah, I'm good.
You better not have been mad at me. You better have been mad at Gary.
I don't think Jack knows what's going on. We had Kenny. We've been trying to get this guy on Why Am I Still Single forever. And he always said the time wasn't right, didn't have his hair cut. I mean, there's all kinds of excuses.
Nobody has their haircut now, so that's going to go on for a while.
Yeah, that ain't no lie. That ain't no lie.
Nelson, could you hit your keyboard any harder? What did that thing do to you? Holy crap. Jeez. I can't even hear Gary talk. You're hitting that thing so loud.
He is loud. That's his home studio.
I got distracted. Okay, I got distracted.
All right, guys. I gotta go because I got people. I got Bill Shammert coming on next. Got the TV guys next. They require their time. He's gonna look really nice, I'm sure. But I appreciate you guys coming on. I'm glad I'm more aware of your issues now. I think this was meaningful. I can check in a little bit more often now and make sure.
Man. Come on over.
6 feet, though. 6 feet.
Good luck with what you're doing. I think it's awesome.
Yeah, man.
Nelson will make that check presentation
Congratulations.
tomorrow on the.
Sounds good. I want a huge one, like a big cardboard one would be nice. So we can socially distance.
Gary will be in there with me. He promised.
All right. See you, Gary. There you go. All right. I don't know if we got Bill here yet or not. Oh, we do have Bill. I see it. Oh, he's got a. Oh, look. He's going to look so official here. Look at that. He's still zooming in. I threw him in all of a sudden out of nowhere. I kind of surprised him there. He muted himself. Bill's like, hey, this is not. He's muted right now. Oh, my goodness. Who did he bring with him? Holy cow. We've got a guest cameo appearance, ladies and gentlemen. Holy cow. Mr. Ken Shimmick, Mr. Bill Shammert, 10-11. I told Bill he could bring guests if he wanted to. And Bill, it looks like you took my advice. How you guys doing?
I delivered. Did I not deliver?
You did deliver. Hi, Ken. How are you doing?
Jack, I want to know how your hammies feel.
The hammies aren't bad. It's like the area right above the knee is kind of throbbing, and then the blisters are problem number 2. Oh, so those are kind of battling right now.
What is this time? How much time do you have left?
So I said I was going to go 26 miles. I've gone 21.1. I want to get done ideally before our radio show ends at 6 o'clock because we'll do our live radio show from 5 to 6. So I got like 2.5 hours here with 5 miles to go. We're sitting pretty good, I think.
You feel good about it? You think you're on a good pace?
Yeah, I think I'm on an all right pace. The thing is, I think it's a little more painful, but I'm able to go a little faster down here than I was last time I did this. I don't know if people remember. 2 years ago, I did this, Ken, and it was like the hottest day of 2018.
Well, you don't have that issue today.
No, it's in the middle of June. Is it raining out right now? I don't even know what's going on outside.
Kind of drizzly, kind of foggy, about 53 degrees. When do you get to the downhill part of the city?
I'm at zero incline straight the whole time. People have asked me. I haven't messed that. What's my? I got to go Pershing. Hey Nora, give me a new background for these guys.
Jack, did they sell that building yet? Or
no. Interesting you'd ask, Ken. Or excuse me, interesting you'd ask, Bill. That has been still, as far as I know, that has been one of the news stories. I've been at KLIN since 2006, so about to be 14 years, and the majority of them, we've had the story, what's going to happen to Pershing to talk about. So it's nice. It's like this evergreen topic that we always have. Nothing new with it.
I know you don't want to.
Hey, let's check on Pershing. See what's going on.
Exactly.
Bill, I know you guys don't want us to do commercial stuff on here. We're not trying to advertise things, but I wanted to make you aware that in lieu of the success that the Michael Jordan documentary has had, that I'm coming out with a 10-part documentary series this fall called The Rain Dance. And it's a look back at my almost 40 years here at the station. And, you know, just in case anybody's interested, there's some pretty controversial stuff in my documentary as well. You know, one of the things we talk about is the trade of Rusty Dawkins to the Arbor Day Foundation for a bushel basket of delicious apples and then a gallon of tree sap. That is one of those things that's still controversial in the industry at this point. I talk about the dust up between me and Dr. Ken Dewey at the Weatherfest a couple of years ago. I thought he had kind of shoved the 10-11 people, the 10-11 Mets, into a corner away from the main activity. So
Ben, you talk about how in 1982 when Jordan hit the shot, you were still working in sports at 10-11?
Well, do we want to talk about? Do we want to go back that far? So I don't think we do. So I ended up pushing Ken Dewey. He hit me in the eye, but then it turned out everything was fine. We ended up being good friends. Then we've got the sports director, Kevin Suits story. A couple of years back on a game day Saturday, he goes into the news director's office and he goes, "Hey, I need the day off on game day, Husker football game day. I need the day off to go to Las Vegas." That didn't play well with our news director. And then, of course, I tried the ill-fated retirement thing and decided to try and take the job as the weight guesser at the state fair because I'm going, well, they're just pulling numbers out of the air and they're never right. This is right up my alley, right? Well, that didn't, I couldn't make it. So I had to come back. We'll give you the inside story of Brandon Rector. You probably don't know this. One time he refused to go back in at the end of a newscast to do Last Look Weather because he thought he got shorted for his time during the main show. So that was a big deal. Then there's stories in there about Mel Maines, Deb Collins, Dick Jan, to Jeff Schmall. I loved all of those people. And hey, I even married one of them. And in one of the shows, I tell everybody which one I married. And then finally, as is always the case with these great big documentary productions, there's some big rumors out there, reports that in the final installment, I will announce my retirement from 10-11. And I will say this to you right now. I won't say yes to those rumors, and I won't say yes to those rumors. So you're going to have to tune in to find out what I end up doing. So we're hoping to make a deal on the Weather Channel this fall, but it could also end up like on the Lincoln Cable Access Channel up in the 1900s. I don't know. And if that doesn't pan out, I would be willing to go to people's homes individually, tell them these stories using sock puppets if I had to kind of. So that's kind of out there. I just kind of, that's coming up this fall. Really looking forward to that. So again, not a commercial. I'm not trying to sell anybody anything on your little thing here, but I just
I get it. I got a perfect chance. I remember Ken watching you, back in the day because you've been, you're so incredibly old. And I was a young child when I was doing it. But I remember flipping on the TV when the cable was only like 1 through 23 on the original Cablevision.
I remember
and
that.
So you guys were at 11. And I'd flip up to channel 14, and that was community access, if you recall.
Yes,
that was the one that Ron Kurtenbach was always on, taking calls all the time. I'm thinking if we bring back channel 14, this would be a great spot for you to get this on here.
Great
It's
place for the
community related.
documentary. I
Absolutely.
I think that's a great idea. And again, I'd take anything. I'll put the show on the back of my car. I will go to like closed drive-in theaters and just stand up where the theater screen used to be, because I think these are important stories, and I think people want to know.
I'm like a P1 for the dirty laundry of Lincoln's media. I'm the right person for that. Bill, I want to talk to you because I know you got to go. You got to watch another of these mayor's briefings, and I can say this because I told it to her face a little while ago. I'm definitely not watching that today for one day, so sorry. But first of all, I want to compliment you on the way you've been covering this. I've followed you a lot. You're asking a lot of the questions that I want to ask, and I think you're doing a good job. I know there's a ton of blowback to covering this. I probably know it as good as anybody. Yeah, part of the job. So I appreciate that. What I'm curious from you though, like one of the things I struggle with is trying, so many things that we report in news and talk about in news are very quantifiable, right? Like, so, there's a car accident, how many people were involved, or, how many people were at this event or something like this. With the different numbers that are out there with this, it's so hard to try and quantify it for people because some numbers people think aren't accurate and there are different measures. How is that frustrating to you? That's really frustrating to me, just when I'm trying to explain to people what's happening.
It is, because there's so much different data that you can put out there. You can put out, well, here's the raw, 8,800 cases in Nebraska, or here's the, per capita rankings where, we calculated Douglas and Lancaster are actually 15th and 23rd out of 93 counties. So, but then you don't want to get into that area where you're picking and choosing which data is more important. So it's, it's tough because ultimately you do kind of have to weigh those options. You only get 23 minutes to tell a newscast 3 times a day. But I think it's important to give people as much as possible and let them form, their own opinions. I always, say we're not in the opinion business. We're in the data and fact business and telling stories business. So the more information we can give people, the more journalists like you and I and, the folks at the Journal Star and the World Herald and Channel 7, the more people we have asking questions, the better off we're going to be.
I've noticed, it's interesting because I hear your voice a ton on these things as I'm watching. Like I said, I hear you ask questions and I think of you kind of as an anchor now, but I know you're a reporter as well. You've been kind of out there asking a lot of the questions yourself, which you don't always see on TV news. Why is that happening? I think it's a good thing, but why?
First of all, we have a phenomenal team here that is stretched across the city. A lot of our reporters right now are working from home. Makes things a little bit more difficult. But just from my perspective, I think it's so important to be tuned in as much as possible to everything that's going on, to listen to the governor, to listen to the mayor. And, if we're going to be, so to speak, the main faces of everything on television, then we should really have a good grasp at everything that's being said throughout the day. And we have great storytellers at 10/11, but the least I can do is listen to these press conferences and see what's going on.
So most important question, you guys think they're really going to play youth baseball next month?
Well, my son's out of it. Parker's aged out. He graduated from UNL virtually last weekend, so I don't have to worry about that.
You don't have to worry about it. All right.
I know how excited the parents have got to be and the kids have got to be if we can make something work. Just like everything else, you go day to day, right, Jack? I just want to say about Bill that he is one of, and I've only worked with him for a few years now, but he is one of the most dedicated journalists I've ever had the privilege of working with, and that goes back almost 40 years now for me and a lot of people that are historic in this state of Nebraska, and I would put Bill right up there with him. So we appreciate his effort. We appreciate your effort. We appreciate the effort of all of the media people that are continuing to try to tell this story. It obviously is unprecedented, and we just love our staff, and we love how hard everybody works. So it is hopefully a challenge of a lifetime, and he has stepped up to the plate as have our entire staff of news people here at 1011. At least we feel that way. So again, that's an unsolicited pat on the back to Bill, because this has been a very difficult time, not just from a physical standpoint, but from a mental standpoint, dealing with a lot of bad news that we have to unfortunately bring to people a lot of the times during the newscast. And he and his team have done a great job, and I'm just proud to be here.
Oh, good.
Thank
Appreciate you saying that,
And
Bill.
we always
I
try to
know
find those bright spots too. There's a lot of good going on in this city.
there
right
is. There is. I know you got to run to the mayor's briefing, Bill. So go
Thanks
ahead.
for having me on, Jack.
Thanks so much. Hey, Ken, are we getting
Phenomenal.
severe weather? Ken, are we getting severe weather tonight, or what's happening?
You know, it's really
See ya.
conditional. I don't think anything's going to happen during the evening that we need to worry about, Jack, but we are still a little bit concerned about late tonight. There is still that potential. And again, it looks like it would be a hail threat, maybe a little bit of heavy rain, and perhaps a storm or two that might have some damaging winds. But it doesn't look like a typical mid-May severe weather outbreak, but it's certainly something that we'll update folks tonight at 5 and 6 and 10 o'clock. Brandon will have an update coming up at 4. And before you hang up on me, I just want to say to you, thank you for everything that you do for the community. You're kind of, in my opinion, Lincoln's PPE. You've always got our back. You're always looking out for others, and you're always giving back in a big way and making a difference every day. So because I was watching the virtual graduation last week, I'm going to kind of quote Coach John Cook, one of the best coaches ever in the history of college volleyball, one of the best coaches in the history of Husker athletics. You are always trying to find the person that needs you today. And that is such a great attitude. You are such an important part of this community, and just doing things like this that you do. And I know you do so many other things. I just wanted to say thanks. And you and I don't get a chance to talk very much, so I don't want to lay it on too thick, but you're one of my favorite people, and keep up the great work. Stay safe. And thanks for everything you do.
I really appreciate it, Ken. It means so much coming from you. I really look up to you and the way you interact with the community. So, boy, yeah, that means a ton. And I hope we can start running into each other in the grocery store again soon. You know, maybe not needing the social distance, without a mask.
Yeah.
Get back to our normal discussions at the grocery store. That'd be awesome.
Although Deb suggested that I keep wearing the mask well after the COVID thing is over. So I don't know what that's all about, but I'll talk to her about that. You take care, my friend.
Yeah.
And thanks for letting us spend a couple minutes with you.
Say hi to Deb. Say hi to everybody over there at 1011. Thanks for your time, Ken. I appreciate it.
Take care, Jack.
All right, there we go. Ken Shimmick. Oh my gosh, he almost made me cry on the air. That would have been terrible. It almost happened there. Let's see. All right, we got our musical guest ready to go. We're just bouncing between one and the other. I know my KLIN staff's ready to talk to. We got some openings here during the 4 o'clock hours. So we're going to get them in. But I want to welcome one of my best friends now, and I'm very excited to have him be a part of it. Brett Wellstead's joining us. You may know him if you've seen the String Beans, because he's a member of the String Beans band. He's also a pastor at the church that I attend. We've known each other for a long time and really good friends. Hey, Brett, how you doing? Good to see you.
Good. How are you doing? How are you holding up?
I'm actually not feeling too bad. The Tylenol that I took like 2 hours ago was a huge key. We are now at 21.7 miles, 46,000 steps, 6,300 calories. We're about to go over $2,000. My daughter's handwriting there, I see $1,861 at last update for the COVID-19 fund. So please think about continuing to donate there. That'd be great. Even just a little bit is going to make a big difference here going forward. But when we were doing this right away, I thought, okay, it'd be great to have some entertainment throughout them, talking to a lot of people. And Brett did basically a driveway socially distanced concert with his family, with his sons, who are great musicians. Yeah. And people gathered around the neighborhood, not close. They were across the street. Everyone was following all the regulations. They, brought their own beverages and everything. And I just thought it's one of the things I'm going to remember about this thing. I just thought it was a cool moment. And for you to do that with your family was awesome. And so you popped into my mind right away. And I was like, I got to get him on and do some music. And you said yes, thankfully.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, we've been just busting our brains trying to come up with ways to keep ourselves occupied and having fun with music and everything. And so, yeah, we put on a concert a couple weeks ago. We're going to do another one this weekend and another one the next weekend. Just my boys and I playing a lot of cover songs just for fun. And then, yeah, when you said, hey, let's do this, something that came to mind, and can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I hear you. I was just getting my things in better. I can hear you.
Oh yeah. So something that came to mind is you and I both graduated in 1996, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah. So since everybody's posting graduation pics to honor the class of 2020, I thought it would be fun to do some songs from our era. And I actually went to Wikipedia. I did a deep dive on Wikipedia and looked at song lists from 1996 and album lists. And so I picked a few songs that I might do here. Might try.
Let's do it.
Entertainment. That's a very loose term right here. This might be a little rough.
All right, that's good. Hey, listen, you're used to playing in churches that are empty, so this should be no sweat for you, right?
Yeah, it's true. And I even kicked my family out of the house. They're just standing in the backyard right now.
Oh, jeez. I hope it's not raining.
I'm just kidding. They went to get ice cream. I think they're watching
good.
the van, so they did a drive-through.
Good. All right, what are we gonna do?
So maybe I'll do a couple of songs here.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay. This is so one of the albums that came out in 1996 was by the Gin Blossoms, and they're always kind of fun music, and so I thought I'd try one of their tunes. So this is a song called "Follow You Down." That we've been lost. Maybe when this time is all we need. I can't really help it if my tongue's all tied in knots. Jumping over bridges just the farthest that I've ever been. Anywhere you go, I'll follow you down. Any place that goes, I know by heart. Anywhere you go, I'll follow you down. Follow you down, but not that far. Heading somewhere I can see how far we've come. Still I can't remember anything. Let's not do the wrong thing, and I swear this might be fun. It's a long way down where all the knots we tied and come undone. Anywhere you go, I'll follow you down. Those I know by heart. Anywhere you go, I'll follow you down. Follow you down, but not that far. How you gonna ever find your place? Running in an artificial pace. Are they gonna find us lying face down in the sand? So what the hell have we already been forever damned? Anywhere you go, I'll follow you down. Any place that goes, I know by heart. Anywhere you go, I'll follow you down. I'll follow you down, but not that far. Follow you down, but not that far. Follow you down, but not that far.
Nice. I didn't know you could play the harmonica like that.
Thanks. Yeah, I dabble.
I don't get it because there's no notes on it. It's just like you just like aim for an area. How does that even work?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, there's notes, but you're right. It's really confusing. I can't explain it. It's yeah.
Gin Blossoms. That's pretty quintessential 1996 there, by the way. Gin Blossoms. You did a good
I
job.
was gonna say, yeah. So what were you listening to in '96? Like, what were your jams? Do you remember?
So, like, I mean, 96, of course, for our generation, it was, a lot of, you kind of had just finished out you were sort of in between the Pearl Jam, like Soundgarden stuff, and kind of moving into the late 90s. And that became when pop music got taken over by the boy bands and Britney Spears. And so, like, 96 was the Macarena area kind of.
That's right. Macarena was 96.
Macarena was 1996, and it was kind of an interesting sort of mix when the grunge stuff was fading out and sort of a reaction of pop was really coming back. And so it was a little bit of a weird time. I think Macarena was like the number, like, I want to, like, Champagne Supernova by Oasis would have been big that year.
Yeah.
Spice Girls came out. Spice Girls came out in the summer. There was a song, Primitive Radio Gods, the one about like the phone booth. That was big that summer.
Yep.
Yeah, I get. That's obviously a subject where I have a wealth of knowledge.
There are some really funny things that happened in '96 too. Like MTV2 was launched in '96, and the first video they played was "Where It's At" by Beck.
Really?
So he was that era too.
I didn't know
and
that.
Like in June, this is the summer of Van Halen controversy, because in June Sammy Hagar left the band.
David Lee Roth was going to come back, right?
That's right. In August, David Lee Roth showed up like at the MTV Music Awards, and then
they were going to reunite.
And in September, the band announced, "Okay, no, we're going to have Gary Sharon, who I think is from Extreme."
Yes, Gary Sharon, the More Than Words guy. Yes,
that's right. Yeah. So yeah, it was. There's a few notable things that happened in '96 when we graduated from high school.
There you go.
Hey,
all right.
So I was thinking I would play a Dave Matthews tune, because Dave Matthews came out with Crash.
Yes.
Late
that
part
was
of the
my
year.
That was my freshman year. That was the soundtrack to first semester my freshman year of college. If you're our generation, everybody had the Crash CD on their dorm room. I listened the whole way through, basically all the time.
Yeah. Yeah, and you've never seen them in concert, have you?
I have never somehow seen them in concert. I keep thinking they're on the verge of coming to PBA. There were rumors that they were going to come many times, and somehow Tom Lorenz hasn't quite gotten that one done for me. So hopefully that happens here when we get through all this.
You got to see them live sometime. They really are a good band. They put on a good show.
Yeah, I'd love to.
I thought I'd do one of the deeper cuts from the album. This is I'll do a song here called Number 41.
Oh yeah, all right. Yes.
I have a feeling,
Nice.
like, did they just get lazy about titling songs? They got a bunch of just number songs.
It's after a while you're like, does it really need a title? Let's just get it on the album.
It could be. Well, here's Number 41. Come and see. I swear by now I'm playing tight against my troubles. Oh, I'm coming slow but speeding. Do you wish dancing while I'm in the front? A play on time is one. Oh, but the difficult is coming. I will go in this way. Oh, and find my own way out. I won't tell you to be, but it's coming too much more. Me, come down the ghost, come back, breathing in you now. Oh, crashing in the way I used to be, full of the loneliness that nobody notices now. Boy, begging slow, I'm coming. Oh, waiting. I wanted to stay. I wanted to play. I wanted to love you. I'm only this far, and only tomorrow leads the way. I'm coming, waltzing back and moving into your head. Please, I wouldn't pass this time. Oh, I wouldn't take any more. What sort of man goes by? I would bring water. Why won't you ever be glad and melt into wonder? I came in praying for you. Why won't you run into remembering and let tears splash all over you?
Nice. It brought me back to my dorm room, getting ready to head over to the calf for a meal. That was great. That was a challenging song, Brett. I was in vocally and guitar wise.
Dude, I mean, you know me, I sing all the time, and I barely had to slip into this one. It was just easy because I've sung it so many times growing up, like college, car, windows up, as loud as I could sing. This was stuff that I was doing. Yeah.
That's good. Yeah, you really had to get your falsetto warmed up for that one. That was impressive. All right, what do you got? What do you got for a finale here?
All right. So this one's. Did you ever listen to the Refreshments?
Yeah. Was that the Bandito song? Yeah,
that's right. That's what I'm playing.
Nice. This is such a deep cut, by the way. Like looks like we got like 65 people watching now. Maybe one other person knows this song, FYI.
Yeah, I guess that too. Yeah, and these guys went on, like, they were very under the radar. This is their only major release. And then the next time I remember them popping up was when King of the Hill came out, the TV show, because they played the theme song for King of the Hill.
Oh, okay. I didn't even know that. All right.
Yeah, that's them. That kind of fast rock at the beginning there. So this one is it's kind of a funny. It's also my favorite Star Trek reference within a song. The song is a story about a robbery that's going to go south. Literally, it takes place down in Mexico, and there's a double cross that happens too. So it's just kind of this weird song, this weird rock song that came out. Very tongue in cheek, and so hope you enjoy it. But
all right, lay it on me.
So just how far down
we can
I'll get out over a cup of joe, and you can look deep into my eyes like I was a supermodel. With you and me, baby, no one else we can trust to say nothing to no one. I won't bust, never crack a smile, or flinch or cry for nobody. So give your ID card to the border guard. Hey, this is your captain, drive with the car on the United Federation of Planets, 'cause they won't speak English anyway. Everybody knows girls, schools, stupid people. So meet me at the mission at midnight. We'll be up there. Everybody knows the world's full of stupid people. Well, I got the pistols, so I keep the pesos. Yeah, and that seems fair. We'll put the sugar in the tank of the sheriff's car and slash the ambulance ties. They won't get very far when they finally get the word. There's gonna hold up. So give your ID card to the border guard. Alias says you're jumping the car. You're not an interracial class, 'cause they don't speak English anyway. Everybody knows the world's full of stupid people. So meet me at the mission at midnight. We'll take you up there. Everybody knows the world's full of stupid people. Well, I got the pistol, so I'll keep the pesos. Yeah, that seems fair. That seems fair. That seems fair. That seems fair.
Yes, Brad, you get me. You get me, man. That's what I appreciate.
Happy to help. It's
That
fun,
was
man.
great.
You
Oh, by
know
the
what
way,
song's doing.
we're already saying a couple people in the comments are saying that I was wrong, that more people know the song than just us. So
Awesome.
So that is awesome. Brett, that was really cool of you to take the time to do that. I love the song selection. It was perfect. Got me going again. And just thanks so much. And boy, and just let me ask you this real quick, because I'm curious. You know, I said earlier, you're a pastor in kind of this weird time, which is not only doing what you're doing, making music at church, trying to figure out how to reach out to people. Like, what have you sort of, that is a real broad question, and I should be better at asking questions, but I've walked 20 miles. But, like, what have you learned about our connectedness throughout all of this? I mean, that's a real easy question, so you can think on it for a while.
I think it's just more about being really intentional about reaching out to those you know and seeing how they're doing. That's one piece of it. But I think the other thing that's revealed to me is how easy it is to just ask someone, or just to say hello to someone and give them a smile. And we tend to, and I especially, like, I'm super introverted. I tend to just kind of keep my head down and keep my head forward when I'm like walking. But I've had to kind of force myself out of that, and just when I see somebody walking on the other side of the street, to wave and say hi and smile. Just to remind ourselves that we are all connected, and that, you know, these relationships are important, and that I see them and they see me. That kind of thing is really important. So it's kind of pulled me out of that, and I don't know if that answers the question.
No, it was probably a bad question, but so if anything would have worked. I just wanted some insight from you, because I value that. So I appreciate that. It was great. It was great to see you, Brett.
Hey, man, let me just say, and just like Ken shared last time, just a few minutes ago, I appreciate you. Like, I appreciate you doing this. It's awesome that this has become a tradition, and it's awesome that you are using it to benefit others and to bring people together for something that's important, to raise money for the Lincoln Community Foundation. I think that's just great. And man, I'm proud of you, and I'm happy to call you my friend. And thanks for letting me be part of this today.
Well, thank you. Let's get some donations in there. You see the website there at the scroll, and KLIN.com, and let's make a difference with this whole thing. Brett, we'll see you later. Thanks so much for doing it. All right, now I'll have that song in my head for a while.
Go get him.
There you go. There's 5 miles left. We're finally getting close. Have a good one.
All right.
All right. Let's put hey, Ken, if you're putting the KLIN team and maybe Jason in here right now, so I can, if they got stuff turned on. Let's check this. Caleb, how you doing?
I'm good.
I know. I booked a lot of guests. What can I say? That's kind of what I do.
It was perfect. I was able to take a quick little nap.
Oh, sounds lovely.
What have you been doing? What have you been up to? Anything too strenuous?
Oh God, Jason, how's your walk been going?
Walk has been going good, Jack. We actually invested in one of the Peloton treadmills last fall, and I got to tell you, yeah, that's probably been the best investment we've ever made. Oh my gosh, because I hate running on treadmills. I would always prefer to go run outside, but I've never been on a treadmill that doesn't feel like a treadmill. So they're not the cheapest thing in the world, but this was like a one purchase going to last for a decade or more, but it's got the big old fat screen. So I'm sitting here and it's got, keeping track of all the stuff that's going on.
So do you race people on it?
Well, so you can there's all kinds of group classes. I haven't used it as much. Holly, my wife, has used it quite a bit from that standpoint, but it's a whole community. I can sit and turn on like a virtual run where I'm like in New Zealand, which is just totally tripping. That's really, really fun.
I kind of want to see that.
Yeah. I mean, really my only bone to pick, and this is just me, is I love to watch, they've kind of locked it down. Actually, it's a Android operating system. I kind of figured this out, me being techie. And so it's a customized Android as far as their big screen. I mean, it's like a 32-inch screen. And you have to sort of like go behind the scenes to like bring up a browser. So I can watch YouTube on it if I want. But a lot of people are like, hey, you know what? I want to use a screen not for just the, their whole turnkey community. I want to be able to just watch Netflix. But with that said, it is awesome. All of us have a little profile on it. It keeps track of all your metrics and your health and your data, a lot. So it's again, for what it's worth, if you're wanting a treadmill that's, even I would say if you can't stand walking or doing that inside, that's what I'd recommend. The Peloton is the way to go.
Good. We got a little tech equipment advice from Jason, who is our on the show. If you've listened to it for about a decade, Jason's with Generate Marketing. We kind of use him as a tech and gadget guru. So we got a little bit of your regular role there. But how far have you gone? How far have you gone, Jason?
You know what? I've gone, I think about 8 miles is what I've gone. Okay. So I'm clearly way behind you, but yeah, not to brag, but I think Nora, are you still down there, Nora, or not? Well, she updated the whiteboard where hey, Nora, okay, let's unmute Nora. And so will somebody do that so we can see, so she can give us like a verbal thing here? I can try and do it. My mouse is all messed up. That is one thing that I really want to get fixed here. I'm going to unmute her. Got it, I think. Nope, not yet. Nope, one more try. I can't. Boy, this mouse is not. Oh, you chose to mute yourself. I can't unmute you. You go unmute yourself on the tablet or not? Or you just not want to say it? You don't want to talk. You want to say it. All right. That's all right. Hey, bring Bob in here. He hasn't been in here yet either while we get the update. There he is.
Hey, fellas.
What's up, Bob Shopper, Program Director from KLIN?
I want more of Nora.
Yeah, I know. She needs to unmute herself.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
Good. I can't read your board very well. Can you get the phone closer to it?
Yeah.
Here, make it full screen here. I can do that. There we go.
That.
So, Nora, tell us what it says.
61 miles.
So we've raised $1,861. 22.31 miles, 47,923 steps, 6,485 calories, and he could eat 22.7543859549 pizzas.
Wow.
Pieces of pizza, right?
So has your dad checked his heart rate yet? When did it go up with Tiago?
I don't know. It still hasn't come down from that, Bob. It still says, which is I'm walking at 1.8 right now because the soreness is coming back and the Tylenol is worn off. So I'm walking at 1.8, but the heartbeat's still at 120. So, we'll see.
I mean, did you go like 2 miles with him?
He said he was going to play for 7 minutes, and then I think he added 2 minutes on. So I don't think it was that much. I maybe almost got to a mile.
So apologize for the background, guys, but I have you can see my treadmill is up here, Jack. If you need a little assist going home, hitting the finish line, let me know.
We might, during that 5 o'clock hour during Road to Recovery, you might have to motivate me. So I got a couple of guests I want to mention now on Road to Recovery. This will be on the radio on KLIN. We'll also be doing it here. It'll start in an hour. First of all, I'm going to find out from you guys what in the heck's been happening today, because I don't really know. I've been in this other world. So I don't know what the news is, what the weather is. So I'll be asking you about that. But we're also going to have both my wife and Brian Seck, who are a part of this fund and helping basically kind of go through and allocate the dollars that come in. But they have a great knowledge of kind of the need that's out there, the different need that's out there in the community. So we'll have them on. I'm sure you guys will all have some, people have been, when my daughter gets on, they want to interrogate her about me. And so I know Caleb was doing that earlier. And so that'll probably happen with my wife to some degree too. But look, it is what it is.
That's great. No Mayor Beitler this year, though.
No Mayor Beitler this year. No, we did. We had so far, if you missed it, and you can rewind through the whole broadcast, but my goodness, we've had all our radio stations here, our co-workers from Lincoln, from Tiago to Jen and Joe to Gary and Nelson. I even went to Omaha, the 1620 guys, and the Sweet 98.5, had a couple of the podcasts here in town that are popular. 1011, Channel 8, the Brendan Stye thing, that seems like hours ago. Brendan Stye thing was great. Did you see the Brendan Stye thing?
I did.
Oh my gosh. So for some reason, for people who weren't watching, we had Jared Crick on, who NFL player from Cozad. But for some reason, and I still can't figure out the tech on this, but Jared could only hear Brendan and none of the rest of us. He couldn't hear anyone else. And so it was so weird. It was like we had to use Brendan as an interpreter, like a football interpreter, to ask questions. So I had to say something to Brendan. I was like, hey, ask him this. And then Brendan would relay it, but everyone else could hear all of it. It was bizarre, but then good. Then they're just two NFL guys, Bob. So they're just talking. I'm like, man, I'm just sitting back. They're doing a better job of this than me. So that was awesome.
And then you had, let's see, some breaking news about Vidrol, and to start off the show.
Yeah. Yeah. Did you see that one coming? Rutgers?
Yeah, actually, after you left is when it hit my phone. So I did not know about it in advance, no.
Yeah, I was Caleb. That was kind of a shocker to me.
Yeah, it was, because I wasn't really looking through Twitter to watch for any of that. I was just trying to make sure I had tweets ready to go for your accounts, and I'm sitting there, and they all come on, and we've got breaking news. I was like, well, cool. I'm apparently doing a great job right now.
I think we're gonna have Greg Sharp joining us anytime. So if he comes in here and I miss it, just pop it in here. How is Caleb? How is running my social media going? It's weird. I haven't seen any of it, so I get a couple of things that pop up on my phone. But as you guys know, responding or seeing them, I'm not very good at right now.
It's good. We successfully shot down John Bishop's attempt to make you use a background from the Creighton, Nebraska basketball game this year. I reminded them and everyone that Nebraska did score more points in the second half. Big weather conspiracies, that's been a big part of your Twitter account today. Also, garbage officiating, always good.
It's good. You know me well in just a few months, Caleb. Good. You've taken the mantle very well. I just had someone tweet me. I don't even know. David, he must be fancy on Twitter. I got a notification. He said measuring calories burned in pizza slices is the best unit of measure I've ever heard. Talk about a trailblazer. I'm talking about Nora.
Yes,
well,
thank you to Nora for getting us that information, because I have made sure to try to include that. You're almost to 23 pizza slices.
Dude, and I'm eating them. You guys know I haven't been doing many carbs, but I'm tempted to try the 23 pizza slices tonight and see if I can do it. And just
refill.
Like, make it a total zero-sum game. Like, same way I woke up this morning, it's the same way I'm going to bed.
So it's like one slice a mile, basically, right?
Yeah, what'd you say?
One slice a mile?
Yeah, I guess so. I guess that's one way to think about it. If you're out walking, if you're my weight, yeah, you got to pack on a little extra pounds to be able to, like, if you're Jason's weight, he's got to go 3 miles to get a piece of pizza, I think.
How your feet feel?
Not good, Bob. Not good at all.
Legs?
Did you say you're using duct tape, Jack? What did you say you're using for your to prevent blisters?
Yeah. So, like, this is what I did when I used to run a lot more is I would get bad blisters. And so the way I figured out, it actually worked most of the time, is I would put duct tape on the balls of my feet, and then you just didn't have a direct skin contact on that area. Now, it works in theory, but after this much movement, it starts to rub away on the sides. And then that almost makes it a little bit worse in some parts. And so I think when I started running with Tiago, I peeled some of it up. And since then, the balls of the feet have not been great. at this point.
Isn't there a movie quote or something along the lines of you can't finish a marathon without putting a few band-aids on your nipples?
Yeah, no, and that's been, I mean, not that anybody wants to hear that, but that's not been, the walking has not created that much friction for the most part. Like if you're running, that's a whole different deal. Not that you want to, I mean, we all know what I'm talking about, right? I think we get it.
I ran a marathon, and I can say confidently I didn't have bleeding nipples. I don't know. I know some people suffer from that, but no, like Jack, I've known a lot of runners, and I can't say I've ever heard the duct tape strategy to help minimize blisters. That might be something we need to pass on to Ann Ringline. Ann Ringline needs to know about that.
Between the pizza slices measure and the duct tape, the amount of innovation happening in this basement in these uncertain times is amazing. That's all you got to say. So guys,
our general manager, hey Jack, quickly, our general manager just got a call with her. She's can't believe you're wearing the same shirt.
The same shirt? What do you mean, all day?
Yeah.
She expects me to change in the middle of the walk? Oh, you mean as in someone should have paid me to wear something else?
No, you know our general manager. She wouldn't pay you to do that.
No, I mean, no, yeah, I got it. It's still good. I'm not sweating. It's nice and cool down here, so I'm all right. I'm good. And it segs us right into our next interview too. So I'm going to get back with all you guys here in about 15 minutes, and we'll lead up to Road to Recovery. Does that sound good?
Perfect.
Yeah.
All right, cool. So let's bring in our next guest, and I think this is our last guest scheduled, unless somebody else pops in. And there he is. The voice of the Big Red. See, I was wearing the right shirt. I got the Husker Power shirt on. Mr. Greg Sharp. Hey, I've been talking to you on the phone a lot lately. Nice to see you in the home. How's it going?
You know, it's going great. You are doing an outstanding job. Love the backdrop. You have been so entertaining all day long. It's been so great to have you part of this thing.
I appreciate it. The update is we are at now 23.2 miles. And 49. I'm about to hit 50,000 steps here in the next minute or so. So that's great. Cool to talk to you. You know, your man Brendan Stye saved me today. I don't know if you heard us talking about this or saw it earlier, but we had Jared Crick on, and I couldn't talk to Jared for some reason, but Brendan could, and so he had to swoop in out of the bullpen and do the whole interview for me. And at first I was worried, and then he just kind of took over, and so now he's going to get a big head about this whole thing. I don't know if he's going to try and take your job or what, but I'm just warning you about that.
He's a pro's pro. You know it from working with him on the Friday Tailgate show. We certainly love having him as part of our pregame show in the fall. He's a wonderful guy, and I'm certainly glad he and his family have made Lincoln, Nebraska their home. Well, they could have gone anywhere in the country after he got done playing professional football. Them choose to live in Lincoln says an awful lot. I love the guy. He's one of my favorite guys in Lincoln.
Yeah, absolutely. Greg Sharp joining me right now on the at-home walk exchange. You're a little quiet, Greg. If I can bring it, you can come up. If you can bring the volume up just a little bit on the mic. I'm not sure I can hear you, but it goes up and down a bit. So this I was told. See, this is a weird way to get news now. I haven't been on Twitter all day. I don't have a TV on or radio on all day, and so people tell me things right now. So apparently, the news is Noah Vedral's going to Rutgers. Is that right?
How about that? We had the head coach on last night, and he talked about Noah. He said Noah's like a son to him, and he thinks that highly of him. And I think it's great that Noah has landed at a Power 5 school. I don't love the fact that he's on Nebraska's schedule this upcoming year. I don't like that at all, but really happy for him that he's going to have a chance to be a starting quarterback at Rutgers. I think he'll have a real good chance to be the guy for the Scarlet Knights. And this, again, we're playing those guys this fall, but pretty cool news for him. That's a really good opportunity for him.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm sitting in the studio waiting for election coverage last night, which we were doing late into the evening, and turns out I walk in and we've got Sports Nightly on, and I'm like, oh, great, perfect timing. You're talking to Scott Frost. We haven't heard a lot from Scott Frost, so you guys got the chance to talk to him. Tell me what stood out to you in your conversations with Scott Frost, because there's obviously a ton to ask about right now.
Well, a couple things. One, he talked about how he knows how important football is to not only the athletic department, the money that it generates for home games, but to the entire city of Lincoln, and how many businesses make a good chunk of their nut on the 7 home football games every year. So He said he's deeply concerned about that. If you can't have home games with crowds this fall, what kind of impact that may have on the city and obviously other sports within Nebraska's athletic department. So that was pretty interesting. Then we got into the draft and about the Davis twins getting drafted, and Jackie made the comment. He said, "We've only had 2 guys drafted in the last 2 years." He goes, "It's hard to win Big Ten football games with only 2 draftable guys. We need a lot more people getting drafted," and that's the challenge for him and the staff, is to get more players in here that are good enough to go on and play in the NFL, like Brendan Stye did that you talked to earlier today.
Yeah, it's so hard because, and every time that you come on, I'm trying to kind of concoct scenarios in my head for the end of the year. And I heard you asking those questions about it at this point, and there's just there just aren't a whole lot of answers. And with college football, it's even multiplied because there's so many entities involved. And hearing you talk to him about that last night, I was like, man, he even doesn't have a great idea at this point of what's going on, which is a good indication that there's a long way to go in figuring this out.
As he said, there's a lot of hands in the cookie jar. There's a lot of people that are going to be involved in making this decision, from governors, mayors, school presidents, chancellors, athletic directors. They're all going to have a hand in making the call whether we play football and if we allow fans in the stadium to watch college football. So it was pretty insightful to hear him say that last night. So it was a really good interview, and we tweeted that out earlier today so people can go find and listen to the entire interview with him. He had a lot of fun stuff to say. We got going, Jack, by talking about The Last Dance. He's been a big fan of The Last Dance.
I heard him talking about it. He hadn't, I think if I recall from your interview, he hadn't seen the next episode, so there were no spoiler alerts there. But yeah, it sounded like he was already, I think, a fan, because he's obviously in that generation like I am where that was everything. But this is taking it to a new level for him.
Yeah, like he said, he goes, I would take a ton of Michael Jordan type guys on our football team because Michael was such a competitive guy. It's interesting, that time frame, and maybe you fell into this category. I really wasn't a Bulls fan, but I love Michael Jordan. So maybe by default I was a Bulls fan, but I just didn't want to miss a playoff game with him playing, because you didn't know what you were going to miss if you didn't see it. It could go for 50. He couldn't make an unbelievable play late in the game. You just didn't want to miss it.
So what happened for me was, because when we first got cable, WGN was in that first package, and this is how most people became Cubs fans. But
right.
I we didn't. That was the NBA at that time, and I don't know if people remember, but TBS played tons of Hawks games, and WGN played tons of Bulls games. I don't know if it was the full schedule, but it was a lot, and so it just got to the point that it was on right in that era. We first got cable probably in about like 1990, 1991, right in that Pistons, the Bulls Pistons era. And the Pistons were just easy enough to hate. So seeing them lose those 2 series to the Pistons, for me, that was what I was watching with my son. Like, I don't remember the Celtics stuff from '86, but those games against the Pistons, I developed a hate for the Pistons. And so I kind of went all in on the Bulls through that whole thing. It kind of lined up perfectly for a particular real specific generation, I think.
A lot of Nebraskans are Bulls fans for the very reason you just said, because everybody got WGN. And if they weren't on national TV, WGN probably picked up 35, 40 games. And there wasn't as much college basketball on at that time either.
Yeah.
You did have, ESPN would have a game here and there during the week. ESPN2 might have a game here and there. And that was about it until your Saturday afternoons, when you got to sit back and watch Raycom Big 8 basketball or something during that.
The Phillips 66 Raycom. I remember that they always were pitching these window decals for each of the Big 8 teams. You remember that, Greg? And that was here. They're like, get your Iowa State window decal. That's true, man. Those Saturday doubleheaders of Big 8 basketball, for some reason, I have as clear a memory about anything. Like, I can't tell you who played for Big Ten teams 2 years ago, but I can just go on a roll of late 80s, early 90s Big 8, random Big 8 players. You and I could probably go on that forever. I don't know why that's such a clear memory, but it was. That Saturday afternoon college basketball was a big thing then.
Phillips 66 used to be one of their big sponsors too, and they'd have those cups with all the logos of the teams, and I'd go get a cup and go fill that up and use it all year long, and I'd need a new one by the next season when it came back around. That's the era of Rich King and even maybe a little bit of Eric Piatkowski.
Yep. that 91 tournament team, the Rich King team, and you had Cliff Scales on that team, and of course Bruce Chubbuck eventually. That whole era, Jamar Johnson, and then you went into Boone and Strickland and Woolridge, and the next thing, yeah, I know you want to say they were good years, but they didn't produce too many wins. So they produced some wins, but hopefully there's, I don't know. What do you feel like this Nebraska basketball roster now? They finally finished it up. They're finally full on the scholarships. They added a late addition with this new center. I don't know. There's part of me that thinks, okay, there's more talent here. There's part of me that thinks, okay, we are starting over again in a lot of ways. How do you look at that roster?
Yeah, I think it is more talented, but you're right. For the most part, outside of Thor and Ivan, you're going to have a brand new roster to roll out there this year than you had last year. So it's going to take some time for that group to meld together, but it's more talented than the one we saw this year. And think about how many close games they had this year. So maybe the more talented roster, Jack, kicks it over the top. I think they can definitely double their win total for this year going into the next year. But I like the talent that they've assembled. I think there's some really good players on this roster.
All right, good. You don't ever look at your calendar and see which baseball game you'll be calling today, do you?
Every day.
Do you? Day. Oh, you got it. I quit looking at my calendar because it's just it sucks. I wondered if you did that.
We would be off to Indiana today, opening the series tomorrow night because that last series of the regular season always would start on Thursday, so everybody had an extra day rest before the Big Ten tournament. How about that? The Big Ten tournament would have been next week up in Omaha.
Really? That would have been in Omaha. Man, that was fun last year. That was one of my bet. There weren't many good sports memories last year, but that Big Ten tournament game with Nebraska mercy ruled Iowa might be up there close to the top. That was pretty good, Greg. I was there. That was a fun day.
That was a fun day, and then the Saturday night win over Michigan was really
yes. Oh, I was listening to that one and then watching on TV and going back and forth and doing some things. You're right. Those it's crazy. I mean, you think of the year, the Husker sports year, and those are, for me, up there as two of the best moments.
No doubt. To run rule Iowa, and Iowa's been tough. It was tough on Darren Erstad and Huskers. They had a hard time beating those guys. But to run rule them in Omaha, it's pretty sweet because it also gave Nebraska a day off in the tournament. The way that tournament was set up, if you won the first two games, you got a day off. And you're immediately thinking, we can win this thing now after they beat Iowa. So the Coca-Cola after the game tasted a lot better after that.
Yeah, I bet. Well, Greg, man, you agreed to come on the show with me during the spring, and I thought Thursdays we'd be talking spring football and Husker baseball every week, but we've kind of changed our conversation. It's been different. I want to thank you for continuing to come on and just, even though I asked you the same question about house football coming back every week, and I probably will for the next 2 months, I do appreciate your time, and I thank you for coming on with us today. It was great to talk to you a little bit.
You bet. Hang in there. You're coming down the final stretch. You're going to make it.
Thank you. There you go. Greg Sharp, ladies and gentlemen, the voice of the Big Red. You can hear him here on KLIN right after the Road to Recovery show. All right, let's bring our team again. I heard this thing stopped on Facebook. It's really hard for me to do anything about it, unfortunately. So if any of the tech wizards can figure out how to get it started again, we will do that. All right, so I'm going to take it off and start it up. Let's remove it and start it again. Oh, an 8-hour time limit. So we have to start a new one. Hey, we've been doing this for 8 hours. Yay. All right. I think I just need to start a new one here, guys. Anybody want to come in and talk to me? You're welcome to. I'm kind of lonely right now.
Hey, that was really nice bringing up the mercy rule of Iowa. As soon as we don't have Bob in here, let's bring that up. I was arguing with him. I'm sure you saw it, Jack, in our text group about head coaches, and because I told him he was talking about Scott Frost, and I said that Nebraska coaches get fired for 9-10 win seasons. Iowa coaches get tenure.
Yes, I saw that.
So he fired back that Scott Frost has only 8 wins through 2 seasons. I had to remind him that Kirk Ferentz only had 4 in his first 2 seasons. So he had to start telling me to stop living in the past. It's the one Iowa go-to, isn't it?
Yes. Oh my gosh, my water tastes like garlic or something. Is that a joke they're putting on me upstairs? I have no idea.
Did you get more ice in it this time?
Yeah, it's so icy, and none of the ice is melting in this thing I'm drinking out of, so it's just ice sitting there at this point now. So I think I might be getting cranky, guys. Okay, so it looked for a while I was way ahead of pace. Right now, though, I'm at 23.6. And, you know, in theory, it should be fine. I should be able to hit three. Now, I'll be all right. I got an hour and 40 minutes left to go 3 miles, less than 3 miles. Dale, you don't think I can do it?
I know you can do it. I've always known you could do it.
Okay, you looked like you were doubting me is what it looked like.
Jack, I was with you last time.
I wanted you not to be winded on the Road to Recovery show.
Oh, yeah, that's good. That's true. I have to talk a lot more again. Jason, yes?
Yeah, I was going to say, I was with you last year, man. And the fact that you pushed through that, this should be a cakewalk. I mean, there's no humidity. You're in your basement. You got people just handing you water and stuff. I don't know, man. Maybe this is the way you do it moving forward. I don't know. It's.
I don't know. I got so much I mean, these guys know. I got a bunch of blowback from a few people who are very passionate that it should be outside. It should never be inside. And it was just, I made the decision to do it this way this year. I think it's worked out pretty good.
Yeah.
But,
stop fear mongering by walking inside, Jack.
Yeah, I don't know if that's what it is or what. It wasn't necessarily just it's fun when you have a crowd, and I didn't think a crowd would look very good outside. And then plus I wanted to, you talk to people. It gets long if you can't do that. And so thought this might be a good way. And it's experimentation. I like messing with the tech part of it. So hopefully people will think that it did end up working that way. But we will go, next year or whenever. I probably will never be wrong. I would guess all my guarantees will be right from here on out in perpetuity. But if not, in the incredibly rare event, if not, then I will probably walk outside again.
And the Vikings will win the Super Bowl someday.
Guys, it's getting harder to think. I'll tell you that much. I hope you don't expect me to say a lot of smart things during the show this afternoon.
Never do, but always.
Wow. Where's Kellen? Let's kick him around a little.
Well, he's busy getting ready for the show. By the way, you are raising money for a very good cause. Unfortunately, we've had another death in Lancaster County of COVID-19. So just as a little bit as we're working this up in the newsroom, getting ready for Road to Recovery. So the money is going to go to good uses, good causes. And by the way, I don't have much time here before I got to go get ready. Newsroom got together, and you know what? If during Road to Recovery, we could hear a little viola music from one Miss Nora.
Ooh!
I think we've got a 50 spot that we'll just donate.
Whoa!
A little bit of classical music, or let me put it this way: classy music.
On Road to Recovery, so you got a 50 that you'll put in if Nora serenades you guys during Road to Recovery. Am I understanding that right? That's
right.
The deal? Okay. I will tell her. She left me again without filling up my water, unfortunately. So that's definitely too bad.
Maybe if you change shirts once or twice, it wouldn't be so bad down there. But
what was that about? Change shirts. So
you were apparently supposed to put on your Iowa Hawkeye shirt for when Johnny plays for Frank McCaffrey.
Yeah, that was such a weird conversation. It's such a bizarre conversation in this whole thing. So I don't know. Yeah, if there's anybody, so we have no more guests for the next 30 minutes or so. So if anyone else wants to pop in that has the link, or if we need to get anybody else in for the last 30 minutes, that's it. I don't think I got anybody else booked, guys. But man, we went at kind of a breakneck speed there. We sort of ran out of people. There he is.
Hello.
I thought you'd be out doing some milking by now.
Did you just say what I think you said, Caleb? That is wrong on so many levels.
Let me hold on. Give me a 2-minute break, please. Can you guys for once entertain people for a while I'll take a break? That'd be great if you could do that.
Yeah.
Not a problem.
It's what we normally do on the show, anyways.
Okay.
Kellen, since you're
Yeah.
coming on, Mark told us that there's been another a death in Lancaster County. I haven't been paying a whole lot of attention to the news. I know Jack sure hasn't either, and we're going to get a lot more into it during Road to Recovery. What are some of the things that have been going on today as you guys have been watching in the newsroom?
Well, everybody wants to know about how many people have recovered from COVID-19. It's probably the question we always get the most, at least in the newsroom. And the health department has started tracking those. There are 688 confirmed cases. There's 63 people that have recovered. The reason why they haven't tracked them and what they need to have happen as they do continue to track these is that you have to have 2 negative COVID-19 tests and then have to be symptom-free 28 days from the first time you had your first symptom. So that's essentially what we know. The other thing we found out today is that they're tracking the demographics of how COVID-19. And so the Asian community, which represents, my notes tell me, represents 4% of the overall population, 33% are affecting them. Hispanics are just under 24%. They represent just over 7% of the population. Now, for 85% of Lancaster County, which is of white Americans, just under 30%. So you can see there that there's a major discrepancy, and it's disproportionately affecting it, just like we've seen in Douglas County. So those were the two main in terms of data that was updated today. The other part that the mayor said at her afternoon briefing is that, as you can imagine, there's been some budget shortfalls, the city, because of sales tax revenue being down and other revenues. And they're expecting a $17 million loss in year one and as high as a $22 million loss in year two. And $5 million of that is a reduction in sales tax. So that was the latest that we heard from the mayor's presser.
One thing on to the breakout, the ethnicity breakouts. Bryan Medical is very aware of that since they've been treating a lot of those patients, and they are actually deploying their mobile testing unit this Friday, working with the Lincoln Lancaster County Health Department and the various cultural centers. And so they're having their mobile unit is going to be stationed at Lincoln High, beginning mid-afternoon on Friday, going to like 7:30 in the evening. And all of those are going through the different cultural groups and the Lincoln Lancaster County Health Department to try to get a better handle on those diverse ethnicities and see if they can get a little deeper into that on the testing, just like they did in Crete on the 3 previous trips that they made down there. So this is a concern, and it's being dealt with, at least initially, starting this Friday.
So changing gears just for a second, guys. Kellen, you weren't on when we had Jared Frick, the Cozad native, who played for the Huskers, played for the Texans, played for the Broncos. He talked about just being a farm kid, and you weren't here. I know Jack wanted to talk to you about that, so I'll just ask you, as a spry early 20s something, farm kids seem to, whether you end up in radio or you end up in the NFL, you guys all kind of end up sticking together just as farm kids, right?
Yeah, I think that's fair, and I think part of it is just this untold understanding of what that culture means, because it sounds cliche, but it is different in rural Nebraska. It is different on a farm, and so you kind of stick together because you always will share that same type of culture from those similar roots. So I think that Jared was spot on with that.
And Mark, you're just an older farm kid.
A lot older farm kid, yeah. I'm not sure I'd call it a camaraderie, but it's a shared experience. Now, farming was a lot different when I was growing up, and even into Kellen's age than it is now. I mean, a lot of progress has been made, but you're there, you're working with the land, you're working with livestock. If you have a livestock operation, we simply had my family operation was a cash crop operation, but you're out there, you're doing the stuff. You spend a lot of time with other farm kids, if you will, and a lot of the times there was a lot of social distancing back then because that's just the way it worked. So you look at these social distancing things just a little bit differently, but you also understand very deeply such things as the meat supply and the food supply. You understand because you've dealt with it, the supply chain issues, because you've had to be on the receiving end of a supply chain with inputs coming into the ag operation and your ultimate product going back out through a different supply chain. So you've experienced some things. A lot of people that don't live that life just don't have that experience.
Well, and it's also as simple as this. The conversation always, I mean, and because you can have a conversation about growing crops, raising cattle, and understanding what that is. And no matter where you end up, whether, you know, you end up in radio or you continue farming or you move on to play, you know, in Crick's case in the NFL, you can still, the conversation doesn't change. You can still share that piece of, okay, well, how tall is the corn? What stage is it at? Have you put, you know, what's the ground temperature? Or, hey, when are you taking your steers to the market? Like, those pieces never change. And that's something that you understand early on. So even if you don't live the quote unquote farm life day in and day out, growing up, you still understand exactly what those conversations still are. Because even though Mark and I, you know, we've been known each other for October, we still have a shared understanding of what it's like, and say, hey, you know, and plus there's specific terms that, you know, nobody else knows that Jack would never understand. Because if we said, hey, Jack, can you tell me the difference between a boy cow and a girl cow? He wouldn't be able to do it, but Mark would.
Well,
I totally agree, guys.
That's like that old question, and I think I actually said it one time there at the studio. So we'll ask Jason. He's still there.
Well,
if you picture this, Baby Bull is out in the pasture, and he's running around and runs into a barbed wire fence and cuts himself pretty badly. So now, who would he? You know, just considering when your kids are hurt, would he go to Mama Bull or Papa Bull for help?
Well, okay, that's a good question. So what I was,
Jason's, you have to interpret.
I was going to say, I mean, for me, I probably don't know the answer to that. My parents both grew up on farms. So, and my grandfather lived at a farm till I was 25 years old. So they were more of the crop. They didn't have as much livestock. But I will agree with you guys. Like, I grew up hearing all that language about, you know, how high is the corn, that kind of stuff. So it is, if you're, you know, again, associated or been around it, there is a common theme where I've been around. I have a lot of clients that are actually in agriculture. And once they realize that I have an appreciation for what they do, it's like, oh, okay, you're blessed. You can talk to me. But it is amazing how, like, I mean, again, at least from my parents' standpoint, they're from central Nebraska. The generations, there's not a whole lot of people that are farming that are, I mean, I'm 43, and most of the people that are farming are my parents' generation, and there's not really anybody left to take over the farms.
Guys, latest update, we're at $2,146. So Jason's parents grew up on farms. Mark and Kellen, you guys both grew up on farms. I grew up in the city, in town. It was 1,000 people. So I was a town kid. My parents were teachers. I was a city boy, but I did tasseled every summer, and my friends who all did 4-H found a way to wrangle my dumb butt into coming out while they would go through to break their heifers. So I've been pinned against many a cattle rail, but as much as that has hurt me, I'm still not necessarily a farm kid, but I understand a lot of what's going on. The going to the fair meant something because I knew I'd been run over and had the same experience as a lot of my friends over there before they would go show.
You know, and you bring up the interesting conversation about what does a fair mean, especially to these kids, because, you know, you heard the governor's announcement earlier about sports returning this summer for baseball and softball. And then yesterday he said guidelines for fairs will be coming up. There will be a lot of people in this state, if fairs cannot happen this summer. I'm not talking the Nebraska State Fair. I'm talking just county fairs in general. There will be, I would say this, there will be more people upset if fairs don't happen if baseball and softball and they expand that, just because in some worlds the county fair and what they do, whether they're livestock projects or their food projects or their quilting projects or there's something like that, their county fair is their state championship, their district championship in the summer. So families who don't get to have that happen. Plus, you have to also remember the majority of those judges are also in that high-risk population. So lots to think through. I would be shocked and appalled if they say no county fairs. I actually don't see that would be possible.
Well,
yeah,
the
there
big
would be
thing about-
there would be a lot of uproar. I agree with you. And fairs are, all that planning is getting underway right now. Now they may be cutting short entertainment things, but the agricultural portion of the county fairs and probably leading up to the state fair, that would be a situation that would not set well. And then with that, I'm going to say adios, because we're getting close to where I need to get ready for Road to Recovery. So Jack, we'll see you on the radio a little later.
Yeah,
Sounds
Jack,
good. Thanks, Mark.
See you, Mark.
But, yeah, see you when you come into the room here in like 2 seconds. Hey, Jack, what are we doing tonight, by the way? So I have an idea.
So we are going to talk. We're going to talk to Brian Seck. Mainly, he is he's one of the co-chairs, and I can't think straight, so I'm not going to get his exact title right. But regarding the COVID-19 fund, and hopefully make a late push with some fundraising here for this. We'll also have my wife is going to join me. And I don't know, you guys can ask her some of the stuff about the COVID fund, but you'll probably want to ask her like dirt on me, most likely, from what happened earlier when you had my daughter on.
The only thing, what time is Brian coming on, so we know over here on our end?
He'll be on at 5:10. We'll do the first segment with him, and then if the deal still stands for the viola playing, my daughter has accepted it, and so in exchange for a $50 donation, she will serenade us on the viola. We'll do that at 5:35, and then you guys figure the rest out. I can barely think. I don't know what we do after that.
So Jack,
I was just going to say, there's got to be some news to talk about.
Yeah, there is. Is Brian calling the studio or connecting with you?
We're going to connect him on here. We're going to get him on video.
Perfect. All right. That's my last of my questions.
Yeah,
Jack,
okay.
you saw the numbers as of 4:15, $2,146.20. I know less than 3 miles, which means you are well on pace as long as you kind of keep up that 2.5 to 2.7 that you had been. Obviously, things got ramped up when we talked about Texas A&M with Jared Crick. You kind of ran for a while, burned some energy there. Where are we on the miles as we get closer to the start of Road to Recovery? About an hour and 20-ish minutes till that ends.
So we just hit 24 miles. Which we just hit 24 miles. So we got 2.2 miles left to go. If you care, we're at 51,000 steps and just went over 7,000 calories. I'm walking at a 1.5 right now, miles per hour on here. And I don't know if I can even make, let's see, in an hour, I'd be cutting it close to get to my goal if I stay at this pace, guys.
Did you say 17,000 calories?
7,000, just 7,000.
7,000. I was like,
It's like
I heard,
seven
in my head,
wolf.
I heard 17,000. I went, okay, Michael Phelps. Jeez.
And the funny thing is, I had a Quest bar while I was on this. I ate like some eggs this morning. I just ate a couple of little things here, but I'm not. It's weird. If I had not just had a regular day and eaten that little, I'd be starving. But I'm not really right now.
I know that you said your son watches The Office. I don't know if you've watched this episode with him where Kevin puts his feet in the ice maker at Pam and Jim's wedding. But that is what I'm envisioning you. As soon as 6 o'clock rolls around doing that, or you're going to have management here bring an ice maker. So you're doing LMK today, tomorrow with your feet in an ice maker of some sort.
I don't know. I don't remember this pain from 2 years ago. The legs above the knees are really they're worse than the feet right now. Just the area right above the knee. I don't know what that means, but that's what's hurting the worst right now.
Well, so Jack, this is usually in the marathon world. When you go past 20 miles, you're in the point of no return, where basically your body's starting to shut down. So in your world, probably to some degree, your legs and whatever part of your body is shutting down. So you have to psychologically somehow. You have to ignore the pain, but it is weird how after a certain period of time, it's like stuff just kind of doesn't want to work.
Yeah, I went back up and I did some Tylenol, so I'm hoping that seemed to help last time around. So I really need to. I'm hoping that kicks in here pretty soon, hardcore.
I'm not kidding. Ice will help you, by the way.
I will take you up on that later. I know they're all asking me when I went upstairs. They're all asking me, "What do you want to eat afterwards?" And I'm like, I don't even. It doesn't even sound particularly good at this point. At some point tonight, it will. I mean, at some point, I'm going to hammer like 10,000 calories because I can. But at this point, I just don't have a big thought.
Here,
I agree with Kellen. Kellen, I agree with you on the ice, and I'm going to suggest that Nora or someone set up for when you get done, they take a bunch of ice, put it in your bathtub, run a bunch of cold water so you can at the very least
there you go.
just sit in there, because that's going to help your legs a lot. That is one of the things, as much as it sounds terrible, that's one of the things I miss about sports in college, was having the ice bath ready immediately after a hard workout, because it sucked for like the first 15 seconds, but then after that you just settled in and it felt so good and you got done and everything felt fresh after.
Now I have a question, Jack. You live in an affluent community. I would have guessed you have like a physical trainer on call. You probably have like a massage therapist as well. So I'm just curious.
This is all self-made right here. Just FYI. No.
Nobody donated for you to reveal that to the rest of the world today?
No.
Okay,
nobody.
I'm just asking.
That is
Nobody did.
grade A Nebraska beef.
You would know, Kellen. You ought to know. If
You've only
anyone
eaten one of
would.
my steaks, so
So can we bring Nora into the picture? She wants to give a whiteboard update. I know we just did it, but we can also ask her about the there we go. She's updated the whiteboard with the money raised. Okay, she's moving it now. All right, there you go. Money raised 2146, miles 24. And Nora, I can't read it. Why don't you say what it says?
We have 51,250 steps, 7,018 calories, and 24.624561435 piece of pizza.
Okay, that's how many I can eat. Are you going to order me 24 pieces of pizza after this?
I don't know.
Do you think I
don't
can
have
eat that
the
many?
money. Yeah, you probably could.
Hey, speaking of money, you're not going to get it, but there has been an offer by the KLIN newsroom, $50 to the COVID fund if you'll do some live viola a little bit later before we finish. Are you willing to take that?
Yes.
You are, so you'll
Yeah.
play. Okay, do you know what song you're going to do? You have to figure this out.
Let me get my book and I can tell you options.
It's okay. You can. Why don't you take a look at it, and when you come back on with us next hour, you can decide. You can pick whatever one you want. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you for helping us out. I appreciate it.
now I know, Jack, that I heard a little bit this afternoon that you had told when the mayor was on that you were going to miss her briefing. I think it was when you were talking to the 1011 guys that you were going to miss her briefing. She gave you the one and only good news shout out of the day. So when we transitioned to the good news portion, you were the only topic today. So I just wanted to allow you that moment of celebration.
Must have been a slow good news day, huh?
Hey,
Yeah,
I know
no.
Nora's going to play for that $50, but if anyone could find a way to hook me up with a recorder, I will play the greatest hot cross buns you have heard by someone older than me.
I think in these uncertain times, I would not use someone else's recorder, Caleb.
Yeah, you got to take a risk.
Unless it's been fully sanitized. It goes through the battery of sanitation that we use in our studio after every show. With the secret stash of Clorox wipes that we have in the studios.
Hey, don't tell any of the other stations we have that.
We just pull them straight out of Mark Vale's bunker in his backyard. So I don't know, Caleb, anything else, any other news that I know you've been doing this just like I have throughout the course of the day, and but what else is happening just I don't know whether it's sports or anything happened today. Tell me something that happened today.
That's a good question, because literally all I've done today has been really watching your Twitter account and making sure I can tweet out quality memes.
Which have been on par, I would add.
Have you lost Have you lost me followers, Caleb? Did we check before and after following status?
Actually, we are at the exact same number of followers. There's no plus minus. We're right. We're neutral.
Zero sum game. Yay!
Hey, Jack, I'm going to hop off here. We will just go ahead and get into the show with you after 5. How's that sound?
All right, sounds good. Just pull me up in there, and we'll start the show, and we'll keep doing this.
All righty. See you in a few minutes.
All right. Here you go. Do I sound unenthusiastic?
So here is one thing that has happened today, Jack, and I know you wouldn't have seen these, but the LA Rams revealed new uniforms for their stadium debut, and it did not go over well. Think about any time even Nebraska just tries to throw together an alternate jersey for one game. The Rams jerseys do, I mean, they look updated, but they also look like you could have gone and drawn these or just made them in Madden. Like they're not that well done.
Oh my gosh. People didn't like their logo, their new logo already. That was a part of it. That was an issue right away, wasn't it?
Yeah, so their logo looked like the I want to speak to your manager haircut. That was one of the biggest memes that was coming out of that. But yes, as just from the reaction on the logo, the haircut, how much hate Kroenke got just for moving them back to LA out of St. Louis. It's amazing that the Rams really have, like, what do Rams fans like is what I want to know. If everyone hates the new logo, they hate what the jerseys look like. Not a lot of folks like Kroenke, which is probably the nicest thing anyone's actually said to him about him in public. What do Rams fans like about their team? The fact that they have a chance to win, but they hate everything else. I don't know what it is. I also don't know any LA Rams fans.
Yeah. John Bishop. John Bishop, big Rams guy.
LA Rams guy, or just St. Louis, or just all-time Rams guy?
I mean, he's old enough that he was an LA Rams guy, and then it went to St. Louis and then back to LA. So, yeah, he's a big LA Rams guy. Absolutely. So, my wife, was there news today about weight rooms opening up or something from the NSA or anything like that? I may be mixing stories here, so if not, that's fine.
If there was,
it probably was that.
I do know that that I believe the World Herald. So the World Herald, I know, did have a story that they talked about what the restrictions are that you have to have, but it's the exact same thing that fitness centers and gyms are having to do right now. You have to have the social distancing, which really is about 10 people to a room. Now, I think back to Loop City, the weight room it's a one-room little weight room. So you could have 10 people in there max. As I was talking to my dad about it, you might want to put that down about 6 to 8 people, because if you're trying to keep social distancing, even 10 people can feel like that weight room starting to get a little full. And I remember times we'd have 30 people in there back in high school because everyone was in there trying to get stuff done. But there's that. Also a limit on, I believe, 10 people, even for the outdoor conditioning workouts, just so they can keep that social distancing. So that's a lot of what those are. And again, those open June 1st when those could go into effect. That was kind of a sneaky thing that I thought the governor's office snuck in with the youth sports reopening for baseball and softball.
Yeah, you brought that up, and I hadn't even caught that before. All right, so I need you guys to do a little, Jason, a little runner's math for me.
Yes.
So we are at 24.4.
Okay.
I want to be done before 6. I'm going 1.5 right now.
Got it.
So
I have the app that will allow me to calculate that for you.
I really don't want to have to go faster. I honestly want to go slower.
No, I have this app called Footpath, and there's another one that I have where it would allow me to calculate when you'd finish based on how fast you're going. So exactly how much miles do you have left? Tell me it again.
I'm at 24.4. So if I do a marathon, that's 26.2, right?
Yep.
So I need to get
that
2.2. I need to get 2.2 miles. And I've got, looks like 70 minutes.
Okay. All right, let me do some calculations here.
Oh my gosh. I did not think this was going to be close, you guys. I did not think this.
You're going right down to the hair of your chinny chin chin.
I really didn't think it was going to. I was on pace. After I ran with Tiago, I was way on. I was worried I was going to have to slow down a little bit, to be honest.
I think it was that 5 minutes where you took the break, obviously a necessary break, and all of us talked, but then it looks like your pace has come down since you came back.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where it went. I went downhill for a while. I think I took the Tylenol. I felt pretty bad, and then I ran with Tiago, and now I don't know. At some point in the last half hour, things with the leg soreness have taken a bit of a hit. What are we thinking, Jason?
Okay, so I'm calculating here. I am. So tell me again, what's your pace again? How
right now
fast
it's 1.5 right now.
Okay.
And you said you were at 24.4, which would mean you've only got to go 1.8 miles.
Now 24.5.
Okay, so 1.7 miles to go.
Okay, all right, here. Okay, so based on this here, you should be able to, let's see here. You can reach 1 mile in 47 minutes.
Okay, so that gets me to 25.5 at, this is not, my brain, I don't have any.
At 5:37.
You're going to be be close.
Have a 7/10 of a mile after that.
Yeah, you have a little bit left. So perhaps
I don't think this can. And I understand. I could probably do this math on a good day with a pen, but my brain is not working right now. I just want to know: can I stay at this speed, 1.5, for the next hour and 9 minutes when I'm at 24.5, and get done at 26.2 before 6 o'clock? Someone in the comments has to do it. Oh, Ben just says just jog the rest of it. Oh yeah, good one, Ben.
So they finish strong. Come on now, we need to go to that get down to that 10-minute mile.
Yeah, so I don't think if you continue this pace, you'll be done before 6 o'clock.
Correct. I think you're right.
That's the goal. I got to finish by 6. So I'm gonna have to go up at some point. I can't, and I also can't stop. Here we go. There it is. Sean just said 1.5 miles an hour, 60 minutes ago, 1.7 left. He will be short. Hey, and he got a free ad too. Nice.
Yeah, so you're either going to have to bump it up or pretty much run the last 10 minutes, or we'll finish after 6.
Oh, I'm not finishing after 6. I made a promise. I feel like it's a failure if I don't finish. I'm not. I want to be done. I want you guys, because you guys are going to sign off and go home, and then I'm just, I don't have anything. I have no more
walking by yourself.
I'm going to hang, Jack. Last time I hung with you to the bitter end. I will hang with you to the bitter end this time. But no, I think if you increase your pace to about 1.4, I think you should be fine.
I'm at 1.5 now.
Okay. I had you down as 1.28. Okay, all right. So let's try this here.
No, I can't even go to hundredths of us. I don't know about your fancy Peloton machine, but mine only goes to tenths of a mile speed.
Hey, there's a comment that says just do 1.8 to be safe.
Here's the thing. I get what you guys are saying, but I don't want to. I am trying. I don't want to be safe. I want to do the minimum amount.
Here's the bar. We just want to get right underneath it.
Hold on, man. I wish I could give Pete a link right now. The comment from Facebook. He is an ultra marathoner. That dude literally ran across the country. Put his comment up, will you? If anybody can do that. So Pete's he ran across the country. Easy for you to say, dude. Oh my gosh. That's what I'm going to do, though.
Okay, I need to switch. I'm going to switch phones here. I need you to add me back in. My battery's about ready to die on my Android here, so I'll be right back.
Okay. Here's what I'll say. If Pete Kostelnik, and he's an ultra marathoner, I would trust him on this. If he's right, what if I just keep it to 1.5? Like, what would I need to do after that at, I don't know, say 5 if I was jogging? 5.5? 6? I mean, what are we talking? We're talking 30 seconds of that where we can just pump it up and we can get, somebody to play some music or something to get me going? Or are we talking like 4 minutes of that? Because that's a totally different thing.
So if you keep this pace, we're going to have to see where you are when we get to 550, because then you're in the last 10 minutes there. It might come down to when we get those last 10 minutes, we say, all right, how far are you? Now bump it up to that, whatever like a 5 pace would be, and jog/run the rest of it into that finish.
So Pete, I got an hour. So he's watching now. I wish I could get him the link to just come on. I got an hour and 5 minutes left. And what I'd like to do, I don't want to go up to a little faster walking. Like that honestly sounds the worst. 1.5 feels like the limit right now. But if maybe I think I just gun it at the end. And I think it's a dramatic moment. I think all of Lincoln, is celebrating, and there's maybe like a socially distant parade going on in the city to celebrate it. Maybe that's what we need. I think the adrenaline, it's just how many minutes of adrenaline do I have at the very end when I'm empty? Like 1 minute, 2 minutes? Dan says watching the math struggles is painful. Oh, really, Dan? Let me tell you what else is painful. Yes, I'm having I admit it. I am not having full cognitive function right now, math-wise. My body's resources are being taken up otherwhere, whatever. Oh, my gosh.
So what you have to do, Jack, is we need to run. It's the finish strong. So the last 0.2, you just give it all you got, and that way, then whatever you need to make up, so you can do the bare minimum for now, and then just the last 0.2. I'll coach you along as you try to finish it out.
So I get up to 26. Gusto. How much? I would need, like, if I was going to go 0.2, and let's say I'm running 5 miles an hour. And yes, I know this is easy math, but I don't want to think about it. If I'm going 5 miles an hour, how long will it take me to run 0.2 miles? Somebody tell me that.
4 minutes. I don't know.
Okay, you guys' brains should work. Someone in the comments. You just threw that out. You didn't even think about it. Okay, I'm going to think about it because you won't. 5 miles an hour, 0.2 miles. Is that 100 seconds? No. Oh, my gosh. Why are the commenters not doing this? If I were watching this, I would be screaming at my computer that you're idiots, and then I'd be doing the math and like showing you how amazing I am. 5. So 1/10 of 5 minutes. Let's do it this way. 1/10 of 5 minutes would be 50. That's 300 seconds, right? 300 seconds is 5 minutes. Is that right? 5 times 60, 300. And then 1/10 of that would be 1/10 of that would be 30. So if I was going I forgot what I was thinking of. Pete says 144 seconds. Okay, do I have enough adrenaline in the reserves?
I said it would be about 2 minutes.
Okay, you're amazing. I thought you said 4 minutes.
No one can go back and look. It's fine.
Do I have 144 seconds in me? But I don't even know if I'll get to the 2 miles yet. Do marathoners do this kind of calculation in their head while they're running? Oh my gosh. Like that sometimes I think about that with like quarterbacks in football. The amount of thinking they have to do is ridiculous.
Yeah, all I can compare it to, because I've never done marathons or even half marathons. I did cross country in high school, and I didn't care what my time was. I just knew I wanted to get to the end and finish, so I could see where the finish line was. They'd be telling me times. They're like, okay, you're on this pace. And I'd be like, I don't care. I know where the finish line is. I'll get there when I get there.
For anyone who is going to screenshot every hour and compare them, here's this hour's.
No, the problem is, Jack, is you don't have the benefit of the finish line. I would agree. If you could see the destination, I know when I ran the Minneapolis Medtronic, the only I was broken, and then we got right to the precipice where we went down the chute. That was the only time I was able to run. But for you, it's kind of an artificial motivation.
That's always. I've actually run a couple of half marathons, and you see it for the first time. You know, like the Lincoln Half Marathon is really deceiving because you'll get out on 10th Street there, and you'll turn the corner. You're like, "There's where we end." I see it, thinking, "Yeah, hey, here we go. A few more minutes." Yeah, not really. That's you can see a long ways. It turns out.
Yeah, it's and the thing is, they changed it now where it used to be where you finished in Memorial Stadium, and I think this year it was supposed to be different. So moving forward, it won't be that because that little run uphill into Memorial Stadium, that was pretty dicey. That was a tough little spot.
All right, so we're at 5 o'clock now. Let's see. Oh, let's see if I can get him real. Oh, did somebody send Pete the link?
Yeah.
Can we get in before we get to news? Hopefully, I hope we can get in fast enough because we got news in about 10 minutes. But it would be hilarious. There he is, ladies and gentlemen. Ultra marathoner and a former Lincoln resident and guy who ran from Alaska to Key West, and I can't even remember up in the northwest of the East Coast, Pete Kostelnik. He's going to give me a little coaching here for these last. It sounds stupid now, but for these last hour of walking at 1.5 miles an hour. Pete, what's up, man?
Not much, man. Thanks for letting me join. Yeah, well, you're exactly where you are, like on your screen in the back. So picture the Lincoln Marathon, and you're like a mile from the finish, and that's what it looks like. You can see the stadium. So all you really need to do is just run once you get to the sidewalk outside the stadium.
How much? Okay, let me ask you this, Pete. I mean, you're factoring in. You know, I'm not an ultra marathoner. I used to run a little bit more. I've lost a lot of weight, but still big-ish. I'm not tired in cardiovascularly right now, but my legs hurt. How much can adrenaline get? How long of an adrenaline do I have reserved? Do I have at the end of this thing?
You got a good 5 minutes. You
don't know nothing, Pete. You don't know squat.
I vouch for that.
5 minutes? Are you out of your mind?
5 minutes.
5 minutes at what speed?
5 minutes at 5 miles per hour. You got it.
Dude, that's insane. I could do that right now and be done, couldn't I? Jeez. I don't think I need that much. I shouldn't need that much. I'm at 24.9 now. Yeah, I should be good.
I think you're going to be okay.
How you doing, Pete? Good to see you again.
Doing good.
Good. Gone on any long runs lately?
Yeah. I got some runs coming up. I don't know though. You never know with this whole quarantine thing. It's all solo right now. Nobody wants to get around each other.
Yeah, no big races. So the one you did after you went across the country that I talked to you about. You since did Alaska to Key West, right? Is that right?
Yeah, Alaska to Key West. Might do another one of these days. I'd love to run across Australia, but
oh my gosh, jeez, you're gonna have to fight snakes and stuff, and it's gonna be 120 degrees and fires. I mean, that really adds some new elements to it when you go to Australia.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's good. All right. Well, I appreciate it. What should I eat? What do you eat? What's the first thing you do? I know you and me are very similar. You'll do these 100-mile runs during the day. I'm, walking 26 miles over the course of an entire day. How do athletes like us refuel our bodies after this is over?
Rice Krispie treats and Coke.
All right. That sounds good. That'll get me there. All right.
And lots of salt. Lots of salty stuff. Keep those electrolytes up.
Man, you're speaking my language. All right. The latter half of what you said was way better than the earlier half of it. Very cool. All right. Hey, Pete, hit us up the next time you do something like this. We'll follow along again and talk to you and have you on the show maybe. All right.
Cool. Good to see you guys.
Yep. There you go. Ultra marathoner and former Lincoln resident. And I love it how we can just get expert. This is great. We just get expert advice from a literal ultra marathoner.
I need to be taking notes there too, man. I mean, that's because to run a marathon is like unto itself insane. When I hear of the ultra marathoners, it's just like it's beyond comprehension because your body is broken. So I don't know, like he's got to have some sort of genes or DNA that allows his body to recover.
That guy's insane. I don't know the things he can do. I did a long time ago, I did like an hour-long podcast with him and tried to get to the bottom of it and like what drives you if you want to do that. And I don't know if you can see from my reaction after walking at a 1.5 speed for a matter of hours. I don't have that thing in me that he has, evidently.
Well, yeah, so Jack, if you're at a 1.5, you're not going to have to run at all during this last hour. It doesn't look like.
I'm at a 1.5 at 25 total miles. So you're saying I can slow down? Is that what you're saying?
No.
I can bring it down to 1.4. 1.4.
Yeah, stay at 1.5.
No, 1.4. Listen, this is the negotiation.
We gotta. Then we're gonna have to kick it in for that last 2 minutes. We're gonna have to somehow make up a little ground.
Also, Jack, the mayor, Lyrian Gaylor Baird, tweeted out, Jack Mitchell over at KLIN occasionally makes ill-advised bets on when winter will be over, and when he loses the bet, he embarks on his walk of shame. She tweeted out a link for us as well.
I can't believe the mayor said I do ill-advised things. I'm just, my goodness.
She's in with big weather.
Boy, these politicians, they really like to rip the media, don't they? It's very sad. It's very, very disappointing. So we're getting close to the beginning of Road to Recovery. We're gonna talk a little bit about the COVID-19 fund. Hopefully we're gonna be getting an update here from LCF. My daughter Nora here is ready to go with another update on the fundraising. Check it. Oh, she said I am. She was surprised to hear me say that. So we're going to go to that. And so, Jason, I'm going to take you out of the picture here for a little bit as we're going to go on the radio, and we'll get you back here in a little bit.
Road to Recovery on KLIN is sponsored by Berry Law Firm. Berry Law Firm has been representing the rights of Nebraskans since 1965. Visit berrylawfirm.com to learn more.
More than just reporting on the pandemic, we're helping Lincoln recover from it, too. This is Road to Recovery on 1400 KLIN.
And it is 5:07 on this Wednesday night. Callan Havikin and Mark Vale in the KLIN studio. It is Road to Recovery. Brian Seck will join us at 5:10. And that is because Jack Mitchell is in what I would assume is his final hour of the Walk of Shame, his 6th edition, as we prepare for him to come on. And as we are raising money, he is raising money rather for the Lincoln Community Foundation as that money goes to Lincoln nonprofits. Jack, I've got to ask you, how are you doing? It's 5:07. You started this at 8:10 this morning. And by the video, it looks like you are slowing down.
There was a lot of enthusiasm early. I was kind of showing off when the musicians were playing and Tiago was doing his music. I was dancing and smiling and having fun. And for people who are watching on the live stream right now, if you can't see on the radio, the body language has changed. I think fair to say in the last hour. It's mainly the burning pain above my knees, I would say, that's motivating most of it, but also the shredding of my feet. Really, those two things combined.
I didn't know.
Two real quick things. One, while we were off air with you guys before you brought us on, Jack negotiated his way down in pace to a 1.4 pace, but also here in the next 5 seconds, this broadcast is going to go with Jack on the treadmill past 9 hours.
That's right, it will. I'm at 20. I'm at 25.1, hoping to hit 26.2, and by the end of this thing. And Caleb told me I would make it okay, and so I said, great. I'm knocking it down another notch to 1.4. I'll tell you what, it feels glorious, Caleb. I'm glad I did it. I might go down to a 1.3.
You better hope that the college athlete was good at math.
Dude, if anybody was watching, we have got so many comments in the comments about our inability to do quick math about distances and miles per hour. It was very embarrassing. I'm sorry, Lincoln Public Schools. This is not really a reflection on you. It's just a reflection on my state right now. So anyway, I'm sorry about that. Do we have our guests now or not? Are they here? I don't know. Yeah, it looks like, let's go. We got one of them here. Should we bring him in? Let's do it. I took him out. I brought him in and I took him out. There he is. We've been raising money for the COVID-19 fund, Lincoln Community Foundation. We talked to Barbara Bartle earlier. We've talked to a couple of the nonprofits that are involved with it. We talked to the mayor about it as well. And now Brian Steck joins us here on Road to Recovery, and to tell us a little bit more about the fund. Hey, Brian, how you doing?
I'm great. Thanks for having me. I'm glad that your marathon is continuing at a leisurely pace.
Yeah, 1.4. It is leisurely. It's my most comfortable pace right now. So for people who just tuned in on the radio, and we talked about it on the air, tell us a little bit about the COVID-19 fund, what it's intended to do, and kind of what your role is with it.
Yeah, so I'm honored to serve as the chair of the committee for the COVID-19 Response Fund. And really what we're thinking about is how can we serve the people who are disproportionately impacted by COVID-19? You know, you're talking about food distribution, you're talking about rent assistance to keep people housed. You're thinking about outreach to communities who've never needed us before. I think the number one lesson that I've learned from being a part of this committee with the wonderful Megan Leesfeld, who's also just joined us. I don't know if the radio people can see that. Probably can't, but I can. Is that there's thousands of people in Lincoln who have never needed our nonprofit community anymore, ever. They've always been employed. They've always been able to take care of others. They're the ones who donate at their church, at their place of faith. They need us now. And so this fund is really thinking about how can we make sure we're serving the people who need us the most now.
Wow. Yeah, I never really thought about it that way, Brian, now that you mention it, but it is. You've got a whole new group of people who didn't ever have any intersection with that world. I'm curious, as you've talked to the agencies and just kind of reached out in the community, what has been, I mean, the impacts are obviously everywhere. And I think kind of initially when you think about the impacts, you think of people, right, who are on unemployment and are struggling financially. You think of the medical things. You think of elder care and those sorts of things, or people being isolated. But talk about what that whole breadth is in terms of what you're seeing in the community.
Yeah, so what I think about is I used to be a bartender. Imagine a bartender in our community who got laid off when their restaurant shut down. They went from being okay financially, paying rent, taking care of their kids. Maybe their partner also works. Maybe they're a single parent. They went down to zero. This is a person who's never filed for unemployment before. They don't know where the unemployment office is. They get this information. They're asked to do this. Depending on their work history, it takes a while to get that unemployment check going. And it's a whole different world. Unemployment pays 50% of your previous income. So if you were making let's say 40 grand a year, the unemployment's only going to pay you half that. Now the federal stimulus came in, but at the same time, I hope our listeners are thinking oh my God, this is a scary thing. You've never been on unemployment before. You've never asked for help before. Now all of a sudden your income went to zero overnight. So how are we as a community working with folks to make sure that they're able to access not only the unemployment benefits, but let's say they need food distribution. They've never picked up free food before. So how are we sharing information with families who've never needed us before to get the things that they need, that they now need?
Brian, you've made some disbursements from the fund already, and they've gone to a variety of places. But what have you learned throughout that process of how you most effectively take on, and it can't be easy, but how you most effectively allocate the money that's out there among these places so that it gets where it needs to go as quickly as it can? Because I would assume time is of the essence with this.
Absolutely. So we have an application that nonprofits can fill out. It doesn't take very long. And we have a team of 12 community members who are scoring these applications. So every Friday, we have a meeting where we meet and we review the applications for that week to really think about which organizations who've applied are truly serving folks who are just disproportionately affected. So I love art. I have some art behind me. I don't know if you can see very well, and obviously the radio can't. Keep remembering this is a radio show. But
it's both today, Brian. Yeah.
Right now, we probably wouldn't fund arts organizations with these dollars. We're thinking about very basic needs. So we kind of score these applications. We respect everyone who applies. We score everyone's applications. And then that's really how we're making those decisions. That committee includes people who are experts on health, who are experts on youth programming, on homelessness and poverty. So we really have a great group of people that help decide kind of, is this an organization that we want to fund right now with these dollars? Or maybe is this an organization that we would recommend to apply for other grants?
Brian, let me ask you this before we get to your co-chair here. I think when people give, and especially at this time, they want to know, and you know this very well, but they want to be certain that it's going to be used efficiently, that it's going to be used well, that it's going to be used quickly. What have you learned? I know it's a short period of time, but what kind of outcomes have you seen with the disbursements that have been made so far?
Yeah, as co-chair of this fund, I only take a 10% cut of all the funds donated, which I think is a really great deal for the community. I really feel that's way below what I should make in this. So I'm sacrificing for the community. I just want everyone to know that.
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah, no. So 100% of the funds that are donated to this go straight through. So there's no percentage that goes back to the Lincoln Community Foundation or anything like that. So these are all dollars that are donated in our community and are spent in our community, really thinking very strategically about where can this money be most effectively spent.
So I want to talk to your co-chair, and I want to make sure that I get this name right. Megan you're going to have Eliasfield.
Oh, that
I
was
believe.
perfect. That was perfect.
Did I get that? I'm
So
sorry.
close.
It's I don't know. That's a weird name. Anyway, hey, do you have anything? You heard me kind of ask Brian a lot of those things. Do you have anything that you'd like to add, and just as it pertains to all of those issues? I know it's a terrible question, but
Thanks for the terrible question. I got kicked out of your broadcast earlier,
Hey,
so I missed.
I'm asking you to say what you want. It's not like it happens that often. Say what you want.
Yeah. Thanks. I think the important thing for people to understand about these dollars is that it's been really important for us to quickly raise them and quickly get them back out into the community, because the need is right now. And the needs are so much more significant out of our community than we typically see. And so we have worked with, I think, a lot of expedients to get those dollars out and mobilized. And it's really been our nonprofit community that does this work all day, every day, and that has been able to really kind of turn the corner in a lot of ways on the ways that they have served our community, and they've thought creatively about ways to increase their capacity, and they've really had to do that really, really quickly. And so this is one way that we can support them in doing that is by helping them to increase capacity, or we've been able to help them as they've had to sort of retool the delivery of services. And so it's been an honor to be able to help make that happen. But the dollars are what make that happen. They're what allow our nonprofits to serve our community in this way. But it's been really neat to hear and see their work. So often our nonprofit community works really quietly in the background of the life of many in our community. So to see them serving front and center, and to get a better understanding of what it is that they do and the important role that they play in our community, I think that's been another that's been I think important for us as a committee to be able to see that, and that makes it particularly special to be able to support it in this way.
So one question for both of you. I don't know, I think I've said this a few times during this. We kind of think of the peak of cases that we've seen so many times on TV, but I'm going to guess the aftermath in terms of what the nonprofits are seeing is not going to have that same kind of bell curve, most likely. How long are we talking, Brian, that we're dealing with this? And I know you don't have an exact answer, but it's just a little bit of a different timeline than we're talking about when you're in this world. Is that fair to say?
I think it's fair to say. So, on an average week in Lancaster County, Nebraska, about 100 people apply for unemployment, about 100. In early March, 5,000 people a week applied for unemployment insurance. In May and April, it's been 1,000 a week. So we are still 10 times the amount of people getting laid off and filing for unemployment than we were when this started. So we're still seeing a really significant number of people lose their jobs. At the same time, there's many jobs that are available. There's NE-Works and the American Job Center, the Chamber of Commerce, all have websites that share jobs. But when we're thinking about how long the impact of this will be, I think it's pretty significant. We need to get people back to work. We need to find a place for childcare. A lot of childcares are still not operational. When you think about a lot of the summer camps that I grew up going to, those aren't going to be available this summer. So I think about the summer as the short-term impact for adults and children, but I also think about the long-term impacts of lost income. How can we get people back into jobs and careers that can help them pay the bills and be successful and go back to being the people who never needed us, those of us in the nonprofit community anymore?
You got anything to add on that?
No, that was great. And I know we all, Brian and I talk a lot about wishing we had a little bit of a crystal ball, but we don't, and we don't know how long it will take. But for our community to kind of start to see some new normalcy. But I do think the key there is it'll be a new normal, even when we do start to see some of those numbers move downward. But I think the thing that I'm confident about being a part of the Lincoln community is that the Lincoln community will continue to show up and support one another, because I think that's something that we have. That's something that we do. I think it's something that we've seen demonstrated over and over again in our community. So I always feel really grateful, even in times of difficulty, to be a part of a community like ours, because I have that confidence that we will continue to take care of one another.
Well, for people who are interested in donating after hearing that, if you're watching on the video, the link is right down there in the scroll. If you're listening on the radio or don't want to remember that, go to KLIN.com, go to the Walk of Shame page. We're broadcasting this on YouTube. There's an easy link there. We'd love to still make a donation on that to the Walk of Shame Fund. That will go 100% to the COVID-19 fund. We'll put it right in there and hopefully make a difference here. Now, Megan, for people who don't know, maybe you got the jokes earlier, but Megan is my wife. So I think Caleb and Kellen and maybe Mark, they had Nora on earlier, Megan, and they were asking her all about our construction projects in the house. And these guys, they're so obsessed with fact checking me on everything. It's hard because I just tell stories on the air and then they ask the questions like I may not be saying something correct, and it's really annoying. And so they probably want to do some sort of fact-checking interview with you right now. Caleb, Kellen, Mark, anything?
We're not fake news here. We're not fake news, Jack.
Well, when I stood there in the doorway one time and you said,
"I have a question,"
what did you say, Kellen?
I was gonna let Kellen go.
Well, because I sat here, I was in the newsroom, and our general manager walked down.
One of those, I can't hear.
Oh no, she can't hear Kellen. So
no,
he is
Kellen.
Kellen is the football player. Oh my gosh, I can't even. Jared Crick. Kellen, tell us what you want to ask her.
Oh well, I was just gonna say, was it just like the time that you came down here and demanded the gift cards from our GM for the quiz?
Yeah, no kidding.
When you said I marched up to the office and she actually came to you, like. Is that how twisted things get with you?
No, they're not. It's you sometimes for the air you make a good story.
Are you calling your wife a liar?
No, I'm just saying sometimes you make a good story. Real quick here, guys, and this will divert us from this before we take a break here, which we have to. Nora has been keeping track, and she's been getting emails from the Community Foundation on my account. With numbers. Nora, do we have, you're going to have to unmute yourself. Do you have a fresh batch of numbers for us?
Yes, as of 5, we have $2,171.20 raised.
All right, good. We still have time to bump that up significantly in the next half hour. Very good. Brian, thanks for joining us. I appreciate it. Hopefully, if nothing else, we also got the word out, hopefully, a lot about this, and people are going to remember it because it sounds like we're going to be kind of dealing with these things a long time. And you guys are going to continue to do a lot of good. So, Brian, thanks so much for your time.
Oh, thanks for having me, and thanks for taking a stroll for us.
Yeah, absolutely. We're gonna spend much of the rest of the show figuring out how slow I can go and still hit the goal. And Megan, I guess I'll see you in a while.
Yeah, see you in a while.
She's just upstairs. Okay, all right, there we go, guys. We need to take a break. Radio, guys.
Yeah, we'll take it from here, Jack. You hydrate up for the last 30 minutes so you can power your way to the finish line.
More water, please. More water, please.
Bring it.
I'm on my way. I'm your servant today.
And I want to hear that viola before the end of the show.
So she isn't. She said she will. You're still up for playing the viola, right? Very nice.
Because I've already carried out our part of it. So.
All right, good. Sounds good. Yep. If you've done it, if that's in the total, she is pot committed now.
It's 5:25 in the capital city right now. Cloudy skies. Chances of your weather looks like the brunt of it, if it should hit, will come.
Oh, good. Okay, they muted themselves.
Yeah. All right. I kind of want to
Hey,
hear
it's
when the
just us
severe
again.
weather. I want to hear when the severe weather was going to come.
No, we're actually just cutting you out of all news.
Jeez, that was a heck of a tease there. I was so excited to hear what Kellen was going to say. All right.
How
so
funny is it though that we had the exact same situation? We had a Jared Crick situation come up, so Kellen couldn't talk to your wife.
So that is the weirdest little technology glitch that, thank goodness, wasn't a bigger problem today. Hi, Bob. How are you doing? Oh, Bob's. I can't hear Bob. We don't have the same thing going. Is he muted or not? No, he's not muted.
It doesn't say muted.
Does anybody hear him? We don't hear.
I do not.
We don't hear you, and we're not faking it this time like we usually do.
Technology is failing in the nine hour.
Now he is muted. How
about now?
Yeah, there. Whatever you do.
Hey! I tried to use my good mic and it's not working. Can I help you with your math, Jack? I was trying to jump in there before 5 o'clock.
Sorry, you should have. We should have had you do that. Yeah. So we are now at 25.6. So I need I need 0.6 more miles.
1 mile.
I need 0.6. I'm at 25.6 right now. So I need to get 0.6 more to hit the goal, right?
Right. So 1.2 will get you there.
Yes, I'm going
now
down.
he's going to bump it down again.
I'm bumping down. You know what? I'm going to bump down to 1. I don't know if your math is right. I'm going to bump it down to 1.1 and we'll see.
Oh,
okay.
Just a little slower. This is not looking as much like a walk of shame anymore. It's looking more like a Thanksgiving Day balloon of shame.
Oh gosh. Oh well. Hey, while I was surprised, you're lucky that Dave didn't have this information when he was on earlier here, because you guys could have gotten into one of your political snarls.
Oh no.
Biden's one of the unmaskers of Flynn.
Oh, really?
They released the names, and Biden's on the list.
Oh, all right.
So there you go. The hits keep
There
on
you
coming.
go. I thought I had a day without politics, but nope, I don't. All right. So I think we need to go back
That's
on
all
the
right.
air here.
Your comment about your comment about Iowa earlier we had a good hate fight between Caleb and me. So
I know. I'm getting all of your texts on my wrist as that happens, and I'm just watching you guys go back and forth, and I can't really participate or do anything. So yeah, I saw it. I've seen. You know what? I've seen everyone's text. I've got about 1,000 texts today that I haven't responded to. So just so people know, it's not because I'm hating on you. All right, I think we go in.
Is your Fitbit staying up with you? Okay.
Yep, it's good. I charged it last night. So, by the way, 55,181 steps, 7,600, a little over 7,000 calories. All right, are we going back on the air or what? I don't know what the clock is. I don't know. I'm just telling them I'm not that hungry. Yeah, I will be. I know I will be.
To the bottom.
Oh, okay. They can. It's their show. They can do whatever they want, I suppose. That's good. No, I don't know. Like, it's weird. I don't feel. I assume I will at some point, but food does not sound awesome right now, for the most part. So I was asking our ultra marathoner friend to give me some recommendations, and he said Rice Krispie bars and Coke, and salty things. So I don't know exactly.
Have you ever done the trick of soaking your legs in cold water afterwards?
Yeah, I don't know. That doesn't even sound good. But I went up a little while ago just to use the restroom, and they had me lay on my back and put my legs up against the wall for a minute to get the blood out of them, which actually felt surprisingly good. But the problem was I had a very difficult time getting up off the ground.
It doesn't have to be ice cold, but cool water, it'll pull a lot of that pain out.
Great.
So
I don't like
that was
the
a
pain
trick
right now.
No, Bob, I was telling Jack he needs to do full ice bath when he gets done.
All right, are you at?
We're at a bottom of the hour
25-8 yet?
news. Yeah, no, they went through it. They're I'm sure they're at bottom of the hour news now. They're probably at the national news. And so we're going to come
What's your
in. And I think my mileage is good, 25.7. So I got to go a half mile.
You got it.
And I'm going
at 1:30. You can do it down to 1.0.
I can put it down to 1.
Yeah. You could.
You know what?
Yeah.
This is awesome. I'm going to finish this thing by standing in a single spot. I'm not even going to move because I'm doing these extra long strides with my arms on my Fitbit. I don't know if this helps or not.
I'd be grabbing onto the handlebars a long time ago.
So I don't do that because I'm afraid, like when I'm in the grocery store and then I use my cart, it doesn't count. I don't think my Fitbit counts my steps. And so I'm scared, like this whole time. Every once in a while, I want to go down here and grab something. And like I stop. I've trained myself that I need my steps so bad in the grocery store that I can't grab anything. So I haven't done that hardly at all.
Hey, Jack, Ben wants to know, did we do a pre-walk weigh-in?
So how about your arm?
No, I didn't do. Well, I did this morning. Yeah, I'll do a post one and see how much that I lost. I got to remember what it was this morning. Yeah,
Don't try to remember anything right now. You're just focused on that finish line.
People are just ripping me for the math thing. Again, I listen. The people who have not walked 26 miles an hour should have been able to help me better than they did. 26 miles in not an hour. 26 miles, whatever. You know what I mean. 25.8, 0.4 to go. Yay! No, I'll do the post walk weigh in and I'll let you guys know. But I don't know. I just did another one of these waters. I've been pounding these the whole time. Yeah. I don't know how Nora's probably brought me 7 or 8 of these, I think. So I may actually weigh more.
Is she going to have a final tally at the end?
Yeah, we're supposed to get one at 6:50, or excuse me, at 5:50. 6:50 for our listeners on the East Coast.
God.
Can you tell, Bob, that I've said the wrong time enough that I've actually got myself an out built in all the time?
That's actually great, because every time you say that, I immediately start laughing. Our listeners on the East Coast, I'm like, wow, that LNK Today with Jack and Friends syndication in Washington, D.C.
Yeah, it's huge in like Roanoke, really big.
Chesapeake has a big following.
Oh, yeah. The people in Trenton, New Jersey can't get enough of Trivia Thursday.
Didn't you do a takeoff on Art Bell east of the Rockies and west of the Rockies number one time when you? I thought that was you like a couple of years ago. We screwed up the phone number.
Wait, what did I say that again?
Well, he used to have a number for east of the Rockies and west, and a phone number for west of the Rockies for some reason.
Oh, that's right. I remember that. Yeah. Ben, look, Ben, do you see Ben just said in the chat? Maybe I can get it up if my mouse works at all here. He says this. Yeah, definitely 6'4", 225. Oh my gosh,
that would give Johnny a lot of hope about getting to Iowa to play basketball in 4 years.
Yeah, it would be very different. No, I'm 5'10". I like to say 5'11" on my driver's license, but I'm probably 5'10", and Not too far north of there in the weight anymore, but I was. So just a little bit. I mean, a girl doesn't tell, but you know. All right, so apparently for people just tuning in order to secure a donation from Mark Vale, my daughter has agreed to play viola. I think I hear her warming up in the next room, so we're gonna do that on the air. I think so. We got by my internal clock, I think we're about ready to go back on here pretty soon. Oh, 2 minutes. Good. Let's fill. It's great when you got to fill time during the show and the commercials both. It's my favorite. Let's see. Update 25.8. 0.4 to go. I'm now at 1.0 speed. I'm literally walking 1 mile an hour. This would be difficult to do. Like if you went outside and said to someone, "Hey, try and walk a mile in an hour exactly, and try and gauge it." There's no way you would do it slow enough. I'm almost certain of that.
So that actually looks more miserable than if you were going a good pace.
I don't know. It feels better, I think, but I obviously don't know what's what right now. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe
You're the former collegiate athlete. You're supposed to be encouraging him, not discouraging.
Yeah, that's why I said it looks miserable going that slower pace, because I know we had plenty of times where you just go a better pace just so it's done. Ben in the comments again says that 6'4", 225, that's a college athlete weight. That's actually not that far off from what my competition weight in college, because I was 6'3", 220. So he ballparked that really well.
Wow. Well, I wish I had your body in college, I guess.
All right, cool. There is no way your brain cells are working right now.
I've not. This has been. I promise. It's just water. It's 100% water.
I wish I had your body in college.
There are a lot of moments that are going to go down in history from today, and perhaps that is going to be one as well. Looks like Mark's getting ready to get going there. What? Bob, say that real quick.
Hey, you did have great form running, though, Jack, honestly. When you were running to Tiago, your form was awesome.
We do have several construction projects. We'll want to use caution as we move through it around. Beginning tomorrow, 6 a.m., 3 railroad crossing repair projects with road closings. F Street, South 1st to South 2nd. Van Dorn, Southwest 15th to the Folsom Bypass, and South Coddington Avenue, West Burnham to the entrance to Miners Park, all beginning at 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. That's another check of your time saver traffic. I'm Chris Lofgren.
More than just reporting on the pandemic, we're helping Lincoln recover from it too. This is Road to Recovery on 1400 KLIN.
And the culmination of a marathon is in the graphs of KLIN's Jack Mitchell. Less than a half a mile until the finish line, and the 9 hours and counting of his walk of shame. Welcome into the Road to Recovery. Kellen Havikin along with Mark Vale in studio. Looks like on the video we've got Jack Mitchell in front of a sunny Devaney Center, Caleb Henry and Bob Schomper all joining us. Jack, I know I heard you say in the break that you have slowed your pace even further to a crawl at this point.
I am sitting at a 1.0 speed on the treadmill right now. That is, for those of you who aren't into treadmills, that means walking 1 mile per hour. I just said on the video stream that if someone told you to go outside and say, I want you to try and walk 1 mile in an hour and try and time it out right, there's almost no way you'd be walking slow enough for that to happen. That's where we are right now. I am at 25.9, so I have 0.3 to go. I think I could probably bring it down another spot here and still be fine. So maybe I'll go to 0.9. And we've got 55,000 steps, 7,700 calories burned, which I don't know if Nora's translated to piece of pizza. She's been translating it to pieces of pizza. At last report, I think I was at 28 pieces of pizza I could eat. So
now
we've got
to be done at 5:50, 6:10. So if you start
jeez.
There's a wrench. If you've got to run to get us there, you're going to have to run.
This whole time, hold on, we've been doing math for an hour, literally an hour, and we've been figuring 6 o'clock. That is an important 3+ minutes. Why didn't anyone say anything?
I mean, we could adjust it so we...
Kellen's tired and wants to leave early.
For that, or if we really want to, we can adjust it back to $59.50. So you still have to account for 10.
No, I mean, listen, the
legal ID.
The radio station needs to make money. I get it. Our salaries need to be paid, so I don't want you pulling spots out. 50. So what is it? 56 what?
5610, unless Bob gives me the word and we flush the commercial.
No, I don't know. I want some commerce here in this town. Don't flush them.
55610.
With no break between now and then?
Nope.
Mark is putting down the law right now. I hope you understand.
That's fine.
He is pulling rank on you.
That's fine. That's fine. All right, so
the music will serve your chapped whatever.
Yes, it will. So, Mark, why don't you set up? You made an offer to make a donation to the COVID-19 fund, which, by the way, this is what this is all about. We are raising money for the Lincoln Community Foundation's COVID-19 Recovery Fund. If you're watching on the video right now, you can go to my.lcf.org/walk of shame to make a donation. If you're just listening right now or may not be able to remember that, you go to KLIA.com, click on the Walk of Shame link, and there's a button to donate there. We are at last check, I believe. Caleb, did you see the last check? Maybe do you remember about 2,000 and a quarter
on the
roughly on the total donations?
Yeah. So the 5 p.m. update was $2,171.
Okay, good. Let's have a good final 20 minutes here. And Mark, you said you'd contribute to it in exchange for some consideration. What is that?
Well, after 5, I went ahead and fulfilled our side of it. There was $50 from the collective newsroom here. If Nora would give us a little viola concert, or maybe not a concert, but just a few bars, because I think if anybody, as much as you've done, Jack, it just wouldn't have been the same without Nora, and I think she deserves a little bit of love here and a little bit of recognition. So I'm just, I think she needs it. I think she deserves it. I think she deserves a round of applause.
So she has been my assistant the entire day long. When you've seen the screens change behind me, she's been doing that. She's been keeping a whiteboard going the entire time. She's got a computer in there that has my Fitbit numbers on it, with number of steps and calories and all of that. She's been putting the camera on that every once in a while and showing people, and also the dollars raised. And so she's been checking the emails from the Lincoln Community Foundation. So she's been a trooper. She's been down here the whole day. She's been doing her remote learning down here on her computer in between times, helping me. And she's got me water, and she only left me for a long time with no water a few times. That has not been, I would give that a solid
knowing you probably deserved it.
I know these kids don't get grades in school anymore, but I give that a solid B to B minus on the water. The rest of it was an A, though.
Oh, ouch. Wow. Tell you what, Nora, on that behalf, I'll also slip him the money tomorrow morning if he can make it in here so that you can watch the pay-per-view that he won't pay for. So.
Oh, my gosh. Wait, do you know what he's talking about, Nora? Unmute yourself. Do you know what he's talking about?
No,
he's talking about, what's the Trolls 2 story?
I don't know. I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, exactly. She'd be able to see it if you would pay for it, Jack.
Or this goes to the dog fund.
You said you would do an Instacart for me so I could buy it. I'm still waiting on that.
Wow.
Nora, you've done so much work for this event that I'm going to pay you the $20 tomorrow to your dad, and he's going to stream it for you before the weekend is over.
This is incredible. This is incredible. Mark, I am going to walk 26 miles, raising literal thousands of dollars for charity, and I'm going to come out of this looking like a bigger jerk than when I started. How does that possibly happen?
Because it's you.
You're a pro. You are a pro.
All right, Nora. So, are you willing to accept Mark's offer? Well, he already made the donation, so I don't think they're allowed. He can't withdraw it, but it does sound like you've agreed in principle. What do you have planned for us this evening?
Well, I'm going to play Twinkle Twinkle Little Star for you guys.
Okay. On the viola, and Nora's teacher, by the way, from viola was on the show earlier playing violin, Heather Peterson, and that was very fun. All right, we are all ears.
to make sure that Jack, you take the money, and that Mark has given me the extra $20 tip for everybody to see. I have it right in my hand.
You guys are the worst.
It's not Trump bucks. I can confirm that it's not a stack of Trump bucks. So it's right here. It looks real to me.
Thank you, Nora.
Hey,
Wow.
Jack, I can give you an update. We had come in while Nora was giving us that beautiful twinkle, twinkle little star. $2,346 is where we're at right now. I know in about 5 minutes we'll be expecting that kind of last-ish update before we get to the top of the hour.
Yeah, we may get another one. Hopefully, so much money rolls in the next 10 minutes after that they will have to update it. So yeah, absolutely. Hey, I want to say thank you here for a minute with. I'm going to take Bob out walking around right now. You can get back in if you want to, Bob. I just took you out for the moment. I just want to say thank you to everybody for being a part of this. Man, we basically had all these guests that I came to, and we had guests like the whole day long today. All these people who agreed to make some time in their day to talk to us. And the only way the only way something like this sounds good, the way that we were doing it, was to say, hey, here are all these other people that are involved. And so if I didn't have the chance to mention all of them and that they'd be involved, it wouldn't have ever gotten off the ground. So everybody who took time today, and man, I could go through. Well, I can go through the whole list. And if you ever go back and watch any of this, you can see it as well. We started off with John Bishop and Josh Peterson on the show, on the end of the show today. Oh, Barb Bartle before that from Lincoln Community Foundation. Then we talked to Kevin Thomas, Barbara Zock, and Ed Polachek. That was fun. Brendan Stye and Jared Crick along with Caleb. That was incredibly fun. We had Jen and Joe from B1073. Rod Fowler joined us from Channel 8. Heather Peterson did the violin for us. Scott Young from the Food Bank. Governor Pete Ricketts. We had the podcast forum between 24/7 and 3 Years Later. We had Leary and Gaylor Baird, our mayor. We had the Sweet 98 crew of Nikki, Chi, and Laura. We had Dave Miller joining us. We had Tiago Ray doing live DJing. We had Gary and Nelson from Froggy 98. Bill Shammert and guest star Ken Shimmick with him. Brett Wellstead did music for me. Greg Sharp, Pete Kostelnik, the ultra marathoner. And that's the whole list. So I just wanted to recognize all of them for taking some time today and remind you that if you didn't see all of this, you want to go back and watch some of it. There was a lot of funny, interesting, crazy moments throughout the whole thing. So thank you to everybody.
A lot of good math as well.
And if you want to see the worst math of your life, definitely watch the last few minutes of the 4 o'clock hour. We struggled. And again, Caleb, I think this reflects on you most poorly out of everything here.
I'll get behind that.
I didn't. You shut it, Mr. Kellen, dairy farmer.
You went to college too.
I know, but that's the thing. You're the college athlete, Caleb. You're the smartest one of the group.
You didn't go to class.
I can tell you that 70 meters is about 230, 235 feet. I can tell you that. I don't know how to tell you. I didn't run. I don't know what miles per hour is in the next 48 minutes.
Oh, so we need to do like a velocity type. We throw the wind in and that kind of stuff for the javelin thrower. Is that what you would have done like that?
Yeah, we could have figured some of that out. Yeah.
Yeah, I need you to throw it. I need you to throw it 40 meters. And you've got a northwest crosswind at 15 miles an hour. It's 38 degrees outside. That kind of thing.
What's your crosswind? Immediately throwing it out of bounds.
You should have gone to ROTC and had an artillery training if you were going to get that deep.
You guys, update on my treadmill. It will not go below a speed of 0.5. It doesn't register. I'm bringing this thing back. Listen, I want a treadmill.
How far are you from finishing?
I'm at 26.0. I got 0.2 left. I'm fine.
You got 7 minutes.
I'm fine.
7 minutes, yeah.
Listen, has anyone ever gone into a fitness shop and said, I'm looking for a treadmill and it needs to go 0.1. It's got to have a 0.1 mile an hour function on it. That's the biggest thing I'm looking for. That's my next treadmill, I think.
We just need this treadmill not to break down in the next 6 minutes.
Mark, I never put a fan on it and it didn't overheat, just if you're wondering, but So that's good.
It's a better treadmill than I suspected then.
No, it's a piece of crap. It won't go to 0.1. Hey, are we? So we're doing it. What day is it? Is it Wednesday? Oh my gosh! So we got a show tomorrow. Oh, I got to write a current events quiz tonight. Holy cow!
What's the prize?
Mark, go turn around and find us out what the prize is if you can.
Well, somebody turned bossy all of a sudden.
Yeah, let's go. I've been telling people what to do all day. It really.
Well, good luck tomorrow morning when you get back in the building.
Ooh, we got good ones tomorrow. We got $80 worth. $25 gift card to Bagels and Joe, $25 to the Press Box, and $30 to Blake Pizza.
What?
Blaze Pizza. Blaze. Blake Pizza is a country artist who does covers in local bars.
Hey, I do radio. I don't read.
Good old Blake Pizza. Blake Pizza. That sounds like a made-up radio name. Idiots who do that. Oh my gosh! Oh wow! It is interesting how the longer you walk, it is kind of like the longer that you've been imbibing in a lot of ways. I'm realizing.
It's painful if you pick it up just a little bit, Jack.
0.5. Boy, this number won't go from 0 to 1 here. I'm at 26.0, and feels like I've been here forever.
Well, you're barely moving.
Well, you're going backwards.
Man, if that number goes backwards, I'm going to freak out. No, we're still going. By the way, 55,000 steps. Not going to quite hit 60,000 steps. Probably not quite going to get 8,000 calories on that whole thing.
It's time to run the last 5 minutes. It's time to put it in gear and go.
Finish
strong. Did you hear Pete Kostelnik said he thought I could run for 5 minutes at a 5.0? That's insane.
Yeah.
He said it uses.
Wow.
He said, and this is an ultra marathoner saying that to me. I don't know. I found that a touch condescending. That's just me, though.
Hey, you got time right now. We can show. We can do it on live radio.
I will run. I'm not going to run for 5 minutes. I will run to finish this thing out. But we're on rate. You need to give me something at the end. I don't know. I need something. I mean, it's too late to bring Tiago in there. His mix helped me out. But maybe find, what do we have on the board? Do we have any motivational music there on the board? Okay. Mark is not the DJ I want for this.
Wow. Just play serious. Jack's a Husker person. Just play serious.
There's a bunch of songs on the wall there that should be pretty up-tempo.
Hey, Jack, on our final push here, let's see what we can do here. That'll keep you busy. Let's push for the last few minutes and see if we can put that dollar amount up.
Yeah. All right, we're going to 5. I'm going up to 5. Oh my gosh. What are we doing? Oh.
This is Jack Mitchell finishing out his Walk of Shame 2020 on the Road to Recovery on KLIN. He is now running.
If you guys wanted me to talk anymore, that is over.
Is there a cardiologist on duty?
So we didn't have. We don't have. The last update we have is from 5:30, where we were at $2,346. I'm sure in that time we can get up to 2,500, especially now that Jack is running outside of the Bob Devaney Sports Center to finish off a marathon on his treadmill that's going to take just under 10 hours here to raise money for the Lincoln Community Foundation's COVID-19 fund.
Whew. It burns! It burns a lot!
Hey, it's almost over, Jack, and if you start crying, nobody's going to judge you.
Right. You've only got 8 minutes to go, Jack.
Hey, Jack, we can blow out those. How about if we blow out those commercials now?
Oh, we need the money. We need our salaries paid so badly, Bob. Desperately.
You got about 2 minutes left.
We just got an update on the numbers. We're at $2,896 raised through this one, but the email includes, it says, someone just gave $1,000 directly to the COVID-19 response fund as well.
Yes!
Jack, you're now down to 90 seconds, by the way.
Mileage.
It feels like New Year's Eve. I can't even see it, Bob. I guess it's bouncing too much.
Make sure you check Jack Mitchell's Facebook and Twitter. We're going to have all the final numbers up there, not just the miles that he went. Obviously, we're going to hit that marathon distance, but also steps, we're going to have calories burned, how many pizza slices that equates to as well. Money raised, we're going to have all those final numbers after we go off the air for Road to Recovery. Again, as Jack would do, thank you to all the guests throughout the day, all the way from LNK Today with Jack and Friends this morning, through everyone that was able to come on throughout the day and this evening on Road to Recovery, help raise money for the Lincoln Community Foundation's COVID-19 response. It's been a great response throughout the day. Weather guarantees don't always help out Jack with his reputation, but they definitely help out with fitness as well as raising money for the community of Lincoln. Caleb Henry, Kellen Havikin, Mark Vale, Jack Mitchell, of course, and our program director.
I hit it 26-2 with 10 seconds left.
In the final 10 seconds, the marathon is complete. That's Jack Mitchell. We are KLIN. This is the Road to Recovery, 1400 KLIN.
Stuck at home? You can still keep up to date without human contact.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Final count. Somebody can write this down if you want. 56,361 steps, 7,876 calories, 26.2 on the nose.
Wow. How many pieces of pizza?
Okay, just double checking. 56,300 steps, 7,800 calories.
Yep.
56,361, 7,876.
27 pieces of pizza, right?
Nice. I was at 20. I was close to there a while ago. I think it's in the 30s.
Oh,
now.
wow.
I suppose it depends what pizza. Like that Chicago style stuff you get at Gino's East, that's like 3 pieces.
Doesn't even
All
sound
right.
good to you right now, right? Hey, great job, Jack. I think this was the most fun one yet.
We'll see. We'll see. I hope people liked it. Hopefully, we got at least a lot of people aware of the of that fund, because I think it's going to be a big thing in our community for a while. They've got some money now, and we got a little bit more in it, but hopefully, people will be aware of it going forward. And that'll be good.
Yeah, it beats trying to have people coordinate at different locations to try and meet up with you, doesn't it? I mean, geez, sometimes you were ahead of schedule, behind schedule. This was nonstop all day.
I have never. I mean, yeah, the guest booking and the going from one to the other, and like thinking, oh my gosh, I've got guests nonstop for 2 hours. I really need to go upstairs and take a little break at some point, and then trying to think. And then when I had the governor and the mayor on, just thinking, okay, I got to get a decent question in here at some point. So that was fun, but they were good sports about it. And like I said, everybody was, and all the comments along the side were fun. Can't wait to look at my social media and what Caleb's done to it over the last several hours. That'll be interesting. And thanks to all you guys for letting me do this and helping out with it. It's fun, and it was cool. It was great to talk to so many people and so many people that I like a lot, and we're like working with you guys and then all the other people in the community that we talked to was awesome. So
it was great.
So now I got to go write some trivia questions now, I guess.
God.
It's all right. As long as I can do it while seated with some ice, it's no problem. But I got to find out what happened today.
I could have William write them for you.
No, I think I'll do it. Yeah. Well, I'll do it. I like to have great control of that. All right. So everybody who's watching right now, we still have 79 people watching. Guys, we stayed right close to 100 most of the day, which I was able to see pretty consistently for a long period of time. And the broadcast is now, we started at 8:10, so we'll go 10 hours on the broadcast, just under 10 hours on the whole broadcast. If you count the extra $1,000, Caleb, that'll put us at like 3,700 maybe. Is that what it is?
30. So with that extra $1,000, that puts us at 3,800. But that obviously doesn't include the last 10-15 minutes. So if anything came in there, we could have eclipsed $4,000 on the day just for a fun video, talking to people, and you walking a marathon.
Yeah, Yeah. Well, that's awesome. Thanks to everybody who donated and did that. That means a lot. And I know that's not a super easy thing to do for people right now, which is, why this was kind of a challenge. And it's a challenge for all the places that need and thrive on donations like that. And we realize that too. So anyway, all right, I'm the liberator to go home. Go ahead.
Jack, before you go, obviously this is fundraising. That's not just what we're doing today. Folks can still donate to that COVID-19 fund with the Lincoln Community Foundation, right?
Yeah, it's a different. So this link we set up that we've been using for today, it was just for this walk of shame. And that was only simply so we could kind of keep track of it separately and give people updates. So we'll merge that with the entire thing. And so you can go to Lincoln Community Foundation's website going forward, and it'll be right up there, the COVID-19 fund. So just make the donations there. If I do get any more after we turn this over to them, I'll add it after the fact to the COVID-19 fund. So that is it, gentlemen. Thank you all. We will no election coverage tonight. Are we out of the severe weather situation here? It's not. I can't remember what Ken Chimmick told me even at this point. Hopefully a little bit, he says. Okay, well, Bob can cover it, I think, if that happens.
Sure. Why not?
All right, cool. We will see you guys later. I'm going to end the broadcast now. Have a good one, everybody.
Thanks, guys.
Yep. Bye-bye.